ultimate players, and this is going to be the ultimate test.
Vishnu, 9 years till the AMCA comes online, the Advanced Medium Combat Aircraft, which is India's own stealth fighter project. 9 years is an eternity in fighter technology, especially given what we've been seeing in the last few years, whether it comes to, drone tech, drone warfare, manned, unmanned teaming, which we've spoken about in a previous episode. The sheer scale of the network and how it's becoming very much part of the future battlefield. I'm wondering whether 9 years from now, what we perceive to be a fifth generation aircraft is going to look like vintage stuff.
And what's more, we want to crack a century on debut with our first stealth fighter. What are the chances of that happening? The number of technologies which you need to master. It's not just low observability, but reliability of the engine, integration of the GF414 engine onto that platform, if indeed that's the engine that's finally selected. The radar itself will be new build. We made a lot of progress as far as that is concerned. But weapons integration with the latest generation Astra missiles, presumably, all of that has to work. A stealth platform isn't just low observable, it's also got distributed arrays. In other words, it's got radars and other sensors, electro-optical sensors located across the platform. So that the pilot over there uses the aircraft not just as a fighter, but as a sensor. It is a sensor within a group of sensors which acquire information, pass it on through data links, and use it to exploit airspace, hit targets in the air or on the ground or out at sea. All of those sensors, radars, technology, low observability, the fly-by-wire control system, the new generations of weapons that you've got online, they all have to work all together. Because otherwise, after 10 years, if it doesn't work all together, you're tinkering with it and you're fixing it, and you get into a situation where it's taken 15, 20 years for this to actually be the way you want it, then you're already far behind the curve. Look at how far behind the curve we are with the Tejas. I love the aircraft. The engineering is excellent. The made in India AESA radar is actually quite good. The fly-by-wire quadruple redundant is superb, right? The platform is ancient. The weapons carriage is ancient. The range is insufficient. It was built as a MiG-21 replacement. The Pakistanis have now got the J-10, which is not even a fifth generation aircraft, and are acquiring the J-35. So we've not even started. We've not rolled out the prototype of the Tejas Mark II. So therefore, if you're talking about the AMCA...
Even the Mark 1A hasn't been delivered
That's
yet.
Right. That's right. So if we are talking about the J-35, right, of the Pakistanis, which is coming around now, then, they've got a big lead. And if you're talking about the AMCA, we don't want the AMCA to be 10 years from now what the Tejas is technology-wise with regard to where we stand vis-a-vis the Chinese and the Pakistanis.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
बदलाव की इच्छा रखने वाले लोग, उनको ये तय करना है कि वो जनसुराज जैसे नए विकल्प को चुनते हैं कि फिर पिटे पिटाए अपनी पूरी पुरानी व्यवस्था में जाना चाहते हैं।
मैं चिराग पासवान पूरी तरीके से बिहार विधानसभा का चुनाव लड़ने के लिए तैयार हूँ तत्पर।
तेजस्वी जी मुख्यमंत्री बने हैं।
A very good morning. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vaza. We have a whole lot lined up for you, including at 9:30 this morning. We're going to be looking ahead to the Lord's Showdown. It's going to be India versus England series, the most anticipated test after Shubman Gill's glory. Now, will India ace the Lord's litmus test is the question, and counting down to the cricket's blockbuster battle, it's NDTV's Boria Majumdar who's going to get us live updates from the Lord's cricket ground. We'll have all that and a lot more coming up on the show this morning. Let's start with the headlines. Stunning twist in the M&S Gunda Raj Thackeray's gag order that has been issued to all his party members. M&S workers have been asked not to interact with the media or to have any sort of reaction put out on any of their social media platforms. And it's the Bihar voter list row that erupted, and Patna bracing for the opposition versus the Election Commission protest. And joining in that chakka jam is Tejasvi Yadav and Rahul Gandhi, both leading the way as far as Patna's protest is concerned before the elections coming up in the state later this year. And US President Donald Trump reiterates a tariff threat to BRICS nations, saying that they're a threat to his US dollar and anti-American at that. So the BRICS nations will now have to pay 10% tariffs. This also includes India and China. Kerala nurse faces execution on the 16th of this month. Kerala-born nurse Nimisha Priya set to be executed in Yemen on the 16th of July, arrested for murdering a Yemeni man. Actor Alia Bhatt's former staffer, we're talking about Alia Bhatt's former manager, who was a manager from the 2021 till about 2024, has now been arrested. And the reason she's been arrested is because a case was filed by her mother, Soni Rasan, against the manager for forging the actor's sign and siphoning off money worth 77 lakh rupees over 2 years. Breaking news coming in. You're watching NDTV 24/7. Let's get you. A Shiv Sena legislator stoked a fresh row after allegedly assaulting a canteen staff member at the MLA guest house in Mumbai. We're talking about Sanjay Gaikwad, who has alleged there was poor quality food that was served at the time, and which is why he went ahead and assaulted people there. This is you can see of the assault taking place, of him literally slapping and thrashing this person at literally punching the man as well, after he's claimed to have consumed the dal and he experienced some sort of cramps in his stomach and some sort of uneasiness, following which the MLA created that ruckus in the canteen and severely scolded the canteen operator. This comes in just days after the M&S workers assaulted a Mira Road shopkeeper for refusing to speak Marathi, triggering that major political slugfest. And we have Anuj joining us. Anuj, Sanjay Gaikwad, seems to be very unhappy with the quality of food that was served to him, but he really decided to thrash the man who was serving him that food. I mean, the visuals are speaking louder than words. He's being punched, he's being slapped, he's being assaulted, and there are others just looking on, no one coming to his rescue, nobody intervening in the matter. I mean, it's the rainy season. Food can get bad very, very fast and very quickly. Some food doesn't really agree with some people. How can this man, this Shiv Sena MLA there, take matters into his own hands, that we can see at Sanjay Gaikwad there assaulting this person? Where did this really take place? Get us all the details.
The monsoon assembly session is going on right now, and a lot of MLAs who have come from outside of Mumbai are staying put in Akashvani MLA hostel, where we have the Akashvani MLA canteen, and in the room number 107 where Sanjay Gaikwad, Shinde Sena MLA from Buldana, was staying. He ordered food which included dal and some other sabzis and roti as well, but when he got that food, he said that the dal was it was smelly, and a few of his friends, few of his associates even consumed the dal, and it ended up, troubling them a bit, is what he states. He said that, it created uneasiness and some people even felt sick. Then one can see in this video, while as soon as that happened, he, again in a partially naked clothing, he walks down, he approaches the canteen manager and tries to create an atmosphere of terror right there. And he specifically asks for the person who has created the dal, right? So he doesn't want to entertain conversation with the canteen caretaker for longer. He wants to talk to the person who is responsible for cooking things. We have to understand these are the people who are really lower in the hierarchy as far as this entire structure in such places is concerned. And before the person could explain himself or give a clarification on whether it was actually smelly or was there some other issue, Sanjay Gaikwad and Shinde Sena MLA from Buldana launches a punch. He slaps him, and following that, he goes on to check on whether the dal which is served on other tables right there, if that is doing fine. And meanwhile, what is missing out in this video, but if you hear to it closely, one can understand that while the MLA is checking the dal on other tables, the poor man is getting bashed by other associates of Shinde Sena MLA as well. As you said earlier, this adds on to the acts of people in position, people in power in Maharashtra. And this time it's even more serious because it's a member of Legislative Assembly exercising violence on someone who was supposed to serve food. But as you said earlier, the possibility of dal or any food item kind of going a little haywire is not too vague, especially in this time of the year. But how much of these actions are justified? So far, we haven't heard anything from the MLA. From what we understand, this happened last night. We are yet to hear from either Shinde Sena or MLA Sanjay Gaikwad as of now.
Right. Anuj, you pointed out, that he wasn't even wearing his shirt at the time. And this really is reminding of the assault that took place, in regard to the MNS worker's son, Rahil, who also, rammed his car into another car. And, the way he was also abusing that woman on the streets of Maharashtra. Well, also, let's just get you Mumbai that's reeling as MNS workers unleash chaos. A leader's son caught drunk and abusive on video. He remains free, sparking outrage. The police stand accused of bowing to political pressure as Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde face a tough choice, and that is to court the Marathi vote or to uphold the rule of the law. My colleague Radhika Ramaswamy joining us as well as Anuj joining us as well. Radhika, over to you first in regard to the kind of dilemma we're seeing as far as the Devendra Fadnavis government is concerned. What kind of action is being taken? And, we are seeing, we just saw another incident that has been caught on camera. And this time around, that incident was from the Eknath Shinde faction of the Shiv Sena.
As far as this entire MLA bashing incident is concerned of the canteen, we'll have to see what action will be taken by the political leadership at this point. Certainly high-handedness and hooliganism coming from political leadership there. But largely speaking about action against MNS goons, we know for a fact that multiple FIRs had been registered against not just Rahil Sheikh, but all those who resort to violence over the last few days. Despite FIRs, the charges were lenient, which is why most of these people were taken into custody but immediately released, which is what has become very controversial. The fact that none of them have been arrested, none of them were produced before the court is something that everybody is pointing at, for which the state government says, more action will be taken, further action will be taken if necessary. But state government is certainly in a fix. While they're condemning violence in the name of language, they're also standing for Marathi pride. Shiv Sena, Eknath Shinde faction particularly are in a bit of a fix. They are on one hand supporting MNS in their cause. On the other hand, they are not for or favoring the violence. Certainly, state government is in a bit of a fix. But as far as the opposition parties are concerned, they are fully rallying behind MNS at this point, which is why some of them were also part of those counter protests launched by MNS as well. And Raj Thackeray, of course, coming out with that a statement yesterday asking his party workers to not go out and speak before the media because they've been receiving a lot of criticism and flack over the last few days, especially statements where they have supported violence and taking law and order into their hands. But as far as police action is concerned, very, very weak and lenient action against many of these perpetrators. Remains to be seen any further action will be taken as promised and assured by Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis.
Right, Radhika, also, another incident that has surfaced and a video that's doing the rounds is of Sanjay Gaikwad, taking matters into his own hands. And we can see him thrashing, literally punching and slapping around this canteen worker just because the dal that he was served was smelly. And, there we can see, so this is not even the MNS worker. We're talking about this Shinde faction of the Shiv Sena taking matters into their own hands. And this is a poor person running that canteen, and they, this MLA of the Shiv Sena there attacking, literally assaulting the man, and of course bringing to mind what really happened at that sweet shop where the MNS workers assaulted that poor man as well.
That's right. As far as this entire incident is concerned, this is a Shinde faction MLA who went ahead and assaulted a canteen worker. This happened in Churchgate area. This is a state-run canteen whereby this man did not perhaps get the food that he wanted, which is why he went ahead and assaulted a canteen staff. Once again, VIP behavior, hooliganism there from the side of political leadership. Now, we'll really have to see whether any FIR will be registered and whether this man will be behind bars, because in the previous instances of hooliganism by political leadership, or for that party, anybody from any of the political parties, no strict action has been taken. It's just an FIR that is registered with lenient sections of assault and criminal intimidation, and besides that, nothing much. They are hardly arrested or produced before the court. Perhaps something similar will happen in the case of Mr. Gaikwad as well, but certainly this has not gone down well with people, which is why this is gone viral. We'll have to see whether any sort of disciplinary action will be taken by Shinde Sena.
Right, Radhika, let's get in Anuj as well. Anuj back with us. Anuj, take us through. The government, of course, has been voicing their concerns when it comes to lawlessness in the state and saying that law and order is going to be restored, whether it comes to MNS workers taking matters into their own hands. But here we have someone from their own taking matters into their own hands. What kind of reaction is coming about to this particular video?
The video has just been out for half an hour, and we'll still have to wait for the reaction. Of course, we're heading towards the Vidhan Bhavan, where all the MLAs will be attending the day's session, and of course we're expecting more reactions to come that way. But it is important to understand a bit of history of Sanjay Gaikwad. He's someone who's been in the middle of controversies for quite some time. Of course, this being the latest one. We've also heard about how some of his controversial statements about his colleagues, about people, about historical figures here in the state, have also sparked a row in the state, and he is not particularly someone who's considered to be very articulate, especially with the way he puts up his things, and that is why he's been in the center of all the controversies. But as you said earlier, this time things changed for the government a little bit. We've seen how both, and especially the Bharatiya Janata Party, has gone on record to talk about how violence of any which way, in any which form, is completely wrong and will be acted out against. While he was speaking or addressing the MNS Mera Bhainder issue is when he said this. We also had Ashish Shela talk about how beating up people, highlighting how beating up especially the North Indian people is something that the BJP government wouldn't take lightly. It'll be interesting to see whether they follow a similar kind of a pattern in this case as well, because again, important to understand that the equation between the alliance partners, although they might be an alliance, they might be an alliance at the broader level, but it isn't as smooth as as it should have been in an ideal situation. We saw what happened with Pratap Sarnaik yesterday, where he took a different stance. Pratap Sarnaik, who was a Shinde Sena minister, one of the most senior ministers here in the cabinet, took a different stance from the Maharashtra government altogether. In a way, defied the chief minister, who had called for a police action, went to go. He was on his way to be a part of the protest later on, and was shooed away by the protesters. But that's a different thing altogether. So things haven't been great between Shinde Sena and BJP at the top level as well. So that puts, or that makes this entire scenario more interesting on whether BJP will show any sort of a promptness while taking action against their own alliance MLA, especially because a video is out and one can see in the video that Sanjay Gaikwad wasn't unaware that the video has been shot. In fact, he's very much aware of the fact that the camera is right in front of him, and that perhaps might have elevated the way he acted out in that situation. But of course, all of those things will be looked into much detail later on. As of now, all eyes are on whether any representative of the government, number one, or of Shinde Sena comes out in open to speak against this, and we'll be awaiting on what action will be initiated by the government against their own MLA.
Anuj, of course, the kind of action that they need to take, whether it's any kind of violence, and particularly, fueling, as far as the situation on the ground is concerned, one video after the other that has been surfacing, this really is bringing to mind what really took place as far as the MNS worker's son is concerned, taking matters into his own hands and, literally hurling abuses at that poor woman, Rajshri, and that was a video that came in last. But before that, the shopkeeper who was assaulted by the MNS workers as well. What kind of action can Devendra Fadnavis take in this particular regard? Whether, setting an example by taking action against their own as far as the Eknath Shinde faction of the Shiv Sena is concerned. And also when it comes to MNS workers, because no action has been taken in that regard as well, Anuj.
When you talk about this particular instance, we've been covering VIP hooliganism for over a week now, and this act of violence is a bigger example of VIP hooliganism as compared to what was the case with MNS workers, because at the end of the day, there were no party position holders who were involved in violence. They were getting endorsed by the party leaders, but they weren't directly involved in the violence that was perpetrated in Meera Bhayandar, or even when we look at what happened in Andheri, where a brat son of the vice president of the state unit of the Maharashtra Navnirman Sena, again there as well MNS disowned the person, saying that he does not hold any position. As against that, in this case, it is very much a part of not just the party but also the government. Someone, as I stated earlier, has been in the middle of multiple controversies in recent times, which is why we can expect the opposition to gherao this entire matter, as they've been doing, for last few days over the other matters. And as far as action against this individual is concerned, we will have to wait and watch out for what exactly the action, because earlier where there have been cases of MLA intimidation, not in Mumbai but in other parts of the state, we've seen stern warnings being given, closed door meetings, when we had Nitesh Rane go on record giving very volatile statements, very communal statements as alleged by the opposition parties. That is when, that was the last time when Devendra Fadnavis had to intervene, and from what we know, he held a backdoor meeting with his minister and tried to clarify that matter. But there was no stern action, that was seen beyond the backdoor meetings or beyond what we read in the government papers. So will that be carried on here as well? And how much of the onus of the action is actually on as well, considering that he is one of the topmost ministers, probably the second most important minister after Devendra Fadnavis in this entire cabinet, and Sanjay Gaikwad is considered to be a very close associate of Eknath Shinde as well. So, to what level do the different alliance partners in the Mahayuti show their endorsement or, show their stance against this MLA will become an interesting point for us to follow for the rest of the day.
Right, of course, let's just get in Radhika as well. Radhika, a lukewarm response is what the government has been, providing to the people in regard to, like Anuj was pointing out, this is not the first video. 3 videos we've shown in a matter of the last 3 days. And then, there are more such incidents that keep getting reported in the state of Maharashtra. Where is the buck really going to stop, and what kind of action needs to be taken in this regard is the question here.
Absolutely. Many such incidents of VIP hooliganism being reported from the state of Maharashtra, particularly from Mumbai, not just of the MNS but also of Shinde Sena as well. The Sanjay Gaikwad going ahead and assaulting that poor canteen worker. And if you see in many of these videos, it's the poor and the helpless who are getting targeted by many of these VIPs. Well, at this point, strong reactions from the part of, Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, or for that matter, Eknath Shinde. But looks like, they're just assuring and promising action. But nothing really seems to be happening on the ground in terms of police action. Some weak sections are added, and then all of these VIPs are released, which means, they're bothered about political connections and equations just ahead of BMC elections. They do not want to ruffle any feathers. Therefore, many of these political parties are being very, very cautious at this point, and that's what we are seeing on the ground. The fact that, while they want to condemn many of these incidents, they continue to condemn many of these incidents. No real action, no police arrest, no disciplinary action, no suspension or dismissal of any of these workers are happening from these political parties. So we'll really have to see with the campaign that we have launched against thuggery, not just of the MNS, but against political leadership, any sort of concrete action will be taken on the ground. That will certainly be our demand.
Right, and the timing of all of this is coming to light, of course, with the BMC elections coming up in the state. And how is this really going to impact, or is it going to have very little impact whatsoever?
Ahead of BMC elections, there are all kinds of political churns that we can expect in the days to come. MNS is important here because they have the power to really garner Marathi votes, which is why UBT Sena is with the MNS at this point. We saw that gathering
right,
there.
Radhika, hold that thought.
Right.
We actually spoke with Sanjay Gaikwad. Let's listen into what he had to say.
तो वो बासा नहीं था, वो सड़ा हुआ था. इतना गंदा, उतनी
मारते हुए नजर आ रहे. पूरा मुद्दा क्या था? क्या आपको वो दाल परोसी गई जिसमें खराब दाल बताई जा रही है? क्या तकलीफ हुई?
उन्हें दाल परोसी नहीं गई थी. मैंने मेरे रूम में जो मेरा रूटीन टाइम होता है 10 बजे का, ऑलरेडी मैं कभी भी बाहर खाना नहीं खाता हूँ, ना गांव में खाता हूँ ना इधर खाता हूँ. तो मैंने खाना पार्सल मंगाया जिसमें मैंने दाल चावल और 2 चपाती मंगाया था. सादा खाना मैंने मंगाया था और मैं एक दाल चावल का निवाला मैंने डाला तो मुझे बहुत गंदा लगा. सो मैं लगा कुछ मुंह में आया होगा. सेकंड खाया तो मुझे उल्टी हो गई और इतना भयानक फील होने लगा. तो फिर मैंने जैसा मैं जो कपड़े पे था वही कपड़े में कैंटीन में गया और वो जिन लोगों ने मुझे ये सब दिया था उनको पूछा कि आपने दिया है? तो बोले हाँ दिया है. तो मैंने बोला आप स्मेल लीजिए इसका. उन्होंने स्मेल लिया तो बोले बहुत ख़राब है. बाद में फिर मैंने मैनेजर को बुलाया, उसको मैंने स्मेल दिया. उनके 6 कर्मचारी को स्मेल देने के बाद में उन्होंने बताया कि ये खाने जैसा नहीं है, यानी वो निष्कृष्ट दर्जे का नहीं था, वो सड़ा हुआ खाना था. और फिर मैंने उन लोगों को 2-4 साल में जितनी बार भी उनको मैंने समझाया कि आप मुझे खाना अच्छा दिया करो, ये ख़राब खाना मत दिया करो. इनका मटन 15-15 दिन पहले का रहता, इनका चिकन 15 दिन का रहता, इनके अंडे अंदर से पूरे काले हुए रहते. मैं किसान हूँ, मैं सब्जी और सब के बारे में मैं आधे घंटे के हिसाब से बताता हूँ कि सब्जी का खाना कब बनाया गया है. तो यहाँ महाराष्ट्र में से आए हुए हर दिन सेशन में 10,000 लोगों के जान से ये लोग खिलवाड़ करते हैं, आमदार के जान से खिलवाड़ करते हैं, महाराष्ट्र से आने वाले किसानों की जान से ये लोग खेलते हैं. और इनकी मुजरी इतनी है, कोई कंप्लेंट करे तो उसका ये सुनते भी नहीं है. और कई लोगों ने मुझे बताया कि हमारे खाने में ये दिया, कोई सुतली आई, कोई चिपकी ले आई, कोई कुछ गंदा आया. और 200-400 कंप्लेंट होने के बाद भी आज ये जो कंत्राटदार है 30 साल से यहाँ पे कुंडली मार के बैठा है.
आप एक विधायक है, वो भी रूलिंग पार्टी के विधायक है, इस तरीके से हाथ उठाना कितना जायज़ लगता है आपको?
मैं विधायक भी हूँ और मैं योद्धा भी हूँ. जब सब भाषा में समझाने के बाद में कोई समझता नहीं है तो बाला साहब ठाकरे जी ने हमको भाषा सिखाई भी है, जिसका इस्तेमाल मैंने किया है.
वो वीडियो में खास तौर से दिख रहा है आपने घूसों का भी उपयोग किया, झापट का भी उपयोग किया, लात भी मारने की कोशिश की. ऐसे में सर कंप्लेन कर सकते हैं आप?
मैंने कंप्लेंट किया, 4 बार किया, इसलिए मेरी जान मतलब मेरी सटक गई. मैं जूडो चैंपियन हूँ, मैं जिम्नास्टिक चैंपियन हूँ, मैं कराटे चैंपियन हूँ, मैं कुश्ती चैंपियन हूँ, तलवारबाजी, दांडपट्टा, कुश्ती का सब मैं चैंपियन हूँ. इसलिए मैं कुछ भी यूज़ कर सकता हूँ.
सर आप विधायक हैं, आपको लोग देखते हैं, आपसे लोग इंस्पायर होते हैं. ऐसे अगर आप देखें इस तरीके के कृत्य करेंगे तो लोग भी प्रवुक्त हो जाएंगे, कहीं वहाँ भी हिंसा होगी. क्योंकि एक तरीका होता है सर,
जब प्रशासन काम करता नहीं है, बार बार कंप्लेंट करने के बाद भी, तो जनता क्या करेगी? वो तो कायदा हाथ में लेगी ना. अब एक आमदार कंप्लेंट करता है और उसके अगर कोई दखल लेता नहीं है, उसमें अगर कार्रवाई करता नहीं है, तो ये आमदार क्या करेगा? खुद की जान देगा? बार बार बोलेगा नहीं अभी इतना तुमने सड़ा हुआ दिया, कल कीड़े पड़े हुआ खाना हमको खिला, ऐसा बोलेगा आमदार? मैं इतना गांधीवादी नहीं हूँ. मैं
नहीं, लेकिन जिस तरीके से विवाद चल रहा है मराठी बनाम हिंदी का, ऐसे में इस तरीके की हिंसा करना कितना जायज लगता है सर?
जे मैं नीचे गया तो उनके माथे पे कोई जात लिखी हुई नहीं थी क्या, प्रांत लिखा हुआ नहीं था कि वे कौन से जात के कौन से प्रांत के, या वो जो खाना खिला रहे वो कौन से जाति को खिला रहे वो खाने पे लिखा होता है क्या?
लेकिन सर आखिरकार जिस तरीके से वीडियो वायरल हुआ है, प्रश्न उपस्थित हो रहे हैं, तो कहीं ना कहीं एक विधायक होने के नाते एक मॉरल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी बनती है। आपको थोड़ा भी मलाल है कि इस तरीके से नहीं होता? या
कोई मलाल नहीं है, मुझे कोई मलाल नहीं है, मुझे कोई ये विषय में ऐसा महसूस नहीं होता है कि मैंने कोई गलत किया है।
अच्छा, इसकी आप कहाँ इसको उठाएंगे, क्योंकि ये बहुत गंभीर विषय भी है।
अभी हम विधानसभा में अध्यक्ष महोदय जी से पॉइंट ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन में बात रखने का प्रयास करेंगे। कनेक्टिंग मिनिस्टर जो है हमारे भुजबल साहब, उनको भी हम बताएंगे और फूड एंड ड्रग्स को भी हम कंप्लीट करने का
शिवसेना स्टाइल की जो आपने बात की है वो हमने देखा, लेकिन इस समय जो वातावरण है पूरे महाराष्ट्र में, खास करके मुंबई में, वो स्टाइल मनसे और उभाटागढ़ भी करते हुए नजर आ रहा है सड़कों पर। कैसे देखते हो उसे?
तो उनके बारे में मैं कुछ बोलना नहीं चाहूँगा, वो ये जो महाराष्ट्र में चल रहा है ये महाराष्ट्र के हित का नहीं है।
धन्यवाद। तो ये हमारे साथ थे संजय गायकवाड़ जी, जो साफ तौर पे कह रहे हैं भले ही मैं विधायक हूँ, लेकिन बार बार अगर मेरी कंप्लेन को नज़रअंदाज किया जाएगा तो मैं इसी तरीके से फिर एक बार उस कैंटीन मैनेजर को मारूंगा। और ये शिवसेना स्टाइल है, मैं गांधीवादी मैं बिलीव नहीं करता, मैं उनको सबक जरूर सिखाऊंगा। हालांकि उन्होंने कहा कि इसका मुद्दा विधानसभा में वो जरूर उठाएंगे। कैमरामैन प्रवीण जी रोहित के साथ अभिषेक अवस्थी, NDTV इंडिया, मुंबई।
Right, Paras getting us the interview of Sanjay Gaikwad there, reacting to what he has done. The video playing on your screen of him thrashing, literally punching and slapping and assaulting this worker at the canteen because of the dal that he was served. And now he's extremely unapologetic. In fact, he's gone on to say he knows judo, he knows karate, and he's taking matters into his own hands. He's saying that he was served food that he didn't like, and which is why he decided to assault this man. And of course, when my colleague Paras was asking him as to, the kind of example that he's setting, by doing such things, he's saying that, he would do this again if the need be. Listen in to what he had to say.
हमारे साथ संजय गायकवाड़ जी है। पहली बात तो जो वीडियो वायरल हो रहा है सर, उसमें आप कैंटीन मैनेजर को मारते हुए नजर आ रहे, पूरा मुद्दा क्या था? क्या आपको वो दाल परोसी गई जिसमें खराब दाल बताई जा रही है, क्या तकलीफ हुई?
उन्हें दाल परोसी नहीं गई थी। मैंने मेरे रूम में जो मेरा रूटीन टाइम होता है 10 बजे का, ऑलरेडी मैं कभी भी बाहर खाना नहीं खाता हूँ, ना गांव में खाता हूँ ना इधर खाता हूँ। तो मैंने खाना पार्सल मंगाया जिसमें मैंने दाल चावल और 2 चपाती मंगाया था, सादा खाना मैंने मंगाया था। और मैं एक दाल चावल का निवाला मैंने डाला तो मुझे बहुत गंदा लगा, सो मैं लगा कुछ मुँह में आया होगा। सेकंड खाया तो मुझे उल्टी हो गई और इतना भयानक फील होने लगा। तो फिर मैंने जैसा मैं जो कपड़े पे था वही कपड़े में कैंटीन में गया और वो जिन लोगों ने मुझे ये सब दिया था उनको पूछा कि आपने दिया है? तो बोले हाँ दिया है। तो मैंने बोला आप स्मेल लीजिए इसका, उन्होंने स्मेल लिया तो बोले बहुत ख़राब है। बाद में फिर मैंने मैनेजर को बुलाया, उसको मैंने स्मेल दिया। उनके 6 कर्मचारी को स्मेल देने के बाद में उन्होंने बताया कि ये खाने जैसा नहीं है, यानी वो निष्कृष्ट दर्जे का नहीं था, वो सड़ा हुआ खाना था। और फिर मैंने उन लोगों को 2-4 साल में जितनी बार भी उनको मैंने समझाया कि आप मुझे खाना अच्छा दिया करो, ये ख़राब खाना मत दिया करो। इनका मटन 15-15 दिन पहले का रहता, इनका चिकन 15 दिन का रहता, इनके अंडे अंदर से पूरे काले हुए रहते। मैं किसान हूँ, मैं सब्जी और सब के बारे में मैं आधे घंटे के हिसाब से बताता हूँ कि सब्जी का खाना कब बनाया गया है। तो यहाँ महाराष्ट्र में से आए हुए हर दिन सेशन में 10,000 लोगों के जान से ये लोग खिलवाड़ करते हैं, आमदार के जान से खिलवाड़ करते हैं, महाराष्ट्र से आने वाले किसानों की जान से ये लोग खेलते हैं। और इनकी मुजरी इतनी है, कोई कंप्लेंट करे तो उसका ये सुनते भी नहीं हैं। और कई लोगों ने मुझे बताया कि हमारे खाने में ये दिया, कोई सुतली आई, कोई चिपकी ले आई, कोई कुछ गंदा आया। और 200-400 कंप्लेंट होने के बाद भी आज ये जो कंत्राटदार है 30 साल से यहाँ पे कुंडली मार के बैठा है।
आप एक विधायक है, वो भी रूलिंग पार्टी के विधायक है, इस तरीके से हाथ उठाना कितना जायज़ लगता है आपको?
मैं विधायक भी हूँ और मैं योद्धा भी हूँ। जब सब भाषा में समझाने के बाद में कोई समझता नहीं है तो बाला साहब ठाकरे जी ने हमको भाषा सिखाई भी है, जिसका इस्तेमाल मैंने किया है।
वो वीडियो में खास तौर से दिख रहा है आपने घूसों का भी उपयोग किया, झापट का भी उपयोग किया, लात भी मारने की कोशिश की। ऐसे में सर कंप्लेन कर सकते हैं आप?
मैंने कंप्लेन किया, 4 बार किया, इसलिए मेरी जान मेरी सटक गई। मैं जूडो चैंपियन हूँ, मैं जिम्नास्टिक चैंपियन हूँ, मैं कराटे चैंपियन हूँ, मैं कुश्ती चैंपियन हूँ, तलवारबाजी, दांड पट्टा, कुश्ती का सब मैं चैंपियन हूँ। इसलिए मैं कुछ भी यूज़ कर सकता हूँ।
सर आप विधायक हैं, आपको लोग देखते हैं, आपसे लोग इंस्पायर होते हैं। ऐसे अगर आप देखें इस तरीके के कृत्य करेंगे तो लोग भी प्रवुक्त हो जाएंगे, कहीं वहाँ भी हिंसा होगी, क्योंकि एक तरीका होता है सर।
जब प्रशासन काम करता नहीं है, बार बार कंप्लेंट करने के बाद भी, तो जनता क्या करेगी? वो तो कायदा हाथ में लेगी ना। अब एक आमदार कंप्लेंट करता है और उसके अगर कोई दखल लेता नहीं है, उसमें अगर कार्रवाई करता नहीं है, तो ये आमदार क्या करेगा? खुद की जान देगा? बार बार बोलेगा नहीं अभी इतना तुमने सड़ा हुआ दिया, कल कीड़े पड़े हुआ खाना हमको खिला, ऐसा बोलेगा आमदार? मैं इतना गांधीवादी नहीं हूँ मैं।
लेकिन जिस तरीके से विवाद चल रहा है मराठी बनाम हिंदी का, ऐसे में इस तरीके की हिंसा करना कितना जायज़ लगता है सर?
ये मैं नीचे गया तो उनके माथे पे कोई जात लिखी हुई नहीं थी, क्या प्रांत लिखा हुआ नहीं था? ये कौन से जात के, कौन से प्रांत के, या वो जो खाना खिला रहे वो कौन से जाति को खिला रहे, वो खाने पे लिखा होता है क्या?
आखिरकार इस तरीके से वीडियो वायरल हुआ है, प्रश्न उपस्थित हो रहे हैं, तो कहीं ना कहीं एक विधायक होने के नाते एक मॉरल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी बनती है। आपको थोड़ा भी मलाल है कि इस तरीके से नहीं होता? या
कोई मलाल नहीं है, मुझे कोई मलाल नहीं है, मुझे कोई ये विषय में ऐसा महसूस नहीं होता है कि मैंने कोई गलत किया है।
अच्छा, इसकी आप कहाँ इसको उठाएंगे, क्योंकि ये बहुत गंभीर विषय भी है।
अभी हम विधानसभा में अध्यक्ष महोदय जी से पॉइंट ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन में बात रखने का प्रयास करेंगे। कनेक्टिंग मिनिस्टर जो है हमारे भुजबल साहब, उनको भी हम बताएंगे और फूड एंड ड्रग्स को भी हम कंप्लीट करने का
शिवसेना स्टाइल की जो आपने बात की है वो हमने देखा, लेकिन इस समय जो वातावरण है पूरे महाराष्ट्र में, खास करके मुंबई में, वो स्टाइल मनसे और उबाटागढ़ भी करते हुए नजर आ रहा है सड़कों पर। कैसे देखते हो उसे?
उनके बारे में मैं कुछ बोलना नहीं चाहूँगा। वो ये जो महाराष्ट्र में चल रहा है, ये महाराष्ट्र के हित का नहीं है।
धन्यवाद। तो ये हमारे साथ थे संजय गायकवाड़ जी, जो साफ तौर पे कह रहे हैं भले ही मैं
Sanjay Gaikwad there speaking to Abhishek Awasthi of NDTV, being defiant, saying that he knows judo, he knows karate, and that he knows kushti, and that he can use any form in order to defend himself in this matter. He said that he's complained time and again, but that the food that he was being served was not up to the mark, and which is why he decided to take matters into his own hands. And he, of course, there you can see the poor man being thrashed, being assaulted, literally being punched by the MLA. We're talking about the Eknath Shinde faction of the Shiv Sena MLA Sanjay Gaikwad. That video that's gone completely viral. We have Radhika joining us from Mumbai. Radhika, of course, Sanjay Gaikwad there defending his stand, but being very defiant at the same time, without any sort of remorse, saying that he has, no sort of remorse. He doesn't regret what's happened, what's transpired, but in fact being extremely brazen about the issue.
Absolutely, extremely brazen, defiant, no apology, no regret, no remorse. That's what we are seeing. Sanjay Gaikwad there speaking to Abhishek Awasthi, saying that the reason that he had to take law into his hands and had to assault this employee was because the food is stale, and he's complained multiple times in the past, and they do not really improve the quality of food, which is why he was forced to do this. Extremely, disappointing that a statement of this nature is coming from MLA Shiv Sena MLA there, speaking about how he is not going to regret or apologize for what he did, and that he knows karate, he knows other martial arts, and therefore, if they do not listen to him, if they do not improve the quality of food despite complaints, then he will be forced to assault, and he was forced to assault, which is what he did. So certainly we'll have to see how this pans out, Divya. Today, of course, the assembly session is ongoing. Gaikwad says that he is going to bring up this issue of bad food in the MLA canteen before the assembly session. But certainly, this video has gone viral. So some sort of disciplinary action could be expected, but will an FIR be registered? What kind of action could be taken against this MLA? That remains to be seen. He's close to, Eknath Shinde. He represents Buldana. He calls himself a farmer. And he's given a multiple reasoning for this act by him. But certainly this is once again VIP hooliganism at its best, something we've been witness to over the last few days, be it the MNS, be it UBT Sena, and now Shinde Sena MLA also going ahead and beating up a poor canteen worker for stale food instead of complaining instead of speaking politely and making people understand about the quality of food, he goes ahead and beats them up. So we'll really have to see how this will pan out in that particular reaction. Pretty brazen, pretty shocking, and the audacity is something that is coming forward, that he doesn't want to apologize, he doesn't regret what has happened, and he says that he's frustrated as the food has always been stale and they're playing with the lives of these leaders. So certainly hooliganism at its best, thuggery at its best, and they are no different from MNS violence that we've been seeing unleashed in the city of Mumbai and otherwise over the last few days. So we'll really have to see whether some sort of action will be taken against this man and whether finally some arrest will happen. But that is something that's unlikely at this point.
Right, of course, Radhika, incidentally, this incident is being reported. It took place at the state-run guest house where several legislators are staying during the monsoon session of the Maharashtra Assembly. Let's just get the UBT Sena's reaction on this assault that's taken place by the MLA from the Eknath Shinde faction.
लेकिन समान अधिकार नहीं देती। ठीक है, हमारी सीटें एक दो कम हैं, हम संवैधानिक प्रक्रिया में फिट नहीं बैठ रहे हैं, लेकिन क्या आप उदारता नहीं दिखा सकते? क्या आप महानता नहीं दिखा सकते? आप कहते हो ना सबका साथ सबका विकास, कहां है महाराष्ट्र को विरोधी पक्ष नेता? महाराष्ट्र के करोड़ों करोड़ों लोग जिन्होंने आपको मतदान नहीं किया है, उनका नेतृत्व करने वाला विरोधी पक्ष नेता ही महाराष्ट्र में नहीं है, और भी डॉक्टर भूषण गवई जी के उपस्थित रहने के बाद भी। तो हम यही कहेंगे देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी और राहुल नार्वेकर जी, जरा सा भी गरिमा बची है तो आज का आज महाराष्ट्र को विरोधी पक्ष नेता दीजिए। ठीक है, हम लड़ लेंगे सड़क से।
Let's just get back to this video where, of course, eyewitnesses have accounted and have also suggested that the confrontation between the canteen staff and the Shiv Sena MLA escalated very quickly, leading to that physical assault, that physical violence where you can see on your screens of the man slapping and also punching. Well, after all this has come to light, Sanjay Gaikwad has gone on to say he knows judo, karate, he's also knows wrestling, he knows kushti, is what he's gone on to claim, and which is why he said he's taken matters into his own hands. The incident comes amid the ongoing political friction between the MNS and the Mahayuti government led by the BJP over MNS's the aggressive campaign promoting the use of Marathi among the residents of the state. Radhika with us as well. Radhika, this really comes at the heels of multiple incidents, multiple videos that we have been showing on NDTV, highlighting the situation on the ground when it comes to the state of Maharashtra, whether it's the language imposition or whether it is just taking matters into your own hands. Let's listen into how the UBT faction is reacting. We'll just have that with you in a bit. Radhika with us as well. Radhika, the visuals on our screen of the way Sanjay Gaikwad has thrashed this man, and then in his defense he's saying he knows how to beat up people, and that is why he will beat up people, is what he just spoke to our colleague Abhishek Awasthi, saying that he knows judo, he knows karate, and because he had repeatedly complained about the food. I mean, we don't know if we can really verify that he has complained in the past. Was it a one-off incident where he decided to thrash the poor man?
Absolutely. This is definitely abuse of power coming from the side of Gaikwad. The fact that he went ahead and slapped and bashed this poor canteen worker up is absolutely unacceptable. The fact that he is an MLA, he is a legislator, he represents Buldana constituency, an important constituency. He's supposed to be, upholding the law and order of the country. Instead, he's going ahead and bashing people. So we'll have to see what kind of action will be taken against by the leadership against this man. We know that over the last few days, be it the MNS, be it UBT Sena or any other political leadership taking law into their hands, Devendra Fadnavis has given strong statement. He has said that we are not for people taking law and order into their hands, irrespective of which constituency they represent or irrespective of what political allegiance that person has. And action will be taken as the assurance that has been given. And this time, Sanjay Gaikwad is from the state government. He's from Shinde Sena, which is an alliance with the BJP. So we'll really have to watch out for what Devendra Fadnavis will say today, what Eknath Shinde will say, because they have been condemning MNS violence over the last few days. days. They have in fact been speaking about how, people are standing for Marathi pride with reference to what MNS has been doing. However, taking law into their hands and resorting to violence is something that's unacceptable from the side of the state government, is something that has been made very, very clear by the state government, by Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, and which is why further action will be given, is a promise that was given by Chief Minister at the time. But in this case, Sanjay Gaikwad, being a member of Shinde Sena, being an MLA of Shinde Sena, part of the government, what action will be taken? Will a disciplinary action be taken? Will an official statement come out from the side of the government, from the side of Eknath Shinde particularly? Will an FIR be registered? Will there be a call for an arrest? All that remains to be seen, but the video has gone viral and there is a lot of flack that this MLA has been receiving for what he has done. And in that particular video, he has not even apologized. He has shown no remorse, no regret whatsoever. And he is, obviously, this is, VIP hooliganism at play. And, we'll really have to see how this will pan out as the assembly session starts today.
Radhika, this is, of course, the Maharashtra ruling party MLA, and is Eknath Shinde watching is the big question, and what kind of action will be taken against the man? Because, we've only seen lukewarm responses in the past as well. These lukewarm responses, whether it comes to MNS workers, the two incidents that came to light of, a shirtless man who rammed his car into that social media influencer's car and then was hurling abuses at her, in fact, remained unapologetic as well. And then, of course, the MNS workers who thrashed that poor man at that sweet shop in the Thane district. And here we have this man, he's gone on to say that he came down the way he was while he was eating his food because it was stale, it was stinking. And then he comes down, and very soon after it wasn't a verbal, conversation that led to something going out of hand. It's like he came down with the motive that today I am going to thrash this man and, set an example of the kind of food that needs to be served to this MLA. Really at a time, Radhika, that we're seeing many such incidents coming to light. Many more incidents have been reported, but nothing really has been done so far.
Nothing really has been done so far. What is unfortunate is that violence is being normalized by the political leadership, and they are really targeting the poor, the weak, the helpless people, a canteen worker, a shopkeeper, a clerk in a bank. These are people who do not have, unfortunately, have a strong voice or any sort of political support or allegiance or alliance of any of that kind. They've just come here to do their work, and these are the people who are targeted by these thugs who call themselves leaders or representatives of a constituency or of citizens of the state of Maharashtra. It's very, very unfortunate that, and these leaders are getting away. Of course, we will continue this campaign whereby this VIP thuggery should not be allowed and that these people must get arrested. So that's, of course, something that we will be fighting for at this point. But, we just heard Abhishek's conversation with Mr. Gaikwad, in which he has shown absolutely no regret. He continues to say that they've been serving stale food for a long time. I have made multiple complaints in the past. It continues. Therefore, I had no choice but to take law into my hands and beat people up. And I am well versed in karate and other martial arts, and I will continue to do so if this happens. And I have absolutely no regrets. These are the words coming from him, and it's absolutely, shocking that an MLA resorts to violence and then really supports it and has absolutely no regret. But will an action be taken? Because we've seen will any sort of action be taken? We've seen in the last few weeks the VIP thuggery that we've been showing time and again on our television screens of MNS thuggery in the name of language, a poor woman being abused on the road, her car being rammed by an individual, and then all kinds of altercation that happened there. A shopkeeper in Meera Bhayandar being slapped because he did not know Marathi, and in this case, a canteen worker being assaulted because stale food was served to the MLA. So this is the heights of VIP thuggery that we are seeing over the last few days, and this has to stop. Hopefully, there will be some sort of statement from the state government and severe action against all of these people, including Mr. Gaikwad.
Radhika, let's listen in to Sanjay Gaikwad there justifying that act. Listen in.
तू आंदोलन खावा तो लोग काय बोलशील आराम करा
अंदर यही
तू आंदोलन खावा तो लोग काय बोलशील आराम करा।
पहली बात तो जो वीडियो वायरल हो रहा है सर, उसमें आप कैंटीन मैनेजर को मारते हुए नज़र आ रहे। पूरा मुद्दा क्या था? क्या आपको वो दाल परोसी गई जिसमें ख़राब दाल बताई जा रही है? क्या तकलीफ हुई?
उन्हें दाल परोसी नहीं गई थी। मैंने मेरे रूम में जो मेरा रूटीन टाइम होता है 10 बजे का, ऑलरेडी मैं कभी भी बाहर खाना नहीं खाता हूँ, ना गांव में खाता हूँ ना इधर खाता हूँ। तो मैंने खाना पार्सल मंगाया जिसमें मैंने दाल चावल और 2 चपाती मंगाया था। सादा खाना मैंने मंगाया था और मैं एक दाल चावल का निवाला मैंने डाला तो मुझे बहुत गंदा लगा। सो मैं लगा कुछ मुंह में आया होगा। सेकंड खाया तो मुझे उल्टी हो गई और इतना भयानक फील होने लगा। तो फिर मैंने जैसा मैं जो कपड़े पे था वही कपड़े में कैंटीन में गया और वो जो जिन लोगों ने मुझे ये सब दिया था उनको पूछा कि आपने दिया है? तो बोले हाँ दिया है। तो मैंने बोला आप स्मेल लीजिए इसका। उन्हें स्मेल लिया तो बोले बहुत ख़राब है। बाद में फिर मैंने मैनेजर को बुलाया, उसको मैंने स्मेल दिया। उनके 6 कर्मचारी को स्मेल देने के बाद में उन्होंने बताया कि ये खाने जैसा नहीं है, यानी वो निष्कृष्ट दर्जे का नहीं था, वो सड़ा हुआ खाना था। और फिर मैंने उन लोगों को 2-4 साल में जितनी बार भी उनको मैंने समझाया कि आप मुझे खाना अच्छा दिया करो, ये ख़राब खाना मत दिया करो। इनका मटन 15-15 दिन पहले का रहता, इनका चिकन 15 दिन का रहता, इनके अंडे अंदर से पूरे काले हुए रहते। मैं किसान हूँ, मैं सब्जी और सब के बारे में मैं आधे घंटे के हिसाब से बताता हूँ कि सब्जी का खाना कब बनाया गया है। तो यहाँ महाराष्ट्र में से आए हुए हर दिन सेशन में 10,000 लोगों के जान से ये लोग खिलवाड़ करते हैं, आमदार के जान से खिलवाड़ करते हैं, महाराष्ट्र से आने वाले किसानों की जान से ये लोग खेलते हैं। और इनकी मुजरी इतनी है, कोई कंप्लेंट करे तो उसका ये सुनते भी नहीं है। और कई लोगों ने मुझे बताया कि हमारे खाने में ये दिया, कोई सुतली आई, कहीं चिपकी ले आई, कहीं कुछ गंदा आया। और 200-400 कंप्लेंट होने के बाद भी आज ये जो कंत्राटदार है 30 साल से यहाँ पे कुंडली मार के बैठा है।
आप एक विधायक है, वो भी रूलिंग पार्टी के विधायक है, इस तरीके से हाथ उठाना कितना जायज़ लगता है आपको?
मैं विधायक भी हूँ और मैं योद्धा भी हूँ। जब सब भाषा में समझाने के बाद में कोई समझता नहीं है तो बाला साहब ठाकरे जी ने हमको भाषा सिखाई भी है, जिसका इस्तेमाल मैंने किया है।
वो वीडियो में खास तौर से दिख रहा है आपने घूसों का भी उपयोग किया, झापट का भी उपयोग किया, लात भी मारने की कोशिश की। ऐसे में सर कंप्लेन कर सकते हैं आप?
मैंने कंप्लेंट किया, 4 बार किया, इसलिए मेरी जान मतलब मेरी सटक गई। मैं जूडो चैंपियन हूँ, मैं जिम्नास्टिक चैंपियन हूँ, मैं कराटे चैंपियन हूँ, मैं कुश्ती चैंपियन हूँ, तलवारबाजी, दांडपट्टा, कुश्ती का सब मैं चैंपियन हूँ। इसलिए मैं कुछ भी यूज़ कर सकता हूँ।
सर आप विधायक हैं, आपको लोग देखते हैं, आपसे लोग इंस्पायर होते हैं। ऐसे अगर आप देखें इस तरीके के कृत्य करेंगे तो लोग भी प्रोवोक्ट हो जाएंगे, कहीं वहाँ भी हिंसा हो रही। एक तरीका होता है सर,
जब प्रशासन काम करता नहीं है, बार बार कंप्लेंट करने के बाद भी, तो जनता क्या करेगी? वो तो कायदा हाथ में लेगी ना। अब एक आमदार कंप्लेंट करता है और उसके अगर कोई दखल लेता नहीं है, उसमें अगर कार्रवाई करता नहीं है, तो ये आमदार क्या करेगा? खुद की जान देगा? बार बार बोलेगा नहीं अभी इतना तुमने सड़ा हुआ दिया, कल कीड़े पड़े हुआ खाना हमको खिला, ऐसा बोलेगा आमदार? इतना गांधीवादी नहीं हूँ मैं।
लेकिन जिस तरीके से विवाद चल रहा है मराठी बनाम हिंदी का, ऐसे में इस तरीके की हिंसा करना कितना जायज़ लगता है सर?
ये मैं नीचे गया तो उनके माथे पे कोई जात लिखी हुई नहीं थी, क्या प्रांत लिखा हुआ नहीं था कि ये कौन से जात के कौन से प्रांत के, या वो जो खाना खिला रहे हो कौन से जाति को खिला रहे, वो खाने पे लिखा होता है क्या?
लेकिन सर आखिरकार जिस तरीके से वीडियो वायरल हुआ है, प्रश्न उपस्थित हो रहे हैं, तो कहीं ना कहीं एक विधायक होने के नाते एक मॉरल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी बनती है। आपको थोड़ा भी मलाल है कि इस तरीके से नहीं होता? या
कोई मलाल नहीं है, मुझे कोई मलाल नहीं है। मुझे कोई ये विषय में ऐसा महसूस नहीं होता है कि मैंने कोई गलत किया है।
अच्छा, इसकी आप कहाँ इसको उठाएंगे, क्योंकि ये बहुत गंभीर विषय भी है।
अभी हम विधानसभा में अध्यक्ष महोदय जी से पॉइंट ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन में बात रखने का प्रयास करेंगे। कनेक्टिंग मिनिस्टर जो है हमारे भुजबल साहब, उनको भी हम बताएंगे और फूड एंड ड्रग्स को भी हम कंप्लीट करने का।
शिवसेना स्टाइल की जो आपने बात की है वो हमने देखा, लेकिन इस समय जो वातावरण है पूरे महाराष्ट्र में, खास करके मुंबई में, वो स्टाइल मनसे और उबाटागढ़ भी करते हुए नजर आ रहा है सड़कों पर। कैसे देखते हैं उसे
तो उनके बारे में मैं कुछ बोलना नहीं चाहूँगा। वो ये जो महाराष्ट्र में चल रहा है, ये महाराष्ट्र के हित का नहीं है।
धन्यवाद। तो ये हमारे साथ थे संजय गायकवाड़ जी, जो साफ तौर पे कह रहे हैं भले ही मैं विधायक हूँ, लेकिन बार बार अगर मेरी कंप्लेन को नज़रअंदाज किया जाएगा तो मैं इसी तरीके से फिर एक बार उस कैंटीन मैनेजर को मारूंगा। और ये शिवसेना स्टाइल है। मैं गांधीवादी मैं बिलीव नहीं करता, मैं उनको सबक जरूर सिखाऊंगा। हालांकि उन्होंने कहा कि इसका मुद्दा विधानसभा में वो जरूर उठाएंगे।
Right, Abhishek Avasi, getting us that special interview of the man. And, this is what led to what really took place at that guest house. Let's listen in to how, Sanjay Gaikwad, they're being, defiant and being absolutely unapologetic, not regretting what has transpired, what took place. Listen in and take a look at what he did after he got that food that he complained was smelly.
अंदर यही सर तू आंदोलन खावा तो लोग क्या बोलते हैं आराम करो अंदर यही सर तू आंदोलन खावा तो लोग क्या बोलते हैं आराम करो
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
A 36-hour non-stop flight by a
18
small pack of B-2s. A lot of other aircraft were also involved, we know that. But let's talk about the B-2 flight itself. They took off from Missouri. 36 hours later, they landed back without once landing. They delivered their bombs 18 hours later over Iran and then came back. How was this possible? Because the Department of Defense says at no point of time on this 36-hour journey was there any reason to believe that they were either detected or reacted to?
Well, they weren't detected, because if they were, then they'd be in some serious trouble. It's one of the most unbelievable missions, one of the most historic long-range strike missions. There were 7 B-2s, which by B-2 standards is a fair number of them. There was deception in the very beginning. There was a sense that some of them were flying west across the Pacific. In fact, they weren't. And even if a few planes were positioned in one area, they were not going to be flying the Pacific route.
That was the big distraction.
On social media said, you see the bombers, they're now flying west, so you know what's coming your way.
Welcome back. Let's get you this video that's gone completely viral of Sanjay Gaikwad, the Shiv Sena MLA of the Eknath Shinde faction, who has taken matters into his own hands. He is slapping a canteen staffer for serving him a dal that was smelly. This is Sanjay Gaikwad there justifying the act. After, bashing up that canteen staffer, he's bragging about it, saying that he knows martial arts, he knows judo, he knows karate, he knows kushti. That is what he's gone on to tell NDTV's Abhishek Avasti. On NDTV, he's bragged about knowing all those art forms, including martial arts as well as kushti, and that is what he's gone on to say. He's not apologizing for what he's done, for taking matters into his own hands. He is in fact bragging about it. To know more on this, we have Radhika Ramaswamy joining us from Mumbai. Radhika, take us through the reactions coming about, especially of people in that canteen. Has anybody complained about the food? Any idea that we have in regard to, because we did hear Sanjay Gaikwad say that this has been repeatedly happening. It's happened hundreds of times over, and which is why he's now decided to take matters into his own hands.
That's right. Irrespective of whether there were previous complaints as far as the stale food there is concerned, no such act is justifiable. The fact that he took law into his hands, he started bashing that person up. So that's obviously not the way to go. Well, perhaps there may have been complaints in the past about the food there, but this is something that's completely unacceptable, is what even the canteen officials have said. In fact, Sujata, we believe, spoke to some of the canteen officials and staffers there who said that this is the food they've been serving for a long time, and a leader, an MLA of his stature, really going ahead and taking law into his hands and bashing people up for stale food is something that cannot be tolerated, and is something that reeks of VIP thuggery. But we'll really have to see how this will play out politically, right? Over the last few days, we've been seeing thuggery by VIPs, VIP goons, by MNS goons, and others from political leadership as well. But no real action on the ground, no concrete statements from the side of leadership. And in this case, Mr. Gaikwad is from the ruling coalition. He is part of Shinde Sena. We'll have to see what Eknath Shinde will say, how he will react, and whether any sort of action will be taken against Gaikwad from Shiv Sena. But be that as it may, the fact remains that this reeks of a culture of VIP hooliganism we've been seeing over the last few days, not just over the last few days, over a period of time where, these people do it with so much impunity, because many of these leaders know that they will get away. They are part of political leadership. They have clout. They know people from the Home Ministry, Home Department. They are close to many of the top leaders. They represent a constituency in itself. So instead of being example, leading by example for the constituency, they decide to take law into their hands and, decide to throw their weight around, which is what this man has also done. So, this doesn't really stop here, right? We've been seeing this
controversy is something that the man has been surrounded with. Do remember last year he'd gone on to say that he actually said that he will reward 11 lakh rupees to anyone who would chop off Rahul Gandhi's tongue. This was last year. Here we have him thrashing the man because of what he was going to eat was something that his tongue did not find very palatable and palpable. And here we have the man, just take a look at this very video that you have on your screen of the man assaulting, hitting this man, literally punching him, slapping him, trying to almost kick him. Abhishek did ask him as to, how does this really, what kind of messaging does this really put out, given the fact that you are an MLA of the Shiv Sena? Will the Shiv Sena take action against their own is the big question. Will Eknath Shinde be watching this and decide to take action in order to, basically make an example of this, not just for his own party, but also for the MNS workers who have been making news and staying in news? Radhika, of course, bragging about bashing a man in Maharashtra, is that the norm? Has that really become normal for people in power to be victimizing the Mumbaikars in the state?
Absolutely. Unfortunately, violence is being normalized. Beating people up is being normalized by many of these VIPs. And that's what we've been seeing over a period of time. This culture of VIP hooliganism is something normalized because they get away with it. We do not see any concrete action on the ground. We do not see FIRs. Maybe some FIR do get registered with lenient sections, but they are never really arrested. They do not get produced before the court. They never serve jail time for this hooliganism. So that never happens, which is why, these people brazen it there and, are confident enough to go ahead and people up because there are no consequences to their actions. But we'll of course keep this campaign up to ensure that police take action against this goon as well. We'll have to see how Eknath Shinde will react to it. This MLA from Buldhana, Mr. Gaikwad, is close to Eknath Shinde. In fact, he's made controversial statements in the past as well, as you've been pointing out. And in that particular interview, he says he does not regret what he did. There is no remorse whatsoever, and he says that the man deserved it. That's what his words were. He said that he's been given stale food, and this has happened in the past as well. He's raised multiple complaints, but
Radhika, let's just, listen in to Abhishek Awasthi, our colleague, who was there exactly where this incident took place. He even spoke with Sanjay Gaikwad. Let's listen in to what Abhishek has to say and what Sanjay Gaikwad said in his defense, rather in his defiance.
मैनेजर है उसको थप्पड़ मारा, घूसे मारे, क्योंकि उसने खराब दाल उनको दी थी। देखिए, ये कैंटीन है, यहाँ पर काम चल रहा है और सुबह का वक्त होने से गर्दी भी ज़्यादा है और ऐसे में आरोप ये लग रहा है कि इस कैंटीन में जो खाना परोसा गया था वो सही नहीं था। लोगों से बात कर ये उसी कैंटीन है जहां पर जो वीडियो वायरल हो रहा है विधायक संजय गायकवाड़ का, जो एकनाथ शिंदे के गुट से आते हैं, जिसमें साफ तौर पर ये दिख रहा है किस तरीके से विधायक जी ने जो मैनेजर है उसको थप्पड़ मारा, घूसे मारे, क्योंकि उसने खराब दाल उनको दी थी। देखिए, ये कैंटीन है, यहाँ पर काम चल रहा है और सुबह का वक्त होने से गर्दी भी ज़्यादा है और ऐसे में आरोप ये लग रहा है कि इस कैंटीन में जो खाना परोसा गया था वो सही नहीं था। लोगों से बात करने की कोशिश करते हैं। सर, कब से खा रहे हैं यहाँ पर, किस तरीके का खाना रहता है, क्या यहाँ पर कभी कोई कंप्लेन की है आपने या आई है?
मैं तो यहाँ फर्स्ट टाइम आया हूँ अभी।
नहीं, यहाँ पे तो ठीक है, खाना पीना सब अच्छा है और इतना ऐसा कुछ प्रॉब्लम नहीं लग रहा था मुझे।
कल विधायक जी ने यहाँ पर प्रश्न उपस्थित किया था कि दाल खराब मिली थी और बल का प्रयोग भी किया गया था सर्वेंट के ऊपर। ऐसे में एक नागरिक होने के नाते कैसे देखते हैं इस चीज़ों को?
नहीं, ऐसा तो एक्चुअली उतना थोड़ा सा हाइपर होना नहीं चाहिए था उनको, लेकिन ठीक है, मतलब जो सिचुएशन के हिसाब से वो जो होना था वो हो गया। अभी हम लोग तो कल नहीं थे, हम लोग तो इधर।
देखिए, ये वही कैंटीन
जनता के पास सवाल ही सवाल है। जवाब ढूंढने को वो देखती है न्यूज़ और देखती है यहाँ तो सवालों का मायाजाल है। ऊपर से ये अलग फाइट है, कोई पूरा लेफ्ट तो कोई पूरा राइट है। बीच में मुद्दे के साथ कौन है, जनता को जवाब चाहिए। इसीलिए सवालों की परेड नहीं, मैं लाऊंगा खबरों की कचहरी। मैं शुभांकर मिश्रा, मेरे साथ देखिए कचहरी रात 8 बजे सिर्फ एनडीटीवी इंडिया पर।
But I'd like to start this off by asking you, Vishnu, what you think about the whole question of India not having stealth fighters right now.
It's a huge
Everyone's
problem.
trying to sell them to us as well.
It's a huge problem, Shiv. Let's face it, in as much as we love the Rafale aircraft and the Indian Air Force is completely vouching for it, perhaps they'd like more than 100 more. The Indian Navy has just gotten into an order for 26 Rafale M aircraft. There is a generation gap between the Rafale and the stealth. There is a good reason why a stealth platform is called a 5th generation aircraft and a Rafale is a 4th or 4.5 generation aircraft, and that is low observability. So in as much as the Rafale has brilliant sensors, both
It's 10 a.m. on a Wednesday morning. You are watching NDTV 24/7. I am Parmeshwar Bava. We've got an action-packed bulletin lined up for you with news from across the country and around the world. Let's begin with the top headlines you need to know. In a shocking show of high-handedness, a Maharashtra lawmaker upset over the quality of dal served to him at an MLA canteen in Mumbai. assaulted the canteen operator, hitting him on the face and punching him so hard that he fell on the floor. Three Maha Slapstick Sena's NDTV campaigns relentlessly to stop these thugs. The Bihar voter list row erupts as Patna braces for an opposition versus Election Commission protest. Tejashwi Yadav and Rahul Gandhi are expected to lead this protest in Patna. A bridge collapses in Gujarat. A tanker was just moments away from falling, as you can see in these dramatic visuals. A bridge crumbles in Vadodara. Kerala-born nurse Nimisha Priya is set to be executed in Yemen on the 16th of July. She was arrested for murdering a Yemeni man. US President Donald Trump reiterates his tariff threats to BRICS. He says BRICS nations will be expected to pay 10% tariffs if they have anti-American policies. Our big focus, in a shocking show of high-handedness, a Maharashtra lawmaker upset over the quality of dal served to him at an MLA canteen in Mumbai assaulted the canteen operator, hitting him on the face and punching him so hard that he fell on the floor. The incident at the Akashvani MLA canteen in Churchgate is now viral. It was caught on camera, a video clip raising questions about the conduct of elected representatives in public. The MLA, however, said he doesn't regret his act and said this was the Shiv Sena style. I'm quoting him here. Sanjay Gaikwad, MLA from Buldhana, had ordered dal. When the order was delivered, he found that the dal was stinking. A towel wrapped around his waist, the MLA went to the canteen and started asking the staff about who prepared the dal. He was then seen calling people and asking them to smell the packet. You can see this in the visuals that are playing out on your screens at the moment. The MLA also said he had some of the dal and experienced stomach cramps and uneasiness. The MLA is seen getting impatient, waiting for the canteen operator. But when NDTV approached the MLA, he said the dal was not stale, it was rotten. But here's the crucial part. Asked if such conduct suits an MLA, he replied, and I quote, "I am an MLA and a warrior too. When someone chose not to understand despite repeated attempts, I used the language Bala Sahib Thackeray has taught us." He added, and I quote, "I lost it. I'm a champion in judo, gymnastics, karate and wrestling. I am not a Gandhian. I have no regrets." My colleagues Radhika Ramaswamy and Anuj Raite have been tracking all the finer developments for us. Radhika joins us live at the moment. Radhika, take us through exactly what triggered the altercation between Sanjay Gaikwad and the canteen staff.
That's right. In that video, we can see very, very clearly how Sanjay Gaikwad takes law into his hands. In fact, he goes ahead and bashes that person up, the canteen worker. He slaps him, he punches him because the food was stale. Of course, he makes people smell the food. He says how stale it is and that he's been giving complaints to the grievance cell there, and he'd made multiple complaints in the past, but despite that, nothing improves, and therefore he decides to resort to violence and beats these poor canteen workers up. And when Abhishek Avasthi confronted him, asked him about how, as a legislator, as a representative of a constituency, how could he beat people up, and what is the kind of example he's setting with that, he says that he doesn't regret it. There's absolutely no remorse coming from the side of that MLA, which is what is shocking. Of course, people could do things out of rage. Sometimes people do apologize after that, but he says that he does not regret what he did and that he will continue doing this, if food continues to be stale in that particular canteen. So over stale food, a man was beaten up. So there is VIP thuggery that's on display, no doubt about it. And the fact that this man knows he can get away with it. He is not new to controversies. He's, said things in the past which were absolutely unacceptable and controversial as well. But this time he went ahead and beat a person up, bashed him up, bashed that poor canteen worker, and nothing that he says really justifies what he did. He continues to say that, he's a farmer, he knows how the food must taste, and that he knows martial arts, and therefore, if they do not improve their services, then I will go ahead and beat these people up, and I do not have any sort of regret. So this really shows the impunity with which the VIP culture is at play in the state of Maharashtra, and not just here but across, and we've been seeing such instances in the past as well. But the big question is, will some action be taken against this individual? What will be the statement of Eknath Shinde? What will Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis do? Any sort of disciplinary action be taken? That remains to be seen. Also, can an FIR be registered? Because in the previous instances of VIP thuggery and high-handedness, there were cases registered, but no stricter sections were added to that FIR, which is why these people got away. They're just called into the police station and they're released immediately. But in this case, we'll really have to see what will happen, because this man is a leader, an MLA, represents a constituency, part of the government. So, a lot being expected out of Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, who also happens to be the Home Minister of the state, and of course from Eknath Shinde as well.
Right, Radhika, thanks so much for joining us with the latest. Anuj Raithe is also tracking the finer developments of this story for us. Meanwhile, Priyanka Chaturvedi has emphasized that last year Sanjay Gaikwad had threatened and announced 11 lakh rupees to anyone who cuts off Rahul Gandhi's tongue. She's highlighted now this man is seen beating up a helpless canteen worker. In fact, joining us over the phone line at the moment, Priyanka Chaturvedi, MP from the UPD Shiv Sena faction. Also joining us, national spokesperson, Shiv Sena, the Shinde faction, Susie Ben Shah. Thank you so much for making time for us. Our focus remains on where the accountability begins and why everyone is silent until the cameras roll. Well, Susie Ben Shah, to you first. Sanjay Gaikwad is a sitting MLA under your banner. Is slapping a canteen worker over food a reflection of the governance style your party promotes?
Thank you for having me. A very good morning to all, and it's always a pleasure to be on NDTV. While it's on the face of it, of course, you cannot hit anyone. We abhor violence. But what was the reference to context? Everything will be looked into, and action will be taken as necessary. There cannot be two ways about it, that whether it be Shiv Sena, whether it be the BJP, the entire Mahayuti government, including the Ajit Dada, have stood for the rule of law, and it will be applied equally. Whosoever and howsoever and whatever position you are in, let there not be any confusion over that issue.
From the MLA, no action from your party, silence from the Deputy Chief Minister, Mr. Shinde. Why? Is this approval of VIP arrogance?
No, that's not the point. Here the question is, it has to be properly investigated, and it will be investigated. You see, let me understand that. If we are not a banana republic, we don't decide a course of action on a TV phono. It has to be looked into. It will be looked into, and necessary action will be taken. There cannot be knee-jerk decisions. Give us time. Necessary action will be taken.
There can't be knee-jerk reactions, but that's exactly what Mr. Gaikwad is seen doing. Disapproving of dal and then throwing punches. You often accuse others of politicizing issues, but when your own MLA is caught on the wrong side of the law, your party is actually quiet. Why the double standard, ma'am?
No, there is no question of any double standard. Again, this has come in the light this morning. We will look into it. You don't expect me to give a statement or decide the course of action while sitting on a TV studio. You have to, investigation has to be done. Mr. Kasap was given 1 year. 1 year. It was an open and shut case. But rule of law must be followed. We are not a banana republic. Let us understand.
But Mr. Gaikwad is an elected representative. What message are you sending when an MLA can allegedly hit a staffer inside a state-run guest house and still face no disciplinary action? I do agree that this video has come to surface just this morning, a few hours ago, but no disciplinary action, no message from Mr. Shinde, no official reaction from your party.
As far as for the last 2-3 days, we believe that Marathi language is our spirit, is our soul. We stand for the culture of Marathi language and the Marathi people. We condemn and abhor violence. Has UBT condemned violence conducted by office bearers, I would say criminals, then the office bearers of Manse, even one? And here we are condemning. Yes, you must speak Marathi. Marathi, Mumbai, Maharashtra is our कर्मभूमी आणि म्हणून आपल्याला मराठी बोलायलाच पाहिजे आणि शिकायला पण पाहिजे. I agree, but taking law in your own sort of way. Has Ubata condemned in unequivocal terms about the violence which is going on? Have they done that? So why this double standards? Why this duplicity? Ubata is use and throw party. That is what they do. That is what they do. The duplicity, they talk something, do something, never walk the talk.
Well, I wish we had Ms. Chaturvedi to offer a rebuttal, but I seem to have lost that line with Priyanka Chaturvedi, who is joining us. But ma'am, as the ruling party in Maharashtra, shouldn't the burden of setting the tone for political conduct actually start with you?
Absolutely. I don't deny it. I don't deny it at all. You cannot hit anyone. Cannot hit anyone. I do agree. Especially, and this applies across board. But yes, if anyone humiliates the Marathi language or insults the Marathi language, then of course it's a different story. But in this case, we have to understand what was the matter. What was the matter? It will be acted upon.
Right. So then will you publicly call for an inquiry or even suspension for Sanjay Gaikwad pending investigation? Or are party lines more important than public accountability?
2-3 hours, lady. 2-3 hours. Give us some time. Don't worry.
Okay. Right.
What is fair, just and right will be done.
We certainly hope so, because these are dramatic visuals of Sanjay Gaikwad, representatives in public office who should not be acting like this at all. Whether the Shinde faction publicly calls for an inquiry or suspension of Sanjay Gaikwad, that remains to be seen. We are told that in a few hours, the party is expected to release an official statement and react and take further action. Whether party lines are more important than public accountability, that remains to be seen. We also have Abhishek Avasthi, who's been tracking the finer developments for us. Abhishek joins us live at the moment. Abhishek, how is the ruling alliance responding to back-to-back violence incidents? MNS's Mira Road assault, now this.
Yeah, definitely, as we interacted with the MLA, it was clear he has no regret to the entire incident. And if you also see what is more disturbing, and what I want to highlight is, if you look to the viral video that is going around in the social media, it is not only the MLA. Definitely it's a big question that MLA taking law in his own hand, it is not acceptable. Secondly, we have his supporters around. If you look at that video, there are few of his supporters also hitting the manager, and that's more concerning. Being an MLA, you take the law in your hand. At the same time, you have your people around who are also beating him. So it's a big concern, and definitely question will be raised when it comes to the law and order situation, because back-to-back things are happening in the state of Maharashtra, which is unacceptable. What we hear from our Chief Minister is that anyone who will take law in his hand, action will be initiated. Now we will have to wait and watch out for what kind of action against Mr. Sanjay Gaikwad is being taken, or at least it will be condemned by Mahayuti together.
Meanwhile, Abhishek, I understand that you are at the canteen where this entire episode took place. Are there eyewitness accounts or other CCTV footage confirming this assault? And what are people saying in the canteen where you are?
Definitely this is the morning peak hours, and at this time there is a huge rush inside, and we had tried to speak to the staff out there. Everyone was of the opinion that definitely there could be something which is not acceptable, or the food item which was served was spoiled or anything of that sort. But justifying violence is not right, and that too by MLA. MLA is not acceptable, and people over here who are having their breakfast, they also said that definitely there is a need of improvement for this canteen, but the way MLA has beaten up the manager is not acceptable. We have also gone inside the kitchen. We have also looked how the food is being cooked. So definitely, no doubt, the other side of it should also be focused on that there is a need to improve the food quality which was served, but at the same time we cannot justify violence, and that too, being an MLA, taking law and order in your hand is not acceptable.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, Abhishek, what is the condition of the staff member who was assaulted? Has he spoken to the media or police officials?
Definitely, we are trying to track him down, getting his details, because as of now, see, people over here, first we'll have to understand it's a government canteen and people over here work in their shift. So the video we believe is of yesterday night, and definitely that manager was of the second shift. So he might be coming in the afternoon. We'll try to track him down. We'll try to understand whether he has lodged any police complaint or any other resort that is possible for him to do. But at the same time, the way things have happened in this canteen, definitely on the side that MLA has taken the law in his hand is not acceptable. On the other side also, we'll have to look at that. There is a lot improvement required when it comes to the quality of food that is being served here. Back to you.
Yes, you mentioned that, Abhishek. Thanks so much for joining us with the latest from Ground Zero. Anuj Raite is also with us, tracking all the latest developments. Anuj, is the party distancing itself from Gaikwad's actions or standing by him? Are other MLAs supporting or condemning his behavior privately or off record?
I'm here in Vidhan Bhavan where we just had Senior Minister from Shiv Sena, Shambhuraji Desai, talk about how, the proceedings of the House are going to begin in a short while from now onwards. And he said that the party will look into this matter with close detail, and if required, they will also take this up to Chief Minister, Devendra Fadnavis, and Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, the leader of the party. However, Shambhuraji Desai did not comment on whether the party supports this line or does not support this line, but they are only maintaining the fact that this will be taken up. He reiterated on how they need to understand both the sides. What video shows might be the one side of it. So one can clearly see that a similar pattern has been followed by the party, even in another kind of a Punchgate scandal that is unfolding in front of us right now, where although there is a direct video evidence of what has unfolded, and yet the party would be willing to wait for longer. Of course, they would be there because the video has only been out for an hour and a half. So they would be waiting for a clear from the party on what exactly their line is going to be. We have Yogesh Kadam here with us. Mr. Kadam, what would we say to Sanjay Gaikwad? We've seen that his video has gone viral of hitting a canteen worker.
I think the due complaint should have been filed. He did not have to take the law in his hand. Thank you.
That was Yogesh Kadam, Minister of State Home Department, in a rush to attend the assembly right now, made it very clear that a due complaint should have been filed and violence should have been avoided. Of course, we'll get a more elaborate statement on what the party stand is going to be on this entire matter. But there we heard it from the first official, first minister who is very closely linked to this. He's the Minister of State for Home Department, talking about how due process should have been followed instead of matters being taken into his own hands by Sanjay Gaikwad.
Thanks to Anuj Raite, we have the first official reaction from Yogesh Kadam, stating that complaints should have been filed and that Sanjay Gaikwad didn't have to take the law in his own hands. Anuj Raite getting you the latest reaction from Yogesh Kadam outside the Vidhan Sabha there. Anuj, meanwhile, is there a pattern of unchecked aggression emerging under the Mahayuti government? What is the local sentiment?
That has been the case, especially because we've been following how VIP hooliganism has been on a rise here in Maharashtra. And of course, what happened with the MNS, there were the workers of the MNS party involved. And later on, the person who was involved in the Andheri, that heinous thing that unfolded in Andheri, there as well, we see that there was no direct involvement of a party position holder as such, but someone related to a party position holder. But here in this case, we have not just an MLA, a sitting MLA, but a sitting MLA from the ruling dispensation opposition. And we've also been covering about how Shinde Sena's role in this entire language row, which has led to violence in certain pockets of the city or of the MMR region, has been very tricky. Yesterday also we saw Pratap Sarnaik, one of their ministers, in a way defied the order put by Devendra Fadnavis, Chief Minister and Home Minister, and rushed to the protest spot only for him to not getting allowed in the protest. And now this matter is unfolding. Of course, from what we've gathered from the little conversations that we've had, either with a couple of ministers or with the spokesperson, we are made to understand that the party directive is not there in place yet. They would be waiting for what exactly is going to be the stance of the party, especially because Shiv Sena Shinde faction has been having inconsistent views, have been having inconsistent approach towards a lot of matters that are unfolding in the state right now. But when you talk about unchecked violent acts here in the state, well, that is something that has been on the top of the agenda for the opposition, right? And it just does not involve the violent acts of slapping or of punching in the MMR region, but even go to certain heinous crimes. We've seen how the opposition last week, in fact, which was the first week of this entire monsoon session, talked about how the farmer suicide has been on top. They talked about how the cases against women, especially in the deeper pockets of the state, have been on a high, and the opposition has been protesting against it right here outside the assembly on those matters. So yes, the unchecked violence, not just of one sort but of different nature across the state, has been something that the Mahayuti government, not just the current Mahayuti government, but even when Eknath Shinde was the chief minister for a couple of years, even then it was one of those contentious matters that was being discussed by the government, by the opposition. And of course, in the last 1 week, we are seeing in the backdrop of this entire language row, it has come to light yet again. And the role of the Home Department in this entire matter becomes interesting, because we've had ministers, including Yogesh Kadam, Devendra Fadnavis, in the earlier matters as well, talk about how strong action will be taken, and then they in a way warn the people of not going about hitting people in different issues. But did they really walk the talk is the question. And and when they did it do equally for both the parties involved? These are certain questions that the opposition has been posing in front of the government. The government, of course, has been showing about how everything is in control at the moment, and about how they are keeping a view, or they are keeping a check on different kinds of acts getting unfolded across the MMR region. But such kind of incidents taking place pretty much on a regular basis now, with the direct involvement of an MLA from the ruling dispensation, probably makes us understand that the situation is far more serious than what the government wants us to think about it.
Indeed, and thank you so much for highlighting the latest details, contextualizing the information for us. Do stay on with us, Anuj, as I rope in Abhishek Awasthi for a quick update too. Abhishek, has an FIR been filed yet against the MLA or his associates? And if not, why? I'm also aware that you've spoken to Sanjay Gaikwad after this incident. Take our viewers through what he's told you.
See, definitely, as of now, whether any procedure to register FIR or even to register a complaint has taken place or not, that we will have to track it, because currently we are looking forward to where the manager is, whether he is in condition to file the FIR or to at least register a complaint. Remember, if you see the entire video, we will understand that he was very much nervous and he was afraid. And finally, by intervention of the people, you can see the staff members around, it was decided that please leave him, it will not happen again, and then he rushed out from the hotel. That can be clearly seen in that video. So I don't think maybe he will be in the position to go and register a complaint or an FIR against an MLA, or probably the person who is responsible for being in the assembly and making law for us, who is taking law in his own hand. So that is something difficult to confirm at this given point of time, though we will continue to track that, whether a complaint is launched or it could be turned into an FIR, and action will be initiated by the police, or what exactly is our Home Minister, that is the Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, will take action against his alliance partners MLA. That is something that we will have to wait, because the video has just gone viral since last night, and it was been on the social media platform since morning, and we have first spoken to him. NDTV spoke to him, and I directly confronted him and just asked a simple question. You are an MLA, if you take law in your own hand, will you justify the act? So he was telling clearly that I have several times complained about this kind of food served to me by this canteen and they have not taken cognizance. So this time I have resorted to violence, and if they continue to do it, I will resort to the violence. And he labeled it as Shiv Sena style. So definitely, he firstly has no regret to the act what he has done. Secondly, he on our camera, when we asked him, he clearly pointed out that I will continue to do so. I have no regret of my act. And at the same time, if the canteen continues to serve such kind of food, more stringent action, more stringent Shiv Sena style action will be taken against them. So this was the answer to my question, which was posed directly to the MLA when we interacted with him one-on-one. So definitely, and lastly, I would also want to point out, when I say, do you at least regret, you have taken law in your own hand, you have slapped, and at the time when the environment of Maharashtra is very much heated over Marathi versus Hindi debate that is currently going on, successively parties are being violent on street, violent Hindi imposition is going on. Would you justify, will you justify this? So he was again telling that I don't know from which religion that he belongs to, but he gave me a spoiled food, and that's the reason I reacted to it. But one thing that comes out of this entire interaction is that he has no regret. In fact, being an MLA, being a public representative, I even asked him that, you are a public representative, you are being seen as an inspiration to people on ground. They hope that you will do their work in the assembly, and you are taking the law in your own hand. Do you justify it? So he also justifies it, and he says that he has no regret, and at the end he says, I will continue to do it, and this is the style of Shiv Sena. If the canteen owner, manager, or the people around don't understand, then I will continue to do it. So this is how it has been, and definitely now who will act against him, whether police will act, a complaint will be launched, that's something difficult to understand, because after the video that I have seen, which has gone viral, the person is very afraid. I don't know whether he will come forward to launch a complaint or not. Some suo motu cognizance is expected from the Home Department, the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis, and collectively, Mahayuti, the ruling alliance, should condemn this act by the MLA, who is a ruling party MLA. Back to you.
Abhishek, thanks so much for joining us with those crucial details. As Abhishek Awasthi is reporting, the MLA, however, said he does not regret his act and said this was the, and I quote, Shiv Sena style. When NDTV approached the MLA, he said the dal was not stale, it was rotten, and specifically asked if such conduct suits an MLA. He replied, I am an MLA and a warrior too. To quote him further, he said, when someone chose not to understand despite repeated attempts, I use the language Bala Sahib Thackeray has taught us. He added, I lost it. I'm a champion in judo, gymnastics, karate and wrestling. I am not a Gandhian. I have no regret. Listen in.
पहली बात तो जो वीडियो वायरल हो रहा है सर, उसमें आप कैंटीन मैनेजर को मारते हुए नज़र आ रहे। पूरा मुद्दा क्या था? क्या आपको वो दाल परोसी गई जिसमें ख़राब दाल बताई जा रही है?
उन्हें दाल परोसी नहीं गई थी। मेरे रूम में जो मेरा रूटीन टाइम होता है 10 बजे का, ऑलरेडी मैं कभी भी बाहर खाना नहीं खाता हूँ, ना गाँव में खाता हूँ ना इधर खाता हूँ। तो मैंने खाना पार्सल मंगाया जिसमें मैंने दाल चावल और 2 चपाती मंगाया था। सादा खाना मैंने मंगाया था, और मैं एक दाल चावल का निवाला मैंने डाला तो मुझे बहुत गंदा लगा। सो मैं लगा कुछ मुंह में आया होगा। सेकंड खाया तो मुझे उल्टी हो गई और इतना भयानक फील होने लगा। तो फिर मैंने जैसा मैं जो कपड़े पे था वही कपड़े में कैंटीन में गया, और वो जिन लोगों ने मुझे ये सब दिया था उनको पूछा कि आपने दिया है? तो बोले हाँ दिया है। तो मैंने बोला आप स्मेल लीजिए इसका। उन्होंने स्मेल लिया तो बोले बहुत ख़राब है। बाद में फिर मैंने मैनेजर को बुलाया, उसको मैंने स्मेल दिया। उनके 6 कर्मचारी को स्मेल देने के बाद में उन्होंने बताया कि ये खाने जैसा नहीं है, यानी वो निष्कृष्ट दर्जे का नहीं था, वो सड़ा हुआ खाना था। और फिर मैंने उन लोगों को 2-4 साल में जितनी बार भी उनको मैंने समझाया कि आप मुझे खाना अच्छा दिया करो, ये ख़राब खाना मत दिया करो। इनका मटन 15-15 दिन पहले का रहता, इनका चिकन 15 दिन का रहता, इनके अंडे अंदर से पूरे काले हुए रहते। मैं किसान हूँ, मैं सब्जी और सब के बारे में मैं आधे घंटे के हिसाब से बताता हूँ कि सब्जी का खाना कब बनाया गया है। तो यहाँ महाराष्ट्र में से आए हुए हर दिन सेशन में 10,000 लोगों के जान से ये लोग खिलवाड़ करते हैं। आमदार के जान से खिलवाड़ करते हैं, महाराष्ट्र से आने वाले किसानों की जान से ये लोग खेलते हैं और इनकी मुजरी इतनी है, कोई कंप्लेंट करे तो उसका ये सुनते भी नहीं हैं। और कई लोगों ने मुझे बताया कि हमारे खाने में ये दिया, कोई सुतली आई, कोई चिपकी ले आई, कोई कुछ गंदा आया। और 200-400 कंप्लेंट होने के बाद भी आज ये जो कंत्राटदार है 30 साल से यहाँ पे कुंडली मार के बैठा है।
आप एक विधायक है, वो भी रूलिंग पार्टी के विधायक है, इस तरीके से हाथ उठाना कितना जायज़ लगता है आपको? मैं
विधायक भी हूँ और मैं योद्धा भी हूँ। जब सब भाषा में समझाने के बाद में कोई समझता नहीं है तो बाला साहब ठाकरे जी ने हमको भाषा सिखाई भी है, जिसका इस्तेमाल मैंने किया है।
वो वीडियो में खास तौर से दिख रहा है आपने घूसों का भी उपयोग किया, झापट का भी उपयोग किया, लात भी मारने की कोशिश की। ऐसे में सर कंप्लेन कर सकते हैं आप?
मैंने कंप्लेंट किया, 4 बार किया, इसलिए मेरी जान मतलब मेरी सटक गई। मैं जूडो चैंपियन हूँ, मैं जिम्नास्टिक चैंपियन हूँ, मैं कराटे चैंपियन हूँ, मैं कुश्ती चैंपियन हूँ, तलवारबाजी, दांड पट्टा, कुश्ती का सब मैं चैंपियन हूँ, इसलिए मैं कुछ भी यूज़ कर सकता हूँ।
सर आप विधायक हैं, आपको लोग देखते हैं, आपसे लोग इंस्पायर होते हैं। ऐसे अगर आप देखें इस तरीके के कृत्य करेंगे तो लोग भी प्रवुक्त हो जाएंगे, कहीं वहाँ भी हिंसा होगी, क्योंकि एक तरीका होता है सर।
जब प्रशासन काम करता नहीं है, बार बार कंप्लेंट करने के बाद भी, तो जनता क्या करेगी? वो तो कायदा हाथ में लेगी ना। अब एक आमदार कंप्लेंट करता है और उसके अगर कोई दखल लेता नहीं है, उसमें अगर कोई कार्रवाई करता नहीं है, तो ये आमदार क्या करेगा? खुद की जान देगा? बार बार बोलेगा नहीं अभी इतना तुमने सड़ा हुआ दिया, कल कीड़े पड़े हुआ खाना हमको खिला, ऐसा बोलेगा आमदार? मैं इतना गांधीवादी नहीं हूँ मैं।
नहीं, लेकिन जिस तरीके से विवाद चल रहा है मराठी बनाम हिंदी का, ऐसे में इस तरीके की हिंसा करना कितना जायज़ लगता है सर?
ये मैं नीचे गया तो उनके माथे पे कोई जात लिखी हुई नहीं थी, क्या प्रांत लिखा हुआ नहीं था कि वे कौन से जात के, कौन से प्रांत के, या वो जो खाना खिला रहे वो कौन से जाति को खिला रहे, वो खाने पे लिखा होता है क्या?
लेकिन सर आखिरकार जिस तरीके से वीडियो वायरल हुआ है, प्रश्न उपस्थित हो रहे हैं, तो कहीं ना कहीं एक विधायक होने के नाते एक मॉरल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी बनती है। आपको थोड़ा भी मलाल है कि इस तरीके से नहीं होता? या
कोई मलाल नहीं है, मुझे कोई मलाल नहीं है, मुझे कोई ये विषय में ऐसा महसूस नहीं होता है कि मैंने कोई गलत किया है।
अच्छा, इसकी आप कहाँ इसको उठाएंगे, क्योंकि ये बहुत गंभीर विषय भी है?
अभी हम विधानसभा में अध्यक्ष महोदय जी से पॉइंट ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन में बात रखने का प्रयास करेंगे। कनेक्टिंग मिनिस्टर जो है हमारे भुजबल साहब, उनको भी हम बताएंगे और फूड एंड ड्रग्स को भी हम कंप्लेंट करने का
शिवसेना स्टाइल की जो आपने बात की है वो हमने देखा, लेकिन इस समय जो वातावरण है पूरे महाराष्ट्र में, खास करके मुंबई में, वो स्टाइल मनसे और उभाटागढ़ भी करते हुए नजर आ रहा है सड़कों पर। कैसे देखते हो उसे?
उनके बारे में मैं कुछ बोलना नहीं चाहूँगा, वो ये जो महाराष्ट्र में चल रहा है ये महाराष्ट्र के हित का नहीं है।
धन्यवाद। तो ये हमारे साथ थे संजय गायकवाड़ जी, जो साफ तौर पे कह रहे हैं भले ही मैं विधायक हूँ, लेकिन बार बार अगर मेरी कंप्लेन को नज़रअंदाज किया जाएगा तो मैं इसी तरीके से फिर एक बार उस कैंटीन मैनेजर को मारूंगा। और ये शिवसेना स्टाइल है, मैं गांधीवादी मैं बिलीव नहीं करता, मैं उनको सबक जरूर सिखाऊंगा। हालांकि उन्होंने कहा कि इसका मुद्दा विधानसभा में वो जरूर उठाएंगे।
Well, is this case being taken seriously or being brushed off as a VIP tantrum? And are there eyewitness accounts confirming this assault? Well, Abhishek Awasthi was at the canteen reporting regarding the condition of the staff member who was allegedly assaulted and regarding what eyewitnesses saw. Listen in.
आपके जैसे अधिकारी या कहेंगे जो मैनेजर थे, कल रात को बैठे थे, जिस तरीके से घटना घटी, पूरा वायरल हुआ, आज पूरा देश उसे देख रहा है, कैसे देखते हैं? क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं कुछ ना कुछ खराब हो जाता होगा, लेकिन उसका ब्लेम आप लोगों पर आता है।
सर इसके बारे में मैं अभी कुछ बोल नहीं सकते, प्लीज सर।
आपको क्या जायज़ लगता है जिस तरीके से विधायक जी ने हाथ उठाया? कल आप भी हो सकते थे सर।
नहीं सर, ये आपको क्या कैसा लगता है ये बोलिए?
गलत है सर।
तो गलत ही है ना सर, तो इससे आगे मैं कुछ बोल नहीं सकता, प्लीज़।
हम इस वक्त उसी कैंटीन में मौजूद है। ये आकाशवाणी कैंटीन है जो कि एमएलए हॉस्टल के नीचे है, और आपको बता दें ये उसी कैंटीन है जहां पर जो वीडियो वायरल हो रहा है विधायक संजय गायकवाड़ का, जो एकनाथ शिंदे के गुट से आते हैं, जिसमें साफ तौर पर ये दिख रहा है किस तरीके से विधायक जी ने जो मैनेजर है उसको थप्पड़ मारा, घूसे मारे, क्योंकि उसने खराब दाल उनको दी थी। देखिए ये कैंटीन है, यहाँ पर काम चल रहा है और सुबह का वक्त होने से गर्दी भी ज़्यादा है, और ऐसे में आरोप ये लग रहा है कि इस कैंटीन में जो खाना परोसा गया था वो सही नहीं था। लोगों से बात करने की कोशिश करते हैं। सर कब से खा रहे हैं यहाँ पर, किस तरीके का खाना रहता है, क्या यहाँ पर कभी कोई कंप्लेन की है आपने या आई है?
मैं तो यहाँ फर्स्ट टाइम आया हूँ अभी।
नहीं, यहाँ पे तो ठीक है, खाना पीना सब अच्छा है और इतना ऐसा कुछ प्रॉब्लम नहीं लग रहा था मुझे।
कल विधायक जी ने यहाँ पर प्रश्न उपस्थित किया था कि दाल खराब मिली थी और बल का प्रयोग भी किया गया था सर्वेंट के ऊपर। ऐसे में एक नागरिक होने के नाते कैसे देखते हैं इस चीज़ों को?
नहीं, ऐसा तो एक्चुअली उतना थोड़ा सा हाइपर होना नहीं चाहिए था उनको, लेकिन ठीक है, मतलब जो सिचुएशन के हिसाब से वो जो होना था वो हो गया। अभी हम लोग तो कल नहीं थे, हम लोग तो इधर।
देखिए, ये वही कैंटीन है। कोशिश करते हैं जो यहाँ पर काम करते कर्मचारी, जो मैनेजर दिख रहा था वो फ़िलहाल यहाँ पर अभी नहीं है उनकी ड्यूटी, लेकिन कोशिश ये करेंगे कि बात करें लोगों से और समझने की कोशिश करें कि आखिरकार ऐसा क्या हो गया जिस तरीके से जो वीडियो वायरल हुआ है उसमें विधायक जी इतने भड़क गए कि अपने बल का प्रयोग वो करने लगे। दादा, कितने समय से काम कर रहे हैं? कल जिस तरीके से वीडियो वायरल हुआ, हो जाता होगा कभी कभी इस तरीके से घटना, कैसी देखते हैं आप सर?
नहीं, ये गलत हुआ, ऐसा बोले, सही बोले तो ये क्या है, थोड़ा एक सांभर के लिए, नहीं तो कुछ ऐसा मारता है बोले तो गलत है ना। अभी आमदार मारता तो अच्छा था, ये सब लोग मिल के मारा वो गलत है।
हाँ, वो भी देखा गया कि खाली उन्होंने नहीं मारा, बाकी लोगों ने मिल के उस जो कैंटीन के मैनेजर है। आप भी यहाँ कितने सालों से काम कर रहे थे?
1 साल से काम कर रहे हैं, मेरा ड्यूटी नहीं था कल, मैं छुट्टी में था कल।
नहीं, बराबर है, लेकिन इस तरीके की कंप्लेन आई है कभी, या इस तरह की कंप्लेन?
पहली बार
हुआ है। देखिए, हमें बता रहे इस तरह की कंप्लेन पहली बार हुई है और यहाँ के लोग जो यहाँ काम कर रहे हैं वो साफ तौर पे ये भी कहते हैं कि इस तरीके से जो मारा गया, जो वो कहीं ना कहीं गलत है, ऐसा नहीं करना चाहिए था। और इनके बात करने से एक और एक चीज़ समझ में आ रही है कि खाली विधायक ने ही नहीं मारा था, उनके साथ जितने कर्मचारी थे उन्होंने भी इस तरीके से हाथ उठाया, वो कहीं ना कहीं गलत है।
We also have a reaction lined up for you from Anand Dubey. Listen in.
भोजन कराने वाले सेवक को आप मारेंगे इसलिए कि खाना खराब है? उसकी क्या गलती है? आप जाइए, आप सरकार में बैठे, आप सरकार के सहयोगी विधायक हैं, आप जांच पड़ताल कीजिए, किचन में जाइए, आपके पास फूड एंड ड्रग्स डिपार्टमेंट है, उनसे मदद दीजिए। लेकिन आप किसी व्यक्ति को मार कैसे सकते हैं? उस गरीब व्यक्ति को आप उस 5 स्टार होटल वाले को कभी नहीं मारेंगे, आप बड़े बड़े व्यापारियों को नहीं मारेंगे, लेकिन एक गरीब व्यक्ति आपको हमेशा दिखता है। तो ये बहुत ही दुर्भाग्य है कि ये जो एकनाथ शिंदे की शिवसेना के लोग हैं, या और भी जो अजीत दादा के लोग हैं, या देवेंद्र जी के लोग हैं, ये क्या चाहते हैं? ये कैसा महाराष्ट्र बनाना चाहते हैं? जिनसे उम्मीद है कि ये कानून व्यवस्था बचाएंगे, वही कानून व्यवस्था तोड़ रहे हैं।
Well, the big question being, are we now seeing a new VIP culture where power equals impunity? You beat people, you threaten them and walk away without consequence? And also, meanwhile, is there a pattern of unchecked aggression emerging under the Mahayuti government? MLA Sanjay Gaikwad has clearly said he does not regret his act and that he is not a Gandhian. The incident at the Akashvani MLA canteen in Churchgate, caught on camera, is now viral, raising questions about the conduct of elected representatives in public. This, as the MLA says, that this was the Shiv Sena style. In the video, the MLA was seen getting impatient, waiting for the canteen operator. He then approaches the reception, asks the staff to call him. But when NDTV approached the MLA, he said that the dal was not stale, it was rotten. He further added that over the past several years, he told the canteen staff to give him fresh food, further saying that their chicken and egg stocks were old, that they were playing with the health of thousands of people every day, and when people complain, they don't listen. That seemed to be the justification that Mr. Gaikwad was providing after having beaten up the canteen person. Right, meanwhile, we have further breaking news coming in at the moment. I was mentioning whether there's a pattern of unchecked aggression emerging under the Mahayuti government. Take a look at these visuals that are playing out on your screens at the moment. Sena workers are seen vandalizing a toll plaza in Washim. MNS workers were seen vandalizing this toll plaza. Vandalism is on full display in Maharashtra, as you can see through these videos playing out on your screen. Whether it's Mumbai, whether it's Washim, the vandalism continues. We continue to track the finer developments for you and question whether there's a pattern of unchecked aggression emerging under the Mahayuti government, with Mr. Eknath Shinde remaining mum as we speak. This is the latest video coming in, exposing the vandalism on display as far as the state of Maharashtra is concerned.
आमदार या एमएलएज के खिलाफ एक तरीके से सॉफ्ट स्टांस रख रहा है, क्योंकि जब एमएनएस या फिर जो बाहर वायलेंस हुआ उसके ऊपर तो वो काफ़ी क्लियरली
सरकार प्रायोजित है। जो महाराष्ट्र में हिंदी मराठी का जो झगड़ा शुरू किया गया, ये सरकार प्रायोजित है।
सर, आपकी इमीडिएट डिमांड क्या रहेगी इस संजय गायकवाड़ केस में?
सरकार ने एक्शन लेना चाहिए। कानून हाथ में किसी को लेने का अधिकार नहीं है। कानून सबके लिए समान होता है।
क्या शिंदे क्या एकनाथ शिंदे जी का भी कर्तव्य बनता है कि जल्द से जल्द इस चीज़ पे स्टेटमेंट?
सरकार ने ही एक्शन लेना है। कानून किसी को हाथ में लेने का अधिकार नहीं है।
ऑलराइट, ये थे हमारे साथ नाना पटोले, जो कि काफ़ी क्लियरली बोल रहे हैं कि सरकार ने इस केस में जल्द से जल्द एक्शन ले लेना चाहिए। मेरे कैमरा पर्सन महेश हलवाई के साथ में अनुज राय, NDTV इंडिया के लिए।
Well, that was Anuj Raithe reporting from the Vidhan Sabha. But Sena workers, meanwhile, as after this Sanjay Gaikwad incident came to light, separately Sena workers were seen vandalizing a Washim toll plaza, visuals of which were playing out on your screens just a few moments ago. We're told these were MNS workers vandalizing the toll plaza. So whether it's Mumbai, whether it's Washim, the vandalism, I beg your pardon, seems to continue.
Hello.
टोल फोड़ रहा है आदमी मनसे वाले टोल फोड़ रहा है इधर।
Radhika Ramaswamy is tracking the latest details for us. She joins us live with further clarity regarding the visuals that are playing out on your screens at the moment. Radhika, we can see through these visuals that you've shared that workers are vandalizing a toll plaza. What happened? What triggered this?
And Vasan, this was an incident that happened last evening at about 6 p.m. is when at least about 4 to 5 MNS workers started to vandalize that particular toll plaza. They've done it in the past as well, and they continue to do it once again. Of course, Thagri at its best. Now, as far as the reasons for this is concerned, we have a bite from one of the MNS workers here who justifies this act of vandalism. He says that there are some issues with respect to that particular road. It is under construction. No facilities provided to people, as a result of which they went ahead and vandalized that particular toll plaza. In fact, they've submitted multiple complaints and memorandums. Road to the neighboring village has not been completed, but despite that, these people are collecting tolls, which is why they've gone ahead and vandalized this particular toll plaza, which is in Washim. So once again, MN is continuing their, what we call as anti-toll agitation. They've done it in the past as well, of really turning violent and then sort of harassing toll workers and vandalizing toll plazas in multiple places in Maharashtra. This time, this is happening in Washim. And this is, of course, part of a series of incidents of violence by the MNS workers. In the past, one was in the name of language. Now, in the name of toll, they have gone ahead and vandalized that particular toll plaza in Washim. Whether any sort of action will be taken, any police action or any disciplinary action by the MNS, that remains to be seen. But once again, a shocking incident where, we are seeing VVIP hooliganism at its best. These people are doing it with a lot of impunity. A culture of impunity is what we are seeing here, as a result of which, all these acts of violence is being normalized. And this time around anti-toll agitation, they've gone ahead and sort of destroyed that particular toll plaza in Washim.
Radhika, thanks so much for joining us with the latest information you've accessed. We'll, of course, keep in touch with you for the latest on Washim as well. Let me just bring our viewers up to date with the latest coming in, as MNS goons have now attempted to intimidate a rickshaw driver. MNS goons threatened the rickshaw driver to speak in Marathi. That's what is understood so far. There was a fight between the passenger and the driver, and then the MNS goons were set to intervene. They forced the migrant to apologize, raising the question, is the Marathi pride narrative now being hijacked by political violence, whether it's assembly corridors or the streets? This is the latest coming in. MNS goons have intimidated a rickshaw driver who was threatened for speaking in Hindi. There was a fight that broke out between the passenger and a driver, and MNS goons then intervened. In fact, these MNS forces had actually told the migrant to apologize, highlighting the question whether Marathi pride, whether the narrative of Marathi pride is being hijacked by violence politically, both in the assembly corridors and the streets. My colleague Sujata is tracking the latest for us. She joins us live at the moment. Sujata, episode after episode, now the MNS attempting to threaten rickshaw drivers for not speaking in Marathi. What's really going on?
Well, certainly, and as we know that a rickshaw driver who earlier refused to speak in Marathi was later absconded by the MNS workers, taken to their party office in Bhiwandi, where he was made to apologize, and thereafter also threatened that if a person belonging to a non-Marathi speaking community, and if they refuse to speak in Marathi, they must know that who will they deal with. So this is a clear warning by the MNS workers, stating that it is important for people to learn Marathi, and if they don't, then they will be treated the MNS style, that is the MNS way, where they'll be hit and then later no video recorded, but they'll themselves go and complain about it. As we know, Raj Thackeray had earlier also instructed his workers that if they go and they do some sort of violence to anybody where it's concerned to the language of Marathi, they shouldn't record any videos. Instead, they must go and let the person who was hit complain himself. So we saw a similar case happening in Bhiwandi, whereas earlier it was seen in Virar as well, where a rickshaw driver was seen arguing over the language of Marathi, and the matter only seems to be escalating when it comes to this sort of political activism that MNS has come up to, where they believe that this sort of rage and hitting people would gain them votes in the upcoming elections, because of which such strategy is being adopted by the party, which definitely seems to not be working, because this is only agitating people in multiple ways. Over to you.
Sujata, as always, thank you so much for joining us with the latest update. Meanwhile, let's turn our attention now to the Prime Minister's longest diplomatic tour in 10 years. He's on the last leg. He has just touched down in Namibia. Lots on the agenda, whether it's critical minerals, diamonds, uranium supply, or cheetah conservation. Visuals coming in of the Prime Minister touching down in Namibia, which happens to be the last stop of his longest diplomatic tour in 10 years. After concluding his two-day visit to Brazil, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has reached Namibia, which is actually his first visit to the country. This visit to the African country also marks the last stop of Prime Minister Modi's five-nation tour. Now, this state visit, the third ever to be taken by an Indian Prime Minister, it comes at the invitation of President Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, and Prime Minister Modi will hold bilateral talks with him while he's in Namibia. He's also likely to actually deliver an address at the parliament there, just like his address to the parliament in Ghana.
Pressure on the Indian Air Force to get fighters, forget about stealth aircraft. The Indian government has made it clear that we're going to bet on the AMCA, which is India's own fighter. But getting these 4.5 generation fighters like the Rafale, which you've already sunk an enormous amount of money into, even the Indian Navy has signed on for them recently, and there are still these delays. But with this announcement, Vishnu, and that's my next question now, I'm wondering whether this means that things are much clearer as far as the MRFA, or we still can't jump the gun on that. I know as far as Indian procurement is concerned, nothing is over until it's over, right? Nothing is over until it's over, especially when the Rafale is theoretically competing against American fighters like the F-15 Eagle II. Yeah. You've got Putin's Sukhoi 35s. You've got the Typhoon theoretically as well. So it ain't over until it's over, and I completely agree with you on that. But by putting out this partnership, and this is not an MOU. This is an agreement which I'm assuming is going to fructify into a joint venture. Yeah.
2028
is when the first fuselages will roll out. Which again, I'm assuming means that, work begins now. 2028 is 2 years away. That's like more than just a foot in the door?
No, I would suggest that they are leading in this competition. All the Indian Air Force officers that we speak to, and they couch this language carefully. So I'm going to be responsible in how I report this. They say that they've had an exceptional experience with the Rafale. The Rafale is the aircraft of
Let's get you the latest lowdown as far as the Prime Minister's last touchdown of his longest diplomatic tour in the last decade is concerned. After concluding his 2-day visit to Brazil and after signing 6 crucial pacts there, Prime Minister Modi has touched down in Namibia. Take a look at the warm welcome he received. The visit to the African country marks the last stop of his 5-nation tour. And this state visit, the third ever to be taken by an Indian Prime Minister, it comes at the invitation of President Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah. Prime Minister Modi will hold bilateral talks with him while he is in Namibia, and he will also address the parliament there, just like his address to the parliament in Ghana. We spoke to India's High Commissioner to Namibia, Ambassador Rahul Srivastava, earlier regarding the key points to look out for as the Prime Minister touches down in Namibia. Also about India's focus as far as African outreach is concerned. Here's what you need to keep your eyes peeled for. First visit by an Indian Prime Minister to Namibia in about 27 years. Take us through the strategic and diplomatic significance of this touchdown.
Well, yes, it's a milestone because this is happening, as you said, after 27 years. And the visit also takes place when we have the first female president of Namibia. She has just taken office in March this year. And over the years, since Namibia's independence, we have made steady progress in our relationship. However, the visit will provide an opportunity to elevate this relationship to a higher level. And also the PM's visit, PM Modi's visit reaffirms that Africa is a priority for us.
So, minerals and diamonds are expected to be central to the discussions that are expected to be held. What kind of agreements are likely, and if you could just take us through how they could benefit both our nations?
Indian companies and mostly the public sector units, they are interested in investing in the critical mineral sector of Namibia. For some time, we have had discussions, but we are looking at a visit from an Indian delegation with all these PSUs after PM Modi's visit to concretize the discussions during the visit. We are also in the process of discussing an agreement on mineral resources, and presently we have just a few Indian companies in Namibia. Nevertheless, these companies, they employ approximately 5,000 locals. And you can imagine when some of our large PSUs, they invest in critical mineral sector of Namibia. We are also interested in the heavy rare earth sector of Namibia. And when these large PSUs come, this figure that I mentioned, 5,000 employment of locals, this would increase tenfold, and this will make a significant impact on the current high unemployment in Namibia. The companies, the Indian companies, when they come and invest in the critical mineral sector and also the rare earth mineral sector, would also do value addition and beneficiation in Namibia, and this will also boost the Namibian economy. On uranium, yes, way back in 2009, we signed an agreement with Namibia on civil nuclear cooperation. However, we have not been able to import uranium from Namibia yet. And I'm very hopeful that the Prime Minister's visit will break the logjam so that discussions can on the export of uranium from Namibia to India can come in soon.
Well, we certainly hope so too. We'll be keeping a close eye on those developments as well. So then in what ways, Ambassador, does this visit reflect India's broader outreach to the global south, especially in Africa?
In Africa and for the global south also, for us it's very important that we build that capacity. And as I said, we would want to share our experience, expertise and knowledge with India. I can give you one example about the digital transformation that is happening in India. And it is our Prime Minister's wish that we share this experience also with the countries in the global south, especially with Africa. And Namibia, this has had a good start. We have the UPI-like digital payment system that is being developed in Namibia with cooperation from NIPL. So these are the areas that would open up with the visit.
Well, as always, news and updates continue right here on NDTV 24/7. We're slipping into a very quick break. Back in a moment with the latest updates for you.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Some say sport is a matter of life and death. The truth is, it is far more serious than that. Sport is about ecstasy and agony, about pain and suffering, about joy and much more. Some say there's no one better to tell these stories. So here I am. Join me, Boria Majumdar, on India's #1 news network.
Vanakkam Tamil Nadu.
Well, the battle for Tamil Nadu 2026 is open now.
After Chief Minister Stalin rolls up his sleeves and Vijay steps in as a star challenger.
This is a mass gathering, not for cash.
Meanwhile, a former Chief Minister, Edapadi Palanisamy, begins his fight back.
The big comeback campaign by EPS has well and truly begun.
These are all the ultimate players, and this is going to be the ultimate test.
Vishnu, 9 years till the AMCA comes online, the Advanced Medium Combat Aircraft, which is India's own stealth fighter project. 9 years is an eternity in fighter technology, especially given what we've been seeing in the last few years, whether it comes to, drone tech, drone warfare, manned, unmanned teaming, which we've spoken about in a previous episode, the sheer scale of the network and how it's becoming very much part of the future battlefield. I'm wondering whether 9 years from now, what we perceive to be
in a very shocking video that has surfaced. This is Sanjay Gaikwad, the Shiv Sena MLA. We're talking about the Eknath Shinde faction MLA hitting out at its canteen worker for serving him dal that was smelly. And here we have Maharashtra thug netas exposed by NDTV, whether it is the sweet shopkeeper who was thrashed by M&S workers, and now a toll plaza employee has also been thrashed in Washington. And protest politics peak in Patna. This is the opposition joining forces ahead of elections that are coming up in the state of Bihar later this year. The Mahagathbandhan and the stir as far as the Chakka Jam is concerned, with Rahul Gandhi and Tejasvi Yadav leading the way. A bridge has collapsed in Gujarat. A tanker just moments away from falling. The bridge to Vadodara has crumbled. There were cars that just got swept away into that river, but rescue operations are underway. Prime Minister Modi lands in Namibia. Well, the Prime Minister's bilateral with the President of Namibia is going to be taking place. This is the third ever visit of an Indian Prime Minister to the nation. A very good morning. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vada. We have a whole lot lined up for you, including Sena thugs slapping their way, whether shopkeepers, canteen boys or toll staffers. This is the gutless and spineless Senas of Maharashtra. As far as the violence that's erupting on the streets of Maharashtra, no thappars for the rich and the powerful, but the VIP cowards of Maharashtra, as far as the Senas are concerned. Violence that you can see that is erupting in the state, starting with the shopkeeper of a sweet shop in Thane district who was thrashed by 7 M&S workers. On the other side, we have Sanjay Gaikwad of the Shiv Sena faction, MLA, who has thrashed the canteen boy for serving him dal, which was smelly. On the other side, we have M&S workers now thrashing a toll plaza in charge who has been thrashed, a staffer who has been thrashed in the Washim area. We will be getting you all the details of the MLA there slapping and punching over food to elected Neta or the rowdy street thug. Well, is the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Eknath Shinde, watching? And what is the action that the government will take in this regard? 3 slapstick Senas. This is as far as what we've seen play out over the last couple of days. We have Radhika and Anuj joining us to get us the very latest. Abhishek Avasti joining us as well. Abhishek, over to you first. You went to the canteen, you spoke to the customers who said that the food quality needs improvement, but questioning the way the MLA assaulted the canteen staffer. You also spoke with Sanjay Gaikwad, who's been defiant. In fact, he's been bragging about bashing that poor canteen chap. Take us through the details of what happened here and what does Sanjay Gaikwad have to say?
Yeah, definitely, as the video was viral on the social media, definitely from there we started to track it out. And we'll have to understand, firstly, when we spoke to Sanjay Gaikwad, he clearly pointed out that he ordered rice, dal and 2 rotis at his room. When he consumed it, he thought that it's not of good quality. And he came down, we're right present outside that same canteen, right in the lobby of the canteen. He took that dal and he made every person standing over there to smell it and identify that it is not good to consume. And at the same time, when he said that, who is the manager around? Call him. Then Yogesh Anna, his nickname is Yogesh Anna, which we have found right now. He came and he also said that yes, it is spoiled and it should not be consumed. Then he's like, then why it was served to me? And we see that he started hitting him badly. Just because there were certain other staff members around, they intervened and told them, leave the matter for now. Please don't take it further. And somehow we can see he was very afraid, and and the staffers over here, as I spoke to them, they narrated, we could manage to speak to 2 of the waiters who were present yesterday night and were part of this entire incident. they also told me that it was not only MLA, there were certain people along with the MLA who were also present, who also hit Yogesh Anna. So not only MLA, the people present along with him also attacked him, and somehow by the intervention of staff members whom I spoke with, somehow Yogesh Anna was managed to escaped out of this canteen and somehow was saved. You can clearly see in the video how afraid is he. And then we tried to confront the MLA himself. He has no regret. He went on to say that I have been facing this trouble of spoiled food of this canteen from so many years. I've made several complaints, but no cognizance was taken about it. And later he said that after the yesterday incident, he took the law in his own hand and started beating the manager, Yogesh Anna. So definitely he said that he has no regret. Being an MLA also, he will continue to do so, and this is the style of Shiv Sena style of functioning, is what he said when we confronted him. And again, he said, I will again beat them if such quality of food is being served back to me. So now this is the situation out here. We are trying to speak to more eyewitnesses and also trying to track down where is Yogesh Anna currently. Back to you.
Right, Abhishek, let's just go across to our colleague Radhika Ramaswamy as well, joining us from Mumbai. Radhika, in the state of Maharashtra, multiple incidents have been captured on camera. This is blatant abuse of power. What has the government of Maharashtra been saying, and what is stopping them from taking action?
Absolutely. We are seeking answers from the government of Maharashtra. Multiple incidents of hooliganism, VIP, thuggery and abuse of power have been witnessed over the last few days, not just by MNS leaders, but also from Eknath Shinde Sena leaders and also some from UBT Sena as well. As far as state government is concerned, they've been sort of condemning many of these actions, but at the same time not really ordering for stringent steps or action in the name of FIR or disciplinary action not being taken. So therefore, state government really treading cautiously because, these are political equations that perhaps may be at stake, which is why they are being very, very careful at this point. But the fact remains that this culture of impunity is only continuing and intensifying in the state of Maharashtra. No accountability, no regret, no remorse, and this will only continue if these people are not punished or no action is taken. If this goes on and if there are no consequences to their actions, they will continue to abuse their power and there will not be any accountability. So we'll really have to see, at least in the matter concerning the Buldhana MLA, will Eknath Shinde faction look into it? Will a disciplinary action be taken against this man, or will he be just forgiven for what has happened? And there have been other instances of Gundaism that we saw, of toll plaza being destroyed and damaged by MNS goons, and of course in the name of language, the number of people they assaulted and harassed. So therefore all these are being taken into consideration, and there is cognizance of this matter and there is condemnation as well, but absolutely no real action on the ground in the as far as FIRs or arrests are concerned. So we'll really have to wait and watch out for what Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis, has to say, considering the number of multiple incidents that have taken place of VIP, thuggery and hooliganism over the last few days.
It's not just over the last few days, Radhika. Let's just take this to Anuj. We've been seeing this time and again. We've been seeing this for years when it comes to the Shiv Sena. And this time around, a Shiv Sena MLA, Sanjay Gaikwad there, just being defiant about what he's done. In fact, bragging about bashing that poor chap. Anuj, take us through the issues at hand when it comes to the state of Maharashtra, and what really needs to be done here, and what is the kind of action that is required in order to set an example, to set people straight when it comes to getting aggressive, getting violent and taking matters into their own hands, whether it's the rich or the powerful, or even now people belonging to political parties.
Well, you see, this entire matter, especially as far as Sanjay Gaikwad issue is concerned, he's someone who's been in the middle of controversies for quite some time, as we've been covering. And as we speak, although NDTV has already spoken to him, but there we have Sanjay Gaikwad, who has actually carried a bag of dal. That was, that is the point of contention in this matter. So one can see that he's still, we understand that when we caught him, the video had just gone viral. So, the chances of him receiving any sort of a directive from the party is quite less. But now one can safely assume that there has been some sort of conversation that has happened with the party officials. We've also heard from Minister of State and Home Department, who said that this should have been avoided, and a procedure should have been followed in this entire regard. But Sanjay Gaikwad still seems defiant about his ways. No remorse, no guilt, and no apology, of course, given as of yet. But talking about the larger issue about such kind of incidents taking place here in Maharashtra, while on one hand we have the thuggery that we've been highlighting since last 1 week, practiced by led by MNS workers, especially Mira Bhayandar and close by areas. We also have an add-on to that, where in Vashim, because one toll booth was incomplete, did not have the full facilities that it promised, the MNS workers took it on themselves to bring justice to the local people and took down the toll booth, or attempted to take down the toll booth. This is not the first time, as Radhika had said earlier, this is not the first time that MNS workers have attacked toll booths. In fact, from 2014 till 2016-17, the anti-toll booth agitation was one of the longest held agitation led by MNS in different parts of the state, and Raj Thackeray himself was at the forefront of it. So are they trying to bring up all the older agitation, considering that they've started getting bandwidth after the Mira Bhayandar issue, is something that we'll have to look into much detail. But the opposition holds that, especially with in the Sanjay Gaikwad matter, it is the duty of the government, now that it is an MLA from the ruling dispensation who's directly involved in this, it becomes the duty of the government, a duty of the Chief Minister and Home Minister Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde, the head of Shiv Sena Shinde faction, and the Chief Minister of the state, to come out clean in this matter, put out the stance of the party. We know that different leaders are given different perspectives. Many of them do not even have a clearer idea of what exactly unfolded, and which is why they want to look at both the sides. But a clear message from the party head and from the head of the state here in Maharashtra, cause in us understanding what the stance of the government is on this matter.
Absolutely. We've been seeing the opposition reacting when it comes to MNS workers and pledging their support when it comes to MNS workers. Take us through, what is the opposition saying to this particular video that's come to light? Take us through, we have spoken about how unapologetic the man has been. In fact, he has gone on to brag that he knows judo, he knows karate, he knows wrestling, and so on and so forth, and saying that he would do this again in this particular regard. He has completely had no remorse whatsoever when asked categorically by our colleague Abhishek. Take us through, in this particular situation, how's the opposition reacting to this?
Gaikwad has been in the line of firing for the opposition for quite some time. Only last week he gave a statement about Chhatrapati Shivaji and Chhatrapati Sambhaji Maharaj, which was again in a very controversial light, and on the basis of that as well we saw the opposition attack him. As of now, there has been no sort of a dharna which usually takes place outside the Vidhan Sabha on the stairs, held by the opposition. But we've spoken to individual leaders who are very adamant on Chief Minister taking an action as soon as possible. Now, only 15 minutes ago, Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis made his way to Vidhan Bhavan as the proceedings started only 10 minutes back, and he does come downstairs to interact with the media in the afternoon post lunch. So we are expecting Chief Minister to be present here as well at that point of time. But the opposition, especially led by UBT, who are the arch rivals of Shinde faction of Sena, are pointing out the hypocrisy of Shinde Sena, who are anyways have found themselves in tricky terrain over the ongoing language row, where they do want to go out and extend their support to the language warriors, but at the same time they have to be aware and conscious of the fact that they are still a part of the government. We saw what happened yesterday with Pratap Sarnaik, who Minister and became a part of the rally to which the government themselves hadn't given a permission to. So, this just adds on to the woes of Shinde faction of Sena, and it also highlights in whether there is lack of communication, considering that the inconsistency between the thoughts and actions of the leaders of Shinde faction of Sena has been right on the top. No matter how questionable the actions of certain sections of opposition are, or how, is, or they are on this. At least both of them are following a consistent line of thinking or of action. But with Shinde Sena, you do not have that, right? Half of their leaders claim one thing while the other half are claiming and doing or getting, or rather, participating in a completely different and opposing activity. So this inconsistency in Shinde Sena is something that should be addressed by Eknath Shinde, is what the opposition is demanding from this.
Right. This incident that took place at the Akashvani MLA canteen in Churchgate was caught on camera. That video clip that you can see that has gone completely viral, raising questions about the conduct of elected representatives in public. The MLA has said that he does not have any regret for what he's done. He's gone on to say that this is the Shiv Sena style. He was asked if such conduct really suits an MLA. He spoke with my colleague Abhishek Awasthi, and he went on to say that he's an MLA who is a warrior too, and when someone chooses not to understand despite repeated attempts, he uses the language of Balasaheb Thackeray. Let's listen in to that interview with my colleague Abhishek Awasthi.
पहली बात तो जो वीडियो वायरल हो रहा है सर, उसमें आप कैंटीन मैनेजर को मारते हुए नजर आ रहे। पूरा मुद्दा क्या था? क्या आपको वो दाल परोसी गई जिसमें खराब दाल बताई जा रही है? क्या तकलीफ हुई?
उन्हें दाल परोसी नहीं गई थी। मैंने मेरे रूम में जो मेरा रूटीन टाइम होता है 10 बजे का, ऑलरेडी मैं कभी भी बाहर खाना नहीं खाता हूँ, ना गांव में खाता हूँ ना इधर खाता हूँ। तो मैंने खाना पार्सल मंगाया जिसमें मैंने दाल चावल और 2 चपाती मंगाया था। सादा खाना मैंने मंगाया था और मैं एक दाल चावल का निवाला मैंने डाला तो मुझे बहुत गंदा लगा। सो मैं लगा कुछ मुँह में आया होगा। सेकंड खाया तो मुझे उल्टी हो गई और इतना भयानक फील होने लगा। तो फिर मैंने जैसा मैं जो कपड़े पे था वही कपड़े में कैंटीन में गया और वो जो जिन लोगों ने मुझे ये सब दिया था उनको पूछा कि आपने दिया है? तो बोले हाँ दिया है। तो मैंने बोला आप स्मेल लीजिए इसका। उन्होंने स्मेल लिया तो बोले बहुत ख़राब है। बाद में फिर मैंने मैनेजर को बुलाया, उसको मैंने स्मेल दिया। उनके 6 कर्मचारी को स्मेल देने के बाद में उन्होंने बताया कि ये खाने जैसा नहीं है, यानी वो कुष्ठा दर्जे का नहीं था, वो सड़ा हुआ खाना था। और फिर मैंने उन लोगों को 2-4 साल में जितनी बार भी उनको मैंने समझाया कि आप मुझे खाना अच्छा दिया करो, नहीं तो ये ख़राब खाना मत दिया करो। इनका मटन 15 दिन पहले का रहता, इनका चिकन 15 दिन का रहता, इनके अंडे अंदर से पूरे काले हुए रहते। मैं किसान हूँ, मैं सब्जी और सब के बारे में मैं आधे घंटे के हिसाब से बताता हूँ कि सब्जी का खाना कब बना गया है। तो यहाँ महाराष्ट्र में से आए हुए हर दिन सेशन में 10,000 लोगों के जान से ये लोग खिलवाड़ करते हैं, आमदार के जान से खिलवाड़ करते हैं, महाराष्ट्र से आने वाले किसानों की जान से ये लोग खेलते हैं। और इनकी मुजरी इतनी है, कोई कंप्लेंट करे तो उसका ये सुनते भी नहीं हैं। और कई लोगों ने मुझे बताया कि हमारे खाने में ये दिया, कोई सुतली आई, कई चिपकी ले आई, कहीं कुछ गंदा आया। और 200-400 कंप्लेंट होने के बाद भी आज ये जो कंत्राटदार है 30 साल से यहाँ पे कुंडली मार के बैठा है।
आप एक विधायक है, वो भी रूलिंग पार्टी के विधायक है, इस तरीके से हाथ उठाना कितना जायज़ लगता है आपको?
मैं विधायक भी हूँ और मैं योद्धा भी हूँ। जब सब भाषा में समझाने के बाद में कोई समझता नहीं है तो बाला साहब ठाकरे जी ने हमको भाषा सिखाई भी है, जिसका इस्तेमाल मैंने किया है।
वो वीडियो में खास तौर से दिख रहा है आपने घूसों का भी उपयोग किया, झापट का भी उपयोग किया, लात भी मारने की कोशिश की। ऐसे में सर कंप्लेन कर सकते हैं आप?
मैंने कंप्लेंट किया, 4 बार किया, इसलिए मेरी जान मतलब मेरी सटक गई। मैं जूडो चैंपियन हूँ, मैं जिम्नास्टिक चैंपियन हूँ, मैं कराटे चैंपियन हूँ, मैं कुश्ती चैंपियन हूँ, तलवारबाजी, दांड पट्टा, कुश्ती का सब मैं चैंपियन हूँ। इसलिए मैं कुछ भी यूज़ कर सकता हूँ।
सर आप विधायक हैं, आपको लोग देखते हैं, आपसे लोग इंस्पायर होते हैं। ऐसे अगर आप देखें इस तरीके के कृत्य तो लोग भी प्रोवोक्ट हो जाएंगे, कहीं वहाँ भी हिंसा होगी, क्योंकि एक तरीका होता है सर।
जब प्रशासन काम करता नहीं है, बार बार कंप्लेंट करने के बाद भी, तो जनता क्या करेगी? वो तो कायदा हाथ में लेगी ना। अब एक आमदार कंप्लेंट करता है और उसके अगर कोई दखल लेता नहीं है, उसमें अगर कोई कार्रवाई करता नहीं है, तो ये आमदार क्या करेगा? खुद की जान देगा? बार बार बोलेगा नहीं अभी इतना तो सड़ा हुआ दिया, कल कीड़े पड़े हुआ खाना हमको खिला, ऐसा बोलेगा आमदार? मैं इतना गांधीवादी नहीं हूँ मैं।
नहीं, लेकिन जिस तरीके से विवाद चल रहा है मराठी बनाम हिंदी का, ऐसे में इस तरीके की हिंसा करना कितना जायज़ लगता है सर?
जब मैं नीचे गया तो उनके माथे पे कोई जात लिखी हुई नहीं थी, क्या प्रांत लिखा हुआ नहीं था कि वे कौन से जात के, कौन से प्रांत के, या वो जो खाना खिला रहे वो कौन से जाति को खिला रहे, वो खाने पे लिखा होता है क्या?
लेकिन सर आखिरकार जिस तरीके से वीडियो वायरल हुआ है, प्रश्न उपस्थित हो रहे हैं, तो कहीं ना कहीं एक विधायक होने के नाते एक मॉरल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी बनती है। आपको थोड़ा भी मलाल है कि इस तरीके से नहीं होता? या
कोई मलाल नहीं है, मुझे कोई मलाल नहीं है। मुझे कोई ये विषय में ऐसा महसूस नहीं होता है कि मैंने कोई गलत किया है।
अच्छा, इसकी आप कहाँ इसको उठाएंगे, क्योंकि ये बहुत गंभीर विषय भी है?
अभी हम विधानसभा में अध्यक्ष महोदय जी से पॉइंट ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन में बात रखने का प्रयास करेंगे। कनेक्टिंग मिनिस्टर जो है हमारे भुजबल साहब, उनको भी हम बताएंगे और फूड एंड ड्रग्स को भी हम कंप्लीट करने का
शिवसेना स्टाइल की जो आपने बात की है वो हमने देखा, लेकिन इस समय जो वातावरण है पूरे महाराष्ट्र में, खास करके मुंबई में, वो स्टाइल मनसे और उभाटागढ़ भी करते हुए नजर आ रहा है सड़कों पर। कैसे देखते हो उसे?
उनके बारे में मैं कुछ बोलना नहीं चाहूँगा। वो ये जो महाराष्ट्र में चल रहा है ये महाराष्ट्र के हित का नहीं है।
धन्यवाद। तो ये हमारे साथ थे संजय गायकवाड़ जी, जो साफ तौर पे कह रहे हैं भले ही मैं विधायक हूँ, लेकिन बार बार अगर मेरी कंप्लेन को नज़रअंदाज किया जाएगा तो मैं इसी तरीके से फिर एक बार उस कैंटीन मैनेजर को मारूंगा। और ये शिवसेना स्टाइल है। मैं गांधीवादी मैं बिलीव नहीं करता, मैं उनको सबक जरूर सिखाऊंगा। हालांकि उन्होंने कहा कि इसका मुद्दा विधानसभा में वो जरूर उठाएंगे। हम इस वक्त उसी होटल में है, हमारे साथ होटल का स्टाफ है। जिस तरीके से योगेश जी के साथ हुआ, आपके साथ भी हो सकता है। कितना जायज़ लगता है इस तरीके से? अगर कुछ चीज़ खराब है उसका एक तरीका होता है, लेकिन क्या कहेंगे?
आके करो, हाँ बराबर है, कर सकते हैं। अभी अब मंत्री आके उसके साथ 20-25 आदमी जो रहते हैं, आके एक आदमी को मारना, गरीब आदमी को मारना, एक कौन सा तरीका है? एक कौन सा तरीका है? अभी वो कायदे कानून है, वो खराब है, वो करो, ये करो, कानून कायदे कानून वो छोड़ के मारा मारी। मंत्री बनते क्या मारा मारी करने के लिए बनते हैं?
लेकिन आपने एक और एक महत्वपूर्ण बात बताई कि उनके साथ 10-15 लोग थे जो मिल के मार रहे थे। ऐसा कुछ हुआ था क्या?
बराबर है, वो लोग ही आदमी था ना, वो लोग ही आदमी था, वो लोग ही मारा। पहला वो मंत्री ने वो काली बनीन में था, वो मारा, मारने के बाद दूसरा 2-3 आदमी मारा।
मंत्री नहीं, वो विधायक है सर। विधायक मतलब एमएलए है।
एमएलए क्या मालूम, भगवान जानते एमएलए क्या है।
लेकिन कितना जायज़ लगता है इस तरीके से? कभी आप भी हो सकते हो, ये भाई भी हो सकते हैं, जो आप मेहनत से काम करते हो। कुछ अगर तकलीफ है तो उसकी बताना चाहिए कि इस तरीके से मारना चाहिए।
अरे मारा मारी नहीं करना चाहिए। जो चीज़ खराब है आके बोलना चाहिए, ये खराब है, ये करो, वो करो करके उसको सजा देना चाहिए। वो छोड़ के मारा मारी, ऐसा होता है क्या मारा मारी?
आप लोग जितने लोग हैं काम कर रहे हैं, दिन रात मेहनत करते हैं, रोजी रोटी के लिए काम करते हैं, और इस तरीके का अगर हादसा हो जाता है तो सही है कि गलत है? ये
गलत है, एकदम गलत है।
गलत है, बिल्कुल गलत है,
बहुत गलत है।
आप भी हो सकते थे, आपको भी मारा जा सकता है।
मारा जा सकता था, उंगली उठाया जा सकता था मेरे पे। मैं अन्ना को बचाया, मेरे पे हाथ उठा रहा था और मारने के लिए मेरे को हाँ मेरे को बोला।
नहीं, कल जब ये हुआ आप थे क्या?
हाँ थे, मैं था। मैं अन्ना को पकड़ के उठाया, ठीक है, बोलता तू मत बोले तो तेरे को मारूंगा मैं।
Well, let's also get you reactions coming about, and we're talking about Maharashtra Minister Yogesh Kadam, who has in fact reacted, saying that proper complaint should have been made in this regard, should have been filed, and that condemning the attack that has taken place in this assault, saying that law cannot be taken in one's hands. Let's listen in to Yogesh Kadam.
We have Yogesh Kadam here with us. Mr. Kadam, what would we say to Sanjay Gaikwad? We've seen that his video has gone viral of hitting a canteen worker.
I think the due complaint should have been filed. He did not have to take the law in his hand. Thank you.
That was Yogesh Kadam, Minister of State Home Department, in a rush to attend the assembly right now, made it very clear that a due complaint should have been filed and violence should have been avoided. संजय गायकवाड़ का वीडियो सामने आया, उसके ऊपर आपका पहला रिएक्शन क्या रहेगा?
उसके ऊपर एक्शन होना चाहिए। ऐसे गरीबों को मारने का अधिकार नहीं है किसी को, और कानून हाथ में लेने का अधिकार नहीं है।
सर, अभी भी उन्होंने कोई माफ़ी नहीं मांगी है इस चीज़ के बारे में। उन्होंने कहा है कि क्योंकि खाना अच्छा नहीं था इसलिए एक्शन लिया गया। तो ये दिखाता है
एक्शन कानून हाथ में लेके नहीं किया जा सकता ना।
और सर, क्या ये दिखाता है कि जो गवर्नमेंट है वो अपने खुद के आमदार या एमएलएज के खिलाफ एक तरीके से सॉफ्ट स्टांस रख रहा है? क्योंकि जब एमएनएस या फिर जो बाहर वायलेंस हुआ उसके ऊपर तो वो काफ़ी क्लियरली
सरकार प्रायोजित है। जो महाराष्ट्र में हिंदी मराठी का जो झगड़ा शुरू किया गया, ये सरकार प्रायोजित है।
सर, आपकी इमीडिएट डिमांड क्या रहेगी इस संजय गायकवाड़ केस में?
सरकार ने एक्शन लेना चाहिए। कानून हाथ में किसी को लेने का अधिकार नहीं है। कानून सबके लिए समान होता है।
क्या एकनाथ शिंदे जी का भी कर्तव्य बनता है कि जल्द से जल्द इस चीज़ पे स्टेटमेंट?
सरकार ने ही एक्शन लेना है। कानून किसी को हाथ में लेने का अधिकार नहीं है।
आपके जैसे अधिकारी या कहेंगे जो मैनेजर थे, कल रात को बैठे थे, जिस तरीके से घटना घटी, पूरा वायरल हुआ, आज पूरा देश उसे देख रहा है। कैसे देखते हैं? क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं कुछ ना कुछ खराब हो जाता होगा, लेकिन उसका ब्लेम आप लोगों पर आता है।
सर, इसके बारे में मैं अभी कुछ बोल नहीं सकते, प्लीज़ सर।
आपको क्या जायज़ लगता है जिस तरीके से विधायक जी ने हाथ उठाया? कल आप भी हो सकते थे सर।
नहीं सर, ये आपको क्या कैसा लगता है? ये बोलिए।
गलत है सर।
तो गलत ही है ना सर, तो इससे आगे मैं कुछ बोल नहीं सकता प्लीज़।
हम इस वक्त उसी कैंटीन में मौजूद है। ये आकाशवाणी कैंटीन है जो कि एमएलए हॉस्टल के नीचे है। और आपको बता दें ये उसी कैंटीन है जहां पर जो वीडियो वायरल हो रहा है विधायक संजय गायकवाड़ का, जो एकनाथ शिंदे के गुट से आते हैं, जिसमें साफ तौर पर ये दिख रहा है किस तरीके से विधायक जी ने जो मैनेजर है उसको थप्पड़ मारा, घूंसे मारे, क्योंकि उसने खराब दाल उनको दी थी। देखिए ये कैंटीन है, यहाँ पर काम चल रहा है और सुबह का वक्त होने से गर्दी भी ज़्यादा है। और ऐसे में आरोप ये लग रहा है कि इस कैंटीन में जो खाना परोसा गया था वो सही नहीं था। लोगों से बात करने की कोशिश करते हैं। सर, कब से खा रहे हैं यहाँ पर? किस तरीके का खाना रहता है? क्या यहाँ पर कभी कोई कंप्लेन की है आपने या आई है?
मैं तो यहाँ फर्स्ट टाइम आया हूँ अभी।
नहीं, यहाँ पे तो ठीक है, खाना पीना सब अच्छा है और इतना ऐसा कुछ प्रॉब्लम नहीं लग रहा था मुझे।
कल विधायक जी ने यहाँ पर प्रश्न उपस्थित किया था कि दाल खराब मिली थी और बल का प्रयोग भी किया गया था सर्वेंट के ऊपर। ऐसे में एक नागरिक होने के नाते कैसे देखते हैं इस चीज़ों को?
नहीं, ऐसा तो एक्चुअली उतना थोड़ा सा हाइपर होना नहीं चाहिए था उनको, लेकिन ठीक है, मतलब जो सिचुएशन के हिसाब से वो जो होना था वो हो गया। अभी हम लोग तो कल नहीं थे, हम लोग तो इधर।
देखिए ये वही कैंटीन है। कोशिश करते हैं जो यहाँ पर काम करते कर्मचारी, जो मैनेजर दिख रहा था वो फ़िलहाल यहाँ पर अभी नहीं है उनकी ड्यूटी, लेकिन कोशिश ये करेंगे कि बात करें लोगों से और समझने की कोशिश करें कि आखिरकार ऐसा क्या हो गया जिस तरीके से जो वीडियो वायरल हुआ है उसमें विधायक जी इतने भड़क गए कि अपने बल का प्रयोग वो करने लगे। दादा, कितने समय से काम कर रहे हैं? कल जिस तरीके से वीडियो वायरल हुआ, हो जाता होगा कभी कभी इस तरीके से घटना, कैसे देखते हैं आप सर?
नहीं, ये गलत हुआ, ऐसा बोले, सही बोले तो ये क्या है, थोड़ा एक सांभर के लिए, नहीं तो कुछ ऐसा मारता है बोले तो गलत है ना। अभी आमदार मारता तो अच्छा था, ये सब लोग मिल के मारा हुआ गलत है।
हाँ, वो भी देखा गया कि खाली उन्होंने नहीं मारा, बाकी लोगों ने मिल के उस जो कैंटीन के मैनेजर है। आप भी यहाँ कितने सालों से काम कर रहे थे?
1 साल से काम कर रहे हैं। मेरा ड्यूटी नहीं था कल, मैं छुट्टी में था कल।
नहीं, बराबर है, लेकिन इस तरीके की कंप्लेन आई है कभी, या इस तरह की कंप्लेन?
पहली बार हुआ है।
देखिए हमें बता रहे इस तरह की कंप्लेन पहली बार हुई है। और यहाँ के लोग जो यहाँ काम कर रहे हैं वो साफ तौर पे ये भी कहते हैं कि इस तरीके से जो मारा गया, जो वो कहीं ना कहीं गलत है, ऐसा नहीं करना चाहिए था। और इनके बात करने से एक और एक चीज़ समझ में आ रही है कि खाली विधायक ने ही नहीं मारा था, उनके साथ जितने कर्मचारी थे उन्होंने भी इस तरीके से हाथ उठाया, वो कहीं ना कहीं गलत है।
सर, लगातार महाराष्ट्र के अंदर गुंडा राज देखने को मिल रहा है। कभी एमएलए, कभी एमपी, कोई ना कोई किसी ना किसी के ऊपर हिंसा कर रहा है, सिर्फ और सिर्फ मराठी लैंग्वेज को लेकर।
देखो, गुंडा राज की बातें मत कहो। महाराष्ट्र की बदनामी करने के लिए जो लोग इसी तरीके जो बातें कर रहे हैं पूरे हिंदुस्तान में फैला रहे हैं, उसका निषेध मैं करता हूँ। महाराष्ट्र में कायदा और सुव्यवस्था की जो व्यवस्था है बहुत अच्छी तरह की व्यवस्था है, बाकी के राज्यों से बहुत अच्छी व्यवस्था हमारे महाराष्ट्र में। आप अपना जो बयान किया है वो पहला वापस लो।
एमएनएस के
आज की बात तो ये मत करो।
एमएनएस के एक नेता के
गलत है।
एमएनएस के बेटे, नेता के बेटे एक किसी को मारते हैं, ये क्या गुंडा राज?
उसका सरनेम क्या है? उसका सरनेम क्या है वो बताओ। सिर्फ एमएनएस का नेता का नाम बोल, उसका सरनेम लो। अगर आपको न्यूज़ मालूम है तो उसका सरनेम आप ले लो, एंकर को आप उसका सरनेम ले लो। क्या है मालूम है आपको?
नहीं तो मराठी लैंग्वेज।
ये देखो, अगर आप बातें कर रहे हैं तो आप उसका सरनेम क्या है वो भी पूछो, आप भी वो भी बताओ। शेख करके कोई तो है जो उन्होंने दारू पी के एक लड़की के साथ, जो मराठी लड़की के साथ जो उन्होंने जो कुछ गैर व्यवहार किया था, उसके ऊपर तो कानूनी कार्रवाई हो गई। तो हर जगह हो रही है, सिर्फ महाराष्ट्र में हो रही है क्या? ये सिर्फ महाराष्ट्र में हो रही है। और उसका सरनेम भी बोलो, मराठी आदमी ने नहीं किया है, उसका सरनेम भी शेख करके है, वो भी आप बताओ। महाराष्ट्र को बदनाम करने के लिए आधी खबर मत बताओ।
नहीं, लेकिन अभी भी वो फ्री घूम रहे हैं, अभी भी कोई भी उनके खिलाफ
नहीं, जिन्होंने गलत काम किया उसके ऊपर कार्रवाई होगी।
संजय राउत अभी ट्वीट कर रहे हैं, वो कह रहे हैं कि आपके एक नेता थे, कल एक एमएलए थे, उन्होंने थप्पड़ मारा किसी को और उसके खिलाफ होम मिनिस्टर देवेंद्र फडणवीस शांत हैं, कोई कार्रवाई क्यों नहीं हुई?
देखो, जो गलत तरीके बातें करेगा, गलत तरीके बर्ताव करेगा, उसके ऊपर कार्रवाई जरूर होगी।
And also another such incident that's coming to life now is of MNS workers vandalizing a toll plaza in the Washim area. This is the Washim district. From Mumbai to Washim, vandalism that is continuing in the state of Maharashtra. Radhika joining us. Radhika, take us through the details of what really transpired here, and why is it the poor man who was behind that toll plaza there, the toll plaza there in Maharashtra's Washim district? Why was he assaulted by these MNS workers? And given the fact that Raj Thackeray has, asked them not to talk to media, not to react even on social media sites, but has Raj Thackeray not asked them not to take any action against any sort of violence not to be taking place as far as the state of Maharashtra is concerned? And, really that gag order, instead of asking them not to speak to media or not to speak on social media platforms, shouldn't Raj Thackeray be telling his MNS workers not to take matters into their hands?
That's right. Not to resort to violence is not the message given by Raj Thackeray, unfortunately. He has told his workers not to speak to media. Now, he gave this order sometime yesterday at about 9 p.m. and this incident happened at about 6 p.m. The vandalism and violence at Toll Plaza in Washim, where at least about 5 to 6 workers of MNS vandalized that entire toll plaza and even assaulted a worker there, after which they very brazenly gave out that media bite, also saying that the administration has done nothing for the roads nearby. The road work is not complete, no facilities given to villagers there, which is why they went ahead and took law into their hands. So absolutely no accountability. What we are seeing is fearlessness once again, and hooliganism from the side of MNS, and also not just MNS but also from the side of Sena as well, as far as that whole MLA incident is concerned. In this toll plaza incident, we'll have to see whether any sort of action will be taken, because MNS has done it in the past. They've been in the forefront of anti-toll agitation for the last many years, and they have destroyed several toll plazas in the state of Maharashtra, and also assaulted people working in the East toll plazas as well. And once again, that is being seen. What action will be taken, what messaging will be given by MNS Raj Thackeray, and will the state government finally act and perhaps take some sort of action, because that is something we are not seeing in the past instances, but we will see if any sort of accountability will be fixed, considering the number of incidents that have happened.
Where does the buck really stop, Radhika? Stay with us for our next story, because there's another incident of MNS workers there and, taking matters into their own hands. MNS goons intimidating a rickshaw driver, whether it's the Toll Plaza worker or a rickshaw driver. It doesn't stop, Radhika. Threatening him. Why? Because he was speaking in Hindi and not in Marathi. And they, in fact, forced the poor migrant to apologize to the goons who were, in fact, intimidating the rickshaw driver. Take us through the details of this incident that has now come to light. I mean, one incident after the other, Radhika. This is absolutely shocking.
Very unfortunate. Absolutely shocking, very unfortunate. Once again, series of incidents with respect to the language row. MNS workers going about targeting these poor, weak rickshaw drivers, shopkeepers, clerks, and so on, and asking them to speak in Marathi. Unfortunately, these are all migrant workers. They've come from different states to make a living, to earn their livelihood, and they are being harassed, threatened, and beaten up. And that's what we are seeing. Rickshaw driver being threatened and assaulted by MNS workers. They threatened him to speak in Marathi. He said he doesn't know the language. I mean, the poor guy did not know the language, and therefore he said, I will only speak in Hindi, and rightfully so, justifiably so. But MNS goons there not really sparing him either. So, this definitely has to stop. In the name of language, they are going about beating and bashing people up, and these are poor, weak people who have absolutely no influence or political clout. They will not dare do this to somebody rich and influential. That is something we know. They're obviously doing it for the sake of publicity, and this is just politics at play, no doubt about it. And the fact that state government is not taking any strong action is only driving them more, in fact making them do these acts even more. It is only intensifying with each passing day. So where does the buck really stop is the real question. And today, will Devendra Fadnavis finally speak up and act and give a strict warning to these leaders and goons? That remains to be seen.
Right. Will Devendra Fadnavis please stand up is, really the question here. Radhika, speak up he has been, he's been talking about lawlessness and that it won't be tolerated in the state. But can he please stand up and take action against, these incidents that are now, in fact, like you mentioned, this of course is bringing to light, what really happened in Thane. The poor shopkeeper of that sweet shop who couldn't, wasn't speaking in Marathi, was speaking in Hindi, and they were having that conversation regarding the Hindi imposition in the state, which has been revoked by Devendra Fadnavis. I mean, on one side, you might revoke the Hindi imposition in the state, but on the other side, you're coming down heavy, and particularly on the poor class of the people, whether it is a canteen person, whether it is somebody behind the toll plaza, whether it is a rickshaw driver or a poor man, inside a sweet shop. The M&S workers are not stopping. There's just no stopping them, Radhika.
That's right. This is only continuing. This is, political impunity that we witnessed. So a lot happening as far as, M&S goons actions are concerned, but no real act from the side of state government or the police officials there. A lot of FIRs have been registered, weak sections, lenient sections being added in many of these FIRs. No arrest, they are being just called into the police station and they are being released immediately. So therefore, which is why it is really driving them to take law into their hands even more. There is absolutely no fear of law. That is something that we can see. There is impunity, no fear of law, no regret, no remorse, and they are just going about threatening people, beating people up with absolutely no accountability and no fear of consequences. So yes, these acts are continuing. State government is in a fix. Devendra Fadnavis saying that he will act but not doing anything on the ground. Eknath Shinde's party is also divided. Some supporting the M&S, some not. Opposition firmly backing M&S, and there is a lot of politics at play. Many of the leaders want to ally with M&S ahead of BMC polls. So therefore, they are softening their stand as far as the Raj Thackeray is concerned. But what's happening on ground is that poor people, poor workers, poor migrants who come to the state of Maharashtra to earn a livelihood are being targeted, and they are bearing the brunt of this politics of language that's playing out.
Absolutely. What is the common man, really, thinking about and saying about, these kind of incidents that have come to light? Are people in Maharashtra living in fear? Let's, get you an account of people there in Maharashtra talking on camera against these M&S workers and people who are forcing their way and their ideologies on the poor Mumbaikar and people in Maharashtra.
विधायक द्वारा जब दाल सही नहीं परोसी गई तो कैंटीन के आदमी की पिटाई कर दी गई। ये आपको कितना सही लगता है? लेकिन पीटना चाहिए ऐसे? नहीं, गलत बात है। गलत बात। मतलब क्या कर सकते हैं?
मैम उसके लिए आर्गुमेंट कर सकते हैं, पैसे बिल के लिए हो सकते हैं, पर मारना पीटना गलत है जी।
मारपीट बहुत ज्यादा होने लग गई है महाराष्ट्र में, आपको ऐसा लगता है?
हाँ मैम, छोटी छोटी बातों पे होते रहती है
वजह पाओ। कई बार ऐसा होता है कि देखिए आपका खाना सही नहीं होता तो आप क्या मारपीट पर उतर जाएंगे सीधा इनके साथ?
नहीं, ऐसा क्यों? क्योंकि भाई इंसान से ही गलती होता है। हाँ, तो कुछ जिस मिस्टेक रहेगा तो उनको बताएंगे भाई ये मिस्टेक है, तो उसको सुधार करेंगे।
जैसा व्यवहार किया जाए वैसा, लेकिन अगर सामने वाला शांत है, चुपचाप आपको सॉरी बोल रहा हो,
ऐसा खाने पीने में ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए ना, गड़बड़ी खाने पीने का मामला ये समझाऊंगा उसको एक दो बार।
एक नेता है शिवसेना के, वो सीधा मारपीट पर उतर गए, कैंटीन वाले को बहुत जोर जोर का मारने लगे।
क्या लेकिन अभी उसके आगे पहले कुछ हुआ होगा ना, अभी क्यों मारा है? अभी कोई नेता किसी के ऊपर हाथ उठा तो कुछ ऐसा कुछ हुआ होगा ना, वो भी तो मालूम होना मुझे ना अपने को।
तो ऐसा कभी हुआ है कि कुछ कंप्लेंट आई हो दाल को लेकर?
नहीं, हमारे साथ कंप्लेंट नहीं।
एक नेता है संजय गायकवाड़, उन्होंने क्या किया है कि उनकी दाल खराब थी, तो जैसे कैंटीन में काम करने वाले लड़के होते हैं उनसे मारपीट कर ली, बहुत मारा है उन्हें।
अपने इधर खराब दाल सीधा फेंक देते हैं, वेस्ट होता है वो हटा देते हैं।
लेकिन गलत है, जब अगर सपोज कोई आपके पास खराबी आए खाने को लेकर तो आप लोग क्या करते हैं?
वो उस्ताद को रिएक्शन करेगा, उसको बोलेगा ऐसा क्या किया, कैसा हुआ, उसको समझाते हैं, बताते हैं।
लेकिन मारपीट करना ये सही है?
नहीं, मेरे को सही नहीं लगता।
Right, of course, this really comes at a time when people voicing their concerns when it comes to the law and order situation in the state of Maharashtra. So, Mumbai citizens sick of the scenes after video that is surfacing, that is going completely viral. We're showing you videos on your screen of the violence that has erupted in a matter of a few days in the state of Maharashtra. There are more such incidents that haven't been even reported. But here we have M&S workers there, one beating up a Pole Plaza employee. On the other side, M&S worker intimidating a rickshaw puller. On the other side, we also have a Shiv Sena MLA there in the center, right there. The Shiv Sena MLA Sanjay Gaikwad hitting, assaulting, punching. This is a canteen chap, a poor man, because the dal that he was served was smelly. Sanjay Gaikwad absolutely unapologetic and has literally no remorse or regret as to what really happened there. In fact, he's bragging about, being able to do this. Anuj joining us to get us the very latest. Anuj, we have played out some of the reactions coming in regard to these multiple incidents, but when it comes to the government, the action that the government has taken, and basically the stand that the government has taken in regard to M&S workers on one side, but the big question being, what is the stand that the government will take in, when it comes to their own, and that is Sanjay Gaikwad, the person behind all this, and the person who's absolutely unapologetic and has absolutely no regret or remorse, but is in fact bragging about, being able to do this because he knows judo, he knows karate, he even knows how to wrestle, and he's gone on to say that this is the Shiv Sena style of handling things.
Exactly. I mean, when you look at this matter, it's not just an action that was undertaken by the MLA in a fit of rage, right? We've seen that this incident unfolded yesterday, and after that, since today morning, he first spoke to NDTV, then he spoke to the other news channels, and in all of these interactions that Sanjay Gaikwad has had with news channels, one can see that the individual, the MLA, is still very adamant on defending himself, and as you said, just not stops there, but he goes on to brag about all the all the skills that he has, which makes it very clear that number one, there is a possibility of there being a clear directive from the party top officials in Shiv Sena, especially Shinde, Mr. Eknath Shinde himself, that he need not change his stance on it. And secondly, this also raises questions about
And breaking news coming in of DK Shivkumar there. He has sought time with Rahul Gandhi. Do remember Rahul Gandhi today is in Patna, but DK Shivkumar has asked for time from Rahul Gandhi and is expected to meet him later. That is DK Shivkumar there meeting with Rahul Gandhi perhaps later tonight. But DK Shivkumar has gone on to say that there will be no cabinet reshuffle, and that really is not on the cards. So all the rumblings and the speculation doing the rounds in regard to a change in guard could perhaps not be taking place is what DK Shivkumar at least has gone on record to say, that there will be no cabinet reshuffling and there would be no change in guard. But however, he has sought time with Rahul Gandhi. That's the latest that we have for you. He's also gone on to speak about Siddaramaiah and that, the chief minister is, going to be in Delhi in order to meet with the defense minister. And it's basically on the lines of basically for development purposes. However, DK Shivkumar there saying, to know more on this, we have Aishwarya Jain joining us. Aishwarya, of course, DK Shivkumar there clearing the air, putting things in perspective in regard to both, DK Shivkumar and then eventually also Siddaramaiah being here in the national capital. But, saying that this is not what it's really being made out to be. This is basically DK Shivkumar asking for time. He will be meeting with Rahul Gandhi, not Sonia Gandhi, and it is the Chief Minister who's going to be meeting with the Defence Minister, and that is basically for development purposes and nothing other.
Well, that's right. In fact, amid the entire chorus that has been growing of cabinet reshuffle, or probably the supporters of DK Shivkumar wanting him to be the next chief minister, it is 3 to 4 important points that he made during the press conference in the national capital today. He said that, of course, he will meet Rahul Gandhi. He sought an appointment from Rahul Gandhi as he is in Patna, and as soon as he will come back, he'll definitely meet Rahul Gandhi. Perhaps he had not met Sonia Gandhi in Delhi, but Chief Minister Siddaramaiah is also landing in Delhi, and he will be meeting Defence Minister Rajnath Singh and would be giving an invitation and will be proposing for a aero show in Karnataka. It is, of course, on the other side, several important work that needs to be done as far as, clearing the official gazette for Kaveri River. Yesterday, DK Shivkumar met C.R. Patil and other ministers of the central government as well. But the most important point here that has been made by DK Shivkumar is that it is just speculations. Everything is loud and clearly being said by the party observers, the in charge that came into Bengaluru, that there would be no cabinet reshuffle, and that has been made very clear. We directly asked DK Shivkumar that now whether after 2.5 years there is going to be reshuffle or not. He clearly stated that it's just the speculation that has been going on in the media. We have made it clear that Siddaramaiah would be the Chief Minister and I would be the Deputy Chief Minister, and that's the consensus that had been made. But certainly for important work of the Karnataka government, both Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka is here in Delhi, and they will be meeting several key ministers, including the Deputy Chief Minister. But yes, as it has been all left behind to the High Command, as Mr. Khadge also stated, it would be DK Shivkumar will be meeting Rahul Gandhi as soon as he will come back from Patna tonight or tomorrow, is something that DK Shivkumar has stated.
Right, of course, we also heard DK Shivkumar saying that the position isn't vacant. So basically, this is not the time to talk about a change in guard, a change of guard as far as Karnataka is concerned. DK Shivkumar there clearing the air, of course, and going on to talk about how a meeting will be taking place with Rajnath Singh as well.
Well, there is a proposal from the Karnataka government that an aero show is to be conducted in the state, and therefore the reason perhaps Chief Minister Siddaramaiah would be landing in Delhi and he would be meeting Defence Minister this evening, would be inviting him and would be proposing that the next aero show should be in the state of Karnataka as well. But on the other side, importantly, there are several important issues. I mentioned the Kaveri River official gazette needs to be cleared by the central government, and therefore the reason perhaps yesterday he met Jal Shakti Minister C.R. Patil and also Bhupendra Yadav for that instance. But it is most important meetings within the organization amid the growing chorus. It is DK Shivkumar who had sought an appointment, and he only confirmed to us that he had sought an appointment from Rahul Gandhi, and he would be meeting him as soon as he will be coming back from Patna. Whether there would be any talks with Rahul Gandhi of DK Shivkumar of the cabinet reshuffle, which is high demand, be it the supporters of Siddaramaiah or DK Shivkumar back in Karnataka as well. But everything is good. Everything is fine between DK Shivkumar and Siddaramaiah is what he has stated and cleared there.
Right. Let's just get in our colleague Deepak joining us from Bengaluru in regard to, Deepak, this meeting that's going to be taking place in the national capital. I mean, we do know Siddaramaiah is on his way here. DK Shivkumar there saying that the position is not vacant, and these speculation doing the rounds are absolutely baseless at this particular point in time.
Well, yes, and in fact, when we spoke to Mr. Randeep Singh Surjewala, who's in Bengaluru meeting the legislators, he dismisses any sort of meeting. On the other hand, Mr. DK Shivkumar says he wants to meet Mr. Rahul Gandhi. Whether this is going to be a meeting with all stakeholders here, including the Chief Minister, that is a question mark. but at this point in time, officially they maintain these are visits pertaining to developmental activities in the state, and also Aishwarya was saying that Chief Minister today, of course, is all set to meet the Raksha Mantri. This is for a formal request to be made for an aero display at the Dasara. But after that, whether they're going to meet the High Command, whether the High Command will want to have a chat with them, considering a series of statements that have been coming in from various legislators, ministers, which have put the government in a bit of a fix, be it issues of corruption that they've been flagging, be it talks of leadership change that has been surfacing time and again, how to quell this, and whether there is an attempt to quell or whether there is an attempt to actually do something about it. This is something for the High Command to decide, and whether that decision is going to be made in the next couple of days, well, probably not, because it's a decision that will take some time, and it's something that is in the making probably. But the meeting definitely is raising a lot of interest, considering the fact that here the Congress legislators themselves have been making a lot of hue and cry about the change of leadership and other issues.
Right, of course, Deepak, all eyes on that meeting that's going to be taking place of DK Shivkumar with Rahul Gandhi. But Rahul Gandhi is in Patna, so is this meeting going to take place later this evening or perhaps tomorrow early morning is something that we will be tracking. For now, we're slipping into a very short break. Back with a whole lot more. Do stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
बदलाव की इच्छा रखने वाले लोग, उनको ये तय करना है कि वो जनसुराज जैसे नए विकल्प को चुनते हैं कि फिर पिटे पिटाए अपनी पुरानी व्यवस्था में जाना चाहते हैं।
मैं चिराग पासवान पूरी तरीके से बिहार विधानसभा का चुनाव लड़ने के लिए तैयार हूँ और तत्पर।
तेजस्वी जी मुख्यमंत्री बने हैं, हमारी पूरी सपोर्ट है उनको। हम किंग मेकर की भूमिका में रहना चाहते हैं।
ये लोग घर से बाहर नहीं निकल पाते थे।
प्रधानमंत्री जी को बताना चाहिए कि इनका जो बिहार में जो सरकार है 50% जो नीतीश जी की मंत्रिमंडल में जो लोग बैठे हैं वो परिवारवादी लोग हैं। वो अपने आप को भी परिवारवादी बोले।
जंगल राज लाने वाले मौका देख रहे हैं, अपने पुराने कारनामे करने का मौका ढूंढ रहे हैं।
A 36-hour non-stop flight by a small pack of B-2s. A lot of other aircraft were also involved, we know that. But let's talk about the B-2 flight itself. They took off from Missouri. 36 hours later, they landed back without once landing. They delivered their bombs 18 hours later over Iran and then came back. How was this possible? Because
Welcome back. Very tragic news coming in fact, from Gujarat, and that is in a very shocking incident. This is a bridge that was in Gujarat connecting Vadodara to honor that has collapsed. 9 people have died in this incident. 6 others have been injured and taken to the hospital. We have Radhika Ramaswamy joining us to get us the very latest. Radhika, this very shocking incident of this Gambhira bridge that collapsed. What led to its collapse? How old is this bridge? Because from what we're hearing is this isn't a bridge that's been around for too long. And what really caused this collapse as far as this bridge is concerned? Take us through all the very details that you have for us.
What we have been given to understand that there had been multiple complaints as far as the condition of bridge is concerned, but despite that, authorities did not take note of it. Unfortunate incident there. At least 9 people have died and several others are being rescued at this point after many vehicles fell into this river. This was a dilapidated bridge in Vadodara district. It collapsed early this morning. In fact, this is located in Padra Taluka of Vadodara district. In fact, the bridge connects Gambhira to Mujpur, and several vehicles were crossing that particular bridge this morning. When the bridge entirely collapsed, we can see in those visuals how there are vehicles dangling precariously from that particular bridge. People are also trapped in the river and crying for help as well. Some of them have been rescued, thankfully, but unfortunately, the news that's coming in is that 9 people have died in this particular incident. The rescue operations are still underway. NDRF, emergency services, fire and emergency services have been rushed to the spot. Local police officials also there. But rescue seems to be a little challenging as a result of weather conditions. The injured have been taken to a local hospital. Some of them have been rescued. Some of them are still to be found. And 9 people so far have died in this unfortunate accident.
Very unfortunate there, Radhika. And of course, from what we're hearing is that this was a bridge that was built in 1985, and there were periodic checks that were conducted in order, as and when required, is what the ministry has gone on to say. But 9 people have died and 6 others have been injured in the collapse that has taken place in Gujarat. Radhika with us to get us the very latest. Radhika, take us through, details of how many cars were on this bridge when it collapsed and what really led to the collapse is something that will take time for us to know. But, the initial reports of, bystanders and eyewitnesses, what is it that we are picking up?
What we are being given to understand is that the bridge is about 40 years old and it was repaired last year. In fact, there were some complaints as far as the condition of the bridge is concerned, but there was some repair that was carried out. The authorities are examining the details of this bridge and also as to what exactly led to the collapse as well. There were many vehicles at the time of the incident. There was, a car, a pickup van, a rickshaw, 2 trucks. So there were several vehicles at the time of the collapse, and some of which them fell into that particular river as well. Several vehicles falling into the river and resulting in casualties, 9 people dying and many
very, very unfortunate there. Radhika, thank you so much for getting us all the details. We will keep tracking that story. For now, we're sipping into a short break. Back with a whole lot more with Usama on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
जनता के पास सवाल ही सवाल है। जवाब ढूंढने को वो देखती है न्यूज़ और देखती है यहाँ तो सवालों का मायाजाल है। ऊपर से ये अलग फाइट है, कोई पूरा लेफ्ट तो कोई पूरा राइट है। बीच में मुद्दे के साथ कौन है, जनता को जवाब चाहिए। इसीलिए सवालों की परेड नहीं, मैं लाऊंगा खबरों की कचहरी। मैं शुभांकर मिश्रा, मेरे साथ देखिए कचहरी रात 8 बजे सिर्फ NDTV इंडिया पर।
But I'd like to start this off by asking you, Vishnu, what you think about the whole question of India not having stealth fighters right now.
It's a huge
Everyone's
problem.
trying to sell them to us as well.
It's a huge problem, Shiv. Let's face it, in as much as we love the Rafale aircraft and the Indian Air Force is completely vouching for it, perhaps they'd like more than 100 more. The Indian Navy has just gotten into an order for 26 Rafale M aircraft. There is a generation gap between the Rafale and the stealth. There is a good reason why a stealth platform is called a 5th generation aircraft and a Rafale is a 4th or 4.5 generation aircraft, and that is low observability. So in as much as the Rafale has brilliant sensors, both in terms of its radar, its defensive suite, its electronic warfare suite, its towed array decoy system, it is not typically a low observability platform in quite the same manner in which a stealth aircraft is. Its design form is different. And therefore, if Pakistan does have low
Maharashtra thuggery escalates in Mumbai after a Sena MLA punches a person over food. Is the glorification of violence now a deliberate political strategy for relevance? Maharashtra government's muted response on this brazen display of power. Has Marathi pride become a convenient cover for Marathi gundagiri? Maharashtra thug netas exposed by NDTV. Karnataka Game of Thrones now shifts to Delhi. DK Shivkumar seeks time to meet Rahul Gandhi. The Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah is also set to reach Delhi. A bridge collapses in Gujarat. 9 people have lost their lives. Protest politics peaks in Patna. Opposition joins forces ahead of the crucial Bihar Assembly elections. The Mahagathbandhan stir on Bihar voter list. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Osama Shab. An FDA team is currently at the canteen where Shiv Sena MLA Sanjay Gaikwad slapped a worker. The FDA team is doing an inspection of the condition in which the food is being prepared. They are taking samples. They are also making videos. And after inspection, a report is set to be submitted by this evening. My colleague Abhishek Avasthi, he's been there on the ground and he has been getting us all the latest. And he in fact went to the canteen. He spoke to the customers who said that the food quality needs to improve. But the way the MLA assaulted the canteen staff was not right. Staff members too have criticized this particular assault. And from what we understand at this moment, and this is breaking information, an FDA team is currently at the canteen. All right, my colleague Anuj Raite joins us to get us more on this. Anuj, take us through what is happening there at the canteen right now. From what we understand, an FDA team is currently at the canteen. They are taking samples, etc.
Osama, I'm here in Vidhan Bhavan, trying to follow the political reactions. But from what I've gathered from Abhishek, who is following this story from the canteen where this incident unfolded, what we got to know is that after this video went viral early in the morning at around 8:30 a.m., one can see that even in that video, which was shot last night, the MLA says that he instructs one of his associates to provide that dal which is in a packet to ask him to submit it to the FDA team. And now from what we know is that the FDA team has officially taken over the incident or over the investigation of this particular matter. From what we've been gathering or picking up here in Vidhan Bhavan, a lot of MLAs, even from the opposition parties and from the ruling dispensation, have of course spoke against the violence and have kind of condemned it pretty much unanimously. but they've also spoken about how there were multiple complaints being made against the MLA canteen there, the Akashvani MLA canteen, which is a state-run canteen, and that is important to understand. And how the way the food was served, or the ingredients that were used were often questionable, or reports regarding that, letters regarding that were sent to the higher-ups on multiple occasions. But what is important is the fact that the individual in question here, who is the Buldhana member of Legislative Assembly from Shinde Sena, Sanjay Gaikwad, he still continues to stay adamant. There is no apology that we've heard from him after speaking to NDTV earlier today. He also spoke to a lot of other news channels here, and he's maintained the stance throughout on how he's got all the reasons to be angry, and in a way is justifying the violent acts that he perpetrated on this canteen staff last evening. The Minister of State for Home Department, Yogesh Kadam, also very briefly spoke to us before going to the Vidhan Bhavan, and he said that important to understand that Yogesh Kadam is also from Shiv Sena. He also said that how a proper way should have been followed. Often complaints are made and the complaints are looked into by the state machinery, but violence is not an answer, especially when we are covering the VIP hooliganism across the MMR region, talking about how workers endorsed by party leaders, especially by MNS and in some parts UBT as well, have perpetrated violence in the name of language. And now this incident kind of joins the bandwagon of VIP goons, or of VIPs, political VIPs in the state, perpetrating violence on record, even after knowing that their actions are going under the check.
Right, and as I mentioned earlier, the FDA team is there at the canteen. They're taking samples, they're making videos, and after the entire inspection, a report is expected to be submitted by the evening. But Anuj, when you speak about the political messaging of this entire incident, and as I mentioned earlier, is this glorification of violence now a deliberate political strategy?
When we talk about a few parties, especially about the Senas and MNS, the line of action for these three parties, which are again three primary stakeholders of the Marathi voter base here in the MMR region, violence of such nature is nothing new for them, right? They've started movements, and they have kind of fueled their movements with the help of violence, be it MNS's movement or anti-toll agitation, which went on for a couple of years, and we are also seeing that another incident has also come ahead about the same thing, or even the Marathi Manus agitation that happened in the 90s and in the early 2000s, wherein they fought for the sons of the soil against the outsiders, talking about how it is the right of the of the regional people, of the local people, over the jobs as compared to the others. So violence as a political tool has always been used by political parties. But an important question to raise here is, how does Devendra Fadnavis look at all of this? Because after the Meera Bhayandar issue kind of flared up, we heard from him on how such kind of acts wouldn't be tolerated, and how the government will be keeping out a stern lookout as far as such actions are concerned. And then we also had other senior ministers from the BJP talking about it. In that particular case, Shiv Sena was holding a very diplomatic view because of the involvement of the Marathi Manus issue as well. But will Devendra Fadnavis go on to reiterate on the same point when it is his own MLA, his own alliance party in the question at the moment? That will be something that we'll have to wait and watch out for.
All right, Anuj Raithu, thank you very much for getting us all those details. In the meanwhile, these are the pictures that you can see on your screen of the FDA team currently there inspecting at that particular canteen. And my colleague Abhishek Avasthi, he was there to get us this report. Take a look.
हम इस वक्त उसी कैंटीन में मौजूद है. आप देख सकते हैं फूड एंड ड्रग्स डिपार्टमेंट से अधिकारी यहाँ पर मौजूद है, और जिस तरीके से कल कंप्लेन आई थी कि खाने में ख़राब खाना दिया जा रहा है, उसके चलते यहाँ पर सर्वे या कई के जांच की जा रही है. फूड एंड ड्रग्स डिपार्टमेंट से यहाँ पर आला अधिकारी यहाँ मौजूद है, और कहीं न कहीं जिस तरीके से खाना बनाया जा रहा है, उस खाने में किस तरीके की सब्जियों का उपयोग किया जा रहा है, उसके चलते यहाँ पर इंस्पेक्शन किया जा रहा है. कल जिस तरीके से एक वीडियो वायरल हुआ, उसके बाद हमने देखा किस तरीके से विधायक ने को एक दाल, जो ख़राब दाल दी गई, उसके बाद वायलेंस हुआ इस कैंटीन में. उसके बाद ही सरकार हरकत में आई है, और कहीं ना कहीं फूड एंड ड्रग्स डिपार्टमेंट के लोग यहाँ पर आकर एक तरीके से इंस्पेक्शन कर रहे हैं, कैसे खाना बनाया जा रहा है, क्या सामान इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है और किस तरीके से उसे परोसा जाएगा, और हाइजीन के बारे में भी यहाँ पर एक तरीके से जांच की जा रही है। आप साफ तौर पे देख सकते हैं यहाँ पर फूड एंड ड्रग्स डिपार्टमेंट गवर्नमेंट ऑफ महाराष्ट्र की तरफ से अधिकारी यहाँ मौजूद हैं और तमाम सैंपल्स भी लिए जा रहे हैं, कुछ चीज़ें टेस्ट भी की जा रही है। और यहाँ पर लगातार जिस तरीके से एमएलए हॉस्टल की एक कैंटीन है, खाना परोसा जाता है। कल जिस तरीके से वीडियो वायरल हुआ उसका विवाद बना है, एमएलए ने बल का प्रयोग करके मैनेजर को के साथ बदसलूकी की, वहीं उन्होंने एक मुद्दा भी उपस्थित किया कि किस तरीके का खाना यहाँ पर परोसा जा रहा है वो सही नहीं है। ऐसे में फूड एंड ड्रग्स डिपार्टमेंट के लोग, अधिकारी यहाँ पर आप देख सकते हैं ख़ास तौर पर कैंटीन के अंदर मौजूद है और कहीं ना कहीं उन सभी चीज़ों का जायज़ा ले रहे हैं कि कुछ चीज़ें जो यहाँ बनाई जा रही हैं वो उसकी क्वालिटी क्या है और उसके जांच भी की जा रही है, और वीडियो भी वो बना रहे हैं कि किस तरीके से यहाँ पर कैंटीन में खाना बनाया जाता है, किस तरीके के ऑपरेशंस किए जाते हैं, और साथ ही साथ जो क्वालिटी है फूड की, क्लोज करते हैं, क्वालिटी है फूड की वो यहाँ पर बताई जा रही है। किस तरीके की इंस्पेक्शन की जा रही है अगर आप बता पाएँ, क्योंकि ये कैंटीन चर्चा में आ गई जब सोशल मीडिया पे वीडियो वायरल हुआ, साथ ही विधायक जी ने हाथापाई भी कर दी क्योंकि ख़राब दाल परोसी गई थी। क्या इंस्पेक्शन में पाया गया, किस तरीके की जाँच की जा रही है?
अभी तो इंस्पेक्शन हमारा चालू है, तो अन्न सुरक्षा मानदेय कायदा जो है उनके तहत अभी इंस्पेक्शन चालू है वही बेसिस पे। तो हम लोग देख रहे हैं कि किचन में साफ सफाई, ये सब जो कानून के तहत जो मुद्दे रहते हैं इंस्पेक्शन के पॉइंट जो है वो हम वेरीफाई कर रहे हैं।
मतलब ये सब देखकर फिर एक रिपोर्ट बनाई जाएगी इसके चल
बनाएंगे।
सर वीडियो भी आप बना रहे हैं, क्या मापदंड?
हमारी इन्फॉर्मेशन के लिए हम फोटो वगैरह निकालते हैं।
और सर अगर आपसे जानना चाहे लोगों को माध्यम से समझने के लिए कि क्या मापदंड होते हैं, किस तरीके का खाना बनना चाहिए, क्या प्रोडक्ट्स यूज़ करने चाहिए, अगर आप बता पाएं।
अन्न सुरक्षा जो कानून है, अन्न सुरक्षा फूड सेफ्टी एंड स्टैंडर्ड एक्ट, उसके तहत साफ सुथरे वातावरण में सबके लिए, मतलब पब्लिक के लिए हाइजीनिक फूड मिलना चाहिए, मतलब सेफ और हाइजीनिक, मतलब सुरक्षित और स्वच्छता में जो बनाया जाता है वो फूड मिलना चाहिए। तो उसके लिए कानून के जो प्रोविज़न है तो वो वेरीफाई कर रहे हैं हम कि मतलब वो पैरामीटर में बैठते कि नहीं बैठते, वो हिसाब से हम इंस्पेक्शन करेंगे।
कितनी जल्दी इस प्रकार की रिपोर्ट सबमिट हो सकती है, पता चल सकता है कि सब सही है या गलत हो रहा है या कुछ समझ में आए?
इंस्पेक्शन तो तुरंत, मतलब आज ही करेंगे तो आज ही रिपोर्ट सबमिट होता है, जो भी एक्शन है इनिशिएट जल्दी होता है उसका।
कुछ बता पाएंगे कि किस तरीके का यहाँ पर देखने को मिल रहा है? अगर प्राइमरी आपने क्या देखा, किस तरीके से सही है या?
इंस्पेक्शन चालू है, सब होने के बाद हम बोल सकते हैं।
सर आपका नाम और डेजिग्नेशन?
मैं बोर्ड के फूड सेफ्टी ऑफिसर हूँ।
फूड सेफ्टी ऑफिसर
बोर्ड के।
धन्यवाद। तो लगातार यहाँ पर आप देख सकते हैं ये वही विवादित कैंटीन है जहाँ पर सोशल मीडिया में वीडियो वायरल होने के बाद अब फूड एंड ड्रग्स की ओर से अफसर यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं और वीडियो लिए जा रहे हैं, जांच की जा रही है किस हाइजीन में यहाँ पर खाना बनाया जाता है या नहीं। सेफ्टी और हाइजीन सिचुएशन जो कहा जाता है, एक मापदंड होते हैं फूड एंड ड्रग्स अथॉरिटी जो महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट के तहत आता है, उसके चलते यहाँ पर इंस्पेक्शन जारी है।
Well, just to remind our viewers, in a shocking show of high-handedness, this Maharashtra lawmaker upset over the quality of the dal served to him at this canteen in Mumbai. He assaulted the canteen operator, hitting him on the face and punching him so hard that he fell on the ground. This incident at the Akashvani MLA canteen in Churchgate was caught on camera. This video clip, it has now gone viral. It has raised questions about the conduct of elected representatives in public. This MLA, however, said that he does not regret his act and said that this was the Shiv Sena style. Listen in to what he spoke to my colleague Abhishek Avasthi.
पहली बात तो जो वीडियो वायरल हो रहा है सर, उसमें आप कैंटीन मैनेजर को मारते हुए नज़र आ रहे हैं। पूरा मुद्दा क्या था? क्या आपको वो दाल परोसी गई जिसमें ख़राब दाल बताई जा रही है? क्या तकलीफ हुई?
उन्हें दाल परोसी नहीं गई थी। मैंने मेरे रूम में जो मेरा रूटीन टाइम होता है 10 बजे का, ऑलरेडी मैं कभी भी बाहर खाना नहीं खाता हूँ, ना गाँव में खाता हूँ ना इधर खाता हूँ। तो मैंने खाना पार्सल मंगाया जिसमें मैंने दाल चावल और 2 चपाती मंगाया था। सादा खाना मैंने मंगाया था और मैं एक दाल चावल का निवाला मैंने डाला तो मुझे बहुत गंदा लगा। सो मैं लगा कुछ मुंह में आया होगा। सेकंड खाया तो मुझे उल्टी हो गई और इतना भयानक फील होने लगा। तो फिर मैंने जैसा मैं जो कपड़े पे था वही कपड़े में कैंटीन में गया और वो जो जिन लोगों ने मुझे ये सब दिया था उनको पूछा कि आपने दिया है? तो बोले हाँ दिया है। तो मैंने बोला आप स्मेल लीजिए इसका। उन्होंने स्मेल लिया तो बोले बहुत ख़राब है। बाद में फिर मैंने मैनेजर को बुलाया, उसको मैंने स्मेल दिया। उनके 6 कर्मचारियों को स्मेल देने के बाद में उन्होंने बताया कि ये खाने जैसा नहीं है, यानी वो निष्कृष्ट दर्जे का नहीं था, वो सड़ा हुआ खाना था। और फिर मैंने उन लोगों को 2-4 साल में जितनी बार भी उनको मैंने समझाया कि आप मुझे खाना अच्छा दिया करो, नहीं तो ये ख़राब खाना मत दिया करो। इनका मटन 15-15 दिन पहले का रहता, इनका चिकन 15 दिन का रहता, इनके अंडे अंदर से पूरे काले हुए रहते। मैं किसान हूँ, मैं सब्जी और सब के बारे में मैं आधे घंटे के हिसाब से बताता हूँ कि सब्जी का खाना कब बनाया गया है। तो यहाँ महाराष्ट्र में से आए हुए हर दिन सेशन में 10,000 लोगों के जान से ये लोग खिलवाड़ करते हैं, आमदार के जान से खिलवाड़ करते हैं, महाराष्ट्र से आने वाले किसानों की जान से ये लोग खेलते हैं। और इनकी मुजरी इतनी है, कोई कंप्लेंट करे तो उसका ये सुनते भी नहीं हैं। और कई लोगों ने मुझे बताया कि हमारे खाने में ये दिया, कोई सुतली आई, कई चिपकी ले आई, कहीं कुछ गंदा आया। और 200-400 कंप्लेंट होने के बाद भी आज ये जो कंत्राटदार है 30 साल से यहाँ पे कुंडली मार के बैठा है।
आप एक विधायक है, वो भी रूलिंग पार्टी के विधायक है, इस तरीके से हाथ उठाना कितना जायज़ लगता है आपको?
मैं विधायक भी हूँ और मैं योद्धा भी हूँ। जब सब भाषा में समझाने के बाद में कोई समझता नहीं है तो बाला साहब ठाकरे जी ने हमको भाषा सिखाई भी है, जिसका इस्तेमाल मैंने किया है।
वो वीडियो में खास तौर से दिख रहा है आपने घूसों का भी उपयोग किया, झापट का भी उपयोग किया, लात भी मारने की कोशिश की। ऐसे में सर कंप्लेन कर सकते हैं आप?
मैंने कंप्लेंट किया, 4 बार किया, इसलिए मेरी जान मतलब मेरी सटक गई। मैं जूडो चैंपियन हूँ, मैं जिम्नास्टिक चैंपियन हूँ, मैं कराटे चैंपियन हूँ, मैं कुश्ती चैंपियन हूँ, तलवारबाजी, दांडपट्टा, कुश्ती का सब मैं चैंपियन हूँ, इसलिए मैं कुछ भी यूज़ कर सकता हूँ।
सर आप विधायक हैं, आपको लोग देखते हैं, आपसे लोग इंस्पायर होते हैं। ऐसे अगर आप देखें इस तरीके के कृत्य करेंगे तो लोग भी प्रवुक्त हो जाएंगे, कहीं वहाँ भी हिंसा होगी, क्योंकि एक तरीका होता है सर।
जब प्रशासन काम करता नहीं है, बार बार कंप्लेंट करने के बाद भी, तो जनता क्या करेगी? वो तो कायदा हाथ में लेगी ना। अब एक आमदार कंप्लेंट करता है और उसके अगर कोई दखल लेता नहीं है, उसमें अगर कार्रवाई करता नहीं है, तो ये एक आमदार क्या करेगा? खुद की जान देगा? बार बार बोलेगा नहीं अभी इतना तुमने सड़ा हुआ दिया, कल कीड़े पड़े हुआ खाना हमको खिला, ऐसा बोलेगा आमदार? मैं इतना गांधीवादी नहीं हूँ मैं।
नहीं, लेकिन जिस तरीके से विवाद चल रहा है मराठी बनाम हिंदी का, ऐसे में इस तरीके की हिंसा करना कितना जायज़ लगता है सर?
ये मैं नीचे गया तो उनके माथे पे कोई जात लिखी हुई नहीं थी, क्या प्रांत लिखा हुआ नहीं था कि वे कौन से जात के, कौन से प्रांत के, या वो जो खाना खिला रहे वो कौन से जाति को खिला रहे, वो खाने पे लिखा होता है क्या?
लेकिन सर आखिरकार जिस तरीके से वीडियो वायरल हुआ है, प्रश्न उपस्थित हो रहे हैं, तो कहीं ना कहीं एक विधायक होने के नाते एक मॉरल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी बनती है। आपको थोड़ा भी मलाल है कि इस तरीके से नहीं होता? या
कोई मलाल नहीं है, मुझे कोई मलाल नहीं है, मुझे कोई ये विषय में ऐसा महसूस नहीं होता है कि मैंने कोई गलत किया है।
अच्छा, इसकी आप कहाँ इसको उठाएंगे, क्योंकि ये बहुत गंभीर विषय भी है?
अभी हम विधानसभा में अध्यक्ष महोदय जी से पॉइंट ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन में बात रखने का प्रयास करेंगे। कनेक्टिंग मिनिस्टर जो है हमारे भुजबल साहब, उनको भी हम बताएंगे और फूड एंड ड्रग्स को भी हम कंप्लीट करने का
शिवसेना स्टाइल की जो आपने बात की है वो हमने देखा, लेकिन इस समय जो वातावरण है पूरे महाराष्ट्र में, खास करके मुंबई में, वो स्टाइल मनसे और उभाटागढ़ भी करते हुए नजर आ रहा है सड़कों पर। कैसे देखते हो उसे?
तो उनके बारे में मैं कुछ बोलना नहीं चाहूँगा। वो ये जो महाराष्ट्र में चल रहा है ये महाराष्ट्र के हित का नहीं है।
धन्यवाद। तो ये हमारे साथ थे संजय गायकवाड़ जी, जो साफ तौर पे कह रहे हैं भले ही मैं विधायक हूँ, लेकिन बार बार अगर मेरी कंप्लेन को नज़रअंदाज किया जाएगा तो मैं इसी तरीके से फिर एक बार उस कैंटीन मैनेजर को मारूंगा। और ये शिवसेना स्टाइल है, मैं गांधीवादी मैं बिलीव नहीं करता, मैं उनको सबक जरूर सिखाऊंगा। हालांकि उन्होंने कहा कि इसका मुद्दा विधानसभा में वो जरूर उठाएंगे।
All right, my colleague Abhishek Awasthi, he in fact went back to speak to the eyewitnesses, including the manager. Listen into that conversation first.
हम इस वक्त उसी होटल में हैं, हमारे साथ होटल का स्टाफ है। जिस तरीके से योगेश जी के साथ हुआ, आपके साथ भी हो सकता है। कितना जायज़ लगता है इस तरीके से? अगर कुछ चीज़ खराब है उसका एक तरीका होता है, लेकिन क्या कहेंगे?
आके करो, हाँ बराबर है, कर सकते हैं। अभी अब मंत्री आके उसके साथ 20-25 आदमी जो रहते हैं, आके एक आदमी को मारना, गरीब आदमी को मारना, एक कौन सा तरीका है? एक कौन सा तरीका है? अभी वो कायदे कानून है, वो खराब है, वो करो, ये करो, कानून कायदे कानून वो छोड़ के मारा मारी। मंत्री बनते क्या मारा मारी करने के लिए बनते?
लेकिन आपने एक और एक महत्वपूर्ण बात बताई कि उनके साथ 10-15 लोग थे जो मिल के मार रहे थे, ऐसा कुछ हुआ था क्या?
बराबर है, वो लोग ही आदमी था ना, वो लोग ही आदमी था, वो लोग ही मारा। पहला वो मंत्री ने वो काली बनीन में था, वो मारा, मारने के बाद दूसरा 2-3 आदमी मारा।
मंत्री नहीं, वो विधायक है सर, विधायक मतलब एमएलए है।
एमएलए क्या मालूम, भगवान जानते एमएलए क्या है।
लेकिन कितना जायज़ लगता है इस तरीके से? कभी आप भी हो सकते हो, ये भाई भी हो सकते हैं जो आप मेहनत से काम करते हो, कुछ अगर तकलीफ है तो उसकी बताना चाहिए कि इस तरीके से मारना चाहिए।
अरे मारामारी नहीं करना चाहिए, जो चीज़ खराब है आके बोलना चाहिए, ये खराब है, ये करो, वो करो करके उसको सजा देना चाहिए। वो छोड़ के मारामारी, ऐसा होता है क्या मारामारी? हैं?
आप लोग जितने लोग हैं काम कर रहे हैं, दिन रात मेहनत करते हैं, रोजी रोटी के लिए काम करते हैं, और इस तरीके का अगर हादसा हो जाता है तो सही है कि गलत है? ये
गलत है, एकदम गलत है।
गलत है, बिल्कुल गलत है,
बहुत गलत है।
आप भी हो सकते थे, आपको भी मारा जा सकता है।
मारा जा सकता था, अंगुली उठाया जा सकता था मेरे पे। मैं अन्ना को बचाया, मेरे पे हाथ उठा रहा था और मारने के लिए मेरे को हाँ मेरे को बोला।
नहीं, कल जब ये हुआ आप थे क्या?
हाँ थे, मैं था, मैं अन्ना को पकड़ के उठाया, ठीक है, बोलता तू मत बोले तो तेरे को मारूंगा मैं।
आपके जैसे अधिकारी या कहेंगे जो मैनेजर थे, कल रात को बैठे थे, जिस तरीके से घटना घटी, पूरा वायरल हुआ, आज पूरा देश उसे देख रहा है, कैसे देखते हैं? क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं कुछ ना कुछ खराब हो जाता होगा, लेकिन उसका ब्लेम आप लोगों पर आता है।
सर इसके बारे में मैं अभी कुछ बोल नहीं सकते, प्लीज़ सर।
आपको क्या जायज़ लगता है जिस तरीके से विधायक जी ने हाथ उठाया? कल आप भी हो सकते थे सर।
नहीं सर, ये आपको क्या कैसा लगता है ये बोलिए?
गलत है सर।
तो गलत ही है ना सर, तब इससे आगे मैं कुछ बोल नहीं सकता, प्लीज़।
हम इस वक्त उसी कैंटीन में मौजूद है। ये आकाशवाणी कैंटीन है जो कि एमएलए हॉस्टल के नीचे है, और आपको बता दें ये उसी कैंटीन है जहां पर जो वीडियो वायरल हो रहा है विधायक संजय गायकवाड़ का, जो एकनाथ शिंदे के गुट से आते हैं, जिसमें साफ तौर पर ये दिख रहा है किस तरीके से विधायक जी ने जो मैनेजर है उसको थप्पड़ मारा, घूसे मारे, क्योंकि उसने खराब दाल उनको दी थी। देखिए ये कैंटीन है, यहाँ पर काम चल रहा है और सुबह का वक्त होने से गर्दी भी ज़्यादा है, और ऐसे में आरोप ये लग रहा है कि इस कैंटीन में जो खाना परोसा गया था वो सही नहीं था। लोगों से बात करने की कोशिश करते हैं। सर कब से खा रहे हैं यहाँ पर, किस तरीके का खाना रहता है, क्या यहाँ पर कभी कोई कंप्लेन की है आपने या आई है?
मैं तो यहाँ फर्स्ट टाइम आया हूँ अभी।
नहीं यहाँ पे तो ठीक है, खाना पीना सब अच्छा है और इतना ऐसा कुछ प्रॉब्लम नहीं लग रहा था मुझे।
कल विधायक जी ने यहाँ पर प्रश्न उपस्थित किया था कि दाल खराब मिली थी और बल का प्रयोग भी किया गया था सर्वेंट के ऊपर। ऐसे में एक नागरिक होने के नाते कैसे देखते हैं इस चीज़ों को?
नहीं ऐसा तो एक्चुअली उतना थोड़ा सा हाइपर होना नहीं चाहिए था उनको, लेकिन ठीक है, मतलब जो सिचुएशन के हिसाब से वो जो होना था वो हो गया। अभी हम लोग तो कल नहीं थे, हम लोग तो इधर।
देखिए ये वही कैंटीन है। कोशिश करते हैं जो यहाँ पर काम करते कर्मचारी, जो मैनेजर दिख रहा था वो फ़िलहाल यहाँ पर अभी नहीं है उनकी ड्यूटी, लेकिन कोशिश ये करेंगे कि बात करें लोगों से और समझने की कोशिश करें कि आखिरकार ऐसा क्या हो गया जिस तरीके से जो वीडियो वायरल हुआ है उसमें विधायक जी इतने भड़क गए कि अपने बल का प्रयोग वो करने लगे। दादा कितने समय से काम कर रहे हैं? कल जिस तरीके से वीडियो वायरल हुआ, हो जाता होगा कभी कभी इस तरीके से घटना, कैसी देखते हैं आप सर?
नहीं ये गलत हुआ, ऐसा बोले, सही बोले तो ये क्या है, थोड़ा एक सांभर के लिए नहीं तो कुछ ऐसा मारता है बोले तो गलत है ना। अभी आमदार मारता तो अच्छा था, ये सब लोग मिल के मारा हुआ गलत है।
हाँ वो भी देखा गया कि खाली उन्होंने नहीं मारा, बाकी लोगों ने मिल के उस जो कैंटीन के मैनेजर है। आप भी यहाँ कितने सालों से काम कर रहे थे?
1 साल से काम कर रहे हैं, मेरा ड्यूटी नहीं था कल, मैं छुट्टी में था कल।
नहीं बराबर है, लेकिन इस तरीके की कंप्लेन आई है कभी, या इस तरीके की कंप्लेन?
पहली बार
हुआ है। देखिए हमें बता रहे इस तरीके की कंप्लेन पहली बार हुई है, और यहाँ के लोग जो यहाँ काम कर रहे हैं वो साफ तौर पे ये भी कहते हैं कि इस तरीके से जो मारा गया जो वो कहीं ना कहीं गलत है, ऐसा नहीं करना चाहिए था। और इनके बात करने से एक और एक चीज़ समझ में आ रही है कि खाली विधायक ने ही नहीं मारा था, उनके साथ जितने कर्मचारी थे उन्होंने भी इस तरीके से हाथ उठाया, वो कहीं ना कहीं गलत है।
All right, my colleague Anuj Raithe joins us to give us some more details about this entire incident. Anuj, this raises a lot of questions on the party culture, the discipline within the party, etc. Is street violence and incidents like this now being institutionalized in these parties, not as a bug, but as a feature?
Sama, such kind of incidents have been on a rise since last 1 week or so, not just in the MMR region, but across the state of Maharashtra. We've seen that even the last time, during the fag end of the Mahayuti 1, which was led by Eknath Shinde, one of the consistent line of attacks by the opposition was about how, leaders who are endorsed by party, leaders who are very close to power, are perpetrating acts of violence, sometimes in an extreme case and sometimes, a slap here and there. In fact, one of the ministers who got, who was told to vacate his position from the from NCP, Ajit Pawar faction and ally of Bharatiya Janata Party, Dhananjay Munde, was also, his links with someone who was directly involved with the murder of a Sarpanch in Bid were also unearthed, and that became a topic of contention. Then we have what happened in in a school very close to in a school in Kalyan, where two small kids, they were assaulted, they were molested by a school teacher, and then the links of the directors of that particular school with certain political parties were also unearthed later. Of course, the person died while he was in police custody, and that also raised questions about whether it is an attempt by the government to try and safeguard their partisan beliefs. And now what adds on to it, of course, it is not as serious as the case is earlier, but it goes on to adding on to the list of how certain people who hold position or who are closer to power in some way or the other, the trend of them exercising their illegal power and their, without following the most lawful manner, is something that has been up for contention. You can see Sudhir Mungantiwar is speaking here right now, and even before him we had Jitendra Awad and many other leaders speak about how a lot of MLAs in fact have questioned the quality of food that they get in the Akashvani canteen. In fact, the new issue that is coming up, what we are learning right now, is that the contractor who was given the responsibility to make food in the Akashvani MLA canteen, the contract was renewed illegally at least twice from 2018. Now, that because it's a state-run canteen, all of these things become very important. Who was it? Which department was it? And which particular individual was it that was benefit out of this entire, license extension? All of those things will again be looked into with much detail.
All right, Anuj, thank you very much for getting us all those details. In fact, my colleague Sujata Dwivedi also joins us at this moment to get us more. In fact, Sujata, give us a sense of what the Mumbaikars think about these incidents. What is their opinion of the kind of incidents that are taking place in Maharashtra, especially in Mumbai, in the last couple of weeks?
Well, certainly, and talking about the reactions from Mumbaikars, it has been good and bad on both the aspects, and tempers though have fled, and with these episodes on a rise where there are these MNS workers and now the Shiv Sena MLA too hit somebody because of something that was not as per their will, whereas the linguistic tension with MNS and other localites of Mumbai has also been escalating, where we did try speaking to a number of Mumbaikars, the common man who gets up and goes to work to earn a bread and butter. With these linguistic tensions arising, they say that this is going to impact their, their conduct with people. And now that Marathi is also sort of taken up by the MNS as political activism, it can be raised up whenever, and there's no location as such, because we know that this entire case started with a watchman, and then it escalated to banks, schools, stationaries, and now at a shop. So people, there's of course a sense of fearfulness in the minds of people that when and where would these MNS workers would catch them and ask them to speak in Marathi, if not done so record videos and so on. But again, we can see also on social media people have been talking about how these acts by the MNS have led to the linguistic tensions arising. At the same time, they say that the law should not be taken into hand, so to ensure that the law and order situation does not worsen in the state as well as in the city. But we've been seeing that it was yesterday in Virar, and then today also in Bhiwandi, where there were these 2 auto rickshaw drivers that were assaulted and later asked to apologize. However, the one in Virar refused to, but the one in Bhiwandi was forcefully made to apologize publicly and issue an apology stating that he would always speak in Marathi and never say no to the language. So people though are, also they're furious about the MNS workers hitting people for not speaking the language, and instead they cry that people should be taught and the classes could be taken by these political parties who want to run their agenda on this topic. Instead, taking classes would be a better way for people to learn Marathi. Over to you.
All right, Sujata Dwivedi, thank you very much for getting us all those details. In fact, what do the people of Mumbai, the citizens of Mumbai, think about these actions? We have been getting video after video of such incidents, and the citizens there, the Mumbaikars there, they are sick of their leaders. Listen in to what they have to say.
विधायक द्वारा जब दाल सही नहीं परोसी गई तो कैंटीन के आदमी की पिटाई कर दी गई, ये आपको कितना सही लगता है? लेकिन पीटना चाहिए ऐसे? नहीं, गलत बात है। गलत बात। मतलब क्या कर सकते हैं?
मैम उसके लिए आर्गुमेंट कर सकते हैं, पैसे बिल के लिए हो सकते हैं, पर मारना पीटना गलत है जी।
मारपीट बहुत ज्यादा होने लग गई है महाराष्ट्र में, आपको ऐसा लगता है?
हाँ मैम, छोटी छोटी बातों पे होते रहती है।
मजा पाओ। कई बार ऐसा होता है कि देखिए आपका खाना सही नहीं होता, तो आप क्या मारपीट पर उतर जाएंगे सीधा इनके साथ?
नहीं नहीं, ऐसा क्यों? क्योंकि भाई इंसान से ही गलती होता है। हाँ, तो कुछ जिस मिस्टेक रहेगा तो उनको पता है कि भाई ये मिस्टेक है, तो उसको सुधार करेंगे। जैसा
व्यवहार किया जाए वैसा, लेकिन अगर सामने वाला शांत है, चुपचाप आपको सॉरी बोल रहा हो,
शांत समझ होगा। ऐसा खाने पीने में ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए ना, गड़बड़ी खाने पीने का मामला ये समझाऊंगा उसको 1-2 बार।
एक नेता है शिवसेना के, वो सीधा मारपीट पर उतर गए, कैंटीन वाले को बहुत जोर जोर का मारने लगे
क्या? लेकिन अभी उसके आगे पहले कुछ हुआ होगा ना, अभी क्यों मारा है? अभी कोई नेता किसी के ऊपर हाथ उठा तो कुछ ऐसा कुछ हुआ होगा ना, वो भी तो मालूम होना मुझे ना आप लोगों को।
तो ऐसा कभी हुआ है कि कुछ कंप्लेंट आई हो दाल को लेकर?
नहीं, हमारे इधर कंप्लेंट नहीं।
एक नेता है संजय गायकवाड़, उन्होंने क्या किया है कि उनकी दाल खराब थी, तो जैसे कैंटीन में काम करने वाले लड़के होते हैं उनसे मारपीट कर ली, बहुत मारा है उन्हें।
अपने इधर खराब दाल सीधा फेंक देते हैं, वेस्ट होता है वो हटा देते हैं।
लेकिन गलत है, जब अगर सपोज कोई आपके पास खराबी आए खाने को लेकर, तो आप लोग क्या करते हैं?
वो उस्ताद को रिएक्शन करेगा, उसको बोलेगा ऐसा क्या क्या कैसा हुआ, उसको समझाते हैं, बताते हैं।
लेकिन मारपीट करना ये सही है?
मेरे को सही नहीं लगता।
Well, what message does it send when lawmakers, they act like lawbreakers in broad daylight, and all of this is being captured on camera? In fact, we are getting the first official reaction from a Maharashtra Minister, Yogesh Kadam, who says that we cannot take law in our hands. Listen in to that conversation and other political reactions that have come.
We have Yogesh Kadam here with us. Mr. Kadam, what would we say to Sanjay Gaikwad? We've seen that his video has gone viral of hitting a canteen worker.
I think the due complaint should have been filed. He did not have to take the law in his hand. Thank you.
That was Yogesh Kadam, Minister of State Home Department, in a rush to attend the assembly right now, made it very clear that a due complaint should have been filed and violence should have been avoided. संजय गायकवाड़ का वीडियो सामने आया, उसके ऊपर आपका पहला रिएक्शन?
उसके ऊपर एक्शन होना चाहिए। ऐसे गरीबों को मारने का अधिकार नहीं है किसी को, और कानून हाथ में लेने का अधिकार नहीं।
सर, अभी भी उन्होंने कोई माफी नहीं मांगी है इस चीज़ के बारे में। उन्होंने कहा है कि क्योंकि खाना अच्छा नहीं था इसलिए एक्शन लिया गया, तो ये दिखाता है
एक्शन कानून हाथ में लेके नहीं किया जा सकता ना।
और सर, क्या ये दिखाता है कि जो गवर्नमेंट है वो अपने खुद के आमदार या एमएलएज के खिलाफ एक तरीके से सॉफ्ट स्टांस रख रहा है? क्योंकि जब एमएनएस या फिर जो बाहर वायलेंस हुआ उसके ऊपर तो वो काफ़ी क्लियरली
सरकार प्रायोजित है। जो महाराष्ट्र में हिंदी मराठी का जो झगड़ा शुरू किया गया, ये सरकार प्रायोजित है।
सर, आपकी इमीडिएट डिमांड क्या रहेगी इस संजय गायकवाड़ केस में?
सरकार ने एक्शन लेना चाहिए। कानून हाथ में किसी को लेने का अधिकार नहीं है, कानून सबके लिए समान होता है।
क्या एकनाथ शिंदे जी का भी कर्तव्य बनता है कि जल्द से जल्द इस चीज़ पे स्टेटमेंट?
सरकार ने ही एक्शन लेना है, कानून किसी को हाथ में लेने का अधिकार नहीं है।
लगातार महाराष्ट्र के अंदर गुंडा राज देखने को मिल रहा है। कभी एमएलए, कभी एमपी, कोई ना कोई किसी ना किसी के ऊपर हिंसा कर रहा है, सिर्फ और सिर्फ मराठी लैंग्वेज को लेकर।
देखो, गुंडा राज की बातें मत कहो। महाराष्ट्र की बदनामी करने के लिए
जो लोग इसी तरीके जो बातें कर रहे हैं पूरे हिंदुस्तान में फैला रहे हैं उसका निषेध मैं करता हूँ। महाराष्ट्र में कायदा और सुव्यवस्था की जो व्यवस्था है बहुत अच्छी तरह की व्यवस्था है, बाकी के राज्यों से बहुत अच्छी व्यवस्था हमारे महाराष्ट्र में। आप अपना जो बयान किया है वो पहला वापस लो।
सर एमएनएस के
आज की बात तो ये मत करो।
एमएनएस के एक नेता के
गलत है।
एमएनएस के नेता के बेटे एक किसी को मारते हैं, ये क्या गुंडा राज?
उसका सरनेम क्या है? उसका सरनेम क्या है वो बताओ। सिर्फ एमएनएस का नेता का नाम बोल, उसका सरनेम लो। अगर आपको न्यूज़ मालूम है तो उसका सरनेम आप ले लो, एंकर को आप उसका सरनेम ले लो। क्या है मालूम है आपको?
नहीं तो मराठी लैंग्वेज।
ये देखो, अगर आप बातें कर रहे हैं तो आप उसका सरनेम क्या है वो भी पूछो, आप भी वो भी बताओ। शेख करके कोई तो है जो उन्होंने दारू पी के एक लड़की के साथ, जो मराठी लड़की के साथ जो उन्होंने जो कुछ गैर व्यवहार किया था उसके ऊपर तो कानूनी कार्रवाई हो गई। तो हर जगह हो रही है, सिर्फ महाराष्ट्र में हो रही है क्या? ये सिर्फ महाराष्ट्र में हो रही है। और उसका सरनेम भी बोलो, मराठी आदमी ने नहीं किया है, उसका सरनेम भी शेख करके है, वो भी आप बताओ। महाराष्ट्र को बदनाम करने के लिए आधी खबर मत बताओ।
नहीं, लेकिन अभी भी वो फ्री घूम रहे हैं, अभी भी कोई भी उनके खिलाफ
नहीं, जिन्होंने गलत काम किया उसके ऊपर कार्रवाई होगी।
संजय राउत अभी ट्वीट कर रहे हैं, वो कह रहे हैं कि आपके एक नेता थे, कल एक एमएलए थे, उन्होंने थप्पड़ मारा किसी को और उसके खिलाफ होम मिनिस्टर देवेंद्र फडणवीस शांत हैं, कोई कार्रवाई क्यों नहीं हुई?
देखो, जो गलत तरीके बातें करेगा, गलत तरीके बर्ताव करेगा, उसके ऊपर कार्रवाई जरूर होगी।
Well, was it genuinely about the quality of food, or is this an abuse of power, an excuse under this flimsy excuse? Well, something that we all need to ponder on. But another such incident that we are reporting is that of M&S workers vandalizing a toll plaza, and this is what you can see on your screens. The M&S workers, their brazen display of power caught on camera. This toll plaza was vandalized in the Washim district, and from Mumbai to Washim, this act of vandalism, it continues. All right, shifting our focus to our other big story that we are tracking, and this is the Karnataka Game of Thrones. DK Shivkumar, he is... these are the live visuals that you can see on your screens, and he is set to meet Rahul Gandhi. He has asked Rahul Gandhi for time, and he's going to be meeting Rahul Gandhi very soon. These are the latest pictures that have come in of DK Shivkumar. He is in Delhi. The big question is, what is brewing in the Karnataka Congress? There is no cabinet reshuffle on the cards, is what DK Shivkumar has said. But the purpose of this visit, in fact, Siddaramaiah as well as DK Shivkumar, they both will be meeting Rahul Gandhi. This visit is to discuss the appointments to the boards. The Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister is also set to meet the Jal Shakti Minister. The Karnataka Chief Minister, Siddaramaiah, he is set to meet the Defence Minister as well. Both the Karnataka Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Minister, DK Shivkumar, they are going to meet the Congress top brass. In fact, Congress's Randeep Surjewala spoke to the media. Listen in.
Yes, my Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister have travelled, as I said yesterday, to Delhi in order to raise issues of government of Karnataka and people of Karnataka with government of India. As we are aware, there is a designed discrimination and hatred in BJP and Modi government against people of Karnataka for voting them out. For example, our various demands for declaring various categories in backward class, scheduled tribe categories, various communities, is consistently denied. It is the duty of Mr. Siddaramaiah and Mr. DK Shivkumar to go there and to place facts on behalf of people of Karnataka before them.
All right, my colleagues Aishwarya Jain and Deepak Bopanna, they join us to get us more on this. Aishwarya, to you first. What is the exact purpose of this meeting for both the Chief Minister as well as the Deputy Chief Minister?
But although DK Shivkumar on record had stated that it's developmental work that Karnataka has to undergo, and therefore the reason perhaps Deputy Chief Minister yesterday had met Jal Shakti Minister C.R. Patil regarding the official notification that they're seeking from the centre to be cleared as soon as possible. They also met Bhupendra Yadav yesterday, and Siddaramaiah is landing in Delhi to meet Defence Minister Rajnath Singh to give a proposal for the upcoming Aero show. And these are all, Karnataka state government regarding works, and therefore the reason perhaps both Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister are here in Delhi. But the speculations that had been raised as far as DK Shivkumar meeting Rahul Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi or the High Command, it has been stated by Mr. Shivkumar that he has sought time from Sonia Gandhi, and he's waiting for that appointment. Rahul Gandhi, whenever he returns from Patna, he would be meeting him tonight or tomorrow. He had met Priyanka Gandhi in Delhi at 10 Janpath as well. But importantly, what he said, why is Randeep Surjewala in Karnataka? Of course, Mallikarjun Kharge in the past has stated that there should be an organizational change from the district level to the state level, and therefore the reason perhaps in charge of the Karnataka Congress, Randeep Surjewala is there. He's meeting different office bearers, and there had been earlier meetings that has been held between DK Shivkumar, Rahul Gandhi, KC Venugopal regarding the organizational change, and therefore the reason perhaps these kind of meetings are simultaneously happening. But very importantly, one of the questions that we directly pointed out and asked that on the demands of different supporters from DK Shivkumar that there should be a cabinet reshuffle or whether there should be chief ministerial position change that can be seen in the next 2-3 months or not. He stated that we are rock solid, we are partners, and we had made it very clear that there is no cabinet reshuffle on the cards as of now, and we are going very strong and working towards the development of Karnataka.
Right. Deepak Bopanna is also here with us. Deepak, both the leaders, DK Shivkumar as well as Siddaramaiah, they speak to the media and they say that everything is fine, everything is all right within the Karnataka Congress. But will this meeting also address the ongoing leadership tussle within the Congress, Karnataka Congress there?
Well, yes, they continue to put up a united front. They hold hands in public. They say that all is well within the party. There is no question of change of leadership. But the murmurs continue. Why are they not able to quell the murmurs is the bigger question at a time when the 2.5 period is drawing near. Why are the murmurs growing is the question for the High Command to answer, because they're not able to really quell it. Even yesterday we had, the likes of Iqbal Hussain. We had, the other legislators as well, like CP Yogeshwar. Again, talk about DK Shivkumar, taking over the helm of affairs. And that is something that the High Command hasn't been able to really quell, despite the fact that Mr. Surjewala is in Bengaluru. Now, while Mr. Siddaramaiah and DK, of course, have been meeting union ministers, there are official visits. They are also going to meet the High Command. Now, officially, what is being maintained is that there are certain appointments that need to be made for boards and corporations. They need to finalize that. A round of discussions were held with Mr. Surjewala last week as well. That could be finalized after this meeting. Whether this issue of change, the topic that keeps coming up time and again, how to handle this will be discussed or not, time will tell. Rahul Gandhi, of course, is in Patna today. Tomorrow is when he has sought time, and that's when any sort of discussion could happen.
Deepak Bopanna and Aishwarya Jain, thank you very much for getting us all those details. Time now for a very short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
NDTV exposes the thuggery of the Maha Netas after shopkeepers, canteen boys and toll staffers were beaten by them. The Karnataka Game of Thrones shifts to Delhi. DK Shivkumar seeks time to meet Rahul Gandhi. The Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah also to reach Delhi today. A bridge collapses in Gujarat. 10 people have lost their lives. Protest politics peaks in Patna. The opposition joins forces ahead of Bihar elections.
Pressure on the Indian Air Force to get fighters, forget about stealth aircraft. The Indian government has made it clear that we're going to bet on the AMCA, which is India's own fighter. But getting these 4.5 generation fighters like the Rafale, which you've already sunk an enormous amount of money into, even the Indian Navy has signed on for them recently, and there are still these delays. But with this announcement, Vishnu, and that's my next question now, I'm wondering whether this means that things are much clearer as far as the MRFA, or we still can't jump the gun on that. I know as far as Indian procurement is concerned, nothing is over until it's over, right? Nothing is over until it's over, especially when the Rafale is theoretically competing against American fighters like the F-15 Eagle II. Yeah. You've got Putin's Sukhoi 35s. You've got the Typhoon theoretically as well. So it ain't over until it's over, and I completely agree with you on that. But by putting out this partnership, and this is not an MOU, this is an agreement which I'm assuming is going to fructify into a joint venture.
Yeah. 2028
is when the first fuselages will roll out. Which again, I'm assuming means that work begins now. 2028 is 2 years 100%. Away. That's like more than just a foot in the door?
No, I would suggest that they are leading in this competition. Yeah. All the Indian Air Force officers that we speak to, and they couch this language carefully, so I'm going to be responsible in how I report this. They say that they've had an exceptional experience with the Rafale. The Rafale is the aircraft of choice for them, but they will go through this process. It is a legal process. It goes down to pricing, tendering, terms, capability of the aircraft, relevance, weapon systems, integration.
Welcome back. News now from the state of Gujarat, where in a shocking incident, the Gambhira Bridge on the Mahisagar River, which connects Vadodara and Anand, it collapsed. 10 people have lost their lives. 6 have been injured and they have been taken to the hospital. The rescue operation is currently underway. So this entire incident, it took place near Vadodara. This bridge, it connects Vadodara to Anand, and this bridge collapsed and 10 people have now lost their lives, and these are the pictures that you can see on your screen of the rescue operation currently underway. My colleague Radhika Ramaswamy joins us on the phone line to get us more on this. Radhika, take us through the latest updates.
Very tragic incident indeed. At least 10 people have died and several others have been injured, and rescue operations are still undergoing after many vehicles fell into this river in Vadodara. This was a dilapidated bridge which sort of collapsed, as a result of which several of these vehicles fell into the river. Now this is located in Mujpur in Padra Taluk of Vadodara district. The bridge connects two areas which is Mujpur and Gambhira in Anand district, and we can see in that video how some of the vehicles were left dangling from the broken bridge, and some of the people there who unfortunately fell are crying for help from the vehicles. So some of them still trapped is what we are being given to understand, but 10 people have died, many injured, and rescue operations are still undergoing. NDRF and emergency officials are at the spot carrying out the rescue operations. Several officials have been dispatched to the spot. What exactly caused this collapse is something that is a matter of investigation. They are probing, what caused it. Apparently, there were multiple complaints as far as the condition of the bridge is concerned, but certainly a very, very tragic incident of a bridge collapse leading to death.
Right. Radhika, just also give us a sense of, as far as the rescue operation is concerned, and also what are the authorities saying? Is there going to be an inquiry as to why this incident happened in the first place? What have the authorities said so far?
The authorities have said that they will, of course, be probing what exactly caused. We believe that there had been complaints in the past about the condition of the bridge. This was about 40 years old and had been undergoing some repairs, had undergone some repairs last year, and engineers and bridge department officials are at the spot examining what exactly caused this tragic all the details will be examined. Once the rescue work is completed, priority right now is to ensure that it's concluded. We know that some people unfortunately have died, some have been rescued, and rescue operations are still undergoing as more people are believed to be trapped.
Right. This is obviously this is quite unfortunate, but at the same time, this is not an isolated incident as far as Maharashtra is concerned. Something like this, an incident like this took place just a couple of weeks ago as well. And hence, the government, will the government also look at it in terms of, a recurring situation in that sense? Because a similar situation happened near Pune, and again, something like this has happened in Gujarat this time around. So, will the government, the central government, also take a look at the infrastructure situation in the country, especially during monsoon season? All right, we seem to have lost Radhika Ramaswamy there. But this entire incident, it has, raised a lot of questions and serious questions about the safety of the people. These are the pictures that you can see on the left-hand side. You can see this tanker hanging from the bridge. On the other side, the rescue operations are currently underway. And meanwhile, we are also getting information about how the Prime Minister has spoken to the Chief Minister, and we'll get you all that as well. But the latest that we can tell you as far as this particular incident is concerned, 10 people have lost their lives. This bridge collapsed in Gujarat. This tanker, as you can see on your screens, it was just moments away from falling off that bridge. The rescue operations are currently underway. The NDRF team is there on the ground taking care of the situation. The authorities have now stepped in. This bridge, it connects Vadodara to Anand. This incident took place on that route. The local admin is on the spot. The rescue efforts are currently underway. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister has taken stock of this entire situation. This tanker that you can see was just moments away from falling into that river. Remember, this bridge connects Vadodara to Anand. The local administration is on the spot. The rescue efforts are currently underway. The NDRF team and the local team are currently taking stock of the situation, trying to help, trying to get as many people out of that situation as concerned. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister, he has spoken to the Chief Minister of Gujarat in a post on social media. Bhupendra Patel, he posted on his social media saying, Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi spoke to me telephonically during his foreign visit and got complete details about this accident at the Gambhira Bridge connecting Anand Vadodara, and expressed his condolences to the deceased who lost their lives in this accident. He also expressed his concern for the treatment of those injured in this accident and got information about the treatment arrangements. The Prime Minister also got details of the work undertaken by the state government regarding rescue and relief operation. This is what Bhupendra Patel, the Chief Minister of Gujarat, has posted on X. Meanwhile, the long-standing corporate rivalry between Kalanithi Maran and his nephew of the Sun Group appears to have been resolved thanks to the intervention of Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin. The Chief Minister's efforts have reportedly brought an end to this bitter family feud which had been affecting the business operations of the Sun Group.
So what sources are telling NDTV Profit is that the tussle between Dayanidhi Maran and Kalanidhi Maran over the ownership of Sun TV network seems to have ended. What sources are telling us is that the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin actually mediated a truce between the two brothers after a legal notice was sent last month by Dayanidhi Maran to Kalanidhi Maran over the ownership of the company. According to what sources are now telling us, there has been a discussion that Kalanidhi Maran will transfer some more shares in Sun TV to Dayanidhi Maran. Of course, the specifics of the deal are not yet out, but as and when details come out, we'll find out exactly how much Dayanidhi Maran will end up owning in Sun TV network. Remember that back in June, Dayanidhi Maran had sent out a legal notice to his brother alleging that the ownership of Sun TV was illegally transferred to Kalanidhi Maran's name after the death of their father. And this is why there was a big dispute that has gone on for over 20 years. And now finally both brothers are coming to the discussion table, and it's likely that the deal will be signed very, very soon.
Well, the Battle of Bihar is heating up. Rahul Gandhi is there in Patna. The protest politics, it is now peaking in Patna, the capital of Bihar. With Bihar elections around the corner, the opposition has now joined forces to take on Nitish Kumar and the NDA government there. The Election Commission, in the meanwhile, they have been under the fire of the opposition. The Bihar voters survey has now turned into an entire row. Rahul Gandhi has raked up the voters list charge. The Congress MP has claimed that the voters list is being defrauded.
जिन जिन कंस्टिट्यूएंसीज में वोटर बढ़े वहां पर बीजेपी जीती। सारे के सारे वोट जो नए वोट आए वो सारे के सारे बीजेपी को गए। आज तक महाराष्ट्र की वोटर लिस्ट हमें नहीं मिली। वीडियोग्राफी का कानून बदल दिया क्योंकि वो सच्चाई छुपाना चाहते हैं। महाराष्ट्र का चुनाव चोरी किया गया था और जैसे महाराष्ट्र का चुनाव चोरी किया गया था वैसे ही बिहार का चुनाव चोरी करने की कोशिश की जा रही है। इलेक्शन कमिश्नर बीजेपी और आरएसएस जैसे बात कर रहे हैं, वो भूल गए हैं कि वो किसी राजनीतिक पार्टी के नहीं है।
पूरे बिहार के लोगों में नाराजगी है इलेक्शन कमीशन को लेके। खास तौर पे इलेक्शन कमीशन जो है अब एक पॉलिटिकल पार्टी का प्रकोष्ठ बन करके रह गया है। उसके इशारे पे ही सारा फैसला निर्णय जो है लिया जाता है। तो कोई भी सवाल का जवाब जो है इलेक्शन कमीशन ने हम लोगों को दिया नहीं, ना एक बार भी आके प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करके सभी चीज़ों को जो है स्पष्ट किया। 2 गुजरात के लोग तय करेंगे कौन बिहारी वोटर वोट देगा कौन नहीं देगा।
Time for a very short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
After concluding his 2-day visit to Brazil, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has reached Namibia, which would be his first visit to the country. The visit to the African country will also mark the last stop of his 5-nation tour. His state visit, the third ever to be taken by an Indian Prime Minister, comes at the invitation of President Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwah.
Some say sport is a matter of life and death. The truth is, it is far more serious than that. Sport is about ecstasy and agony, about pain and suffering, about joy and much more. Some say there's no one better to tell these stories. So here I am. Join me, Boria Majumdar, on India's #1 news network.
Vanakkam Tamil Nadu.
Now the battle for Tamil Nadu 2026 is open now.
After Chief Minister Stalin rolls up his sleeves and Vijay steps in as a star challenger.
This is a mass gathering, not for cash.
Meanwhile, a former Chief Minister, Edapadi Palanisamy, begins his fight back.
The big comeback campaign by EPS has well and truly begun.
These are all the ultimate players, and this is going to be the ultimate test.
Vishnu, 9 years till the AMCA comes online, the Advanced Medium Combat Aircraft, which is India's own stealth fighter project. 9 years is an eternity in fighter technology, especially given what we've been seeing in the last few years, whether it comes to, drone tech, drone warfare, manned, unmanned teaming, which we've spoken about.
10 people have lost their lives after a bridge collapsed in Gujarat. The vehicles fall into the bridge post the bridge collapse. A Sena MLA punches a canteen staffer over the quality of the food that was being served. Hours after the assault, the FDA team is currently at the canteen. While no action has been taken on the Neta, the canteen staff are under scrutiny. Karnataka Game of Thrones now shifts to Delhi. DK Shiv Kumar seeks time to meet Rahul Gandhi. The Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah is also to reach Delhi today. Protests politics ahead of Bihar elections. The opposition protests over the voters' survey. Rahul Gandhi rakes up the Maha voter fraud charge once again. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Osama Shab. The Gambhira bridge collapse in Gujarat's Vadodara district has resulted in a tragic loss of life. And according to the latest reports, at least 10 people have died, while many are injured when this bridge over the Mahisagar River, it gave way, causing multiple vehicles to plunge into the water. This bridge, which connects Vadodara and Anand districts, it collapsed early in the morning today, disrupting traffic and vehicular movement on this particular route. Several vehicles, including a truck, van and a car, it fell into the river after the bridge collapsed. The rescue operations, they're currently underway. The local authorities, fire personnel, the NDRF team, all of them, they have been involved in the rescue efforts. The local swimmers, the boats and teams from the municipal corporation, as well as the emergency response center, they are also part of this rescue of the rescue efforts. The official probe has also been initiated into this entire incident, which involves investigating the cause of the bridge collapse. Remember, this is a 43-year-old bridge that has collapsed. It has raised concerns about infrastructure safety and maintenance. These are the visuals that you can see on your screens of the rescue operations that are currently taking place. This shocking incident, as I mentioned, took place at the Gambhira bridge on the Mahisagar River. This bridge connects Vadodara and Anand. 10 people have lost their lives. 6 have been taken to the hospital.
यहाँ पर जो वाहन गिरे उसकी हमें डिटेल्स मिली है, उसमें 2 ट्रक्स है, एक पिकअप वाहन है, एक इसमें इको था, एक ऑटो रिक्शा था। इतना वाहन अंदर गिरे हैं। 2 व्हीकल ऐसे थे कि ब्रिज पर लिंगरिंग थे, उनको तुरंत ही बाहर निकाला था। कुछ लोग अपने आप वहाँ से बाहर निकल गए थे, तो बाइक वाले 3 सवार थे, वो तुरंत ही बाहर निकल गए थे। वो अपने उनका बचाव हो गया है। अभी कोऑर्डिनेटेड एफर्ट से रेस्क्यू में जो सबसे पहले अगर कोई ह्यूमन बॉडी है उसको बाहर निकालना है। अगर कोई वहाँ पर लाइफ हम सेव करते हैं तो उस दिशा में कोशिश हमारी जारी है। सेकंड प्रायोरिटी उसके बाद जो व्हीकल्स है उसको हम बाहर निकालेंगे। ट्रैफिक डाइवर्ट ऑलरेडी कर दिया है और बाकी यहाँ पर जो ट्रैफिक जाम हुआ है उसको भी हम वहाँ पर धीरे धीरे क्लियर करने की प्रोसेस भी हमने शुरू कर दिया।
अभी टोटल तो पेशेंट तो 5 आए थे, 5 रेफर हुए हैं। अभी तक हमारे पास 8 और 2 10 बॉडी आई है।
All right, my colleague Radhika Ramaswamy joins us on the phone line to get us more on this. Radhika, as far as rescue and relief efforts are concerned, can you elaborate on the rescue operation, including the number of people that have been rescued so far? What is the current situation?
That's right. A portion of Gambhira Bridge in Vadodara district collapsing early this morning. At least about 4 to 5 vehicles fell. Unfortunately, 9 people have lost their lives. Incident occurred at about 7 a.m. is what we are being told. The vehicles involved in this collapse include a couple of trucks, vans and rickshaws as well. Rescue operations still underway. We know that at least 5 people have been rescued, 9 people have lost their lives, and some of them are injured as well, and they've been sent to a local hospital in Vadodara. So far, several people have been pulled out to safety. Operations are ongoing to locate people who may perhaps be trapped at this point. Now, this has obviously sent shockwaves across the district. The bridge connected Padra in Vadodara district to Anand, and it's been in dilapidated condition. It's been in a sorry state for a long time. Vadodara collector has also spoken, in which he's given details of the rescue operations that's underway. In fact, it started this morning. Swimmers, boats, municipal corporation officials, all of them, and emergency response, NDRF, and several other officials are conducting rescue operations at this time. Police teams are also there. So 9 bodies recovered so far. Now 5 we believe are injured, and perhaps the injuries could also increase, and many people are feared to be trapped at this point, and authorities confirming the deaths of all these people. Rescue operations still ongoing as they continue to search for any remaining victims.
Radhika Ramaswamy, thank you very much for getting us all those details. What has been the exact cause of this bridge collapse? That will be we'll find out after preliminary findings from that investigation comes out. Meanwhile, Manan Hingu, he brings us this report from the accident side. Take a look.
आनंद और वडोदरा को जो जोड़ने वाला जो ब्रिज था, गंभीरा ब्रिज, वो ब्रिज अभी आज सुबह में 8:45 की ओर जो गिर चुका है और अभी यहाँ पे गिरने से 9 लोगों की मौत सामने आई है। अभी जो यहाँ पे रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन है वो चल रहा है। मैं आपको लाइव दिखाई दे रहा हूँ यहाँ पे। मैं कैमरामैन को बोलूंगा जूम करके दिखाए। जो अभी रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन है वो चल रहा है। यहाँ पे जो अभी विगत मिलती है वहाँ से दिखाई दे रहा है कि उसमें 2 ट्रक, 2 इको गाड़ी और 2 टू व्हीलर भी गिरे हुए थे और उसमें 9 लोगों की मौत हो चुकी है। ये जो ब्रिज है वो 38-40 साल पुराना वो ब्रिज था और ये ब्रिज की जो डेंसिटी है वो भी नहीं थी। कई बार कई ग्रामजनों ने ये ब्रिज के लिए तंत्र प्रशासन के साथ विरोध प्रदर्शन भी किया था, फिर भी तंत्र ने ये ब्रिज कई बार रिनोवेशन भी किया और फिर से जो ये ब्रिज है वो चालू कर दिया था। अभी आप जो देख रहा है वो अभी आपको दिखाई दे रहा है। हम जो रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन है वो आपको दिखाई दे रहे हैं। जो वडोदरा की ओर जो अभी रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चल रहा है वहाँ पे फायर ब्रिगेड की पूरी टीम, पुलिस प्रशासन और जो कलेक्टर सहित जो लोग हैं वो अधिकारीगण है वो भी वहाँ पे मौजूद है और जो रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन है वो लगातार अभी चालू है। आप जो देख रहे हैं वो सीधा दृश्य आपको दिखाई दे रहे हैं वडोदरा की ओर से और जो हम लोग अभी खड़े हैं वो आनंद की ओर पे खड़े हैं और आनंद और वडोदरा को जुड़ने वाला ये ब्रिज था और कई जो बोलते हैं कि सौराष्ट्र और मध्य गुजरात को ये जोड़ने वाला एक ब्रिज था, क्योंकि जो सौराष्ट्र से जो व्हीकल्स जो इधर आते थे वो ज़्यादातर इस ब्रिज से सवार होते थे। बस अभी तो आपको मैंने दिखाई दे रहा है कि जो ब्रिज जो था वो ब्रिज आज सुबह में 8:45 की ओर टूट गया। 9 लोगों की उसमें मौत हो गई है और कई लोगों को उसको जो घायल है उसको भी बचा लिया गया है और जो सब लोगों को वडोदरा की सयाजी हॉस्पिटल में अभी एडमिट कर दिया गया है।
All right, breaking news coming in at this time. The National Investigation Agency, the NIA, has filed a supplementary charge sheet against Tahabur Hussain Rana, the key accused in the 26/11 Mumbai terror attacks in a Delhi court. Rana extradited from the United States in April. He is accused of being an operative of the ISI and Lashkar-e-Toiba, and he faces charges under the UAPA. The charge sheet includes Rana's arrest memo, the seizure documents, and other case-related materials. So this is the big breaking that we are getting at this point of time. Meanwhile, my colleague Nupur Dogra joins us to get us more on this. Nupur, elaborate on the key evidence that have been presented in this supplementary charge sheet that has been filed against Tahabur Rana by the NIA.
Well, for now, the NIA has filed a supplementary charge sheet against Tahabur Rana, and the court is yet to consider the charge sheet. It will take the charge sheet for consideration on August 13. For now, we don't have access to the charge sheet and contents in the major issues framed against Tahabur Rana. And but today, what is important is that his custody has been extended till August 13. Taking note that there were delay on part of replies to be filed, the court has postponed the hearing in the case till August 13, and that's why today, remember, his judicial custody was to be ended today. Now, taking note that there is still replies yet to be filed from his side, and a supplementary charge sheet is also now filed by the NIA, which also will need a response from them. The court has extended the custody till August 13, and the next hearing will be taken up on August 13.
What are the next steps in the legal process for Tahabur Rana following the filing of this supplementary charge sheet now?
Well, yes, first of all, see, whenever a charge sheet is filed and supplementary charge sheets are filed, the court hears the arguments from both the sides. First of all, now the NIA has filed the charge sheet. It will argue on the charges that it is proposing to frame against Tahabur Rana. Similarly, now Tahabur Rana will also get an opportunity in the court to present his side and defend against any charges made by the NIA. And after that, the court will consider whether it wants to take cognizance of the charges framed by the NIA. That is when we get to know where the case will exactly lead to, when the court finally decides if it is going to take any cognizance in the charge sheet or not.
All right, Nupur Dogra, thank you very much for getting us all those details. Well, they claim to be warriors of the streets, but their fists only find the weak. From shopkeepers to toll booth workers, the powerless, they are facing their wrath, while the rich and mighty, these people in power, they watch from their air-conditioned silence. This is not bravery, this is not justice, this is the gutless theatre of Maharashtra's so-called Senas. Remember, 3 parties, 1 playbook, public beatdowns and private arrogance. When lawmakers, they turn lawbreakers. When violence is excused, not condemned, who speaks for the voiceless? There has been no remorse that has been shown by these people. There has been no shame, just raw street power that has been unleashed on these people. This is not leadership. This is legalized thuggery. Remember, in a shocking show of high-handedness, a Maharashtra lawmaker was upset over the quality of the dal that was served to him at an MLA canteen in Mumbai. He assaulted a canteen staff. He hit him on the face and then punched him so hard that he fell on the ground. This incident, it took place at the Akashvani MLA canteen in Churchgate. It was caught on camera. This video clip it went viral. It also raised questions about the conduct of elected representatives in public. The MLA, however, he said that he does not regret his act and said that this was the Shiv Sena style.
हमारे साथ बीजेपी के सीनियर नेता सुधीर मुनगंटीवार है। सर, एक वीडियो हर जगह फैला हुआ है, हाँ, आप ही के अलायंस पार्टनर के एक एमएलए मारपीट करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। आपकी पहली रिएक्शन क्या रहेगी उसकी?
नहीं, मैंने जानकारी ली, आमदार निवास में बहुत ही घटिया दर्जे का खाना दिया गया। बार बार विधायक जी ने उस कैंटीन के ओनर को, कॉन्ट्रैक्टर को बार बार बताया, उसके बाद भी शायद उसने अपने रवैये को सुधारा नहीं। तो शायद कभी कभी उसकी वजह से विधायक जी ने जो गुस्सा है, वो गुस्सा ऐसे तरीके से उसने व्यक्त किया होगा, ऐसा मुझे लगता। मुझे पूरी जानकारी नहीं है, मगर दोनों बातें हमें सोचनी चाहिए कि उन्होंने तो कोई रिपोर्ट नहीं दी जिसने मार खाया। इसका मतलब क्या है? उसको अपनी गलती का एहसास होगा।
रिपोर्ट ना देने का कारण ऐसा भी हो सकता है कि विधायक है, उनको उनसे आगे डर लग रहा होगा, शायद रिलेशन।
महाराष्ट्र में तो हजारों लोग केस करते भैया, क्यों किसको डर रहा है? लोग तो मुख्यमंत्री जी के खिलाफ में केस करते हैं, मुझे नहीं लगता कि डर होगा।
सर, गुस्सा आना लाजमी है, वो बात आपने, आपसे पहले जितेंद्र आवाड, उन सब ने यही चीज़ कही कि खाने की क्वालिटी थोड़ी क्वेश्चनेबल है, पर हिंसा किस हद तक जस्टिफाइबल है? क्योंकि वो खुद एक पॉलिसी मेकर है, पूरी देश आज इस चीज़ के बारे में बात करे और महाराष्ट्र का नाम कहीं ना कहीं इस चीज़ की वजह से खराब होते हुए आपको नहीं नजर आ रहा?
नहीं, आपकी बात से मैं सहमत हूँ, मगर इतना गुस्सा भी किसी ने दिलाना नहीं चाहिए, ये भी तो देखना होगा ना। देखो, हम विधायक भी होंगे तो एक आम आदमी है। विधायक होने से कोई हम भगवान ने हमें कोई स्पेशल कैटेगरी में डाल दिया, ऐसा तो होता नहीं है। तो कभी कभी ऐसी घटनाएं जो होती है, इसका हम समर्थन नहीं करते, मगर हमने इस विषय को लेकर सभी ने गंभीरता से सोचना चाहिए। जब कोई विधायक किसी कर्मचारी पे हाथ उठाता है, नहीं उठाना चाहिए, मगर क्यों उठाता है ये भी सोचना चाहिए।
जो संजय गायकवाड़, इसमें जो एमएलए है, उन्होंने कल रात को इंसिडेंट हुआ, आज उन्होंने हमसे बात की, कहीं रिमोर्स, गिल्ट या हल्की सी भी माफ़ी मांगने की उन्होंने कोशिश नहीं की। ठीक है, हम समझ सकते हैं कि खाना शायद बुरा होगा, क्वालिटी बुरी होगी, बट जैसे आपने कहा कि आप समर्थन नहीं कर सकते, कम से कम एमएलए माफ़ी मांग सकते हैं उस गरीब से।
ऐसा है, बहुत ही ज़्यादा गंदा खाना दिया होगा शायद, कि वो गुस्सा निकल नहीं रहा होगा। ऐसा होने की संभावना नकार नहीं सकते। बहुत ही गंदा खाना दिया और एक बार, 3 बार, 4 बार, 5 बार कहने के बाद भी दिया, तो ये गुस्सा जो है तो वो निकलता नहीं है कभी कभी।
ओके, थैंक यू सो मच।
Well, that was the senior BJP MLA, Sudhir Mungantiwar, who was defending that MLA who slapped the canteen staffer. He blamed the food as well as the staff. He justified this anger that the MLA showed. He goes on to say that the staff did not file a complaint, and he called the MLA that he says that the MLA is only human. For showing his anger. My colleague Anuj Raite, who spoke to the leader just a short while back, he joins us to get us more on this. Anuj, these leaders, they are encouraging this behavior. They are encouraging this behavior by not disciplining their MLAs and not questioning their actions.
Osama, Sudhir Mungantiwar is a very senior leader. He is the former Home Minister of Maharashtra and is amongst the top-ranking BJP officials here today in the state. Now, he's not alone in saying this. In fact, we've spoken to a lot of MLAs here from all the parties, and there has been a common string of opinion that they've had that the food and the quality of food in the MLA canteen is genuinely bad. I know it's something that the MLAs should write a letter to the speaker, because it's a government or a state-run department. So much could be done about it there as well. But we can see that the ruling dispensation or the leaders from the ruling party are somewhere hesitant on calling out the MLA for the act of violence. Yes, as I was also trying to tell Sudhir Mungantiwar a while back about how the fact that the food might genuinely be very bad will have all the truth in it. But does it still justify violence, number one? Secondly, we know that it's not just, fit of rage. It was a very planned thing. The person comes down with the, with the bag of dal, then there's a person shooting, and the MLA very clearly knows that a person is shooting them, and then he just doesn't hit him or push him once, but does it repeatedly. Right, and after the guy is fallen down, we see that the other associates of the MLA are also trying to kind of join the bandwagon, try and hit the person because the person has clearly got no one to save or no one to have his back. And this entire thing hasn't been called out in totality by anyone. Just a while back, we were also speaking to Uday Samant, again another senior leader, this time from Shiv Sena party, who again said very similar thing to what Sudhir Mungantiware said. Now, one thing that Uday Samant mentioned is that violence is completely wrong, and Eknath Shinde will talk to Sanjay Gaikwad about this. It's been more than 12 hours since this incident had happened. It's been more than 4 hours since the video has come out and everyone is talking about it. And yet Sanjay Gaikwad, who's been here since morning in Vidhan Sabha, he's carrying that dal, which was yesterday's dal, so of course it's gonna smell now. But he's carrying that dal and he's talking about how, in a way, he's defending what he said. He said that the food was genuinely bad, but not able to understand on how justification to violence is still being provided on a continuous basis. Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, who's also the Home Minister of the state, is in the Vidhan Bhavan right now. We're expecting him to step out in a short while after the lunch break, and he does address the media on a regular basis after, at around 3 p.m. And that is when we're expecting him to address this matter as well. And it'll be interesting to see whether he also follows the same line of opinion as the other leaders and ministers, or whether a stern warning or a stern message will be given by him to his to his colleague.
All right, Anuj Raite, thank you very much for getting us all those details. Meanwhile, an FDA team they visited the canteen where the Shiv Sena MLA Sanjay Gaikwad slapped this canteen worker. The FDA team, they are doing an inspection of the condition in which the food is being prepared. They took samples. They also made videos. After inspection, a report is expected to be submitted by this evening. My colleague Abhishek Avasthi, he gets us this report from that canteen.
हम इस वक्त उसी कैंटीन में मौजूद है। आप देख सकते हैं फूड एंड ड्रग्स डिपार्टमेंट से अधिकारी यहाँ पर मौजूद है और जिस तरीके से कल कंप्लेन आई थी कि खाने में ख़राब खाना दिया जा रहा है, उसके चलते यहाँ पर सर्वे या कई के जांच की जा रही है। फूड एंड ड्रग्स डिपार्टमेंट से यहाँ पर आला अधिकारी यहाँ मौजूद है और कहीं न कहीं जिस तरीके से खाना बनाया जा रहा है, उस खाने में किस तरीके की सब्जियों का उपयोग किया जा रहा है, उसके चलते यहाँ पर इंस्पेक्शन किया जा रहा है। कल जिस तरीके से एक वीडियो वायरल हुआ, उसके बाद हमने देखा किस तरीके से विधायक ने को एक दाल, जो ख़राब दाल दी गई, उसके बाद वायलेंस हुआ इस कैंटीन में। उसके बाद ही सरकार हरकत में आई है और कहीं ना कहीं फूड एंड ड्रग्स डिपार्टमेंट के लोग यहाँ पर आकर एक तरीके से इंस्पेक्शन कर रहे हैं कैसे खाना बनाया जा रहा है। गवर्नमेंट ऑफ महाराष्ट्र की तरफ से अधिकारी यहाँ मौजूद हैं और तमाम सैंपल्स भी लिए जा रहे हैं, कुछ चीज़ें टेस्ट भी की जा रही है। और यहाँ पर लगातार जिस तरीके से MLA हॉस्टल की ये कैंटीन है, खाना परोसा जाता है, किस तरीके की इंस्पेक्शन की जा रही है अगर आप बता पाएँ, क्योंकि ये कैंटीन चर्चा में आ गई जब सोशल मीडिया पे वीडियो वायरल हुआ। साथ ही विधायक जी ने हाथापाई भी कर दी क्योंकि ख़राब दाल परोसी गई थी। क्या इंस्पेक्शन में पाया गया, किस तरीके की जाँच की जा रही है?
अभी तो इंस्पेक्शन हमारा चालू है, वो अन्न सुरक्षा मानदेय कायदा जो है उनके तहत अभी इंस्पेक्शन चालू है वही बेसिस पे। तो हम लोग देख रहे हैं कि किचन में साफ सफाई, ये सब जो कानून के तहत जो मुद्दे रहते हैं इंस्पेक्शन के पॉइंट जो है वो हम वेरीफाई कर रहे हैं।
मतलब ये सब देखकर फिर एक रिपोर्ट बनाई जाएगी, इसके चल
बनाएंगे।
सर वीडियो भी आप बना रहे हैं, क्या मापदंड?
हमारी इन्फॉर्मेशन के लिए हम फोटो वगैरह निकालते हैं।
और सर अगर आपसे जानना चाहे लोगों को माध्यम से समझने के लिए कि क्या मापदंड होते हैं, किसके का खाना बनना चाहिए, क्या प्रोडक्ट यूज़ करने चाहिए, अगर आप बता पाएं।
अन्न सुरक्षा जो कानून है, अन्न सुरक्षा फूड सेफ्टी एंड स्टैंडर्ड एक्ट, उसके तहत साफ सुथरे वातावरण में सबके लिए, मतलब पब्लिक के लिए हाइजीनिक फूड मिलना चाहिए, मतलब सेफ और हाइजीनिक।
Well, after this, MLA Sanjay Gaikwad beats up the canteen staffer. What does he do? He then brags about his actions. He has absolutely no remorse. He calls it Sena style. He brags that he has absolutely no remorse for his actions. The big question is, will the government slap law on this MLA? Well, listen in to what Mr. Sanjay Gaikwad had to say.
पहली बात तो जो वीडियो वायरल हो रहा है सर, उसमें आप कैंटीन मैनेजर को मारते हुए नजर आ रहे। पूरा मुद्दा क्या था? क्या आपको वो दाल परोसी गई जिसमें खराब दाल बताई जा रही है? क्या तकलीफ हुई?
उन्हें दाल परोसी नहीं गई थी। मैंने मेरे रूम में जो मेरा रूटीन टाइम होता है 10 बजे का, ऑलरेडी मैं कभी भी बाहर खाना नहीं खाता हूँ, ना गांव में खाता हूँ ना इधर खाता हूँ। तो मैंने खाना पार्सल मंगाया जिसमें मैंने दाल चावल और 2 चपाती मंगाया था। सादा खाना मैंने मंगाया था और मैं एक दाल चावल का निवाला मैंने डाला तो मुझे बहुत गंदा लगा। सो मैं लगा कुछ मुँह में आया होगा। सेकंड खाया तो मुझे उल्टी हो गई और इतना भयानक फील होने लगा। तो फिर मैंने जैसा मैं जो कपड़े पे था वही कपड़े में कैंटीन में गया और वो जो जिन लोगों ने मुझे ये सब दिया था उनको पूछा कि आपने दिया है? तो बोले हाँ दिया है। तो मैंने बोला आप स्मेल लीजिए इसका। उन्होंने स्मेल लिया तो बोले बहुत ख़राब है। बाद में फिर मैंने मैनेजर को बुलाया, उसको मैंने स्मेल दिया। उनके 6 कर्मचारियों को स्मेल देने के बाद में उन्होंने बताया कि ये खाने जैसा नहीं है, यानी वो निष्कृष्ट दर्जे का नहीं था, वो सड़ा हुआ खाना था। और फिर मैंने उन लोगों को 2-4 साल में जितनी बार भी उनको मैंने समझाया कि आप मुझे खाना अच्छा दिया करो, ये ख़राब खाना मत दिया करो। इनका मटन 15-15 दिन पहले का रहता, इनका चिकन 15 दिन का रहता, इनके अंडे अंदर से पूरे काले हुए रहते। मैं किसान हूँ, मैं सब्जी और सब के बारे में मैं आधे घंटे के हिसाब से बताता हूँ कि सब्जी का खाना कब बनाया गया है। तो यहाँ महाराष्ट्र में से आए हुए हर दिन सेशन में 10,000 लोगों के जान से ये लोग खिलवाड़ करते हैं, आमदार के जान से खिलवाड़ करते हैं, महाराष्ट्र से आने वाले किसानों की जान से ये लोग खेलते हैं। और इनकी मुजरी इतनी है, कोई कंप्लेंट करे तो उसका ये सुनते भी नहीं हैं। और कई लोगों ने मुझे बताया कि हमारे खाने में ये दिया, कोई सुतली आई, कई चिपकी ले आई, कहीं कुछ गंदा आया। और 200-400 कंप्लेंट होने के बाद भी आज ये जो कंत्राटदार है 30 साल से यहाँ पे कुंडली मार के बैठा है।
आप एक विधायक है, वो भी रूलिंग पार्टी के विधायक है, इस तरीके से हाथ उठाना कितना जायज़ लगता है आपको?
मैं विधायक भी हूँ और मैं योद्धा भी हूँ। जब सब भाषा में समझाने के बाद में कोई समझता नहीं है तो बाला साहब ठाकरे जी ने हमको भाषा सिखाई भी है, जिसका इस्तेमाल मैंने किया है।
वो वीडियो में खास तौर से दिख रहा है आपने घूसों का भी उपयोग किया, झापट का भी उपयोग किया, लात भी मारने की कोशिश की। ऐसे में सर कंप्लेन कर सकते हैं आप?
मैंने कंप्लेंट किया, 4 बार किया, इसलिए मेरी जान मतलब मेरी सटक गई। मैं जूडो चैंपियन हूँ, मैं जिम्नास्टिक चैंपियन हूँ, मैं कराटे चैंपियन हूँ, मैं कुश्ती चैंपियन हूँ, तलवारबाजी, दांड पट्टा, कुश्ती का सब मैं चैंपियन हूँ। इसलिए मैं कुछ भी यूज़ कर सकता हूँ।
सर आप विधायक हैं, आपको लोग देखते हैं, आपसे लोग इंस्पायर होते हैं। ऐसे अगर आप देखें इस तरीके के कृत्य करेंगे तो लोग भी प्रवुक्त हो जाएंगे, कहीं वहाँ भी हिंसा होगी, क्योंकि एक तरीका होता है सर।
जब प्रशासन काम करता नहीं है, बार बार कंप्लेंट करने के बाद भी, तो जनता क्या करेगी? वो तो कायदा हाथ में लेगी ना। अब एक आमदार कंप्लेंट करता है और उसके अगर कोई दखल लेता नहीं है, उसमें अगर कोई कार्रवाई करता नहीं है, तो ये आमदार क्या करेगा? खुद की जान देगा? बार बार बोलेगा नहीं अभी इतना तुमने सड़ा हुआ दिया, कल कीड़े पड़े हुआ खाना हमको खिला, ऐसा बोलेगा आमदार? मैं इतना गांधीवादी नहीं हूँ मैं।
नहीं, लेकिन जिस तरीके से विवाद चल रहा है मराठी बनाम हिंदी का, ऐसे में इस तरीके की हिंसा करना कितना जायज़ लगता है सर?
ये मैं नीचे गया तो उनके माथे पे कोई जात लिखी हुई नहीं थी, क्या प्रांत लिखा हुआ नहीं था कि ये कौन से जात के कौन से प्रांत के, या वो जो खाना खिला रहे वो कौन से जाति को खिला रहे, वो खाने पे लिखा होता है क्या?
लेकिन सर आखिरकार जिस तरीके से वीडियो वायरल हुआ है, प्रश्न उपस्थित हो रहे हैं, तो कहीं ना कहीं एक विधायक होने के नाते एक मॉरल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी बनती है। आपको थोड़ा भी मलाल है कि इस तरीके से नहीं होता? या
कोई मलाल नहीं है, मुझे कोई मलाल नहीं है, मुझे कोई ये विषय में ऐसा महसूस नहीं होता है कि मैंने कोई गलत किया है।
अच्छा, इसकी आप कहाँ इसको उठाएंगे, क्योंकि ये बहुत गंभीर विषय भी है?
अभी हम विधानसभा में अध्यक्ष महोदय जी से पॉइंट ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन में बात रखने का प्रयास करेंगे। कनेक्टिंग मिनिस्टर जो है हमारे भुजबल साहब, उनको भी हम बताएंगे और फूड एंड ड्रग्स को भी हम कंप्लीट करने का
शिवसेना स्टाइल की जो आपने बात की है वो हमने देखा, लेकिन इस समय जो वातावरण है पूरे महाराष्ट्र में, खास करके मुंबई में, वो स्टाइल मनसे और उभाटागढ़ भी करते हुए नजर आ रहा है सड़कों पर। कैसे देखते हो उसे?
उनके बारे में मैं कुछ बोलना नहीं चाहूँगा। वो ये जो महाराष्ट्र में चल रहा है ये महाराष्ट्र की हित का नहीं है।
धन्यवाद। तो ये हमारे साथ थे संजय गायकवाड़ जी, जो साफ तौर पे कह रहे हैं भले ही मैं विधायक हूँ, लेकिन बार बार अगर मेरी कंप्लेन को नज़रअंदाज किया जाएगा तो मैं इसी तरीके से फिर एक बार उस कैंटीन मैनेजर को मारूंगा। और ये शिवसेना स्टाइल है। मैं गांधीवादी मैं बिलीव नहीं करता, मैं उनको सबक जरूर सिखाऊंगा। हालांकि उन्होंने कहा कि इसका मुद्दा विधानसभा में वो जरूर उठाएंगे।
Well, I have no remorse at all, and this is the Sena style, is what Mr. Gaikwad had to say to Abhishek Awasthi. In fact, Abhishek also went back to the canteen where he spoke to the eyewitnesses, including the manager. Take a look at that report.
हम इस वक्त उसी होटल में है, हमारे साथ होटल का स्टाफ है। जिस तरीके से योगेश जी के साथ हुआ, आपके साथ भी हो सकता है। कितना जायज़ लगता है इस तरीके से? अगर कुछ चीज़ खराब है उसका एक तरीका होता है, लेकिन क्या कहेंगे?
आके करो, हाँ बराबर है, कर सकते हैं। अभी अब मंत्री आके उसके साथ 20-25 आदमी जो रहते हैं, आके एक आदमी को मारना, गरीब आदमी को मारना, एक कौन सा तरीका है? एक कौन सा तरीका है? अभी वो कायदे कानून है, वो खराब है, वो करो, ये करो, कानून कायदे कानून वो छोड़ के मारा मारी। मंत्री बनते क्या मारा मारी करने के लिए बनते हैं?
लेकिन आपने एक महत्वपूर्ण बात बताई कि उनके साथ 10-15 लोग थे जो मिल के मार रहे थे, ऐसा कुछ हुआ था क्या?
बराबर है, वो लोग ही आदमी था ना, वो लोग ही आदमी था, वो लोग ही मारा। पहला वो मंत्री ने वो काली बनीन में था, वो मारा, मारने के बाद दूसरा 2-3 आदमी मारा।
मंत्री नहीं, वो विधायक है सर, विधायक मतलब एमएलए है।
एमएलए क्या मालूम, भगवान जानते एमएलए क्या है।
लेकिन कितना जायज़ लगता है इस तरीके से? कभी आप भी हो सकते हो, ये भाई भी हो सकते हैं, जो आप मेहनत से काम करते हो, कुछ अगर तकलीफ है तो उसकी बताना चाहिए कि इस तरीके से मारना चाहिए।
अरे मारा मारी नहीं करना चाहिए, जो चीज़ खराब है आके बोलना चाहिए, ये खराब है, ये करो, वो करो करके उसको सजा देना चाहिए। वो छोड़ के मारा मारी, ऐसा होता है क्या मारा मारी?
आप लोग जितने लोग हैं काम कर रहे हैं, दिन रात मेहनत करते हैं, रोजी रोटी के लिए काम करते हैं, और इस तरीके का अगर हादसा हो जाता है तो सही है कि गलत है? ये
गलत है, एकदम गलत है।
गलत है, बिल्कुल गलत है,
बहुत गलत है।
आप भी हो सकते थे, आपको भी मारा जा सकता है।
मारा जा सकता था, उंगली उठाया जा सकता था मेरे पे। मैं अन्ना को बचाया, मेरे पे हाथ उठा रहा था और मारने के लिए मेरे को हाँ मेरे को बोला।
नहीं, कल जब ये हुआ आप थे क्या?
हाँ थे, मैं था, मैं अन्ना को पकड़ के उठाया। ठीक है, बोलता तू मत बोले तो तेरे को मारूंगा मैं।
आपके जैसे अधिकारी या कहेंगे जो मैनेजर थे, कल रात को बैठे थे, जिस तरीके से घटना घटी, पूरा वायरल हुआ, आज पूरा देश उसे देख रहा है, कैसे देखते हैं? क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं कुछ ना कुछ खराब हो जाता होगा, लेकिन उसका ब्लेम आपको पर आता है।
सर इसके बारे में मैं अभी कुछ बोल नहीं सकते, प्लीज़ सर।
आपको क्या जायज़ लगता है जिस तरीके से विधायक जी ने हाथ उठाया? कल आप भी हो सकते थे सर।
नहीं सर, ये आपको क्या कैसा लगता है? ये बोलिए।
गलत है सर?
तो गलत ही है ना सर, तब इससे आगे मैं कुछ बोल नहीं सकता, प्लीज़।
हम इस वक्त उसी कैंटीन में मौजूद है। ये आकाशवाणी कैंटीन है जो कि एमएलए हॉस्टल के नीचे है, और आपको बता दें ये उसी कैंटीन है जहां पर जो वीडियो वायरल हो रहा है विधायक संजय गायकवाड़ का, जो एकनाथ शिंदे के गुट से आते हैं, जिसमें साफ तौर पर ये दिख रहा है किस तरीके से विधायक जी ने जो मैनेजर है उसको थप्पड़ मारा, घूंसे मारे, क्योंकि उसने खराब दाल उनको दी थी। देखिए ये कैंटीन है, यहाँ पर काम चल रहा है और सुबह का वक्त होने से गर्दी भी ज़्यादा है, और ऐसे में आरोप ये लग रहा है कि इस कैंटीन में जो खाना परोसा गया था वो सही नहीं था। लोगों से बात करने की कोशिश करते हैं। सर कब से खा रहे हैं यहाँ पर, किस तरीके का खाना रहता है, क्या यहाँ पर कभी कोई कंप्लेन की है आपने या आई है?
मैं तो यहाँ फर्स्ट टाइम आया हूँ अभी।
नहीं, यहाँ पे तो ठीक है, खाना पीना सब अच्छा है और इतना ऐसा कुछ प्रॉब्लम नहीं लग रहा था मुझे।
कल विधायक जी ने यहाँ पर प्रश्न उपस्थित किया था कि दाल खराब मिली थी और बल का प्रयोग भी किया गया था सर्वेंट के ऊपर। ऐसे में एक नागरिक होने के नाते कैसे देखते हैं इस चीज़ों को?
नहीं, ऐसा तो एक्चुअली उतना थोड़ा सा हाइपर होना नहीं चाहिए था उनको, लेकिन ठीक है, मतलब जो सिचुएशन के हिसाब से वो जो होना था वो हो गया। अभी हम लोग तो कल नहीं थे, हम लोग तो इधर।
देखिए ये वही कैंटीन है, कोशिश करते हैं जो यहाँ पर काम करते कर्मचारी, जो मैनेजर दिख रहा था वो फ़िलहाल यहाँ पर अभी नहीं है उनकी ड्यूटी, लेकिन कोशिश ये करेंगे कि बात करें लोगों से और समझने की कोशिश करें कि आखिरकार ऐसा क्या हो गया जिस तरीके से जो वीडियो वायरल हुआ है उसमें विधायक जी इतने भड़क गए कि अपने बल का प्रयोग वो करने लगे। दादा कितने समय से काम कर रहे हैं? कल जिस तरीके से वीडियो वायरल हुआ, हो जाता होगा कभी कभी इस तरीके से घटना, कैसे देखते हैं आप सर?
नहीं, ये गलत हुआ, ऐसा बोले, सही बोले तो ये क्या है, थोड़ा एक सांबार के लिए, नहीं तो कुछ ऐसा मारता है बोले तो गलत है ना। अभी आमदार मारता था अच्छा था, ये सब लोग मिल के मारा हुआ गलत है।
हाँ, वो भी देखा गया कि खाली उन्होंने नहीं मारा, बाकी लोगों ने मिल के उस जो कैंटीन के मैनेजर है, आप भी यहाँ कितने सालों से काम कर रहे थे?
1 साल से काम कर रहे हैं, मेरा ड्यूटी नहीं था कल, मैं छुट्टी में था कल।
नहीं बराबर है, लेकिन इस तरीके की कंप्लेन आई है कभी, या इस तरह की कंप्लेन?
पहली बार
हुआ है। देखिए हमें बता रहे इस तरह की कंप्लेन पहली बार हुई है, और यहाँ के लोग जो यहाँ काम कर रहे हैं वो साफ तौर पे ये भी कहते हैं कि इस तरीके से जो मारा गया, जो वो कहीं ना कहीं गलत है, ऐसा नहीं करना चाहिए था। और इनके बात करने से एक और एक चीज़ समझ में आ रही है कि खाली विधायक ने ही नहीं मारा था, उनके साथ जितने कर्मचारी थे उन्होंने भी इस तरीके से हाथ उठाया, वो कहीं ना कहीं गलत है।
Meanwhile, NDTV's Anuj Raite, he spoke with the Maharashtra Minister Yogesh Kadam. And this is the first official reaction that we are getting you on NDTV. The Maharashtra Minister Yogesh Kadam, he says that no one can take law in their hands and a proper complaint should have been filed in the first place. Take a look.
We have Yogesh Kadam here with us. Mr. Kadam, what would we say to Sanjay Gaikwad? We've seen that his video has gone viral of hitting a canteen worker.
I think the due complaint should have been filed. He did not have to take the law in his hand. Thank you.
That was Yogesh Kadam, Minister of State Home Department, in a rush to attend the assembly right now, made it very clear that a due complaint should have been filed and violence should have been avoided.
Meanwhile, the Congress party has hit out at the ruling party there, the Shiv Sena. Nana Patole of the Congress party, he has said that action should be taken against Sanjay Gaikwad and that no one is allowed to hit the poor.
संजय गायकवाड़ का वीडियो सामने आया है, उसके ऊपर आपका पहला रिएक्शन क्या रहेगा?
उसके ऊपर एक्शन होना चाहिए। ऐसे गरीबों को मारने का अधिकार नहीं है किसी को, और कानून हाथ में लेने का अधिकार नहीं है।
सर, अभी भी उन्होंने कोई माफी नहीं है इस चीज़ के बारे में। उन्होंने कहा है कि क्योंकि खाना अच्छा नहीं था इसलिए एक्शन लिया गया, तो ये दिखाता है
एक्शन कानून हाथ में लेके नहीं किया जा सकता ना।
और सर, क्या ये दिखाता है कि जो गवर्नमेंट है वो अपने खुद के आमदार या एमएलएज के खिलाफ एक तरीके से सॉफ्ट स्टांस रख रहा है? क्योंकि जब एमएनएस या फिर जो बाहर वायलेंस हुआ उसके ऊपर तो वो काफ़ी क्लियरली
सरकार प्रायोजित है। जो महाराष्ट्र में हिंदी मराठी का जो झगड़ा शुरू किया गया, ये सरकार प्रायोजित है।
सर, आपकी इमीडिएट डिमांड क्या रहेगी इस संजय गायकवाड़ केस में?
सरकार ने एक्शन लेना चाहिए। कानून हाथ में किसी को लेने का अधिकार नहीं है, कानून सबके लिए समान होता है।
क्या एकनाथ शिंदे जी का भी कर्तव्य बनता है कि जल्द से जल्द इस चीज़ पे स्टेटमेंट?
सरकार ने ही एक्शन लेना है, कानून किसी को हाथ में लेने का अधिकार नहीं है।
Meanwhile, this entire incident is turning into a political back and forth. Shiv Sena leader, Shiv Sena MP Naresh Mahaske, he has in fact come out and said that don't use the term Gunda Raj to defame Maharashtra and that he strongly condemns such remarks. Take a look at that conversation.
पर लगातार महाराष्ट्र के अंदर गुंडा राज देखने को मिल रहा है। कभी एमएलए, कभी एमपी, कोई ना कोई किसी ना किसी के ऊपर हिंसा कर रहा है, सिर्फ और सिर्फ मराठी लैंग्वेज को लेकर।
देखो, गुंडा राज की बातें मत कहो। महाराष्ट्र की बदनामी करने के लिए जो लोग इसी तरीके जो बातें कर रहे हैं पूरे हिंदुस्तान में फैला रहे हैं, उसका निषेध मैं करता हूँ। महाराष्ट्र में कायदा और सुव्यवस्था की जो व्यवस्था है बहुत अच्छी तरह की व्यवस्था है, बाकी के राज्यों से बहुत अच्छी व्यवस्था हमारे महाराष्ट्र में। आप अपना जो बयान किया है वो पहला वापस लो।
एमएनएस के
आज की बात तो ये मत करो।
एमएनएस के एक नेता के
गलत है।
एमएनएस के बेटे, नेता के बेटे एक किसी को मारते हैं, ये क्या गुंडा राज?
उसका सरनेम क्या है? उसका सरनेम क्या है वो बताओ। सिर्फ एमएनएस का नेता का नाम बोल, उसका सरनेम लो। अगर आपको न्यूज़ मालूम है तो उसका सरनेम आप ले लो, एंकर को आप उसका सरनेम ले लो। क्या है मालूम है आपको?
नहीं तो मराठी लैंग्वेज।
ये देखो, अगर आप बातें कर रहे हैं तो आप उसका सरनेम क्या है वो भी पूछो, आप भी वो भी बताओ। शेख करके कोई तो है जो उन्होंने दारू पी के एक लड़की के साथ, जो मराठी लड़की के साथ जो उन्होंने जो कुछ गैर व्यवहार किया था, उसके ऊपर तो कानूनी कार्रवाई हो गई। तो हर जगह हो रही है, सिर्फ महाराष्ट्र में हो रही है क्या? ये सिर्फ महाराष्ट्र में हो रही है। और उसका सरनेम भी बोलो, मराठी आदमी ने नहीं किया है, उसका सरनेम भी शेख करके है, वो भी आप बताओ। महाराष्ट्र को बदनाम करने के लिए आधी खबर मत बताओ।
नहीं, लेकिन अभी भी वो फ्री घूम रहे हैं, अभी भी कोई भी उनके खिलाफ
नहीं, जिन्होंने गलत काम किया उसके ऊपर कार्रवाई होगी।
संजय राउत अभी ट्वीट कर रहे हैं, वो कह रहे हैं कि आपके एक नेता थे, कल एक एमएलए थे, उन्होंने थप्पड़ मारा किसी को और उसके खिलाफ होम मिनिस्टर देवेंद्र फडणवीस शांत हैं, कोई कार्रवाई क्यों नहीं हुई?
देखो, जो गलत तरीके बातें करेगा, गलत तरीके बर्ताव करेगा, उसके ऊपर कार्रवाई जरूर होगी।
Meanwhile, just a short while back, MNS workers, they were protesting against the action of Mr. Gaikwad. Some of those workers, they were detained as well during this protest. But while a protest by the MNS workers is taking place on one hand, on the other, some of the MNS workers, they were involved in an act of vandalism. They vandalized a toll plaza. This act of vandalism was caught on camera. A toll plaza was vandalized in Washim district. And from Mumbai to Washim, these acts of vandalism, they seem to continue.
कल शाम को वाशिम रूरल पुलिस स्टेशन के जुरिस्डिक्शन में तोड़गांव टोल नाके पे 3 आरोपियों ने वहाँ के टोल मैनेजर से पैसे छीन लिए 5,000 रुपये और साथ ही में वहाँ के टोल की काफ़ी तोड़फोड़ भी की है। इन लोगों ने कुछ दिन पहले टोल मैनेजर से पैसे की डिमांड भी की थी। उनके खिलाफ पुलिस स्टेशन में एफआईआर दर्ज की है रेलेवेंट सेक्शंस के अंडर और उन आरोपियों का नाम है गजानन वैरागड़े जो मनसे के वाहतुक शाखा जिलाध्यक्ष है, उमेश टोलमारे जो वाहतुक शहराध्यक्ष है और सीताराम चवड़े। इन तीनों को अरेस्ट करने के लिए अलग अलग टीम्स बनाई गई है और उनका लोकेशन हम रेगुलरली ट्रैक कर रहे हैं। इन पर पुलिस सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई करेगी।
Now, the NCP Sharad Pawar leader, Supriya Sule, she has questioned the violence in Maharashtra and said that it is a result of the mismanagement of the Maharashtra government. She has questioned the Maharashtra government over these incidents, over these acts of violence. She was in fact sharing the stage with Raj Thackeray and Uddhav Thackeray at this mega rally last week. She says that she is not against Hindi, but it should not be forced upon the people. She has in fact questioned the Gunda Raja. She says she has slammed the Maharashtra government and says that this is sheer mismanagement of the Maharashtra government.
Management of the Maharashtra government. Maharashtra government has again failed. कल जो चीज़ मुंबई में हुई वो गलत हुई और हम कोई भी हिंदी के खिलाफ नहीं है। हम सिर्फ कह रहे हैं कि कोई भी चीज़ आप फोर्स मत करिए किसी पे। और जिस तरह से गुंडागर्दी चल रही है, हम सबको मराठी होने का, भारतीय होने का हमें बहुत अभिमान है। लेकिन अगर कोई हमारे लोगों को पीटे, हमारे लोगों को धमकी दे और महाराष्ट्र के मुख्यमंत्री इस पे कुछ एक्शन न ले तो क्या करेंगे लोग फिर? कैसे लोगों को डर लग रहा है आज कि महाराष्ट्र के मुख्यमंत्री जिस राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री है, दूसरा कोई भी आके हमको धमकी देके चलेगा और महाराष्ट्र के मुख्यमंत्री कुछ नहीं कहेंगे।
All right, breaking news coming in at this point of time. A fighter jet has crashed in Rajasthan. This is an Indian Air Force jet that has crashed in Churu, raising concerns about aircraft safety, technical maintenance, etc. We'll be getting the details of this crash, what is the condition of the pilot, investigation, etc. But from what we get at this point of time, this breaking piece of information, a fighter jet has crashed in Rajasthan. This Indian Air Force jet has crashed in Churu. Shiv Arur joins us to get us more on this. Shiv, take us through the details.
We're yet to ascertain what precisely has crashed. The information that we have at this time is that an Indian Air Force fighter jet has gone down in the Ratangad area of Churu in Rajasthan. It is not clear yet what aircraft type it is, but according to the visuals, we can pretty much tell that it is a fighter aircraft that has crashed. Now, remember, Rajasthan has a number of frontline airfields, whether it is in Jodhpur or in Bikaner and in other places. There are many air bases in the area. So where precisely this aircraft took off from, or whether it was from neighboring Madhya Pradesh, is also not known just yet. There is a lot of fighter jet activity that takes place in Rajasthan airspace on a routine basis, whether it is training flights, or it is combat air patrols in the wake of Operation Sindoor. There are many operational flights that take place as well, but we cannot speculate just yet as to what fighter this was, why it went down. All of that will be available a little later. I've just put in word with the Indian Air Force to get us a confirmation on whether a fighter aircraft of theirs has gone down, from where it has gone down, and any other public information they are able to put out at this point of time. The images on our screen show a wreckage that still seems to be on fire. As with most crashes that you see, villagers have rushed to the site, which means the aircraft went down not very far from a human settlement or a village. There are images of mangled metal on the ground. There are some media reports suggesting possibility of fatalities among the pilots, but there is nothing official, I repeat, nothing official just yet from the Indian Air Force, and we are awaiting an official word.
All right, Shivaru, thank you very much for getting us the details. This fighter jet has crashed, and this is what we are reporting. This crash took place near Ratangarh in Churu, Rajasthan. The police, they have been dispatched to the scene. These are the visuals that you are getting on your screen of that crash that took place in Churu. We are still waiting for an official word, as Shiv was mentioning, about whether there have been any sort of casualties or not. But let me go back to Shivarur. Shiv, are there any sort of eyewitness account, any details about the circumstances? Have we heard anything from the locals so far? All right, we'll try and get Shivaru back on air. But these are the visuals that you can see on your screens of that crash that took place in Churu in Rajasthan. This is an Indian Air Force jet that crashed in Churu. This is a fighter jet that has crashed in Rajasthan. This incident took place near Ratangarh in Churu, Rajasthan, specifically near the village of Bhanuda. The police, they have been dispatched to the scene. These are the videos of made by the locals there that have been shared with us, and we are not speculating anything at this moment. We are still waiting an official word from the Indian Air Force and the authorities as to why this incident might have taken place. Is there any sort of casualty? We are still awaiting an official confirmation on all of that. And this is a developing story, and we'll be getting you all those details in just a short while. So this is the big breaking piece of information, breaking news coming in at this point from Rajasthan, specifically from Churu in Rajasthan. An Indian Air Force jet, it has crashed in Churu. This is a fighter jet that has crashed in Rajasthan. This jet has crashed, and this is being reported that this jet crashed near Ratangarh in Churu, Rajasthan, specifically near the village of Bhanuda. The police, they have been dispatched to the scene. These are the videos that we have been getting from the locals. There is no official word on what might have led to this entire incident. Is there any sort of casualty or casualties? We'll wait for an official word from the Indian Air Force as well as the authorities. Meanwhile, any sort of official confirmation on the casualties is still awaited. In fact, Shivarur joins us live to get us more on this. Shiv, what is this aircraft? What type of fighter jet is this that crashed near Ratangarh?
No information just yet. The Indian Air Force is yet to put out an official statement confirming any of the details regarding this crash. All we can actually confirm right now, including with these first images from the ground showing some mangled pieces of metal and some fire as well, is that a military aircraft of some kind has gone down. Whether it is a fighter or a helicopter is also not known, but it seems to be a fighter jet that has gone down. We will know in a short while from now now what precisely it is. I can confirm that the Ministry of Defence or the armed forces, either the Army or the Air Force, have not put out any official details just yet. We are awaiting that. This is in a place called Ratangad, very close to Churu in Rajasthan. Rajasthan airspace is typically something which actually sees a lot of fighter activity because it's a frontier state. It's near the international border. There are many air bases in Rajasthan, Jodhpur, Bikaner, and many others, Jaipur as well, where fighters do operate from. So what fighter type this is, we can't tell just yet. It's difficult to say without a closer look at what this is. But the better thing to do at this point of time would be to wait. Apart from operational flights, a lot of training flight activity also does take place over Rajasthan. There are many fighter squadrons, like I said, which are based in different parts of those squadrons, and they operate quite often in this area. There are MiG-21 squadrons, there are Jaguars, there are other aircraft that operate there. Remember, fighter aircraft, by virtue of traveling very fast, could be from other states as well, Madhya Pradesh and elsewhere. So we don't want to speculate precisely on where this was from or what happened. That can only be the result of a crash investigation. But right now there are prayers as far as casualties are concerned. No information, no confirmed information, I'd rather say, as far as the pilot or pilots in this aircraft pertains to that aspect as well. So we're waiting right now, probably just minutes before we get the first official word from the Indian military.
Right, this is a developing story, and as Shiv mentioned, there has been no official confirmation on the casualties, the kind of aircraft, etc. And we'll wait till that information comes out before we give it to you. Meanwhile, we'll slip into a very short break, but on the other side, we'll get you all the latest from Bihar. The protest politics, it is peaking in Patna. The opposition has joined forces to take on Nitish Kumar and the NDA government in Bihar. Rahul Gandhi has once again raked up the voters list charge.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
बदलाव की इच्छा रखने वाले लोग, उनको ये तय करना है कि वो जनसुराज जैसे नए विकल्प को चुनते हैं कि फिर पिटे पिटाए अपनी पुरानी व्यवस्था में जाना चाहते हैं।
मैं चिराग पासवान पूरी तरीके से बिहार विधानसभा का चुनाव लड़ने के लिए तैयार हूँ और तत्पर।
तेजस्वी जी मुख्यमंत्री बने हैं, हमारी पूरी सपोर्ट है उनको। हम किंग मेकर की भूमिका।
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Well, the battle for Bihar, it is heating up, and protest politics, it is peaking in Patna. With Bihar elections just round the corner, the opposition has now joined forces to take on Nitish Kumar and the NDA government. Meanwhile, the Election Commission, it has been under the opposition fire. The Bihar voters survey that had basically erupted in an entire row. Now, Rahul Gandhi, the Congress leader, he has raked up the voters list charge once again, and he was in fact joined by RJD's Tejasvi Yadav for a chakka jam in Bihar over Election Commission's special intensive revision of the electoral roll. The protest started at the income tax roundabout in Patna. Rahul, Tejasvi, they proceeded to the Chief Electoral Officer's office. The Congress MP, Rahul Gandhi's, this is his 7th visit to Bihar in the last 5 months. The assembly elections, remember, is just a few months away.
जिन जिन कंस्टिट्यूएंसीज में वोटर बढ़े वहां पर बीजेपी जीती। सारे के सारे वोट जो नए वोट आए वो सारे के सारे बीजेपी को गए। आज तक महाराष्ट्र की वोटर लिस्ट हमें नहीं मिली।
All right, the big breaking news that we are tracking at the moment, this is regarding the fighter jet that crashed in Rajasthan. This is an Indian Air Force jet that crashed in Churu in Rajasthan. This is the picture. These are the visuals that you can see on your screens of the crash, the videos that were made. This fighter jet, it crashed near Ratangad in Churu in Rajasthan, and specifically near the village of Bhanuda. The police from the local police, they have been dispatched to the scenes. There are multiple reports that are coming in. However, there has been no official confirmation on the kind of aircraft or the number of casualties. As of now, this wreckage has been found in Rajasthan's Churu, and the fighter jet has crashed in Rajasthan. We are waiting for an official confirmation on the casualties as well, and this is a developing story. Let me go across to Vishnu Shom, who joins us to get us more on this. Vishnu, take us through the details.
Very few details at this stage. The Indian Air Force are getting back to us very soon to share details of this and whether this is an Indian Air Force crash. There are unconfirmed reports which suggest that this might be an Indian Air Force fighter bomber. If indeed that is true, then we do not know about the state of the pilot or pilots, whether there was a successful ejection of the pilot or pilots. Not clear if it's a single-seater or a twin-seater aircraft which was involved. There are some photographs floating around which seem yes, could be Indians. So they've asked us to wait at this stage as they check out. Now, check what may have happened. This Churu area of this juncture, I'm afraid that's all we have as we for confirmation. We will not get ahead of ourselves. Confirm what exactly it was at this stage.
Right, while we wait for an official confirmation from the authorities, from the Indian Air Force as to what led to this entire incident, what we can tell you at this point of time is that one person has died. This is in fact the pilot who has lost his life. The pilot's body has been found after this crash. This one person has been killed in this jet crash in Rajasthan. This Indian Air Force jet, it crashed in Churu in Rajasthan. Let me go back to Vishnu for more details. Vishnu, from what we understand, one pilot has died and his body has been recovered.
I'm not aware of this information at this stage. If indeed it is correct, then it is extremely sad what may have taken place. Again, we are waiting for this information to actually come through at this juncture. And once we do get, some sort of information of what may have happened, we'll certainly break it. But if this was a fatal crash of the Indian Air Force, there would be an inquiry. There is an inquiry whenever there is an incident. So we are waiting for those details to come through. I haven't received this information as yet from the Indian Air Force. So we'll have to wait for that. If there are ground reports which have come in, and they may well be correct, then, it's a very sad day, a very unfortunate situation indeed.
All right, this is a developing story, and we'll wait for an official confirmation on the number of casualties, etc. This fighter jet, it has crashed in Churu in Rajasthan. and one person, one pilot's body has been found. Time for a very short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
A 36-hour non-stop flight
18
by a
into 2.
small pack of B-2s. A lot of other aircraft were also involved, we know that. But let's talk about the B-2 flight itself. They took off from Missouri. 36 hours later, they landed back without once landing. They delivered their bombs 18 hours later over Iran and then came back. How was this possible? Because the Department of Defense says at no point of time on this 36-hour journey was there any reason to believe that they were either detected or reacted to?
Well, they weren't detected, because if they were, then they'd be in some serious trouble. It's one of the most unbelievable missions, one of the most historic long-range strike missions. There were 7 B-2s, which by B-2 standards is a fair number of them. There was deception in the very beginning. There was a sense that some of them were flying west across the Pacific. In fact, they weren't. And even if a few planes were positioned in one area, they were not going to be flying the Pacific route.
That was the big distraction.
On social media said, you see the bombers, they're now flying west, so you know what's coming your way. But no. They flew them east across the Atlantic. There were 125 aircraft in total involved. Refuelers were involved at every stage. There were fighter aircraft which linked up 4th generation and 5th generation planes, 5th generation being stealth aircraft. And then after an 18-hour flight one way, right, shortly before they struck their targets, which was primarily Fordo, using a remarkable weapon which we'll talk about called the GBU-57.
Jaguar jet crashes in Rajasthan. Pilot dead in the aircraft crash. This is a crash that's taken place in Rajasthan's Churu. The Jaguar wreckage that has been found in Churu, and the police rushing to the spot. Sena MLA punches canteen staffer over food, and hours after the assault, the food police has reached the canteen questioning the food that was served to the MLA as opposed to taking action against the MLA. A bridge collapse has taken place in Gujarat. This is a 40-year-old bridge that collapsed and gave way. Well, 10 people have died in this tragedy. There are more who have been injured. The vehicles, there were 4 vehicles on that bridge at the time of the collapse, and all the 4 vehicles fell into the river. That has resulted in the death of 10 people. Karnataka Game of Thrones shifts to Delhi with DK Shivkumar there, having met Priyanka Gandhi Vadra. Now she is going to be meeting with Rahul Gandhi as well. And it's Karnataka's Chief Minister reaching the national capital today. Will be meeting with the Defence Minister DK Shivkumar there, maintaining that stand that there is going to be no change of guard because that place and that position isn't weakened yet. Very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vadva. We have news coming in of a Jaguar jet that has crashed in Rajasthan. This was a jet that crashed in Churu and one person has died. We're talking about the pilot's body that's been found after the jet that crashed. And the Jaguar wreckage has been located in Churu with the police there rushing to the spot. And the visuals on your screen playing at this moment is the wreckage that has been found in Rajasthan's Churu. The pilot of that Jaguar jet has died in the crash that took place in Rajasthan just a little while back. And there you can see the wreckage that has been found in Churu. My colleague Shiv Arora joining us to get us the very latest. Shiv, very tragic news coming off the crash that's taken place in Churu. Where was this Jaguar jet taking off from, and how long was it? How long before it crashed in this area of Rajasthan?
Very, very tragic news coming in from the Churu area of Rajasthan, where we can confirm on NDTV that an Indian Air Force Jaguar fighter bomber, which had taken off from the Suratgarh air base in Rajasthan, crashed very close to Churu in a place called Ratangarh a short while ago. We can also confirm that the pilot is dead. He has been killed in the crash. His body parts have been found at the wreckage site. Very, very sad. Obviously, no further information about identity, etc., is known just yet, nor do we know for how long the aircraft was in the air or the reasons why it went down. But we can confirm that it is an Indian Air Force Jaguar. The Indian Air Force will be putting out a formal statement very shortly, but sources within the military telling us that this was a Jaguar fighter bomber. It's a twin-engine, low-level, deep penetration strike aircraft used by the Indian Air Force, basically for airstrikes and bombing missions. There are Jaguar squadrons located in Rajasthan and in other states as well. The Jaguar is a fairly old Anglo-French fighter bomber aircraft that the Indian Air Force began inducting and then license building via HAL in the 80s, 90s, and even in the 2000s. Many of these aircraft continue to be in service in upgraded form. These aircraft have served in the Indian Air Force for a very long time. The Indian Air Force has lost many Jaguars along the way, but this precise accident today, we're not sure just yet what caused it. It is difficult to speculate so early after a tragedy of this kind. There are many things that can go wrong in the air, from technical fault to engine failure to bird hit. There are many different combinations of risks that military aviation entails. So I don't wish to indulge in any guesswork as to what happened, but what we do know is that one family has lost a loved one today. A pilot is confirmed dead in this Jaguar crash, and the Indian Air Force will be setting up a crash investigation, which is basically called a court of inquiry, as we speak, to investigate this. As we've seen in the pictures, the police are already on site. Indian Air Force officials will also be arriving there shortly, because remember, whenever an accident takes place, it's crucial to get that preliminary forensic examination of the site to recover the remains, recover the parts of the aircraft, to enable a free and fair investigation into what made this aircraft actually go down. There are no details just yet about any emergency being declared, whether the pilot tried to eject. Remember, the Jaguar is an aircraft that does have an ejection capability. So why precisely this pilot either didn't or wasn't able to eject would be pure conjecture just right now. But we are sad to confirm that the pilot of this Air Force fighter bomber is dead.
Extremely sad. Shiv, let's just also get in our colleague Vishnu joining us to get us the very details. Vishnu, this is a very tragic incident that has taken place, and this is something that we've seen as far as the Indian Air Force is concerned. This was something we saw just in the month of April as well, and at that time they were saying it was a technical malfunction. Right now it's too early to tell what really went wrong, but what details do you have for us as far as this crash is concerned?
Well, we can confirm, and the only information I have is that this was a Jaguar fighter bomber. Remember the and that it has crashed in the Churu region of Rajasthan. Shiv confirming that there is unfortunately the tragic loss of a pilot. We are waiting for further details from the Indian Air Force in terms of an official statement that should come in a little while from now. The unofficial statement does account for this being a Jaguar fighter bomber aircraft. The Jaguar was acquired into the Indian Air Force in the late 70s, early 80s. It is an Anglo-French design. It's a low-level bomber. It's been upgraded substantially over the years. It comes in single-seat and twin-seat variants. At this juncture, I'm unaware of whether there was just one pilot or there were two pilots on board, whether one has managed to eject safely and the other one hasn't, or whether this was a single-seater variant, which appears to be more likely to be the case on this occasion. The big question is why was the pilot unable to eject in time? That's something they'll have to find out. You'd mentioned an earlier incident which took place a few months back. It's not possible to really compare any specific cause. There have been several crashes of Jaguar aircraft over the years, whether it's engine failure, pilot, issues, or many other issues as well. But it's an old aircraft. It's a vintage aircraft. The age of the aircraft doesn't necessarily, give you a cause for the accident, but it is sad nonetheless that we've lost this.
Right, Vishnu, of course, not related, but that was also a very tragic incident that just took place months ago in the month of April. Shiv also with us. Shiv, when we talk about the Jaguar jet, how old is the aircraft, like Vishnu was mentioning, and how safe is the aircraft? Because this is the second such incident in a matter of, between April and July.
That's correct. Like Vishnu just said, the Jaguar itself began entering Indian Air Force service in the 1970s, but that doesn't mean that every airframe is that old. They've been bought in phases. The aircraft that has crashed, we don't know just yet what precise variant or vintage it was, because, like I said, the Jaguars have been built well into the 2000s by Hindustan Aeronautics Limited. They've been upgraded as well. Their navigation attack systems and their avionics have been progressively upgraded as part of a phased upgrade program, making them far more capable fighters. Their engines have remained the same. That's been a dogged issue for the Indian Air Force. But that's a separate matter entirely, because right now we don't know just yet what precise vintage or how old this particular aircraft was, the one that crashed. There have been many Jaguars that have been lost along the way, but that's not specifically alarming, given that the Jaguars have been inducted over the years in large numbers. The Indian Air Force has a very strenuous operational chart in terms of using aircraft quite a lot for its many different operational missions and operational reasons, and therefore it's difficult to pinpoint precisely what may have led to today's crash until there is a preliminary look at the wreckage. The Court of Inquiry will be getting into that very, very quickly. A high-level officer from the aviation department of the Indian Air Force will be, getting into all aspects of what happened, communications between the pilot and the air traffic control, ground control at Suratgarh and possibly other bases in Rajasthan. Like I said, there are many air bases within Rajasthan that have fighter squadrons. So all of these complicated intersecting aspects will have to be gone into in detail before there can be a comprehensive sort of even preliminary look at why this aircraft crashed. But even in popular culture, Indian Air Force fighters, are an emotive issue. They've always been an emotive issue. We've seen them in cinema as well. This particular case is particularly tragic, given that the pilot is dead. His body has been found at the site, which seems to suggest that this was, like Vishnu correctly said, possibly a single-seat Jaguar. It also comes in a twin-seat trainer version, but there's no reason to believe that this had any other people. This was one pilot, at least as far as the information we're getting so far. But why the pilot didn't eject, like I said, despite there being that that capacity, that capability in the Jaguar, is not known. But once again, there are many different things that can go wrong in the air. Military aviation is inherently risky. Whether it is mechanical issues, whether it is environmental issues, engine issues, all of these things could possibly have gone wrong. But we won't jump the gun on that until we hear from the Air Force.
Right. We also have Vishnu with us. Vishnu, the Air Force has over 120 Jaguar aircrafts, and they really do plan to gradually phase them out, and there is a deadline for that as well, and that's 6 years' time from now, and replace them basically.
What I can share with you are a couple of instances when Jaguars went down this year. As I understand, this is the third time that there's been a crash. On the 7th of March, there was a Jaguar which crashed near Panchkula in Haryana. The pilot ejected safely. This was during a routine training sortie. The aircraft was flying out of Ambala Air Base. Ambala is one of the most prominent, Ambala and Gorakhpur, off the top of my head, most prominent Jaguar bases. On the 2nd of April 2025, a two-seater Jaguar crashed near Jamnagar in Gujarat. on a night plane flying training session that resulted in the death of a flight lieutenant. The other pilot, a group captain, ejected safely but did sustain injuries. So this would make it likely the third time that there is a crash which has taken place this year itself, which is very unfortunate. The moment you get into a scenario where there are 3 crashes of a particular type within the span of a couple of months, it's just July, so halfway or so down this year, a little past that, then it's unfortunate for the Indian Air Force. There have been several crashes of Jaguars over the years. It's an older design. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's unsafe. But remember, when it comes to the safety of aircraft based on their airframes and the like, newer aircraft tend to be a lot safer. As Shiv was mentioning, there has been an attempt to re-engine the Jaguars. For price reasons, that fell through, so they continue to operate older engines. It doesn't have a fly-by-wire system like newer aircraft. It's less computerized in terms of its flight surfaces, its control surfaces, compared to newer aircraft. Therefore, the redundancies or safeties on board are less than what newer generation aircraft have. That said, pilots are trained to operate this. It remains a primary type. It is scheduled to be de-inducted or decommissioned from service in the Indian Air Force over the next couple of years. But I think today let's spare a thought for the family, the loved ones of that pilot believed to have been killed in this crash.
Right, very unfortunate, very extremely tragic. Thank you so much, Vishnu, for getting us those details. Vishnu and Shiv getting us up to speed with this very tragic incident that has unfolded in Churu. Now let's just switch tracks to Maharashtra in a shocking show of high-handedness. A Maharashtra lawmaker, upset over the quality of dal served to him at an MLA canteen in Mumbai, assaulted the canteen operator, hitting him on his face, punching him so hard that he fell on the floor. The incident that took place at the Akashvani MLA canteen, that is exactly where Radhika Ramaswamy, my colleague, is joining us from. Radhika, take us through. Of course, inspections are being carried out as far as the food quality is concerned. Questions being raised about the food quality, but no questions being asked as far as the MLA is concerned, and no action being taken in that very regard.
That's right, a troubling pattern of violence by political leaders and workers in the state of Maharashtra. VVIP hooliganism and a culture of impunity on display. That's what we've been seeing over the last few days. And in a recent incident, Sanjay Gaikwad, the MLA, went ahead and beat up a person, a poor canteen worker. In fact, that video has gone viral, in which Gaikwad aggressively beats up this person, slaps him, punches him, abuses him. And the reason? Poor quality of food. Of course, we are standing at that same canteen where this incident unfolded last night. In fact, we've been giving you ground reports from this canteen, eyewitness accounts, and as well as an account from the side of MLA Sanjay Gaikwad, who does not regret what has happened. In fact, he has justified this act. So therefore, today we ask, where does the buck really stop? And how is this culture of impunity being tolerated in the state of Maharashtra? Why is there no fear of law? To answer these questions, we have our reporters on the ground. We're joined by Abhishek as well as Anuj. I'll go across to Abhishek first. Abhishek, you brought us that exclusive conversation with Gaikwad, and also you gave us those ground details as to what exactly unfolded, eyewitness accounts as well. That man Gaikwad doesn't want to apologize. He seems to have no fear of law. But tell us what is happening politically in terms of the reactions coming in from the side of Shinde Sena. Are they finally going to act?
See, definitely, what we understand currently, as I personally spoke to him, we has an interview exclusively with NDTV. He doesn't show any sign of regret. In fact, he says that, and he labels this entire act as a Shiv Sena style of responding, which he did. Though he also mentioned a point that he has repeatedly complained about the quality of food that was served to him, and finally last night he created this entire drama and he punched him and he was abusing him. One more thing, when we spoke to eyewitnesses over there, we need to understand that it was not only MLA along with his people were present over there, and it was seen that not only MLA, the people belonging to him were also present, and they also tried to beat up that poor guy. But somehow the staff over there could intervene and manage him to escape from there, and somehow he was saved. But at the same time, speaking politically, we couldn't get any strict action. Definitely opposition is taking it head on and they want the action should be initiated, but we've seen the reactions from the people of Mahayuti, the alliance from which the MLA comes from. They are going soft. Now we see the government in action mode. FDA team is there inspecting the quality of food, the food preparation area, whether hygiene is being followed or not. We also spoke to the food safety officer. He said that we are here making videos, taking samples. We will submit a report by the end of the day. Right now our inspection is going on. This is how we inspect. But the question here is, can a public representative who is responsible to make laws in that assembly will be allowed to take law in his own hand and beat up a poor canteen guy who was just doing his job over there? Definitely there are questions that should be raised on the quality of food that is being supplied over there, but this is not the way to act. In fact, after that, when we questioned him, he said that he doesn't have any regret on the entire issue, and he went on to say that I will do it once again if such things happen, and this is the style, this is the Shiv Sena style that I am proud of and I will continue to do. So you can understand an MLA, a public representative, have such kind of mindset where he is openly beating up a poor guy from the canteen, MLA canteen. Definitely the issue that needs to be highlighted is of the food quality also, but the way the act was unfolded last night, it is also not acceptable. Now we are waiting for a strict action, at least, because what we understand from the sources, I have spoken to those staffers out there. They are not reluctant to speak directly on camera, though they have condemned it. They say that he has been said not to come to the hotel now anymore. He's left from there, though he was present early in the morning, but he's not now, and he's been forced not to file any complaint, not to register any FIR. That's what I can bring you from the sources till now. Now we will have to wait and watch out for how does this unfold, because in such situation the government should take note of that video and do a suo motu case against the MLA, and we need to see the action happening on ground, because time and again a chief minister has made a point that no one should take law in their own hand. We have seen the entire controversy that broke out Marathi versus Hindi, and he is continuously telling that, but we need to see it happening on the ground. And now when his own MLA is into question, we'll have to wait and watch out for what statement does he gives and what action is initiated against him. Back to you.
Right, certainly Abhishek, FDA team was here, but irrespective of what the food quality is all about, the fact that this man beat up a poor canteen worker is absolutely unacceptable. Government is condemning it, but no real action being taken against this man. That's the fact. In fact, this is not an... We've seen MNS goons, unleashing themselves at people, beating people up in the name of language as well. Anush, to you now, you're standing by at the assembly. You've been speaking to multiple leaders over the course of the last few days. All of them have been, condemning the action of several of these political leaders. They have said that law and order shouldn't be, is an issue and law shouldn't be taken in one's hands, and, violence has to be condemned and so on. Even Chief Minister of Maharashtra spoke up that day, said that further action will be taken and violence of this nature will not be tolerated, but it is continuing to happen. That's the fact.
Radhika, just to carry on from where Abhishek had left, we know that when this particular MLA spoke to NDTV early in the morning, and later of course he spoke to other media channels as well, he was here a while back and he still holds on to the same narrative that was set in earlier. And what that gives away is that the chances or the probability of any sort of fear from the higher ups, from the higher departments, and from the Chief Minister himself seems very bleak at the moment. And Mahayuti 1 and Mahayuti 2 both have had this very, infamous culture of, their leaders getting into some sort of trouble, some being very serious, other being not so serious. but the kind of action that is expected out of Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis as the leader of this entire government and as the leader of the biggest electoral party in the state right now, seems to be a little inactive, pretty much on most of these occasions, probably because there is also the involvement of a lot of an alliance dharma is what we talk about. But as far as this particular case is concerned, we've been speaking to leaders, we've been speaking to people in opposition and in the government. One thing to get out of the bucket first is that the food, the quality of the food is bad, is what we've known, is what we've been told, and it's been bad for quite some time. These MLAs, they have written requests, they have written letters to the speaker, to the government authorities and to the local authority there in that particular canteen, but to no avail. While that is one thing, secondly, while the opposition is continuing to ask for government to take some sort of an action against their MLA, the government and the ministers in the government or the leaders from the government do not seem very prompt in taking action against their own person. They are still reiterating on how it is the food quality that was bad, which might have led to Sanjay Gaikwad losing his temper and hence behaving in this way. So we are seeing that some way or the other, the justification for violence is always getting carried on. And it is not just one-off instance that we are seeing here. Even when we talk about Mira Bhayandar, where there was a completely different terrain, there was a completely different party, MNS, which doesn't have a representation in Vidhan Sabha, but even then, when people or when leaders of MNS and of UBT, especially those who were supporting that sort of violence, even when they were speaking against the violence, it wasn't in a full-fledged way, and this puts a very important question or light on this question of fear of law and order here in the state. Devendra Fadnavis is often regarded as one of the strongest ministers, and he's gotten a huge control over the Home Department. That's what the BJP claims for the last 6 to 7 years. But the transition of that from talking about it or while addressing the media to actually walking the talk, that transformation hasn't happened much. Even if we consider the Mira Bhayandar issue, it was literally the Chief Minister himself who came on record and said that such kind of act shouldn't be encouraged, and if it repeats itself again, then a strong action will be taken. And in less than 24 hours of this statement by the Chief Minister and Home Minister, we saw that another such kind of incident happened where the office of KDA was attacked in a very posh area in Mumbai, that is in Worli. And now we are seeing MLA who was very well aware that a video has been made of him, not just get into that act because, even if one gives it to him that it was a fit of rage, but the fact that he went on defending it until now, he's, let alone apologizing, he's not even acknowledging the fact that he might have been on the wrong side, tells you a lot about the kind of dynamics that are existing in the Mahayuti government right now. Does he have the directive from Eknath Shinde, the Deputy Chief Minister, to go ahead with it? Is there some sort of pressure that Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis is having because of which he cannot give a clear direction to his MLA to not get involved into such kind of actions? We'll only know when Chief Minister speaks on this matter later.
Right. Thank you, Anish, for getting us those details. A lot of equations at play, which why they're not aggressively taking action is what several people also feel here. Thank you to both Abhishek as well as Anuj for getting all of those details on this developing story. Meanwhile, Abhishek, my colleague, also spoke to Sanjay Gaikwad. He says he does not regret what he did. In fact, he feels that what he did was the right thing and has completely justified his violent act. Let's listen in.
पहली बात तो जो वीडियो वायरल हो रहा है सर, उसमें आप कैंटीन मैनेजर को मारते हुए नज़र आ रहे। पूरा मुद्दा क्या था? क्या आपको वो दाल परोसी गई जिसमें ख़राब दाल बताई जा रही है? क्या तकलीफ हुई?
उन्हें दाल परोसी नहीं गई थी। मैंने मेरे रूम में जो मेरा रूटीन टाइम होता है 10 बजे का, ऑलरेडी मैं कभी भी बाहर खाना नहीं खाता हूँ, ना गाँव में खाता हूँ ना इधर खाता हूँ। तो मैंने खाना पार्सल मंगाया जिसमें मैंने दाल चावल और 2 चपाती मंगाया था। सादा खाना मैंने मंगाया था और मैं एक दाल चावल का निवाला मैंने डाला तो मुझे बहुत गंदा लगा। सो मैं लगा कुछ मुंह में आया होगा। सेकंड खाया तो मुझे उल्टी हो गई और इतना भयानक फील होने लगा। तो फिर मैंने जैसा मैं जो कपड़े पे था वही कपड़े में कैंटीन में गया और वो जो जिन लोगों ने मुझे ये सब दिया था उनको पूछा कि आपने दिया है? बोले हाँ दिया है। तो मैंने बोला आप स्मेल लीजिए इसका। उन्होंने स्मेल लिया तो बोले बहुत ख़राब है। बाद में फिर मैंने मैनेजर को बुलाया, उसको मैंने स्मेल दिया। उनके 6 कर्मचारी को स्मेल देने के बाद में उन्होंने बताया कि ये खाने जैसा नहीं है, यानी वो निष्कृष्ट दर्जे का नहीं था, वो सड़ा हुआ खाना था। और फिर मैंने उन लोगों को 2-4 साल में जितनी बार भी उनको मैंने समझाया कि आप मुझे खाना अच्छा दिया करो, ये ख़राब खाना मत दिया करो। इनका मटन 15 दिन पहले का रहता, इनका चिकन 15 दिन का रहता, इनके अंडे अंदर से पूरे काले हुए रहते। मैं किसान हूँ, मैं सब्जी और सब के बारे में मैं आधे घंटे के हिसाब से बता दूँ कि सब्जी का खाना कब बनाया गया है। तो यहाँ महाराष्ट्र में से आए हुए हर दिन सेशन में 10,000 लोगों के जान से ये लोग खिलवाड़ करते हैं, आमदार के जान से खिलवाड़ करते हैं, महाराष्ट्र से आने वाले किसानों की जान से ये लोग खेलते हैं। और इनकी मुजरी इतनी है, कोई कंप्लेंट करे तो उसका ये सुनते भी नहीं हैं। और कई लोगों ने मुझे बताया कि हमारे खाने में ये दिया, कोई सुतली आई, कोई चिपकी ले आई, कोई कुछ गंदा आया। और 200-400 कंप्लेंट होने के बाद भी आज ये जो कंत्राटदार है 30 साल से यहाँ पे कुंडली मार के बैठा है।
आप एक विधायक है, वो भी रूलिंग पार्टी के विधायक है, इस तरीके से हाथ उठाना कितना जायज़ लगता है आपको?
मैं विधायक भी हूँ और मैं योद्धा भी हूँ। जब सब भाषा में समझाने के बाद में कोई समझता नहीं है तो बाला साहब ठाकरे जी ने हमको भाषा सिखाई भी है, जिसका इस्तेमाल मैंने किया है।
वो वीडियो में खास तौर से दिख रहा है आपने घूसों का भी उपयोग किया, झापट का भी उपयोग किया, लात भी मारने की कोशिश की। ऐसे में सर कंप्लेंट कर सकते हैं आप?
मैंने कंप्लेंट किया, 4 बार किया, इसलिए मेरी जान मतलब मेरी सटक गई। मैं जूडो चैंपियन हूँ, मैं जिम्नास्टिक चैंपियन हूँ, मैं कराटे चैंपियन हूँ, मैं कुश्ती चैंपियन हूँ, तलवारबाजी, दांडपट्टा, कुश्ती का सब मैं चैंपियन हूँ, इसलिए मैं कुछ भी यूज़ कर सकता हूँ।
सर आप विधायक हैं, आपको लोग देखते हैं, आपसे लोग इंस्पायर होते हैं। ऐसे अगर आप देखें इस तरीके के कृत्य करेंगे तो लोग भी प्रोवोक्ट हो जाएंगे, कहीं वहाँ भी हिंसा होगी, क्योंकि एक तरीका होता है सर।
जब प्रशासन काम करता नहीं है, बार बार कंप्लेंट करने के बाद भी, तो जनता क्या करेगी? वो तो कायदा हाथ में लेगी ना। अब एक आमदार कंप्लेंट करता है और उसके अगर कोई दखल लेता नहीं है, उसमें अगर कार्रवाई करता नहीं है, तो ये आमदार क्या करेगा? खुद की जान देगा? बार बार बोलेगा नहीं अभी इतना तुमने सड़ा हुआ दिया, कल कीड़े पड़े हुआ खाना हमको खिला, ऐसा बोलेगा आमदार? मैं इतना गांधीवादी नहीं हूँ मैं।
नहीं, लेकिन जिस तरीके से विवाद चल रहा है मराठी बनाम हिंदी का, ऐसे में इस तरीके की हिंसा करना कितना जायज़ लगता है सर?
ये मैं नीचे गया तो उनके माथे पे कोई जात लिखी हुई नहीं थी, क्या प्रांत लिखा हुआ नहीं था कि वे कौन से जात के, कौन से प्रांत के, या वो जो खाना खिला रहे वो कौन से जाति को खिला रहे, वो खाने पे लिखा होता है क्या?
लेकिन सर आखिरकार जिस तरीके से वीडियो वायरल हुआ है, प्रश्न उपस्थित हो रहे हैं, तो कहीं ना कहीं एक विधायक होने के नाते एक मॉरल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी बनती है। आपको थोड़ा भी मलाल है कि इस तरीके से नहीं होता? या
कोई मलाल नहीं है, मुझे कोई मलाल नहीं है, मुझे कोई ये विषय में ऐसा महसूस नहीं होता है कि मैंने कोई गलत किया है।
अच्छा, इसकी आप कहाँ इसको उठाएंगे, क्योंकि ये बहुत गंभीर विषय भी है?
अभी हम विधानसभा में अध्यक्ष महोदय जी से पॉइंट ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन में बात रखने का प्रयास करेंगे। कनेक्टिंग मिनिस्टर जो है हमारे भुजबल साहब, उनको भी हम बताएंगे और फूड एंड ड्रग्स को भी हम कंप्लीट करने का
शिवसेना स्टाइल की जो आपने बात की है वो हमने देखा, लेकिन इस समय जो वातावरण है पूरे महाराष्ट्र में, खास करके मुंबई में, वो स्टाइल मनसे और उभाटागढ़ भी करते हुए नजर आ रहा है सड़कों पर। कैसे देखते हो उसे?
तो उनके बारे में मैं कुछ बोलना नहीं चाहूँगा, वो ये जो महाराष्ट्र में चल रहा है ये महाराष्ट्र की हित का नहीं है।
धन्यवाद। तो ये हमारे साथ थे संजय गायकवाड़ जी, जो साफ तौर पे कह रहे हैं भले ही मैं विधायक हूँ, लेकिन बार बार अगर मेरी कंप्लेन को नज़रअंदाज किया जाएगा तो मैं इसी तरीके से फिर एक बार उस कैंटीन मैनेजर को मारूंगा। और ये शिवसेना स्टाइल है। मैं गांधीवादी मैं बिलीव नहीं करता, मैं उनको सबक जरूर सिखाऊंगा। हालांकि उन्होंने कहा कि इसका मुद्दा विधानसभा में वो जरूर उठाएंगे।
Absolutely no regrets on the part of the MLA there. In fact, Abhishek also spoke to a few eyewitnesses and hotel staffers who spoke about what exactly unfolded last night when the MLA bashed up and beat up this poor staffer here.
हम इस वक्त उसी होटल में हैं, हमारे साथ होटल का स्टाफ है। जिस तरीके से योगेश जी के साथ हुआ, आपके साथ भी हो सकता है। कितना जायज़ लगता है इस तरीके से? अगर कुछ चीज़ खराब है उसका एक तरीका होता है, लेकिन क्या कहेंगे?
आके करो, हाँ बराबर है, कर सकते हैं। अभी अब मंत्री आके उसके साथ 20-25 आदमी जो रहते हैं, आके एक आदमी को मारना, गरीब आदमी को मारना, एक कौन सा तरीका है? एक कौन सा तरीका है? अभी वो कायदे कानून है, वो खराब है, वो करो, ये करो, कानून कायदे कानून वो छोड़ के मारा मारी। मंत्री बनते क्या मारा मारी करने के लिए बनते हैं?
लेकिन आपने एक और एक महत्वपूर्ण बात बताई कि उनके साथ 10-15 लोग थे जो मिल के मार रहे थे, ऐसा कुछ हुआ था क्या?
बराबर है, वो लोग ही आदमी था ना, वो लोग ही आदमी था, वो लोग ही मारा। पहला वो मंत्री ने वो काली बनीन में था, वो मारा, मारने के बाद दूसरा 2-3 आदमी मारा।
मंत्री नहीं, वो विधायक है सर, विधायक मतलब एमएलए है।
एमएलए क्या मालूम, भगवान जानते एमएलए क्या है।
लेकिन कितना जायज़ लगता है इस तरीके से? कभी आप भी हो सकते हो, ये भाई भी हो सकते हैं, जो आप मेहनत से काम करते हो, कुछ अगर तकलीफ है तो उसकी बताना चाहिए कि इस तरीके से मारना चाहिए।
अरे मारा मारी नहीं करना चाहिए, जो चीज़ खराब है आके बोलना चाहिए, ये खराब है, ये करो वो करो करके। उसको सजा देना चाहिए। वो छोड़ के मारा मारी, ऐसा होता है क्या मारा मारी?
आप लोग जितने लोग हैं काम कर रहे हैं, दिन रात मेहनत करते हैं, रोजी रोटी के लिए काम करते हैं, और इस तरीके का अगर हादसा हो जाता है तो सही है कि गलत है? ये
गलत है, एकदम गलत है।
गलत है, बिल्कुल गलत है,
बहुत गलत है।
आप भी हो सकते थे, आपको भी मारा जा सकता है।
मारा जा सकता था, उंगली उठाया जा सकता था मेरे पे। मैं अन्ना को बचाया, मेरे पे हाथ उठा रहा था और मारने के लिए मेरे को हाँ मेरे को बोला।
नहीं, कल जब ये हुआ आप थे क्या?
हाँ थे, मैं था। मैं अन्ना को पकड़ के उठाया, ठीक है, बोलता तू मत बोले तो तेरे को मारूंगा मैं।
No major disciplinary action against the MLA yet, but we have scores of political reactions condemning this incident. Let's take a listen.
साथ बीजेपी के सीनियर नेता सुधीर मुनगंटीवार है। सर, एक वीडियो हर जगह फैला हुआ है, हाँ, आप ही के अलायंस पार्टनर के एक एमएलए मारपीट करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। आपकी पहली रिएक्शन क्या रहेगी उसकी?
नहीं, मैंने जानकारी ली, आमदार निवास में बहुत ही घटिया दर्जे का खाना दिया गया। बार बार विधायक जी ने उस कैंटीन के ओनर को, कॉन्ट्रैक्टर को बार बार बताया, उसके बाद भी शायद उसने अपने रवैये को सुधारा नहीं। तो शायद कभी कभी उसकी वजह से विधायक जी ने जो गुस्सा है, वो गुस्सा ऐसे तरीके से उसने व्यक्त किया होगा, ऐसा मुझे लगता। मुझे पूरी जानकारी नहीं है, मगर दोनों बातें हमें सोचनी चाहिए कि उन्होंने तो कोई रिपोर्ट नहीं दी जिसने मार खाया। इसका मतलब क्या है? उसको अपनी गलती का एहसास होगा।
रिपोर्ट ना देने का कारण ऐसा भी हो सकता है कि विधायक है, उनको उनसे आगे डर लग रहा होगा, शायद रिलेशन।
महाराष्ट्र में तो हजारों लोग केस करते भैया, क्यों किसको डर रहा है? लोग तो मुख्यमंत्री जी के खिलाफ में केस करते हैं, मुझे नहीं लगता कि डर होगा।
सर, गुस्सा आना लाजमी है, वो बात आपने ही, आपसे पहले जितेंद्र अवार्ड, उन सब ने यही चीज़ कही कि खाने की क्वालिटी थोड़ी क्वेश्चनेबल है, पर हिंसा किस हद तक जस्टिफाइबल है? क्योंकि वो खुद एक पॉलिसी मेकर है, पूरी देश आज इस चीज़ के बारे में बात करे और महाराष्ट्र का नाम कहीं ना कहीं इस चीज़ की वजह से खराब होते हुए आपको नहीं नजर आ रहा?
नहीं, आपकी बात से मैं सहमत हूँ, मगर इतना गुस्सा भी किसी ने दिलाना नहीं चाहिए। ये भी तो देखना होगा ना। देखो, हम विधायक भी होंगे तो एक आम आदमी है। विधायक होने से कोई हम भगवान ने हमें कोई स्पेशल कैटेगरी में डाल दिया, ऐसा तो होता नहीं है। तो कभी कभी ऐसी घटनाएं जो होती है, इसका हम समर्थन नहीं करते, मगर हमने इस विषय को लेकर सभी ने गंभीरता से सोचना चाहिए। जब कोई विधायक किसी कर्मचारी पे हाथ उठाता है, नहीं उठाना चाहिए, मगर क्यों उठाता है ये भी सोचना चाहिए।
जो संजय गायकवाड़, इसमें जो एमएलए है, उन्होंने कल रात को इंसिडेंट हुआ, आज उन्होंने हमसे बात की, कहीं रिमोर्स, गिल्ट या हल्की सी भी माफ़ी मांगने की उन्होंने कोशिश नहीं की। ठीक है, हम समझ सकते हैं कि खाना शायद बुरा, क्वालिटी बुरी होगी, बट जैसे आपने कहा कि आप समर्थन नहीं कर सकते, कम से कम एमएलए माफ़ी मांग सकते हैं उस गरीब से।
ऐसा है, बहुत ही ज़्यादा गंदा खाना दिया होगा शायद कि वो गुस्सा निकल नहीं रहा होगा। ऐसा होने की संभावना नकार नहीं सकते। बहुत ही गंदा खाना दिया और एक बार, 3 बार, 4 बार, 5 बार कहने के बाद भी दिया, तो ये गुस्सा जो है तो वो निकलता नहीं है कभी कभी।
ओके, थैंक यू सो मच। We have Yogesh Kadam here with us. Mr. Kadam, what would we say to Sanjay Gaikwad? We've seen that his video has gone viral of hitting a canteen worker.
I think the due complaint should have been filed. He did not have to take the law in his hand. Thank you.
That was Yogesh Kadam, Minister of State Home Department, in a rush to attend the assembly right now, made it very clear that a due complaint should have been filed and violence should have been avoided. का वीडियो सामने आया, उसके ऊपर आपका पहला रिएक्शन क्या रहेगा?
उसके ऊपर एक्शन होना चाहिए। ऐसे गरीबों को मारने का अधिकार नहीं है किसी को, और कानून हाथ में लेने का अधिकार नहीं है।
सर, अभी भी उन्होंने कोई माफ़ी नहीं मांगी है इस चीज़ के बारे में। उन्होंने कहा है कि क्योंकि खाना अच्छा नहीं था इसलिए एक्शन लिया गया, तो ये दिखाता है
अक्षर कानून हाथ में लेके नहीं किया जा सकता ना।
और सर, क्या ये दिखाता है कि जो गवर्नमेंट है वो अपने खुद के आमदार या एमएलएज के खिलाफ एक तरीके से सॉफ्ट स्टांस रख रहा है? क्योंकि जब एमएनएस या फिर जो बाहर वायलेंस हुआ उसके ऊपर तो वो काफ़ी क्लियरली,
सरकार प्रायोजित है जो महाराष्ट्र में हिंदी मराठी का जो झगड़ा शुरू किया गया, ये सरकार प्रायोजित है।
सर, आपकी इमीडिएट डिमांड क्या रहेगी इस संजय गायकवाड़ केस में?
सरकार ने एक्शन लेना चाहिए। कानून हाथ में किसी को लेने का अधिकार नहीं है, कानून सबके लिए समान होता है।
क्या एक नाथ शिंदे जी का भी कर्तव्य बनता है कि जल्द से जल्द इस चीज़ पे स्टेटमेंट?
सरकार ने ही एक्शन लेना है। कानून किसी को हाथ में लेने का अधिकार नहीं है।
लगातार महाराष्ट्र के अंदर गुंडा राज देखने को मिल रहा है। कभी एमएलए, कभी एमपी, कोई ना कोई किसी ना किसी के ऊपर हिंसा कर रहा है सिर्फ और सिर्फ मराठी लैंग्वेज को लेकर।
देखो, गुंडाराज की बातें मत कहो महाराष्ट्र की बदनामी करने के लिए। जो लोग इसी तरीके जो बातें कर रहे हैं पूरे हिंदुस्तान में फैला रहे हैं, उसका निषेध मैं करता हूँ। महाराष्ट्र में कायदा और सुव्यवस्था की जो व्यवस्था है बहुत अच्छी तरह की व्यवस्था है, बाकी के राज्यों से बहुत अच्छी व्यवस्था हमारे महाराष्ट्र में। आप अपना जो बयान किया है वो पहला वापस लो।
एमएनएस के
आज की बात तो ये मत करो।
एमएनएस के एक नेता के
गलत है।
एमएनएस के बेटे नेता के बेटे एक किसी को मारते हैं, ये क्या गुंडाराज?
उसका सरनेम क्या है? उसका सरनेम क्या है वो बताओ। सिर्फ एमएनएस का नेता का नाम बोल, उसका सरनेम लो। अगर आपको न्यूज़ मालूम है तो उसका सरनेम आप ले लो, एंकर को आप उसका सरनेम ले लो। क्या है मालूम है आपको?
नहीं तो मराठी लैंग्वेज।
ये देखो, अगर आप बातें कर रहे हैं तो आप उसका सरनेम क्या है वो भी पूछो, आप भी वो भी बताओ। शेख करके कोई तो है जो उन्होंने दारू पी के एक लड़की के साथ, जो मराठी लड़की के साथ जो उन्होंने जो कुछ गैर व्यवहार किया था, उसके ऊपर तो कानूनी कार्रवाई हो गई। तो हर जगह हो रही है, सिर्फ महाराष्ट्र में हो रही है क्या? ये सिर्फ महाराष्ट्र में हो रही है। और उसका सरनेम भी बोलो, मराठी आदमी ने नहीं किया है, उसका सरनेम भी शेख करके है, वो भी आप बताओ। महाराष्ट्र को बदनाम करने के लिए आधी खबर मत बताओ।
नहीं, लेकिन अभी भी वो फ्री घूम रहे हैं, अभी भी कोई भी उनके खिलाफ
नहीं, जिन्होंने गलत काम किया उसके ऊपर कार्रवाई होगी।
संजय राउत अभी ट्वीट कर रहे हैं, वो कह रहे हैं कि आपके एक नेता थे, कल एक एमएलए थे, उन्होंने थप्पड़ मारा किसी को और उसके खिलाफ होम मिनिस्टर देवेंद्र फडणवीस शांत हैं, कोई कार्रवाई क्यों नहीं हुई?
देखो, जो गलत तरीके बातें करेगा, गलत तरीके बर्ताव करेगा, उसके ऊपर कार्रवाई जरूर होगी।
In fact, a bunch of MNS workers vandalized a toll plaza in Washim last evening. 4 to 5 workers, in fact, damaged some portions of that particular toll plaza. The reason? Because the road ahead of the plaza was not in great condition. Despite that, the workers there were collecting toll, which is why they went ahead and did that. MNS has justified this act. Let's get you some reactions.
कल शाम को वाशिम रूरल पुलिस स्टेशन के जुरिस्डिक्शन में तोड़गांव टोल नाके पे 3 आरोपियों ने वहाँ के टोल मैनेजर से पैसे छीन लिए 5,000 रुपये, और साथ ही में वहाँ के टोल की काफ़ी तोड़फोड़ भी की है। इन लोगों ने कुछ दिन पहले टोल मैनेजर से पैसे की डिमांड भी की थी। उनके खिलाफ पुलिस स्टेशन में एफआईआर दर्ज की है रेलेवेंट सेक्शंस के अंडर, और उन आरोपियों का नाम है गजानन वैरागड़े जो मनसे के वाहतुक शाखा जिलाध्यक्ष है, उमेश टोलमारे जो वाहतुक शहराध्यक्ष है, और सीताराम चवड़े। इन तीनों को अरेस्ट करने के लिए अलग अलग टीम्स बनाई गई है और उनका लोकेशन हम रेगुलरली ट्रैक कर रहे हैं। इन पर पुलिस सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई करेगी।
All right, post series of incidents involving all of these politicians and political workers, now citizens in Mumbai, Maharashtra are angry. They want strict action against several of these perpetrators, including this MLA Sanjay Gaikwad. Let's listen in to some of the reactions of the citizens.
विधायक द्वारा जब दाल सही नहीं परोसी गई तो कैंटीन के आदमी की पिटाई कर दी गई, ये आपको कितना सही लगता है? लेकिन पीटना चाहिए ऐसे नहीं, गलत बात है।
गलत बात
मतलब क्या कर सकते हैं
मैम? उसके लिए आर्गुमेंट कर सकते हैं, पैसे बिल के लिए हो सकते हैं, पर मारना पीटना गलत है जी।
मारपीट बहुत ज्यादा होने लग गई है महाराष्ट्र में, आपको ऐसा लगता है?
हाँ मैम, छोटी छोटी बातों पे होते रहती है
वजह पाओ। कई बार ऐसा होता है कि देखिए आपका खाना सही नहीं होता, तो आप क्या मारपीट पर उतर जाएंगे सीधा इनके साथ?
नहीं, ऐसा क्यों? क्योंकि भाई इंसान से ही गलती होता है। हाँ, तो कुछ जिस मिस्टेक रहेगा तो उनको पता है कि भाई ये मिस्टेक है, तो उसको सुधार करेंगे।
जैसा व्यवहार किया जाए वैसा, लेकिन अगर सामने वाला शांत है, चुपचाप आपको सॉरी बोल रहा हो,
ऐसा खाने पीने में ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए ना, गड़बड़ी खाने पीने का मामला है ये, समझाऊंगा उसको 1-2 बार।
एक नेता है शिवसेना के, वो सीधा मारपीट पर उतर गए, कैंटीन वाले को बहुत जोर जोर का मारने लगे क्या?
लेकिन अभी उसके आगे पहले कुछ हुआ होगा ना, अभी क्यों मारा है? अभी कोई नेता किसी के ऊपर हाथ उठा तो कुछ ऐसा कुछ हुआ होगा ना, वो भी तो मालूम होना मुझे ना अपने को।
तो ऐसा कभी हुआ है कि कुछ कंप्लेंट आई हो दाल को लेकर?
नहीं, हमारे इधर कंप्लेंट नहीं।
एक नेता है संजय गायकवाड़, उन्होंने क्या किया है कि उनकी दाल खराब थी, तो जैसे कैंटीन में काम करने वाले लड़के होते हैं उनसे मारपीट कर ली, बहुत मारा है उन्हें।
अपने इधर खराब दाल सीधा फेंक देते हैं, वेस्ट होता है वो हटा देते हैं।
लेकिन गलत है, जब अगर सपोज कोई आपके पास खराबी आए खाने को लेकर तो आप लोग क्या करते हैं?
उस्ताद को रिएक्शन करेगा, उसको बोलेगा ऐसा क्या क्या कैसा हुआ, उसको समझाते बताते हैं।
लेकिन मारपीट करना ये सही है?
नहीं, मेरे को सही नहीं लगता।
Now, Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis has reacted to Sanjay Gaikwad's act. In fact, he has said such conduct does not send a right message. That's the statement given by Chief Minister of Maharashtra over the violent behavior of Sanjay Gaikwad, where he beat up this poor staffer at MLA canteen. The incident transpired last night. Now, Chief Minister has reacted. In fact, he has completely condemned this incident, but something he has done in the past as well. When MNS goons targeted people in the name of Marathi language, he had condemned the incident, also said strict action will be taken. Once again, he is condemning the incident that happened last night at the MLA canteen, where he has said this conduct does not send the right message. So Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis there reacting to NDTV's campaign. He is assuring action which is done in the past as well, but will some strict action happen on the ground in reality? That remains to be seen. Anuj is with us. Anuj, Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis finally reacting. He says this conduct will not be tolerated and it does not send the right message.
There was a brief mention made by an opposition MLC in the House, and while reacting to that, Devendra Fadnavis, who is answering the questions of the MLAs, very briefly said that such kind of conduct does not send the right message. But we will be expecting a more elaborate statement from the Chief Minister later on, because, as you said earlier, this is something that Chief Minister and Home Minister Devendra Fadnavis has been maintaining for quite some time, and this is the third instance in recent past where he's gone on to condemn the acts of individuals who are related to political parties, and in this case it becomes more important because there's a the individual involved here is the member of Legislative Assembly from his own alliance party. But what exactly does he mean by the fact that this incident does not send a right message? Does it kind of hint that a stronger action will be taken? There are a lot of questions over that, because as we were talking earlier, there have been instances in the past as well where the MLAs, all the leaders from the ruling parties, including NCP, Ajit Pawar, Shiv Sena and BJP have kind of gone overboard with their acts and with their statements earlier as well. But no strong action has been taken against them unless there's a huge amount of pressure that has been built by the opposition. In this particular case, the opposition particularly does not seem to be taking much interest in the case either, which is quite surprising. But even as far as the government is concerned, they are, as we've been covering, they are in a way defending the act of the MLA by using whataboutery as far as the quality of the food is concerned, and about the number of requests or complaints that were made about the food made available in the Akashvani canteen, but nothing strong by them. We did hear the Minister of State for Home Department speak earlier, who also said the same thing that Chief Minister has said right now on the floor of the House, that there is a particular procedure. That procedure should have been followed, and violence as an act should have been avoided. And now, of course, Chief Minister is also carrying forward taking ahead the message of his deputy. But more important would be to know whether Chief Minister talks to Sanjay Gaikwad, or whether he deputes Eknath Shinde, who is the leader of Sanjay Gaikwad's party, to talk to him, or whether there is any sort of a tangible action that is initiated against this controversial MLA.
Right, Anuj, if I may ask about opposition reactions as well. There has not been any uproar in assembly. Usually when such things happen, outside of political circles, there is uproar in assembly. Opposition wants the government to act. No such thing has happened yet. So, is it because of their closeness to MNS at this point? Everybody is confused as to what stand they must take. So what are you seeing on the ground as far as opposition's reaction is concerned? Looks like they are also not as aggressively seeking action.
That's very well put, Radhika, because as we've been covering from assembly, the leaders in the opposition have been calling for an action against Sanjay Gaikwad, like how we heard Nana Patole. We spoke to him a while back. He did talk about how the government should take an action in this regard, but the kind of heat that an opposition should have, especially when it comes to a video going viral, making national headlines, and which in a way leaves the MLA in question here with no defense, because the video is there, the audio is there, and the context is very well put. We've also spoken to the eyewitnesses, so it's not a made-up story. It's not an old story either for them to say, oh, it happened long time ago and the context is completely different. In fact, the MLA himself has gone on not just to acknowledge the fact that it happened, but to even defend himself, calling it the Shiv Sena style. But there is, again, it's very surprising that the opposition hasn't really shown a lot of interest in it. Now, we asked the same question to Bhaskar Zada, who is who's soon to be the leader of opposition here in the assembly from UBT. He said that the reason why the opposition will not take this up in the House, and he mentioned it officially to us, is because whenever questions are directed towards the government, it is the chairperson of the House who takes it on himself to answer those questions, and that is why the questions wouldn't be asked. But even that is a very confusing answer. So does that mean that the opposition is going to give a free hand to the government and to their to their members of Legislative Assembly or MLCs to kind of carry on with their acts like these? Or the other possibility would be, because the opposition themselves have been in some sort of tricky water recently, right? Even they've had their people getting involved in some sort of violent acts. So is it some sort of an understanding between both the parties that whenever it comes to smaller acts of violence, we would rather maintain safer side? That's an interesting perspective.
Absolutely. No firm stand by either the ruling government or the opposition. That's what we are seeing. Thank you, Anish, for getting us all those details. Of course, we'll keep tracking this story until an action, in fact, till some action is not taken against this VIP thug. This is a developing story. We'll keep getting you all the latest on this. For now, we'll slip in a short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Jaguar jet plane has crashed in Rajasthan. The pilot is dead in that aircraft crash. Jaguar wreckage has been found in the Churu district. This is the third such crash of a Jaguar jet in this very year. Sena MLA punches canteen staffer over the food that was served to him. Hours after the assault, the food police reaches the canteen. No action being taken against the Neta. Scrutiny as far as the canteen staff is concerned. But Devendra Fadnavis now condemning that attack. A bridge collapse has taken place in Gujarat, claiming 10 lives. 4 vehicles that fell into the river post the collapse of a bridge that was 40 years old. And SDK Shivkumar, who will be meeting with Rahul Gandhi. He has met with Priyanka Gandhi, and it is the Chief Minister Siddaramaiah who's going to be meeting with Rajnath Singh. The top command there saying that this is just routine and that not to read too much into it in regard to the speculation of a change of guard.
जनता के पास सवाल ही सवाल है। जवाब ढूंढने को वो देखती है न्यूज़ और देखती है यहाँ तो सवालों का मायाजाल है। ऊपर से ये अलग फाइट है, कोई पूरा लेफ्ट तो कोई पूरा राइट है। बीच में मुद्दे के साथ कौन है, जनता को जवाब चाहिए। इसीलिए सवालों की परेड नहीं, मैं लाऊंगा खबरों की कचहरी। मैं शुभांकर मिश्रा, मेरे साथ देखिए कचहरी रात 8 बजे सिर्फ NDTV इंडिया पर।
But I'd like to start this off by asking you, Vishnu, what you think about the whole question of India not having stealth fighters right now. Everyone's trying to sell them to us as well.
It's a huge problem, Shiv. Let's face it, in as much as we love the Rafale aircraft and the Indian Air Force is completely vouching for it, perhaps they'd like more than 100
Welcome back. A Jaguar jet has crashed in Rajasthan. The pilot has died. The pilot's body has been found in the wreckage that was located in Churu. An Air Force pilot was killed after that Jaguar fighter that crashed near Rajasthan's Churu district. There are reports that there might possibly be other civilians on board. There are reports suggesting that there were two others, possibly civilians, who were also injured. At this time, it's also unclear of the plane that crashed, in regard to, major specifics and details in regard to the kind of Jaguar jet it was. This is the third Jaguar fighter jet crash that's taken place this year itself. The first was in Haryana's Panchkula on the 7th of March, and the second was near Jamnagar in Gujarat on the 2nd of April. To know more details that are emerging in this, we have Shiv Arur joining us. Shiv, take us through the very latest.
Jaguar itself began entering Indian Air Force service in the 1970s, but that doesn't mean that every airframe is that old. They've been bought in phases. The aircraft that has crashed, we don't know just yet what precise variant or vintage it was, because like I said, the Jaguars have been built well into the 2000s by Hindustan Aeronautics Limited. They've been upgraded as well. Their navigation attack systems and their avionics have been progressively upgraded as part of a phased upgrade program, making them far more capable fighters. Their engines have remained the same. That's been a dogged issue for the Indian Air Force. But that's a separate matter entirely, because right now we don't know just yet what precise vintage or how old this particular aircraft was, the one that crashed. There have been many Jaguars that have been lost along the way, but that's not specifically alarming, given that the Jaguars have been inducted over the years in large numbers. The Indian Air Force has a very strenuous operational chart in terms of using aircraft quite a lot for its many different operational missions and operational reasons, and therefore it's difficult to pinpoint precisely what may have led to today's crash until there is a preliminary look at the wreckage. The Court of Inquiry will be getting into that very, very quickly. A high-level officer from the aviation department of the Indian Air Force will be getting into all aspects of what happened, communications between the pilot and the air traffic control, ground control at Suratgarh, and possibly other bases in Rajasthan. Like I said, there are many air bases within Rajasthan that have fighter squadrons. So all of these complicated intersecting aspects will have to be gone into in detail before there can be a comprehensive even preliminary look at why this aircraft crashed.
Right, thank you so much for getting us all those details. In other news, let's get you the latest in regard to a tragedy that unfolded in Gujarat, where a 43-year-old bridge collapsed. The Gambhira bridge that collapsed and resulted in a tragic loss of 10 lives that have been claimed by that tragedy. 10 people have died and 6 others were injured. The bridge, which connects Anand to Vadodara, gave way during the peak hours. This is, during traffic hours early in the morning, resulting in fatalities and injuries, where the bridge, had multiple vehicles that plunged into the water. There were 4 vehicles, including 2 trucks, a Bolero SUV and a pickup van as well. They were crossing the bridge when it suddenly crumbled. Let's listen in to what the collector had to say.
यहाँ पर जो वाहन गिरे उसकी हमें डिटेल्स मिली है। उसमें 2 ट्रक्स है, एक पिकअप वाहन है, एक इसमें इको था, एक ऑटो रिक्शा था। इतना वाहन अंदर गिरे हैं। 2 व्हीकल ऐसे थे कि ब्रिज पर लिंगरिंग थे, उनको तुरंत ही बाहर निकाला था। कुछ लोग अपने आप वहां से बाहर निकल गए थे, तो बाइक वाले 3 सवार थे, वो तुरंत ही बाहर निकल गए थे। वो अपने उनका बचाव हो गया है। अभी कोऑर्डिनेटेड एफर्ट से रेस्क्यू में जो सबसे पहले अगर कोई ह्यूमन बॉडी है उसको बाहर निकालना है। अगर कोई वहाँ पर लाइफ हम सेव करते हैं तो उस दिशा में कोशिश हमारी जारी है। सेकंड प्रायोरिटी, उसके बाद जो व्हीकल्स है उसको हम बाहर निकालेंगे। ट्रैफिक डाइवर्ट ऑलरेडी कर दिया है, और बाकी यहाँ पर जो ट्रैफिक जाम हुआ है उसको भी हम वहाँ पर धीरे धीरे क्लियर करने की प्रोसेस भी हमने शुरू कर दिया।
अभी टोटल तो पेशेंट तो 5 आए थे, 5 रेफर हुए हैं। अभी तक हमारे पास 8 और 2 10 बॉडी आई है।
And with that, it's a wrap on this bulletin. News and updates will continue on the other side with my colleague Osama. Do join us on the other side of this very short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
pressure on the Indian Air Force to get fighters, forget about stealth aircraft. The Indian government has made it clear that we're going to bet on the AMCA, which is India's own fighter. But getting these 4.5 generation fighters like the Rafale, which you've already sunk an enormous amount of money into, even the Indian Navy has signed on for them recently, and there are still these delays. But with this announcement, Vishnu, and that's my next question now, I'm wondering whether this means that things are much clearer as far as the MRFA, or we still can't jump the gun on that. I know as far as Indian procurement is concerned, nothing is over until it's over, right? Nothing is over until it's over, especially when the Rafale is theoretically competing against American fighters like the F-15 Eagle II. Yeah. You've got Putin's Sukhoi 35s. You've got the Typhoon theoretically as well. So it ain't over until it's over, and I completely agree with you on that. But by putting out this partnership, and this is not an MOU. This is an agreement which I'm assuming is going to fructify into a joint venture. Yeah.
2028
is when the first fuselages will roll out. Which again, I'm assuming means that, work begins now. 2028 is 2 years away. That's like more than just a foot in the door?
No, I would suggest that they are leading in this competition. All the Indian Air Force officers that we speak to, and they couch this language carefully. So I'm going to be responsible in how I report this. They say that they've had an exceptional experience with the Rafale. The Rafale is the aircraft of choice for them, but they will go through this process. It is a legal process. It goes down to pricing, tendering, terms, capability of the aircraft, relevance, weapon systems, integration with Indian weapons, and all of that. And then a decision will be taken. Now, we had that same language which was stated in 2018, 2019, same language.
We've heard this before.
2025, nothing.
A big NDTV impact. NDTV's relentless coverage of the Sena slapgag has prompted the Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis to break his silence. He says that MLA's conduct does not send the right message. Remember, the Shiv Sena MLA Sanjay Gaikwad had slapped and punched a canteen staffer over food quality. Hours after the assault, the FDA is at the canteen. While there has been no action on the Neta, the canteen staff, they are under the scrutiny. An IAF Jaguar crashes in Rajasthan's Churu. A pilot is dead in the aircraft crash. Remember, 3 Jaguar crashes have taken place in 3 months. The police has rushed to the spot. Ten people have lost their lives after a bridge collapsed in Gujarat. The vehicles, they fell into the river post the bridge collapse. The Karnataka Game of Thrones now shifts to Delhi. DK Shiv Kumar seeks time to meet Rahul Gandhi. The Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah is set to reach Delhi today. The NIA files supplementary charge sheet against 2611 mastermind Tehevvur Hussain Rana. The NIA court extends Tehevvur's judicial custody. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Osama Shah. NDTV's relentless coverage, it has prompted the Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis to break his silence. The Chief Minister, he has strongly condemned the Shiv Sena MLA Sanjay Gaikwad's behavior. The Chief Minister has said, and I quote, "This conduct does not send the right message." MLA's action has been termed inappropriate by the Chief Minister following NDTV's extensive campaign. Public pressure, NDTV's spotlight, it has all led to this political accountability. But the big question, it still remains, will the Chief Minister, will the government take concrete actions against the Sena MLA? And my colleagues Anuj Raite and Sujata Dwivedi join us to get us more on this. Anuj, the Chief Minister, he says that this does not send the right message. Does this imply that the government will take action against the MLA now?
Well, if that is the pattern that we are, which we have to believe, then action should have been taken in many other cases as well, including a stronger action in the MNS Meera Bhayandar Hooliganism Act or the KDA Office Vandalism Act. But that did not happen. So yes, accountability is an important start for the government's intervention into matters like these. But the problem with the entire setup in recent times, as far as the VIP hooliganism, which involves political parties, has been that post accountability, there is little that is done to strengthen the case, to set an example by the side of the government. We saw this in the Meera Bhayandar issue, where we covered how the cases that were put on those people who publicly shamed a man over their linguistic differences. There was, of course, hard words being used by the people in the government, but the clauses or the provisions used against them weren't the strongest. And then the similar kind of pattern followed. This time around, the situation is a little different, because the MLA involved in this matter is from the ruling dispensation, which and especially from Shinde Shiv Sena, which has put the Chief Minister also in a bit of an uncomfortable situation. However, he did not mince his words while speaking on the floor of the Vidhan Parishad after being asked a question by UBT MLC Anil Parab, wherein he said that this is condemnable. It needs to be condemned by everyone, and more importantly, also said that it does not set up or does not give a right message as far as people's perception about public lawmakers is concerned. Now, we've been here in Vidhan Sabha since morning, and we've been trying to talk to people from both ends of the spectrum, right? People in the power and people in the opposition as well. And both of them have been giving surprising reactions to it, while those in power are talking against the act of violence, but are also justifying it by saying that the food was actually not good. While that can be understood, but there is, the fact that there is a failure to understand that a procedure should have been followed in that way, rather than the lawmaker taking the things, taking the matters in his own hands, hasn't been said very convincingly by anyone yet. So we are not seeing an unconditional condemnation of the MLA by any of the member of the ruling dispensation, except for Mr. Fadnavis, who has now spoken against it without really mincing his words about how the quality of the food might have triggered him to do it. On the other hand, the opposition has also not shown the kind of heat that they would usually do on matters like these. As I was speaking to Radhika just a while back about how in this particular case, the opposition has been provided with a video which has an audio, the context is there. The person in question here, the MLA, he has not just gone on to acknowledge the fact that he was involved in such of an act, but he even boasted about it, talking about how this is the Shiv Sena style of functioning, and has been giving repeated interviews, of course, starting with NDTV and later to the other channels here in Mumbai, about how because he's someone who doesn't hold back from putting up a fight with anyone, that is why he ended up doing this. We are not seeing a consistent line of thought or action from Mahayuti on this particular regard. Even as far as Shiv Sena is concerned, we had some senior leaders like Uday Samant and the others who talked about how violence is bad, but there's no remorse or no guilt or not even a small apology that has been offered by the MLA in question in this case.
Well, whether this is just lip service from the Chief Minister or not, or whether there is going to be a concrete action taken against the MLA or not, that is something that we still need to wait and watch. Meanwhile, Sujata Dwivedi also joins us to get us more on this. Sujata, the big question at this point of time is, the Chief Minister, he has reacted. Will Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde also react to this?
Well, this is something that everybody at this point is waiting to watch, because the MLA involved in this entire matter belongs to Shiv Sena, and like he said, that this is the Shiv Sena style, representing the entire party here and taking a stand that if something like this happens, this is how the party would react. And he also represented the Shiv Sena party as well. So at this point, how does the Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde himself react, and does he stand by what the MLA himself said is something, a bigger question in the tray. But at this point, the FD officials too are at this food house where I'm present. And if you just, I would ask my cameraman to pan around and show you the visuals where a good amount of crowd are always present at this lunch home, and especially during lunch hours and dinner time, you will see people around. And this entire incident happened last night when we saw that the quality of the food was not okay, because of which the server, in fact, not even the chef, was attacked, and he was hit and assaulted to an extent where today he is at the hospital treating himself. While we did try speaking to some of the other managers as well as the staffer around, but they say they condemn it, but at the same time they haven't been allowed to speak on the issue. So how does the government take what is the government's take on it is something important to watch, because these actions as well as the petty reasons that these leaders have led to violence getting increased in the state, not only here but across. And we see that now that he himself has justified it as the Shiv Sena style, then there are incidents like the Mira Road case as well as several other MNS videos being circulated where they claim it as the MNS style. So is it really violence that these political parties resort to create a sense of fear in the minds of people is something to watch out for, and how do they justify it is also a bigger question.
Right, Sujata Dwivedi and Anuj Raite, thank you very much for getting us all those details. In fact, just to recap, for all our viewers, this Maharashtra lawmaker, he was upset over the quality of the dal that was served to him at this MLA canteen in Mumbai. He assaulted the canteen operator. He hit him on the face. He punched him so hard that he fell on the ground. This entire incident, it took place at the Akashvani MLA canteen in Churchgate. It was caught on camera. This entire video clip, it has now gone viral. It has raised so many questions about the conduct of elected representatives in public. The MLA, Sanjay Gaikwad, he spoke to NDTV. He said that he does not regret his act and said that this was the Shiv Sena style. Listen in to that conversation.
पहली बात तो जो वीडियो वायरल हो रहा है सर, उसमें आप कैंटीन मैनेजर को मारते हुए नज़र आ रहे। पूरा मुद्दा क्या था? क्या आपको वो दाल परोसी गई जिसमें ख़राब दाल बताई जा रही है? क्या तकलीफ हुई?
उन्हें दाल परोसी नहीं गई थी। मैंने मेरे रूम में जो मेरा रूटीन टाइम होता है 10 बजे का, ऑलरेडी मैं कभी भी बाहर खाना नहीं खाता हूँ, ना गाँव में खाता हूँ ना इधर खाता हूँ। तो मैंने खाना पार्सल मंगाया जिसमें मैंने दाल चावल और 2 चपाती मंगाया था। सादा खाना मैंने मंगाया था और मैं एक दाल चावल का निवाला मैंने डाला तो मुझे बहुत गंदा लगा। सो मैं लगा कुछ मुंह में आया होगा। सेकंड खाया तो मुझे उल्टी हो गई और इतना भयानक फील होने लगा। तो फिर मैंने जैसा मैं जो कपड़े पे था वही कपड़े में कैंटीन में गया और वो जो जिन लोगों ने मुझे ये सब दिया था उनको पूछा कि आपने दिया है? तो बोले हाँ दिया है। तो मैंने बोला आप स्मेल लीजिए इसका। उन्होंने स्मेल लिया तो बोले बहुत ख़राब है। बाद में फिर मैंने मैनेजर को बुलाया, उसको मैंने स्मेल दिया। उनके 6 कर्मचारी को स्मेल देने के बाद में उन्होंने बताया कि ये खाने जैसा नहीं है, यानी वो निष्कृष्ट दर्जे का नहीं था, वो सड़ा हुआ खाना था। और फिर मैंने उन लोगों को 2-4 साल में जितनी बार भी उनको मैंने समझाया कि आप मुझे खाना अच्छा दिया करो, ये ख़राब खाना मत दिया करो। इनका मटन 15 दिन पहले का रहता, इनका चिकन 15 दिन का रहता, इनके अंडे अंदर से पूरे काले हुए रहते। मैं किसान हूँ, मैं सब्जी और सब के बारे में मैं आधे घंटे के हिसाब से बता दूँ कि सब्जी का खाना कब बनाया गया है। तो यहाँ महाराष्ट्र में से आए हुए हर दिन सेशन में 10,000 लोगों के जान से ये लोग खिलवाड़ करते हैं, आमदार के जान से खिलवाड़ करते हैं, महाराष्ट्र से आने वाले किसानों की जान से ये लोग खेलते हैं। और इनकी मुजरी इतनी है, कोई कंप्लेंट करे तो उसका ये सुनते भी नहीं हैं। और कई लोगों ने मुझे बताया कि हमारे खाने में ये दिया, कोई सुतली आई, कहीं चिपकी ले आई, कहीं कुछ गंदा आया। और 200-400 कंप्लेंट होने के बाद भी आज ये जो कंत्राटदार है 30 साल से यहाँ पे कुंडली मार के बैठा है।
आप एक विधायक है, वो भी रूलिंग पार्टी के विधायक है, इस तरीके से हाथ उठाना कितना जायज़ लगता है आपको?
मैं विधायक भी हूँ और मैं योद्धा भी हूँ। जब सब भाषा में समझाने के बाद में कोई समझता नहीं है तो बाला साहब ठाकरे जी ने हमको भाषा सिखाई भी है, जिसका इस्तेमाल मैंने किया है।
वो वीडियो में खास तौर से दिख रहा है आपने घूसों का भी उपयोग किया, झापट का भी उपयोग किया, लात भी मारने की कोशिश की। ऐसे में सर कंप्लेन कर सकते हैं आप?
मैंने कंप्लेंट किया, 4 बार किया, इसलिए मेरी जान मतलब मेरी सटक गई। मैं जूडो चैंपियन हूँ, मैं जिम्नास्टिक चैंपियन हूँ, मैं कराटे चैंपियन हूँ, मैं कुश्ती चैंपियन हूँ, तलवारबाजी, दांड पट्टा, कुश्ती का सब मैं चैंपियन हूँ। इसलिए मैं कुछ भी यूज़ कर सकता हूँ।
सर आप विधायक हैं, आपको लोग देखते हैं, आपसे लोग इंस्पायर होते हैं, ऐसे अगर आप देखें इस तरीके के कृत्य करेंगे तो लोग भी प्रोवोक्ट हो जाएंगे, कहीं वहाँ भी हिंसा होगी, क्योंकि एक तरीका होता है सर।
जब प्रशासन काम करता नहीं है, बार बार कंप्लेंट करने के बाद भी, तो जनता क्या करेगी? वो तो कायदा हाथ में लेगी ना। अब एक आमदार कंप्लेंट करता है और उसके अगर कोई दखल लेता नहीं है, उसमें कोई कार्रवाई करता नहीं है, तो ये आमदार क्या करेगा? खुद की जान देगा? बार बार बोलेगा नहीं अभी इतना तो सड़ा हुआ दिया, कल कीड़े पड़े हुआ खाना हमको खिला, ऐसा बोलेगा आमदार? मैं इतना गांधीवादी नहीं हूँ मैं।
नहीं, लेकिन जिस तरीके से विवाद चल रहा है मराठी बनाम हिंदी का, ऐसे में इस तरीके की हिंसा करना कितना जायज़ लगता है सर?
ये मैं नीचे गया तो उनके माथे पे कोई जात लिखी हुई नहीं थी क्या? प्रांत लिखा हुआ नहीं था कि वे कौन से जात के, कौन से प्रांत के, या वो जो खाना खिला रहे वो कौन से जाति को खिला रहे, वो खाने पे लिखा होता है क्या?
लेकिन सर आखिरकार जिस तरीके से वीडियो वायरल हुआ है, प्रश्न उपस्थित हो रहे हैं, तो कहीं ना कहीं एक विधायक होने के नाते एक मॉरल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी बनती है। आपको थोड़ा भी मलाल है कि इस तरीके से नहीं होता? या
कोई मलाल नहीं है, मुझे कोई मलाल नहीं है, मुझे कोई ये विषय में ऐसा महसूस नहीं होता है कि मैंने कोई गलत किया है।
अच्छा, इसकी आप कहाँ इसको उठाएंगे, क्योंकि ये बहुत गंभीर विषय भी है?
अभी हम विधानसभा में अध्यक्ष महोदय जी से पॉइंट ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन में बात रखने का प्रयास करेंगे। कनेक्टिंग मिनिस्टर जो है हमारे भुजबल साहब, उनको भी हम बताएंगे और फूड एंड ड्रग्स को भी हम कंप्लीट करने का
शिवसेना स्टाइल की जो आपने बात की है वो हमने देखा, लेकिन इस समय जो वातावरण है पूरे महाराष्ट्र में, खास करके मुंबई में, वो स्टाइल मनसे और उभाटागढ़ भी करते हुए नजर आ रहा है सड़कों पर। कैसे देखते हो उसे?
तो उनके बारे में मैं कुछ बोलना नहीं चाहूँगा, वो ये जो महाराष्ट्र में चल रहा है ये महाराष्ट्र की हित का नहीं है।
धन्यवाद। तो ये हमारे साथ थे संजय गायकवाड़ जी, जो साफ तौर पे कह रहे हैं भले ही मैं विधायक हूँ, लेकिन बार बार अगर मेरी कंप्लेन को नज़रअंदाज किया जाएगा तो मैं इसी तरीके से फिर एक बार उस कैंटीन मैनेजर को मारूंगा, और ये शिवसेना स्टाइल है। मैं गांधीवादी मैं बिलीव नहीं करता, मैं उनको सबक जरूर सिखाऊंगा। हालांकि उन्होंने कहा कि इसका मुद्दा विधानसभा में वो जरूर उठाएंगे।
All right, after the Chief Minister, while speaking inside the Assembly, Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray, he's speaking to the media, he's addressing the media. Let's listen in to what he has to say.
भाषिक दादागिरी आमच्यावरती होता कामा नये.
सर मुख्यमंत्री यांनी
पहिला मला बोलू द्या ना, पहिला मला बोलू द्या. मी आज विधिमंडळात येण्यापूर्वी आझाद मैदानला गेलो होतो आणि आझाद मैदानामध्ये एकतर विना अनुदानित शिक्षक आणि दुसरं म्हणजे गेले अनेक वर्ष आम्हाला घरं द्या ही मागणी करणारे गिरणी कामगार, या दोघांची आंदोलनं तिकडे सुरू आहेत. मला एका गोष्टीचं वैषम्य वाटलं, महाराष्ट्राच्या विधिमंडळाचं अधिवेशन इकडे सुरू आहेत, लोकप्रतिनिधी इकडे आलेले आहेत, परंतु लोक ज्या व्यथा त्यांच्या वर्षानुवर्ष मांडतायत ते मात्र आझाद मैदानात तिकडे आंदोलन करतायत. साहजिकच आहे, शिक्षकांना सुद्धा आम्ही वचन दिले की आम्ही तुमच्या लढ्यामध्ये, तुमच्या न्याय हक्काच्या लढाईमध्ये तुमच्या सोबत आहोत. गिरणी कामगारांचा तर प्रश्नच नाही, कारण गिरणी कामगारांचा संप जर का तांत्रिकदृष्ट्या पाहिलं तर अजूनही सुरू आहे आणि त्यावेळेला.
All right, we'll go back to that press briefing. While the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, he is in Namibia, where he received the ceremonial welcome. A guard of honor for the Prime Minister Modi. He arrived in Namibia earlier, and this marks the final leg of his 5-nation tour. This visit, it is quite significant as it's the first time an Indian Prime Minister has visited Namibia in nearly 3 decades. It also highlights the growing diplomatic and strategic ties between the two nations. In fact, my colleague Mohammad Ghazali joins us to get us more on this. Ghazali, take us through the latest and also explain the significance of this visit by the Prime Minister.
See, Osama, Namibia is the third largest producer of uranium in the world and also one of the largest producers of lithium, zinc and rare earth metals. So from investment point of view, this is very significant that for energy security deals and investment, India will be certainly tied to aim to deepen their ties with Namibia. And it is not a new relation between the two countries. We have a pre-colonial relations with Namibia because in their independence struggle, India, the government of India had supported the freedom fighters there, even assisted and trained the fighters. Indian Army had trained them. So we had a very long association with Namibia. Also, as you rightly pointed out, the last time it was an Indian Prime Minister, Atal Bihari Vajpayee, who was going to South Africa for a NAM summit, non-aligned summit over there. And before going to South Africa, he went to Namibia to garner support back then. Even today, in the last couple of years of late or recently, we can say in the recent past, India has been assisting Namibia when it came to during COVID days. We provided them vaccine. Even during natural calamities, drought, India gifted them rice. And Namibia has also been supporting for a permanent seat for India Security Council as well. But in the larger context with Africa, we have seen the rising footprint of China over there and the debt trap diplomacy of China. We know that how it provides monetary assistance to those countries and then the countries get into the debt trap. But India has given much more value to the African region. We have assimilated the African Union as a permanent member in the G20, and Indian Prime Minister has always spoken about that how India carries out diplomacy in a way that it carries out public projects. It has taken the responsibility to develop multiple sectors in Namibia. So from that point of view, India also wants to replace or kind of challenge China's supremacy in the region, and that is why this particular trip is very significant.
Ghazali, what are the potential areas for economic cooperation between India and Namibia, and how can they benefit both the countries?
See, it is one of the largest countries in the African region. So when it comes to investment opportunities for Indian investors, it's a big market. Whether it's in the sector of pharma, whether it's in the sector of energy, defense, space technology, AI, and our flagship program of the digital payment initiative is something which has become one of the largest, or say one of the very promising tech approach through which we are aligning with different countries. So from that point of view, from investment point of view, from having collaboration in defense sector, from having collaboration in energy sector, AI sector, emerging technologies and critical minerals. That is also, as I rightly pointed out, that Namibia is the third largest producer of uranium in the world, one of the largest producers of lithium, zinc and rare earth metals. So there is a great potential when it comes to energy security and kind of trade ties in that particular sector as well. So and India is also hinting that we are not just relying on one set of countries or just towards West for our needs, for our energy demands. We are not just reliant on Middle East or West Asia, but we are also exploring options in African region as well. And that is why that is important, because when it comes to global forum, that is when these countries step up for us, stand up for us. And we saw that happening in the recently concluded BRICS summit. Most of the countries, they condemned Pahalgam terror attack. And Indian Prime Minister was very vocal about it, that just condemnation won't work. You'll have to match or you just walk the talk. You'll also have to show it in your action. So all these, a lot of people may not understand that visiting these smaller countries or why an Indian Prime Minister has not visited in the recent past and Prime Minister Modi has visited there. In the long term, in the long innings of diplomacy, these visits do matter.
All right, Mohammad Ghazali, thank you very much for getting us all those details from the Prime Minister's visit to Namibia. Meanwhile, shifting our focus back to the big story that we have been tracking is the Slapgate, the Slapgate in Maharashtra. Mr. Sanjay Gaikwad, he goes on to slap this canteen worker. Later, he speaks to NDTV where he says that I am a champion in judo, gymnastics and karate as well as wrestling. I am not a Gandhian. I have no regrets. I don't think I have done anything wrong. I will raise this issue in the assembly as well. But the big question is, why is Eknath Shinde silent? The Deputy Chief Minister silent on this. The MLA, he slaps, but the party chief remains silent. Will the Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister punish his MLA? That is the big question at this point. And my colleague Anuj Raite joins us to get us more on this. Anuj, as we have been asking, the Chief Minister, he has spoken about this incident. He has condemned this incident. He says that it doesn't sit right and this is not the way to go about it. But the Deputy Chief Minister, from whose party this MLA is from, he has remained silent.
Eknath Shinde, and there's been a lot of talk about the kind of hold that Eknath Shinde has over his MLAs, and whether the loyalty that his MLAs show to Eknath Shinde, is it the same kind of loyalty they show to Devendra Fadnavis as well? And we got a taste of it when the election results were announced and we saw Eknath Shinde in a way disappeared to his village for 5 days. And even then, while it was very clear that Devendra Fadnavis was going to be the chief minister with the number that he had, the statements suggesting that the MLAs of Eknath Shinde were having their dual loyalties were getting questioned. And that becomes important to understand in this aspect, is because what a lot of people are also talking about, and whether when you look at the politics and the equation between the Mahayuti parties, is whether somehow before the BMC elections, or just to keep the power dynamics on, is Eknath Shinde trying to keep his MLAs or trying to make his MLA follow a different line of instructions as compared to Devendra Fadnavis? And this is the second example of this. First example was only yesterday, when we saw that the transport minister openly defied the order of his chief minister. Chief minister had spoken about the reason for denial of permission to the Marathi Ekikaran Samiti and the MNS workers, and minutes after that we saw a minister rush from Vidhan Bhavan to be a part of that protest. Today, after Devendra Fadnavis had stated it very clearly just a couple of days back that no act of violence by anyone with a political intention or with political connection would be tolerated, and strong course of law will take place. Now we are seeing less than a week, in less than a week's time, a minister or a MLA of his own alliance party goes on to do such thing on record and not have any qualms about it whatsoever. The fact that it wasn't just a fit of rage, and that it was, the MLA in question here was very much aware that he was getting recorded, went on to do it, and the fact that it's been almost 16 to 18 hours since that incident has happened, and even now, there is no sort of clarification that has come here. Now, when Devendra Fadnavis was talking about this, in fact, he became the first leader from the Mahayuti to completely condemn this act without giving any whataboutery whatsoever. That is what the other ministers and other leaders of Mahayuti have failed to do. Well, they have called out the minister for called out the MLA for violence. They've also backed it up by saying that the food is anyways not great. So if there is anger, we understand the anger, right? In a way, justifying the act of justifying the heinous act of the member of Legislative Assembly. But Devendra Fadnavis did not do it. Now the question remains whether Eknath Shinde will address this matter at all, and if he does, which line of perception will he choose?
Right, Anuj Raite, thank you very much for getting us all those details. In fact, the fallout of this entire incident has been that the MNS workers, they staged a protest in Mumbai. Many of those MNS workers, they were detained by the police as well. But while these MNS workers, they are protesting out on the streets against the Shiv Sena MLA, these MNS workers, a lot of these MNS workers, they went on to vandalize a toll plaza. This act of vandalism was on full display in Maharashtra itself. A toll plaza was vandalized in Washim district. This entire act of vandalism, it continues from Mumbai to Washim.
कल शाम को वाशिम रूरल पुलिस स्टेशन के जुरिस्डिक्शन में तोड़गांव टोल नाके पे 3 आरोपियों ने वहाँ के टोल मैनेजर से पैसे छीन लिए 5,000 रुपये, और साथ ही में वहाँ के टोल की काफ़ी तोड़फोड़ भी की है। इन लोगों ने कुछ दिन पहले टोल मैनेजर से पैसे की डिमांड भी की थी। उनके खिलाफ़ पुलिस स्टेशन में एफआईआर दर्ज की है रेलेवेंट सेक्शंस के अंडर, और उन आरोपियों का नाम है गजानन वैरागड़े जो मनसे के वाहतुक शाखा जिलाध्यक्ष है, उमेश टोलमारे जो वाहतुक शहराध्यक्ष है, और सीताराम चवड़े। इन तीनों को अरेस्ट करने के लिए अलग अलग टीम्स बनाई गई है और उनका लोकेशन हम रेगुलरली ट्रैक कर रहे हैं। इन पर पुलिस सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई करेगी।
All right, shifting our focus to our other story that we are tracking at this time. Arunachal Pradesh Chief Minister Pema Khandu, he has reignited the debate over the border with China. The Chief Minister has said his state shares a 1,200-kilometer long border with Tibet, asserting that it was not with China. Khandu said that while China forcibly occupied Tibet in 1950, he maintains that his state originally shared a boundary with Tibet.
इनफैक्ट इंडिया से कोई भी स्टेट डायरेक्टली चाइना से बॉर्डर शेयर नहीं करता है. वी शेयर बॉर्डर विद तिब्बत ओनली. ठीक है, 1950 में चाइना लोग वहाँ आके तिब्बत को ज़बरदस्ती कब्जा किया, वो बात अलग है. सो तो ऑफिशियली यस, तिब्बत अभी चाइना का अंडर में है, दैट कांट बी रूल आउट. बट ओरिजिनली वी शेयर बॉर्डर विद तिब्बत. और अरुणाचल में वी शेयर 3 इंटरनेशनल बाउंड्रीज विद भूटान अप्रोक्सीमेटली 150 किलोमीटर्स, और तिब्बत के साथ में करीबन 1200 किलोमीटर्स, विच इज़ वन ऑफ द लॉन्गेस्ट इन द कंट्री. और ईस्टर्न साइड में म्यांमार करीबन 550 किलोमीटर्स के आसपास.
Time now for a very short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Some say sport is a matter of life and death. The truth is, it is far more serious than that. Sport is about ecstasy and agony, about pain and suffering, about joy and much more. Some say there's no one better to tell these stories. So here I am. Join me, Boria Majumdar, on India's #1 news network.
Vanakkam Tamil Nadu.
Well, the battle for Tamil Nadu 2026 is open now.
After Chief Minister Stalin rolls up his sleeves and Vijay steps in as a star challenger.
This is a mass gathering, not for cash. Meanwhile, a former Chief Minister, Edapadi Palanisamy, begins his fight back.
The big comeback campaign by EPS has well and truly begun.
These are all the ultimate players, and this is going to be the ultimate test.
Welcome back. Nimisha Priya, an Indian nurse, she faces execution in Yemen in just 7 days, and her desperate family in Kerala is pleading for last-minute help. Nimisha Priya from Kerala was convicted of murdering a Yemeni man in 2018. She allegedly injected him with sedatives during a fight over her passport, but the dose proved fatal. In fact, I'm currently joined by Advocate Deepa Joseph, the lawyer for Nimisha Priya. Deepa Joseph, welcome to NDTV. My first question to you is, and this is a very obvious question, is there any legal recourse left for Nimisha at the moment?
Yeah, after the Supreme Court order from Yemen, the only remaining option to save Nimisha Priya from execution in Yemen is if the family of the deceased, Talal Abdul Mahdi, to accept the blood money under Yemeni law. This is now the sole remedy available.
Okay, has there been any sort of communication with the Yemeni government or judiciary regarding a possible pardon in this particular case?
Actually, we had one team, and we formed Save Nimisha Priya Action Committee. And one Samuel Jerome Bhaskar, he is the social worker as well as the power of attorney holder. He is handling and he is leading for the negotiation and all. And the central government So already appointed one lawyer. He is there for Nimisha Priya, and he is the leading part of the negotiation process.
You spoke about the blood money negotiations. If you could tell us what is the current status of these negotiations, if you have that information.
Now the negotiation situation and the procedures are over.
Okay.
Actually, pre-negotiation and the negotiation process, we had spent $48,000 from Save Nimisha Priya Action Council. We collected the money out of the crowdfund and all, and we had sent that money for the negotiation process. Now the negotiation is completed, and we offered $1 million.
Okay.
And still the family is not accepted, and we are waiting, and we are hoping, and we are praying. If the family is accepting, then we can save her life.
Okay. I also want to get a sense of, Nimisha as a person. If you can tell our viewers more about Nimisha, what has been her struggle like?
Actually, Nimisha, she's a Keralite girl, and she's an Indian nurse who moved in Yemen, I think, in 2010. And by 2015, she had started a small nursing clinic over there in Yemen. When civil war broke out, her family returned to India, but the Nimisha Priya stayed on to run the clinic. Talal, Yemeni national who later visited India, and he was the family friend of Nimisha and family, and he visited India also. But recently, so that 2016 onwards, their relationship deteriorated badly. And in 2017, Talal was found dead, leading to Nimisha's arrest in September 2020. The first appellate court sentenced her to death, despite her continued efforts through the Save Nimisha Priya Action Council and with the social worker and the power of attorney holder, the Samuel Jerome Bhaskar. We approached the higher court, and finally Supreme Court in 2023 upheld the capital punishment.
Deepa Joseph, has there been any sort of word from the Indian government? What do you hope from the Indian government now?
The Action Council, the government, we got a very good support from the Indian government throughout this time. And the government only appointed the lawyer for Nimisha Priya. And after we need to raise the fund, we had to send the support of government through MEA, through embassy, to the lawyer who facilitated the negotiation process and all. So especially we are very thankful to V. Muralidharan MOS. During that period, he supported a lot.
Deepa Joseph, do you have any sort of message from Nimisha for the Indian authorities that you would like to share?
Now Nimisha's condition is very bad. She is is under extreme mental strain. In her last message, she sent a message that a crying emoji, and now she is begging, and the support from all Indians and all the government support, and she is crying now.
Okay. One final question from you, Deepa Joseph, about the family. How is the family coping with this entire news, and will they also be traveling to Yemen before her execution?
Actually, her mother is in Yemen only last 1.5 years. She is there in Yemen, and she is staying there with the support of the Samuel Jerome Bhaskar. And we are planning to beg the pardon directly to the family by the mother. And she had, I think, her husband is here in Kerala only, and she is having one daughter, and 11 years old.
Okay. Deepa Joseph, thank you very much for speaking with NDTV. All right, shifting our focus to our other big story that we are tracking. A Jaguar fighter jet crash has been reported near Ratangarh in Churu, Rajasthan. The local police have been dispatched to the scene. Reports indicate that one pilot has been killed in this incident. However, an official confirmation is still awaited. This is a developing story. This crash took place in Bhanuda village, where locals, they reported hearing a loud noise in the sky, followed by flames and smoke rising from nearby fields. The villagers, they said that the crash triggered a fire in the fields which they tried to put out themselves. The army will determine the exact cause of the crash. In fact, my colleague Shivarur gets us the details.
Jaguar itself began entering Indian Air Force service in the 1970s, but that doesn't mean that every airframe is that old. They've been bought in phases. The aircraft that has crashed, we don't know just yet what precise variant or vintage it was, because like I said, the Jaguars have been built well into the 2000s by Hindustan Aeronautics Limited. They've been upgraded as well. Their navigation attack systems and their avionics have been progressively upgraded as part of a phased upgrade program, making them far more capable fighters. Their engines have remained the same. That's been a dog issue for the Indian Air Force. But that's a separate matter entirely, because right now we don't know just yet what precise vintage or how old this particular aircraft was, the one that crashed. There have been many Jaguars that have been lost along the way, but that's not specifically alarming, given that the Jaguars have been inducted over the years in large numbers. The Indian Air Force has a very strenuous operational chart in terms of using aircraft quite a lot for its many different operational missions and operational reasons, and therefore it's difficult to pinpoint precisely what may have led to today's crash until there is a preliminary look at the wreckage. The Court of Inquiry will be getting into that very, very quickly. A high-level officer from the aviation department of the Indian Air Force will be getting into all aspects of what happened, communications between the pilot and the air traffic control, ground control at Suratgarh, and possibly other bases in Rajasthan. Like I said, there are many air bases within Rajasthan that have fighter squadrons. So all of these complicated intersecting aspects will have to be gone into in detail before there can be a comprehensive sort of even preliminary look at why this aircraft crashed.
The Gambhira Bridge collapse in Gujarat's Vadodara district has resulted in a tragic loss of life. According to the latest reports, 10 people have died and 6 others, they have been injured. This bridge, which connects the Anand and Vadodara districts, gave way during peak morning traffic hours, resulting in fatalities and injuries when the bridge, multiple vehicles plunged into the water. In fact, 4 vehicles, including 2 trucks, a Bolero SUV and a pickup van, they were crossing the bridge when it suddenly crumbled. This 43-year-old bridge's collapse, it has raised concerns about infrastructure, safety and maintenance. And this is quite a shocking incident that has taken place. This bridge, the Gambhira Bridge on the Mahisagar River, it connects Vadodara and Anand. It collapsed. 10 people have died, 6 injured. They have been taken to the hospital.
यहाँ पर जो वाहन गिरे उसकी हमें डिटेल्स मिली है, उसमें 2 ट्रक्स है, पिकअप वाहन है, एक इसमें इको था, एक ऑटो रिक्शा था। इतना वाहन अंदर गिरे हैं। 2 व्हीकल ऐसे थे कि ब्रिज पर लिंगरिंग थे, उनको तुरंत ही बाहर निकाला था। कुछ लोग अपने आप वहां से बाहर निकल गए थे, तो बाइक वाले 3 सवार थे, वो तुरंत ही बाहर निकल गए थे। वो अपने उनका बचाव हो गया है। अभी कोऑर्डिनेटेड एफर्ट से रेस्क्यू में जो सबसे पहले अगर कोई ह्यूमन बॉडी है उसको बाहर निकालना है। अगर कोई वहाँ पर लाइफ हम सेव करते हैं तो उस दिशा में कोशिश हमारी जारी है। सेकंड प्रायोरिटी, उसके बाद जो व्हीकल्स है उसको हम बाहर निकालेंगे। ट्रैफिक डाइवर्ट ऑलरेडी कर दिया है, और बाकी यहाँ पर जो ट्रैफिक जाम हुआ है उसको भी हम वहाँ पर धीरे धीरे क्लियर करने की प्रोसेस भी हमने शुरू कर दिया।
अभी टोटल तो पेशेंट तो 5 आए थे, 5 रेफर हुए हैं। अभी तक हमारे पास 8 और 2 10 बॉडी आई है।
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
बदलाव की इच्छा रखने वाले लोग, उनको ये तय करना है कि वो जनसुराज जैसे नए विकल्प को चुनते हैं कि फिर पिटे पिटाए अपनी पूरी पुरानी व्यवस्था में जाना चाहते हैं।
मैं चिराग पासवान पूरी तरीके से बिहार विधानसभा का चुनाव लड़ने के लिए तैयार हूँ और तत्पर।
तेजस्वी जी मुख्यमंत्री बने हैं, हमारी पूरी सपोर्ट है उनको। हम किंग मेकर की भूमिका में रहना चाहते हैं।
कि लोग घर से बाहर नहीं निकल पाते थे।
प्रधानमंत्री जी को बताना चाहिए कि इनका जो बिहार में जो सरकार है 50% जो नीतीश जी की मंत्रिमंडल में जो लोग बैठे वो परिवारवादी लोग हैं, वो अपने आप को भी परिवारवादी बोले।
जंगल राज लाने वाले मौका देख रहे हैं, अपने पुराने कारनामे करने का मौका ढूंढ रहे हैं।
A 36-hour non-stop flight by a small pack of B-2s. A lot of other aircraft were also involved, we know that. But let's talk about the B-2 flight itself. They took off from Missouri. 36 hours later, they landed back without once landing. They delivered their bombs 18 hours later over Iran and then came back. How was this possible? Because the Department of Defense says at no point of time on this 36-hour journey was there any reason to believe that they were either detected or reacted to?
Well, they weren't detected, because if they were, then we'd be in some...
Welcome back. After historic victory at the Edgbaston, Team India is now gearing up for the Lord's Test at the Mecca of cricket. My colleague Boria Majumdar, he is in Lord's in London, and he's going to get us all the details from the upcoming test, how charged up Team India is, especially after breaching the fortress of Edgbaston. Over to Boria Majumdar.
It's a massive test match, absolutely massive. If you think from the perspective of Indian cricket, this is one of the most important test matches in recent times. You know, India lost against New Zealand, there was negativity around. India lost the Border Gavaskar Trophy, the negativity heightened. Rohit Sharma, Virat Kohli retiring back-to-back, Ravichandran Ashwin just before that. There was doom and gloom everywhere, especially with red ball cricket. People thought Shubman Gill perhaps not ready. There was so much of negativity around that, you know, nobody gave this team a chance. And thereafter leads. All of the 4 days, India exceeded expectations. People thought now something can happen, and then again on the last day things went from bad to worse. England totally taking control, 370 plus chase down, and that was a problem. That was a real problem. But what happened in Edgbaston has lifted spirits, completely lifted spirits, and that kind of made a difference, a real difference to India's prospects. That has set up Lords. All of a sudden, there is momentum, there is expectation, there's real interest, there's verve, there's passion, and people think this Indian side can do it. If you win Lords, you have a chance to win the series, and that's what Lords is all about. Shubman Gill is the talk. Shubman Gill is the story. Shubman Gill is the flavor. As you can see, bright and sunny London, he's shining brighter. Behind me, just behind me, is Lords. Can he lord over Lords? You know, one of these double-decker buses that you will just see is so London. These things tell you about London, about St. John's Wood, this area, about Lords. And you want to be royalty, you want to lord over this area. This is Shubman Gill's moment. He's taken over Leeds and he went one better at Edgbaston. Nobody thought about a double 100 and 150. Shubman did that, and this country is all praise for Shubman Gill. From people on the road to former cricketers to press conferences, it is all about Shubman Gill. Take a listen.
The highest score by an Indian captain, the highest score by an Indian in England, the highest score by an Indian outside Asia, the highest aggregate match score by an Indian. In 12 and a half hours of batting spanning over 500 balls, Shubman Gill broke records like they were plates at a Greek wedding. He scored 42% of the team's runs.
Plays the ball, will get the run, 200 not out. Shubman Gill, a little slice of history in the making here for a young man.
Before getting to England in 11 tests, Gill averaged just 25.7, scoring only 514 runs with a lone half-century in Sena countries. In this series so far, he has scored 585 runs with 300s. So what has changed? The effort to get forward more than before is noticeable. Batting in the V, the front foot movement and the hands that didn't betray.
That's very sweet.
कुछ चीज़ें थी जो मैंने काम करना शुरू कर दिया था. आई थिंक आईपीएल जब खत्म हो रहा था उस टाइम पे मैंने काम करना शुरू कर दिया था. बाकी टेक्निक और लोगों की परसेप्शन आई थिंक वो तो हर सीरीज हर मैच के बाद बदलती रहती है. वो हम एज अ टीम या फिर एज अ प्लेयर ज्यादा उस चीज पे फोकस नहीं करते हैं कि लोग आपके बारे में क्या बोल रहे हैं. वो हर मैच में चेंज होता रहता है. बट इम्पोर्टेंट ये होता है कि आप जब भी किसी मैच में जा रहे हो आपकी टीम आपके बारे में क्या सोचती है, आपके प्लेयर्स आपके बारे में क्या सोचते हैं.
Gill's forward defense, a shot that has now become the backbeat of India's Birmingham win, his bat coming down like Gandalf's staff. There has been a lot of praise for him for working on his defense, which played a critical part in him keeping England's bowlers at bay.
मेरे हिसाब से वन ऑफ द बेस्ट टीम्स है जो यहाँ पे वन ऑफ द बेस्ट इंडियन टीम्स है जो यहाँ पे टॉर कर रही है. अगर आई थिंक वन ऑफ द बेस्ट टीम्स के में से जो भी 16 प्लेयर यहाँ पे सिलेक्ट होते हैं, मैं ये बिलीव रखता हूँ कि कोई भी हमारा बॉलिंग टैग किसी भी सिचुएशन और कंडीशन में 20 विकेट ले सकता है. जी डेफिनेटली जसप्रीत भाई, ही इज वन ऑफ द बेस्ट बॉलर्स इन द वर्ल्ड राइट नाउ. बट irrespective of that fact, any bowling attack of ours can take 20 wickets anywhere, and this was just another example of that.
His approach was a rebuke to everyone who ever said that Gill's generation do not have the technique or the temperament needed to play Test cricket the old-fashioned way. He used it to break the back of English attack, who were so thoroughly spent by the time it was done. It seems that this was just the trailer. In New Delhi, Rika Roy for NDTV.
When India came to the English shores, India was number 4 in the WTC rankings. No one gave them a chance. Every time I said something positive, I would be trolled. There was no Kohli. The king had retired. There was no Rohit. The captain was no longer there. Jasprit Bumrah had made it known that he's not available for the 5 test matches. There was no Ravichandran Ashwin either to hold the thing together. This was a very new look Indian side, more so in the absence of Mohammad Shami. All of a sudden, the murmurs had grown louder. Could it be a 5-0 whitewash? As I said, no one had given India a chance. And thereafter, we competed in Leeds. Headingley was almost an Indian story. At the end of 4 days, India was in it. Yes, it didn't happen. The caravan moved to Edgbaston and again people said no chance. And thereafter, Gill and his boys made history. Here's how.
One of the best Indian teams है जो यहाँ पे टॉर कर रही है. अगर आई थिंक वन ऑफ द बेस्ट टीम्स के में से जो भी 16 प्लेयर यहाँ पे सिलेक्ट होते हैं, मैं ये बिलीव रखता हूँ कि कोई भी हमारा बॉलिंग टैग किसी भी सिचुएशन और कंडीशन में 20 विकेट ले सकता है. जी डेफिनेटली जसप्रीत भाई, ही इज वन ऑफ द बेस्ट बॉलर्स इन द वर्ल्ड राइट नाउ. But irrespective of that fact, any bowling attack of ours can take 20 wickets anywhere, and this was just another example of that.
The Birmingham Test was a flavor of New India, and Shubman Gill, their new leader, supremely confident of the capability of his bowlers. This team has achieved what others failed in the last 58 years, a Test win in Birmingham. The win by 336 runs was a massive statement of intent.
When we came here, the task was incomplete at Edgbaston, and this time, so happy that we were able to achieve it.
शुभमन ने परफॉर्मेंस किया और आकाशदीप ने जैसा परफॉर्मेंस किया.
गिल के लिए एज ए कैप्टन और एज ए बैटर मेरे ख्याल से स्पेशल मैच था, क्योंकि दोनों इनिंग में बहुत ही बढ़िया पारी खेली.
In a record-shattering spectacle at Edgbaston, Team India scripted history by becoming the first Indian side to surpass 1,000 runs in a single Test match, achieving a monumental aggregate of 1,014 runs across both innings of the second Test against England.
Shubman Gill, a little slice of history in the making here.
I don't really believe in stats or histories. You know, like I said, we over the history of 50-60 years, we played 7 matches over different courses, different teams coming here. I believe this is the best Indian team to be able to come here in England, and we have the capability to beat them, to win the series from here, and we have got the right momentum with us. If we keep making the right decisions and we keep grinding and we keep fighting, I think it would be one of the series to remember.
Shubman Gill is not in the mold of Virat Kohli or MS Dhoni, but he marries fearless attitude with clinical execution. Over the next 3 tests, Gill promises to blend Sharma's serenity with moments of aggression like Virat Kohli in an attempt to rewrite the team's previously poor record in England. In New Delhi, Rika Roy for NDTV.
You know, I spoke to Chetan Sharma on Shubman Gill. Chetan has, it was under his chairmanship that Shubman for the first time was brought into all the formats. He was at one point playing 1 and thereafter 2 and finally, brought into all the formats. The question that I asked Chetan was, did he think that Shubman would go on and lead India? Did he think that Shubman can bat exactly like this? Did he actually think that this guy can be as good? He was always considered a prodigy. He was always considered batting royalty. But was it ever thought that Shubman Gill would be the replacement for someone like Sachin Tendulkar, who's once in a lifetime, once in a generation, or a Virat Kohli, one of India's greatest ever batters? Did Chetan Sharma and his selection committee think about Shubman Gill in that league? Here's what Chetan Sharma said. Take a listen.
उस समय he was like जब हम लोग हमारी selection committee थी तो he was there in 2 formats. Then slowly we got him into the 3rd format also, where he came and got 100. And देखो क्या था उस समय तो इतना चीजें नहीं थी कि कहाँ जाएंगी. तो ऑब्वियसली आप कहीं ना कहीं सिलेक्शन कमेटी सोचती है कि फ्यूचर क्या होगा इंडिया ए में. आप देखते हो, आप वाइस कैप्टन की बात करते हो, बट द कामनेस ऑफ द किड इज वेरी नाइस. मुझे इतना अच्छा लगा. मैं देख रहा था पूरे 2 मैचेस देख रहा था, एक आप हारे हो, एक आप जीते हो. मतलब बहुत लोग हैं कि हारते हो जब आप हो ना, तो आप कहीं ना कहीं गुम जाते हो, थोड़ा वेवर्ड हो जाते हो. बट मुझे उसके हाव भाव से, उसकी शक्ल से, उसकी बातों से, उसके इनकरेजमेंट से, जो प्लेयर से बात करनी है, इट रिमाइंड्स मी ऑफ धोनी. द कामनेस रिमाइंड्स मी ऑफ धोनी. और अगर कैप्टन इतना काम है और अपना पॉइंट टू पॉइंट जाकर, बिकॉज मैं हर कैप्टन को कैसे असेस करता हूँ, मैं अपने आप को एज ए बॉलर रखता हूँ वहां पर कि मेरे से कैप्टन क्या बात कर रहा है, व्हाट ही इज टॉकिंग टू शराज, व्हाट ही इज टॉकिंग टू अदर बॉलर्स, कैसी वो बात कर रहा है, what sort of field he is giving, bowler क्या मांग रहा है. देखिए आजकल तो क्लीन फीड में आपको सब कुछ दिखता है. मतलब वाइड भी पब्लिक को नहीं दिख रहा सब कुछ, वहां पर मुझे तो दिख रहा है एज ए कमेंटेटर. तो मुझे तो क्लीन फीड पे हर चीज नजर आ रही है कि ब्रेक के अंदर क्या क्या डिस्कशन हो रहा है, क्या नहीं डिस्कशन हो रहा. आई थिंक सो ही गॉट अ ब्रिलियंट एटीट्यूड. मैंने बहुत कैप्टन्स देखे हैं. मैंने अपने टाइम में मैं 7 कैप्टन्स के अंडर खेला हूँ. उसके बाद बहुत सारे, एंड बिकॉज आई एम अटैच्ड टू क्रिकेट फॉर लॉन्ग टाइम एज ए कमेंटेटर और एज ए एक्सपर्ट. बट दिस गाय गॉट अ ब्रिलियंट एटीट्यूड. मतलब वो देखिए क्या होता है ना, कामनेस बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. कितना जैसे मैं हर समय कपिल पाजी के बारे में बोलता था ना कि ज्यादा फर्क ही नहीं पड़ता उनको कुछ भी. मतलब कोई ज्यादा बोलते ही नहीं आपको. वो उनका ये सोच होती थी, अरे तू बॉलर है कर लेना अपने आप, तो तुझे ही करना है, मैं तुझे बोलता रहूंगा, करना तुझे अपनी है. दैट इज अ थिंग जो मुझे अभी तक देखने में नजर आया 2 टेस्ट मैचेस में, कि ही कम्स टू यू, ही स्पीक्स टू यू व्हाट यू वांटिंग, ही गिव्स यू. दैट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. मतलब और ठंडा आदमी है, ठंडा. मतलब एक ना, एंड देन उसकी बैटिंग में भी वो चीज नजर आ रही है मुझे. मैंने शुभमन को बहुत समय खेलते देखा है. मतलब इतना क्लोजली मैंने उसको देखा. मतलब जो कामनेस मुझे अभी नजर आ रही है ना, वो कामनेस माइट भी पहले नजर नहीं आई. मतलब ही वाज ब्रिलियंट. देखिए इतने साल से खेल रहा है, ही बिकम द कैप्टन ऑफ इंडिया, ऑब्वियसली ही इज द बेस्ट. तो मतलब जो कामनेस की मैं बात कर रहा हूँ टेस्ट क्रिकेट में आपको चाहिए होती है ना, बहुत अच्छा लग रहा देखते हैं.
As I said at the start of this show, Lords is one of the most important test matches to be played by the Indian team in recent times. It's 1-1. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves and say India has taken control. India hasn't. What India has done, and done beautifully, is make a comeback and instill self-belief, not only in themselves but also among the fans. The fans now believe that this Indian side is capable. The fans now believe that this can be done. England can be conquered. It can actually be achieved, and this series win is possible, as the captain very rightly said at the press conference. And you can sense an eerie sense of, how do I say it, a kind of lull before the storm. England will come hard. Believe you me, England will come hard with Jofra and possibly Gus Atkinson as well. India has got Bumrah back. This is one heck of a test match. It's all set, and where? It's the home of cricket. It's Lords. It's the Mecca, and no one can match this. Thanks for watching.
जनता के पास सवाल ही सवाल है. जवाब ढूंढने को वो देखती है न्यूज़, और देखती है यहाँ तो सवालों का मायाजाल है. ऊपर से ये अलग फाइट है, कोई पूरा लेफ्ट तो कोई पूरा राइट है. बीच में मुद्दे के साथ कौन है, जनता को जवाब चाहिए. इसीलिए सवालों की परेड नहीं, मैं लाऊंगा खबरों की कचहरी. मैं शुभांकर मिश्रा, मेरे साथ देखिए कचहरी रात 8 बजे सिर्फ NDTV इंडिया पर.
But I'd like to start this off by asking you, Vishnu, what you think about the whole question of India not having stealth fighters right now.
It's a huge
Everyone's
problem.
trying to sell them to us as well.
It's a huge problem, Shiv. Let's face it, in as much as we love the Rafale aircraft and the
Good afternoon, you're watching NDTV. I'm Gauri Dwivedi. Over the course of the next 60 minutes, we'll get you all the big stories that we are tracking. First up, the headlines as we start the show. Latest in the IF Jaguar crash that has taken place in Rajasthan. Both pilots are dead in the aircraft crash. This is the third crash of the Jaguar in as many months. NDTV's non-stop coverage on the Sena slapgate. NDTV coverage pushes Maharashtra Chief Minister to finally act. It's a mega NDTV impact as Chief Minister condemns the behavior of the MLA. Says MLA's conduct does not send the right message. After Chief Minister, his deputy slams MLA Gaikwad. Shinde says, do not support. I don't support MLA's behavior, says we are accountable to people. Sena MLA punches canteen staffer over food. Hours after assault, the food police is at the canteen. No action on Neta, scrutiny on the canteen staff. Shocker coming in light from Gujarat, where a bridge has collapsed. 10 people have died so far. Vehicles fall into river post the collapse of the bridge. The Karnataka Game of Thrones now shifts to New Delhi. DK Shivkumar seeks time to meet Rahul Gandhi. Karnataka Chief Minister and DK Shivkumar meet the Defence Minister. NIA files supplementary charge sheet against 2611 mastermind. NIA court extends Tawur Rana's judicial custody. All right, we are starting the show with breaking news that's coming in as we speak. There's a statement that's come in from the Indian Air Force on the Jaguar crash. And an IAF Jaguar trainer aircraft met with an accident during a routine training mission and crashed near Churu in Rajasthan. To know more about this, colleague Vishnu Som joins us live on this story. Now, Vishnu, there's a statement that has come out by the Indian Air Force. Walk us through it and also walk us through what really happened here.
We don't know what happened, but I think it's absolutely tragic, whatever it is. 2 pilots are dead as a result of this crash. For whatever the reasons were, we do not know whether they were able to eject, or if they did indeed eject from the aircraft, what happened and why were they not able to get out. So that's a big question. Did the ejection sequence actually take place? The Jaguar fighter bomber has ejection seats, Martin Baker ejection seats. These are designed to get them out of trouble, to get them to eject and bail out of an aircraft in distress. For whatever the reason was, we do not know if they did eject or they were unable to eject. But this is the 3rd crash of a Jaguar fighter bomber in the Indian Air Force this year. There will be a court of inquiry which looks into this. The Jaguar itself is one of the oldest types operated by the Indian Air Force. They started entering the IAF in the late 70s and the early 80s. We operate more than 100 of them. They've been progressively upgraded over a period of time. There was a plan to upgrade them with new engines as well. That didn't take place. But they are being progressively taken out of service, I think, in a few years onwards. But they do fulfill an important role now in the low-level bombing sort of missions which the Indian Air Force is specialized in. I would assume they took part in Op Sindoor as well. But the fact that you've got the loss of personnel in this crash, that's deeply distressing. The 3rd crash this year.
Mm-hmm. 3rd crash this year, even as what really happened is something that we're going to try and get details of, and we'll await those official details. Vishnu, there's been some talk about the fact that these are old jets. But walk us through in the sense that these are 45, 46-year-old jets. They've been in service since the mid-1970s. There's a lot of chatter about should they still be around, but how do you address that?
So the first Jaguar started entering the Indian Air Force in the late 70s, early 80s. They've been manufactured at Hindustan Aeronautics as well. So the latest Jaguars to enter, would have entered many decades later. So I'm not entirely certain when this particular Jaguar entered service. That's something that we need to see. But the design of the aircraft is old. It was an aircraft which was being developed in the late 60s, early 70s. It's not a fly-by-wire control system aircraft. In other words, it doesn't have the electronic control interfaces which modern aircraft like the Rafale and the Mirage 2000 have, which actually add to the safety margin of aircraft. It is, in some regimes, a somewhat more difficult aircraft to fly, but that is consistent with aircraft of an older generation. You also mentioned, Gauri, that we'll find out what happens in the official crash report. This is a military aircraft, and typically speaking, military crash reports are not made public. Very, very rarely are the details of this actually revealed. So there will be a court of inquiry. It's a military court of inquiry. It will be conducted by the Air Force, but I don't think that the report is going to be made public at all.
We're going to leave it there. Vishnu Som giving us all the details on that tragic story coming to light from Indian Air Force where Jaguar has crashed. All right, turning attention now to more breaking news that's coming in on the broadcast. Update as far as the Slapgate is concerned, and it's a mega NDTV impact, viewers. Deputy Chief Minister Shinde is now forced to react and has condemned the actions of the MLA, saying that he does not support the behavior of the MLA who's assaulted a canteen staff. Now, viewers, if you're tuning in right now, NDTV has been asking a very simple, straight question, which is that how long will these VIP thugs be allowed to get away with their gundagardi? On your screens are the visuals of an MLA who actually assaulted a canteen worker because he felt he was being given and he was being offered dal or food that was not fit for consumption, that was stale. But he resorted to this complete assault, and he justified that when he spoke to NDTV. And now finally there is condemnation coming in from the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, who has said that this cannot be accepted. And we're going to try and connect with our reporters in just a bit. Let's first play out this soundbite of Eknath Shinde.
आमदार संजय गायकवाड यांनी आमदार निवासमधील निकृष्ट दर्जाच्या जेवणाबद्दल तक्रार केली नाही, तर त्यांना स्वतःच त्याचा अनुभव आला आणि जेवल्यानंतर त्यांना जेवतानाच त्यांना वांती उल्टी हो गया उनको वोमिट, तो वोमिटिंग हो गया और इसलिए उन्होंने गुस्से में आकर वो मारपीट की है। उसका मैं समर्थन नहीं करूँगा और हम लोक प्रतिनिधि है, विधायक है, तो हमारी जिम्मेदारी है कानूनी कार्रवाई के लिए हमारे पास अधिकार हैं। तो अगर जिधर गलत होता है उसके ऊपर कानूनी कार्रवाई हो सकती है, लेकिन मारपीट करना ये उचित नहीं है। और संजय गायकवाड़ को मैं निश्चित रूप से इसके बारे में ज़रूर उसको मैंने कहा भी है कि ऐसा करना उचित नहीं है।
All right, let's get in our team of reporters. Radhika Ramaswamy, Sujata Dwivedi, Abhishek Avasthi, all joining us to know more about the story. Radhika, let me start with you. Finally, there is now a reaction that has come in, a strong condemnation that has come in from Eknath Shinde to NDTV's campaign, where we put out the VIP thugs and their thuggery right there for everybody to know what they seem to be getting away with.
Absolutely. Top leaders have reacted. In fact, they've been forced to react post NDTV's campaign. Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis, reacted a while ago. He said that he is condemning this particular incident and this doesn't augur well with the public of Maharashtra, and he is a representative of people. Their perception is something that will be sent out wrongly. In fact, the message that's sent out will be wrong is what he has said. Devendra Fadnavis has reacted, after which now Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde has also reacted, in which he has said that he has spoken to this man Gaikwad, and also going on to say that this is unacceptable, this behavior is cannot be tolerated, and that action will be taken if he is found guilty. Of course, you know, these people, all these leaders, especially the ruling government, they are treading cautiously while they are condemning this action very aggressively, while they are saying that this is unacceptable behavior. There is no real consequence to Sanjay Gaikwad's action. That is what we are seeing. Absolutely no police action, no FIR, and no disciplinary action against this man Sanjay Gaikwad. So what we are seeking right now is some sort of disciplinary action. Will he be suspended? Will any sort of penalty be imposed? Will there be an FIR? All that is what we are expecting at this point. Of course, these are lip services, you know, they are just verbal assurances that is being given, and act of condemnation from the side of political leadership, be it Chief Minister of Maharashtra or Deputy Chief Minister. But will that really lead to some sort of concrete action on the ground in terms of, you know, him being penalized for it or being suspended from the party? That's what we are expecting at this point. Really remains to be seen whether anything of that nature will happen.
All right, let me now rope in Sujata, who's standing by outside the canteen. And Sujata, it's extremely distressing that no action has been taken against the MLA, but there's some action that's been taken as far as the canteen is concerned.
Absolutely, and what more unfortunate could it be that the MLA who was involved into all this, he claims that this is the Shiv Sena style and this is how people would be treated if they do not act right as per their job. And this is what Sanjay Gaikwad could be seen speaking to NDTV and stating that in this Shiv Sena style, this is how people would be treated. Now that Eknath Shinde, the Deputy Chief Minister, has himself given a statement, it is likely that Sanjay Gaikwad is likely to apologize. If he does after speaking to Eknath Shinde, well, that remains to be seen. While on the other side, FDA officials, they ensured that they reached this restaurant where they did conduct a complete and also they inspected the kitchen as well as the entire canteen where food is being prepared, and because it is situated right next to the Mantralaya, so you'll always find rush and huge crowd gathering inside the restaurant to eat food. And now that Sanjay Gaikwad had complained that at this particular restaurant the food quality was not apt, and this was not just once or twice, but this had been happening for a long time now, so which is why there was inspections carried out at this lunch home. And also, all of the chefs as well as their staff were inspected to check about the cleanliness record, to check about what are the products that are being used, was it really of good nature or not, are they expired or not. So action from the FDA has also been initiated. However, the food inspectors who were there, they refused to comment on camera. Later they did, and therefore we're expecting that Mr. Navekar, who happens to be the FDA commissioner, is also likely to comment on the matter as far as the food safety measures are concerned with this restaurant. But as for so far, what we know is that the restaurant had ensured that no such complaints are received hereafter from their customers who come on regular basis, and because this is the only restaurant that serves food to all its MLAs as well, who especially wait in these buildings, even they have ensured that right food is being supplied from today onwards.
Okay, Sujata, stay with us. I want to now get in Abhishek Awasthi. He was the one who spoke with this MLA. He was defiant. He went on to say that I'm not going to apologize. He, in fact, also narrated half a dozen of its sporting achievements, completely disregarding the fact that he actually assaulted a canteen worker. And Abhishek, as things stand right now, yes, a condemnation is very important, but at the end of the day, action is what needs to be taken.
Definitely, as I spoke to him, he was clearly, he doesn't have any sort of regret to what he has done. And especially when the video has gone viral, and we can clearly see it is not one action, it is multiple times he has hit that poor guy. Clearly we seen in the video along with his supporter who also were violent at that given point of time. And when we spoke to him, he was reluctant. He said that this is the way I behave, and I have repeatedly complained, but there was no cognizance of it, and now this is what I believe that should be done, and I have done it, and I will do it multiple times. This is what he said. But now, after condemnation from his senior leadership and especially from Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis in the floor of the House, and what is more important out here is Devendra Fadnavis has clearly said in front of the chairperson of the Legislative Council, he clearly pointed out that appropriate action against Mr. Gaikwad, who is an MLA representing Legislative Assembly of the lower house. He has said that chairperson of the Legislative Council as well as the Speaker of Legislative Assembly can take appropriate action against this person, because currently session is going on. He is an MLA, and both the senior most of the House, whether it is chairperson of the Legislative Council or Speaker of the Legislative Assembly, are free to take action. This is what a strong statement from Devendra Fadnavis, the Chief Minister of Maharashtra. Other angle I would like to point out, there are many cases in which police take suo motu cognizance or government takes suo motu cognizance. We have several viral videos which are investigated like this. Then why not suo motu cognizance in this case is our first question, because it is clearly visible on the social media platform that an MLA who is supposed to, make laws in the assembly, he's taking law in his own hand, beating that poor guy. Then why not a suo motu FIR and a necessary action accordingly? Or now, after the assurance of the Chief Minister, we will have to wait and watch out for whether the chairperson of Legislative Council or the Speaker of Legislative Assembly take appropriate action. Whether there would be suspension of his membership is something that we will have to wait and watch out for. So again, I am raising that point. In many cases like this, where the videos are gone viral, police have taken suo motu cognizance and have acted on
Point,
it.
Abhishek,
Why
you're
not
making.
in this case?
That's a very important point you're making,
that is being asked.
which is, hold your thought, very important point that you're making, and it's important for our viewers to understand, which is that while there is condemnation that has come in from top bosses in Maharashtra, MLA Gaikwad is still not facing any serious action. No police action has been taken so far. And what my colleague Abhishek is pointing out right now, viewers, is that suo motu action can be taken. The assembly is on right now. The speaker can take action. Parallelly, the police can take action as well. And Sujata, let me come back to you at this stage. The politics of it as well, that's extremely important as well to point out to our viewers. The session is on right now. Assembly session is on. And this MLA, while he's got some condemnation, what about the politics of this entire issue that's also likely to now come center stage?
Certainly, and politics has been gearing up around this topic as well, where we saw that not only people from the Mahayuti but also leaders from the Mahavikas Aghadi have commented on this matter, as well as Uddhav Thackeray too. While he was addressing a rally, he spoke about this issue, stating that Gaikwad is no more a Shiv Sena. And him stating that this is the Shiv Sena style of dealing with people is extremely wrong and could not be tolerated. While on the other hand, we see several opposition leaders like Anil Parab who spoke about this and asked question in the assembly to the chief minister, asking what would be the actions as well as the repercussions for this serious incident. Because we see that often in such during such times when assembly is on, if there's a statement that has been given by a leader, he's either suspended or asked to not attend the assembly. And here in this case, Mr. Gaikwad was seen hitting somebody, and that too assaulting the person, and we also videos are available. So what is stopping them from taking action against him is what the opposition at this given point in time is demanding. However, like I mentioned before, that the government too is playing very cautiously on this case, and they are trying to condemn the issue. They are stating that this is wrong, whatever has happened, it should not be done and it is unacceptable. But at the same time, Mr. Gaikwad clearly roams free in the assembly, stating that what he did was because of several complaints that were received earlier, and also a sort of praising and stating that if something like this repeats, his actions too would do the same. So definitely an alarm for the government to ensure that this time they set an example, stating that not only people from the MNS but also from Shiv Sena, if any such action comes up and videos are circulated, action would be ensured.
All right, Sujata Dwivedi and Abhishek Awasthi joining me live on this big story that viewers, we are going to keep tracking, because it's the NDTV coverage that has finally resulted in some condemnation and hopefully action. Remember, NDTV's relentless coverage has prompted Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis to break silence. CM Fadnavis has strongly condemned Shiv Sena MLA Sanjay Gaikwad's behavior and has said that this conduct does not send the right message. MLA's actions have been termed inappropriate by Chief Minister following NDTV's extensive campaign. Public pressure, NDTV's spotlight, together have led to this political accountability. But the big question still remains, will the Chief Minister take concrete actions against the Sena MLA? I want to play out this soundbite of the Chief Minister before we go any further.
यातनं सगळ्या आमदारांबद्दल लोकांमध्ये भावना चुकीची जाते. आपण कुठेतरी सत्तेचा गैरवापर करतो किंवा आपण सगळे आमदार म्हणून आपलं कंडक्ट योग्य नाही, अशा प्रकारचं लोकांमध्ये या संदर्भातली भावना जाते. आणि म्हणून निश्चितपणे मला असं वाटतं की अतिशय गंभीर बाब आहे. आपण आणि माननीय अध्यक्ष या दोघांनी याचा कॉग्निझन्स घ्यावा आणि या संदर्भात काय पुढील कारवाई करायची ते आपण करावी.
मेरे पार्टी का है, मेरे पार्टी का नहीं हो सकता. जानबूझकर ये सारी चीजें चल रही है, एक बड़ी साजिश है. इसके पीछे एक षड्यंत्र मुझे नजर आ रहा है, क्योंकि एसएनसी का तो दावा था कि वो चीफ मिनिस्टर बने, नहीं बनाया गया, तो उनको तो बेरहमी से वो इंतजार कर रहे हैं.
All right, now in a shocking show of high-handedness, a Maharashtra lawmaker upset over the quality of dal. Viewers, what really happened? I want to take you through the entire incident. Now, this incident was that the Maharashtra lawmaker was upset over the quality of dal that was served to him at an MLA canteen in Mumbai. He then went on to assault the canteen operator, hitting him on the face, punching him so hard that he fell on the floor. The incident at the Akashvani MLA canteen in Churchgate was caught on camera. The video clip has gone viral, raising questions about the conduct of elected representatives in public. The MLA, however, said he does not regret his act and said that this was actually the Shiv Sena style. Asked if such conduct suits an MLA, he replied that I am an MLA and a warrior too. When someone chooses not to understand despite repeated attempts, I use the language Balasaheb Thackeray has taught us. I lost it. I'm a champion in judo, gymnastics, karate, wrestling. Yes, he said that. And he also said, I'm not a Gandhian. I want to play out that conversation that Sanjay Gaikwad had with my colleague Abhishek Awasthi for you to really understand the brazen act that first happened, which was followed by the brazen way in which he justified that assault. Listen into that conversation.
पहली बात तो जो वीडियो वायरल हो रहा है सर, उसमें आप कैंटीन मैनेजर को मारते हुए नज़र आ रहे। पूरा मुद्दा क्या था? क्या आपको वो दाल परोसी गई जिसमें ख़राब दाल बताई जा रही है? क्या तकलीफ हुई?
उन्हें दाल परोसी नहीं गई थी। मैंने मेरे रूम में जो मेरा रूटीन टाइम होता है 10 बजे का, ऑलरेडी मैं कभी भी बाहर खाना नहीं खाता हूँ, ना गाँव में खाता हूँ ना इधर खाता हूँ। तो मैंने खाना पार्सल मंगाया जिसमें मैंने दाल चावल और 2 चपाती मंगाया था। सादा खाना मैंने मंगाया था और मैं एक दाल चावल का निवाला मैंने डाला तो मुझे बहुत गंदा लगा। सो मैं लगा कुछ मुंह में आया होगा। सेकंड खाया तो मुझे उल्टी हो गई और इतना भयानक फील होने लगा। तो फिर मैंने जैसा मैं जो कपड़े पे था वही कपड़े में कैंटीन में गया और वो जो जिन लोगों ने मुझे ये सब दिया था उनको पूछा कि आपने दिया है? तो बोले हाँ दिया है। तो मैंने बोला आप स्मेल लीजिए इसका। उन्होंने स्मेल लिया तो बोले बहुत ख़राब है। बाद में फिर मैंने मैनेजर को बुलाया, उसको मैंने स्मेल दिया। उनके 6 कर्मचारी को स्मेल देने के बाद में उन्होंने बताया कि ये खाने जैसा नहीं है, यानी वो निष्कृष्ट दर्जे का नहीं था, वो सड़ा हुआ खाना था। और फिर मैंने उन लोगों को 2-4 साल में जितनी बार भी उनको मैंने समझाया कि आप मुझे खाना अच्छा दिया करो, ये ख़राब खाना मत दिया करो। इनका मटन 15 दिन पहले का रहता, इनका चिकन 15 दिन का रहता, इनके अंडे अंदर से पूरे काले हुए रहते। मैं किसान हूँ, मैं सब्जी और सब के बारे में मैं आधे घंटे के हिसाब से बताता हूँ कि सब्जी का खाना कब बनाया गया है। तो यहाँ महाराष्ट्र में से आए हुए हर दिन सेशन में 10,000 लोगों के जान से ये लोग खिलवाड़ करते हैं, आमदार के जान से खिलवाड़ करते हैं, महाराष्ट्र से आने वाले किसानों की जान से ये लोग खेलते हैं। और इनकी मुजरी इतनी है, कोई कंप्लेंट करे तो उसका ये सुनते भी नहीं हैं। और कई लोगों ने मुझे बताया कि हमारे खाने में ये दिया, कोई सुतली आई, कहीं चिपकी ले आई, कहीं कुछ गंदा आया। और 200-400 कंप्लेंट होने के बाद भी आज ये जो कंत्राटदार है 30 साल से यहाँ पे कुंडली मार के बैठा है।
आप एक विधायक है, वो भी रूलिंग पार्टी के विधायक है, इस तरीके से हाथ उठाना कितना जायज़ लगता है आपको?
मैं विधायक भी हूँ और मैं योद्धा भी हूँ। जब सब भाषा में समझाने के बाद में कोई समझता नहीं है तो बाला साहब ठाकरे जी ने हमको भाषा सिखाई भी है, जिसका इस्तेमाल मैंने किया है।
वो वीडियो में खास तौर से दिख रहा है आपने घूसों का भी उपयोग किया, झापट का भी उपयोग किया, लात भी मारने की कोशिश की। ऐसे में सर कंप्लेन कर सकते हैं आप?
मैंने कंप्लेंट किया, 4 बार किया, इसलिए मेरी जान मतलब मेरी सटक गई। मैं जूडो चैंपियन हूँ, मैं जिम्नास्टिक चैंपियन हूँ, मैं कराटे चैंपियन हूँ, मैं कुश्ती चैंपियन हूँ, तलवारबाजी, दांडपट्टा, कुश्ती का सब मैं चैंपियन हूँ। इसलिए मैं कुछ भी यूज़ कर सकता हूँ।
सर आप विधायक हैं, आपको लोग देखते हैं, आपसे लोग इंस्पायर होते हैं। ऐसे अगर आप देखें इस तरीके के कृत्य करेंगे तो लोग भी प्रोवोक्ट हो जाएंगे, कहीं वहाँ भी हिंसा होगी, क्योंकि एक तरीका होता है सर।
जब प्रशासन काम करता नहीं है, बार बार कंप्लेंट करने के बाद भी, तो जनता क्या करेगी? वो तो कायदा हाथ में लेगी ना। अब एक आमदार कंप्लेंट करता है और उसके अगर कोई दखल लेता नहीं है, उसमें कोई कार्रवाई करता नहीं है, तो ये आमदार क्या करेगा? खुद की जान देगा? बार बार बोलेगा नहीं अभी इतना तुमने सड़ा हुआ दिया, कल कीड़े पड़े हुआ खाना हमको खिला, ऐसा बोलेगा आमदार? मैं इतना गांधीवादी नहीं हूँ मैं।
नहीं, लेकिन जिस तरीके से विवाद चल रहा है मराठी बनाम हिंदी का, ऐसे में इस तरीके की हिंसा करना कितना जायज़ लगता है सर?
जब मैं नीचे गया तो उनके माथे पे कोई जात लिखी हुई नहीं थी, क्या प्रांत लिखा हुआ नहीं था कि वे कौन से जात के कौन से प्रांत के, या वो जो खाना खिला रहे वो कौन से जाति को खिला रहे, वो खाने पे लिखा होता है क्या?
लेकिन सर आखिरकार जिस तरीके से वीडियो वायरल हुआ है, प्रश्न उपस्थित हो रहे हैं, तो कहीं ना कहीं एक विधायक होने के नाते एक मॉरल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी बनती है। आपको थोड़ा भी मलाल है कि इस तरीके से नहीं होता? या
कोई मलाल नहीं है, मुझे कोई मलाल नहीं है, मुझे कोई ये विषय में ऐसा महसूस नहीं होता है कि मैंने कोई गलत किया है।
अच्छा, इसकी आप कहाँ इसको उठाएंगे, क्योंकि ये बहुत गंभीर विषय भी है?
अभी हम विधानसभा में अध्यक्ष महोदय जी से पॉइंट ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन में बात रखने का प्रयास करेंगे। कनेक्टिंग जो है हमारे भुजबल साहब, उनको भी हम बताएंगे और फूड एंड ड्रग्स को भी हम कंप्लेंट करने का
शिवसेना स्टाइल की जो आपने बात की है वो हमने देखा, लेकिन इस समय जो वातावरण है पूरे महाराष्ट्र में, खास करके मुंबई में, वो स्टाइल मनसे और उभाटागढ़ भी करते हुए नजर आ रहा है सड़कों पर। कैसे देखते हो उसे?
तो उनके बारे में मैं कुछ बोलना नहीं चाहूँगा। वो ये जो महाराष्ट्र में चल रहा है ये महाराष्ट्र के हित का नहीं है।
धन्यवाद। तो ये हमारे साथ थे संजय गायकवाड़ जी, जो साफ तौर पे कह रहे हैं भले ही मैं विधायक हूँ, लेकिन बार बार अगर मेरी कंप्लेन को नज़रअंदाज किया जाएगा तो मैं इसी तरीके से फिर एक बार उस कैंटीन मैनेजर को मारूंगा, और ये शिवसेना स्टाइल है। मैं गांधीवादी मैं बिलीव नहीं करता, मैं उनको सबक जरूर सिखाऊंगा। हालांकि उन्होंने कहा कि इसका मुद्दा विधानसभा में वो जरूर उठाएंगे।
All right, let me now play out this conversation that Abhishek had with the eyewitnesses who saw this entire assault on that poor canteen worker. One can have a problem with the food that is being served, but nothing, absolutely nothing justifies that assault. And that's exactly what all those eyewitnesses said to Abhishek in this conversation. Listen in.
हम इस वक्त उसी होटल में है, हमारे साथ होटल का स्टाफ है। जिस तरीके से योगेश जी के साथ हुआ, आपके साथ भी हो सकता है। कितना जायज़ लगता है इस तरीके से? अगर कुछ चीज़ खराब है उसका एक तरीका होता है, लेकिन क्या कहेंगे?
आके करो, हाँ बराबर है, कर सकते हैं। अभी अब मंत्री आके उसके साथ 20-25 आदमी जो रहते हैं, आके एक आदमी को मारना, गरीब आदमी को मारना, ये कौन सा तरीका है? ये कौन सा तरीका है? अभी वो कायदे कानून है, वो खराब है, वो करो, एक कायदे कानून वो छोड़ के मारा मारी। मंत्री बनते क्या मारामारी करने के लिए बनते हैं?
लेकिन आपने एक महत्वपूर्ण बात बताई कि उनके साथ 10-15 लोग थे जो मिल के मार रहे थे, ऐसा कुछ हुआ था क्या?
बराबर है, वो लोग ही आदमी था ना, वो लोग ही आदमी था, वो लोग ही मारा। पहला वो मंत्री ने वो काली बनीन में था, वो मारा, मारने के बाद दूसरा 2-3 आदमी मारा।
मंत्री नहीं, वो विधायक है सर, विधायक मतलब एमएलए है।
एमएलए क्या मालूम, भगवान जानते एमएलए क्या है।
लेकिन कितना जायज़ लगता है इस तरीके से? कभी आप भी हो सकते हो, ये भाई भी हो सकते हैं, जो आप मेहनत से काम करते हो, कुछ अगर तकलीफ है तो उसकी बताना चाहिए कि इस तरीके से मारना चाहिए।
अरे मारामारी नहीं करना चाहिए, जो चीज़ खराब है आके बोलना चाहिए, ये खराब है, ये करो, वो करो करके उसको सजा देना चाहिए। वो छोड़ के मारामारी, ऐसा होता है क्या मारामारी? हैं?
आप लोग जितने लोग हैं काम कर रहे हैं, दिन रात मेहनत करते हैं, रोजी रोटी के लिए काम करते हैं, और इस तरीके का अगर हादसा हो जाता है तो सही है कि गलत है? ये
गलत है, एकदम गलत है,
गलत है, बिल्कुल गलत है,
बहुत गलत है।
आप भी हो सकते थे, आपको भी मारा जा सकता है।
मारा जा सकता था, अंगुली उठाया जा सकता था मेरे पे। मैं अन्ना को बचाया, मेरे पे हाथ उठा रहा था और मारने के लिए मेरे को हाँ मेरे को बोला।
नहीं, कल जब ये हुआ आप थे क्या?
हाँ थे, मैं था, मैं अन्ना को पकड़ के उठाया, ठीक है, बोलता तू मत बोले तो तेरे को मारूंगा मैं।
Now viewers, there's been a sea of reactions, political reactions that have come in on this story. All stakeholders in Maharashtra have responded to NDTV's campaign. I want to play out some of those political reactions for you.
शिवसेना यूबीटी के अनिल परब साहब है, आपने ये मुद्दा जो है, जो आज पूरे देश में इसके बारे में बात की जा रही है, वो असेंबली में उठाया। चीफ मिनिस्टर के रिस्पॉन्स से आप कितने खुश हो?
मैंने चीफ मिनिस्टर को बोला है कि एथिक्स नाम की कोई चीज़ होती है, एमएलए ने कैसा रहना चाहिए, कैसा बिहेव करना चाहिए। आज जिस तरह से दादागिरी चल रही है, जिस तरह से मार रहे, इस तरह की दादागिरी ये मुख्यमंत्री सहेंगे क्या? अब देखना है मुख्यमंत्री क्या कार्रवाई करते हैं।
सर, इसमें यूबीटी सेना का भी मतलब जो हम देख रहे हैं कि सपोर्ट उन्होंने एमएनएस को एक तरीके से दिया था, जो भी मेरा बहन दरमेश हुआ, तो क्या सारी सेना एक तरीके से इस वायलेंस को एंडोर्स करती है?
वायलेंस को एंडोर्स नहीं कर रही है, लेकिन मेरे राज्य में मेरे भाषा को कोई गलत तरीके से दबा रहा है तो उसका जवाब तो देना ही पड़ेगा।
फाइनली सर बताइए कि कितना भरोसा है आपको स्पीकर पे, चेयरपर्सन पे, चीफ मिनिस्टर पे कि इस मामले में
ना अधिवेशन चल रहा है, अधिवेशन में देखेंगे क्या होता है।
हमारे साथ बीजेपी के सीनियर नेता सुधीर मुनगंटीवार है। सर, एक वीडियो हर जगह फैला हुआ है, हाँ, आप ही के अलायंस पार्टनर के एक एमएलए मारपीट करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं, आपकी पहली रिएक्शन क्या रहेगी उसकी?
नहीं, मैंने जानकारी ली, आमदार निवास में बहुत ही घटिया दर्जे का खाना दिया गया। बार बार विधायक जी ने उस कैंटीन के ओनर को, कॉन्ट्रैक्टर को बार बार बताया, उसके बाद भी शायद उसने अपने रवैये को सुधारा नहीं। तो शायद कभी कभी उसकी वजह से विधायक जी ने जो गुस्सा है, वो गुस्सा ऐसे तरीके से उसने व्यक्त किया होगा, ऐसा मुझे लगता। मुझे पूरी जानकारी नहीं है, मगर दोनों बातें हमें सोचनी चाहिए कि उन्होंने तो कोई रिपोर्ट नहीं दी जिसने मार खाया, इसका मतलब क्या है? उसको अपनी गलती का एहसास होगा।
रिपोर्ट ना देने का कारण ऐसा भी हो सकता है कि विधायक है, उनको उनसे आगे डर लग रहा होगा, शायद रिलेशन।
महाराष्ट्र में तो हजारों लोग केस करते भैया, क्यों किसको डर रहा है? लोग तो मुख्यमंत्री जी के खिलाफ में केस करते हैं, मुझे नहीं लगता कि डर होगा।
सर, गुस्सा आना लाजमी है, वो बात आपने, आपसे पहले जितेंद्र अवार्ड, उन सब ने यही चीज़ कही कि खाने की क्वालिटी थोड़ी क्वेश्चनेबल है। पर हिंसा किस हद तक जस्टिफाइबल है, क्योंकि वो खुद एक पॉलिसी मेकर है, पूरी देश आज इस चीज़ के बारे में बात करे और महाराष्ट्र का नाम कहीं ना कहीं इस चीज़ की वजह से खराब होते हुए आपको नहीं नजर आ रहा?
नहीं, आपकी बात से मैं सहमत हूँ, मगर इतना गुस्सा भी किसी ने दिखाना नहीं चाहिए, ये भी तो देखना होगा ना। देखो, हम विधायक भी होंगे तो एक आम आदमी है, विधायक होने से कोई हम भगवान ने हमें कोई स्पेशल कैटेगरी में डाल दिया, ऐसा तो होता नहीं है। तो कभी कभी ऐसी घटनाएं जो होती है इसका हम समर्थन नहीं करते, मगर हमने इस विषय को लेकर सभी ने गंभीरता से सोचना चाहिए। जब कोई विधायक किसी कर्मचारी पे हाथ उठाता है, नहीं उठाना चाहिए, मगर क्यों उठाता है ये भी सोचना चाहिए।
जो संजय गायकवाड़ इसमें जो एमएलए है, उन्होंने कल रात को इंसिडेंट हुआ, आज उन्होंने हमसे बात की, कहीं रिमोर्स, गिल्ट या हल्की सी भी माफ़ी मांगने की उन्होंने कोशिश नहीं की। ठीक है, हम समझ सकते हैं कि खाना शायद बुरा होगा, क्वालिटी बुरी होगी, बट जैसे आपने कहा कि आप समर्थन नहीं कर सकते, कम से कम एमएलए माफ़ी मांग सकते हैं उस गरीब से।
ऐसा है, बहुत ही ज़्यादा गंदा खाना दिया होगा शायद कि वो गुस्सा निकल नहीं रहा होगा, ऐसा होने की संभावना नकार नहीं सकते। बहुत ही गंदा खाना दिया और 1 बार 3 बार 4 बार 5 बार कहने के बाद भी दिया, तो ये गुस्सा जो है तो वो निकलता नहीं है कभी कभी।
ओके, थैंक यू सो मच। We have Yogesh Kadam here with us. Mr. Kadam, what would we say to Sanjay Gaikwad? We've seen that his video has gone viral of hitting a canteen worker.
I think the due complaint should have been filed. He did not have to take the law in his hand. Thank you.
That was Yogesh Kadam, Minister of State Home Department, in a rush to attend the assembly right now, made it very clear that a due complaint should have been filed and violence should have been avoided. संजय गायकवाड़ का वीडियो सामने आया, उसके ऊपर आपका पहला रिएक्शन क्या रहेगा?
उसके ऊपर एक्शन होना चाहिए। ऐसे गरीबों को मारने का अधिकार नहीं है किसी को, और कानून हाथ में लेने का अधिकार नहीं है।
सर, अभी भी उन्होंने कोई माफ़ी नहीं मांगी है इस चीज़ के बारे में। उन्होंने कहा है कि क्योंकि खाना अच्छा नहीं था इसलिए एक्शन लिया गया, तो ये दिखाता है
अक्सर कानून हाथ में लेके नहीं किया जा सकता ना।
और सर, क्या ये दिखाता है कि जो गवर्नमेंट है वो अपने खुद के आमदार या एमएलएज के खिलाफ एक तरीके से सॉफ्ट स्टांस रख रहा है, क्योंकि जब एमएनएस या फिर जो बाहर वायलेंस हुआ उसके ऊपर तो वो काफ़ी क्लियरली
सरकार प्रायोजित है। जो महाराष्ट्र में हिंदी मराठी का जो झगड़ा शुरू किया गया, ये सरकार प्रायोजित है।
सर, आपकी इमीडिएट डिमांड क्या रहेगी इस संजय गायकवाड़ केस में?
सरकार ने एक्शन लेना चाहिए। कानून हाथ में किसी को लेने का अधिकार नहीं है, कानून सबके लिए समान होता है।
क्या एकनाथ शिंदे जी का भी कर्तव्य बनता है कि जल्द से जल्द इस चीज़ पे स्टेटमेंट?
सरकार ने ही एक्शन लेना है, कानून किसी को हाथ में लेने का अधिकार नहीं है।
All right, MNS workers vandalized a toll plaza, and the vandalism was on full display in yet another incident. Toll plaza vandalism took place in Washim district. Now, viewers, from Mumbai to Washim, the vandalism continues, and India is against just this VIP hooliganism. These thugs who are netas is what they call themselves, is what we stand against, is what the NDTV campaign is all about. I want to first play out a soundbite of a police, a cop bite as far as what really happened at Washim Toll Plaza and what action, if at all, has been taken.
कल शाम को वाशिम रूरल पुलिस स्टेशन के जुरिस्डिक्शन में तोड़गांव टोल नाके पे 3 आरोपियों ने वहाँ के टोल मैनेजर से पैसे छीन लिए 5,000 रुपये, और साथ ही में वहाँ के टोल की काफ़ी तोड़फोड़ भी की है। इन लोगों ने कुछ दिन पहले टोल मैनेजर से पैसे की डिमांड भी की थी। उनके खिलाफ़ पुलिस स्टेशन में एफआईआर दर्ज की है रेलेवेंट सेक्शंस के अंडर, और उन आरोपियों का नाम है गजानन वैरागड़े, जो मनसे के वाहतुक शाखा जिलाध्यक्ष है, उमेश टोलमारे जो वाहतुक शहराध्यक्ष है, और सीताराम चवड़े। इन तीनों को अरेस्ट करने के लिए अलग अलग टीम्स बनाई गई है और उनका लोकेशन हम रेगुलरली ट्रैक कर रहे हैं। इन पर पुलिस सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई करेगी।
All right, that was a reaction from the police who's responded to what really happened there. There was also extortion, a case that he was mentioning as far as these MNS hooligans are concerned. They are not netas, they are hooligans, viewers. And Mumbai citizens are also sick of them. Video after video is coming to light of slap after slap, and on your screens are just few of those images and visuals that we've put out for you to know just some of those instances that explain how sick citizens of Maharashtra are with these spineless netas, that all they do is they assault, they slap. Is this how public representatives in Maharashtra should be? That's the big question, and the question that we put forth to many in Maharashtra who say an overwhelming no to that question. Listen in.
विधायक द्वारा जब दाल सही नहीं परोसी गई तो कैंटीन के आदमी की पिटाई कर दी गई, ये आपको कितना सही लगता है? लेकिन पीटना चाहिए ऐसे?
नहीं,
गलत बात है।
गलत बात।
मतलब क्या कर सकते हैं?
मैम उसके लिए आर्ग्यूमेंट कर सकते हैं, पैसे बिल के लिए हो सकते हैं, पर मारना पीटना गलत है जी।
मारपीट बहुत ज्यादा होने लग गई है महाराष्ट्र में, आपको ऐसा लगता है?
हाँ मैम, छोटी छोटी बातों पे होते रहती है।
मजा पाओ। कई बार ऐसा होता है कि देखिए आपका खाना सही नहीं होता तो आप क्या मारपीट पर उतर जाएंगे सीधा इनके साथ?
नहीं नहीं, ऐसा क्यों? क्योंकि भाई इंसान से ही गलती होता है। हाँ, तो कुछ जिस मिस्टेक रहेगा तो उनको बताएंगे भाई ये मिस्टेक है, तो उसको सुधार करेंगे।
जैसा व्यवहार किया जाए वैसा, लेकिन अगर सामने वाला शांत है, चुपचाप आपको सॉरी बोल रहा हो,
ऐसा खाने पीने में ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए ना, गड़बड़ी खाने पीने का मामला ये समझाऊंगा उसको एक दो बार।
एक नेता है शिवसेना के, वो सीधा मारपीट पर उतर गए, कैंटीन वाले को बहुत जोर जोर का मारने लगे।
क्या लेकिन अभी उसके आगे पहले कुछ हुआ होगा ना, अभी क्यों मारा है? अभी कोई नेता किसी के ऊपर हाथ उठाए तो कुछ ऐसा कुछ हुआ होगा ना, वो भी तो मालूम होना मुझे ना आप लोगों को।
तो ऐसा कभी हुआ है कि कुछ कंप्लेंट आई हो दाल को लेकर?
नहीं, हमारे इधर कंप्लेंट नहीं।
एक नेता है संजय गायकवाड़, उन्होंने क्या किया है कि उनकी दाल खराब थी तो जैसे कैंटीन में काम करने वाले लड़के होते हैं उनसे मारपीट कर ली, बहुत मारा है उन्हें।
अपने इधर खराब दाल सीधा फेंक देते हैं, वेस्ट होता है वो हटा देते हैं।
लेकिन गलत है, जब अगर सपोज कोई आपके पास खराबी आए खाने को लेकर तो आप लोग क्या करते हैं?
वो उस्ताद को रिएक्शन करेगा, उसको बोलेगा ऐसा क्या किया, कैसा हुआ, उसको समझाते हैं, बताते हैं।
लेकिन मारपीट करना ये सही है?
मेरे को सही नहीं लगता।
All right, viewers, now let's come to the political fallout of this slapgate. Former Maharashtra Chief Minister Prithviraj Chavan, who is one of the senior most leaders of the Congress party in Maharashtra, has said that he will not be surprised if his party decides to go solo in Mumbai and other civic body polls in the state that are set to be held later this year. Now, to a question, he said the Congress party's stance is that our alliance is with the India Alliance partners, which is the Shiv Sena, which is the UBT faction, and NCP. If they want to do a sub-alliance with some other party, like-minded party, that's their business. But if they want to make an alliance with people who are fundamentally opposed to the Congress ideology, which he mentioned was about Ambedkarism and secularism, then they will not accept it. Let's play out that soundbite of Prithviraj Chavan on this.
जहां तक कि कांग्रेस का सवाल है, हमारा अलायंस उद्धव ठाकरे जी की शिवसेना के साथ है और हमारी शरद पवार की एनसीपी के साथ है। वो अगर अपने पार्टी में कोई सब अलायंस करना चाहें तो कोई हर्जा नहीं, लेकिन अगर कोई कांग्रेस के विचारों से कोई टकराने वाली कोई विचारधारा है तो उसको अवश्य विचार करेंगे। एक तो बिहार का चुनाव है, एक तो बीएमसी का चुनाव है। दोनों चुनावों में हिंदी भाषियों का एक महत्वपूर्ण रोल है और महाराष्ट्र में काफी सेंसिटिव इशू है कि अगर कोई थोपने की कोशिश करें तो हम नहीं स्वीकार करेंगे। तो मैं समझता हूं कि मुख्यमंत्री को ये मुद्दा समाप्त करना चाहिए था लोगों से बातचीत करके, लेकिन शायद वो जानबूझकर इसको भड़काना चाहते हैं।
Viewers, I'm going to slip into a very short break, come back on the other side with a shocker of a story where girls were forced to strip for a period check. Now, this is a shocker that's come to light from Thane, where students were shamed and forced to strip. I'm going to talk more on that story after this short break. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Pressure on the Indian Air Force to get fighters forget about stealth aircraft. The Indian government has made it clear that we're going to bet on the AMCA, which is India's own fighter. But getting these 4.5 generation fighters like the Rafale, which you've already sunk an enormous amount of money into, even the Indian Navy has signed on for them recently, and there are still these delays. But with this announcement, Vishnu, and that's my next question now, I'm wondering whether this means that things are much clearer as far as the MRFA, or we still can't jump the gun on that. I know as far as Indian procurement is concerned, nothing is over until it's over, right? Nothing is over until it's over, especially when the Rafale is theoretically competing against American fighters like the F-15 Eagle II. Yeah. You've got Putin's Sukhoi 35s. You've got the Typhoon theoretically as well. So it ain't over until it's over, and I completely agree with you on that. But by putting out this partnership, and this is not an MOU. This is an agreement which I'm assuming is going to fructify into a joint venture. Yeah.
2028
is when the first fuselages will roll out. Which again, I'm assuming means that, work begins now. 2028 is 2 years away. That's like more than just a foot in the door?
No, I would suggest that they are leading in this competition. All the Indian Air Force officers that we speak to, and they couch this language carefully. So I'm going to be responsible in how I report this. They say that they've had an exceptional experience with the Rafale. The Rafale is the aircraft of choice.
Viewers, this is a shocker of a story that's coming to light from Thane, where girls were forced to strip for period check after there were blood stains that were found in the bathroom. Parents are angry. They should be angry. They should be demanding and are actually demanding the arrest of the principal. This is a very shameful incident that has come to light in a big school like Shahpur in Thane, due to which angry parents are now demanding that the principal be arrested. I'm going to try and connect with my colleague Anuj in just a bit to know more about what really happened here. How is it that girls were actually checked for this? They were stripped for this, because this is something that happens in all schools. Know about this, what really went wrong, and the outrage of the parents, which is completely justified here. Anuj, shocker of a story that we are talking about here on our screens right now on our broadcast. Tell us what really happened here.
Well, yes, very surprising story coming to light from Thane. This happened in one of the more reputed schools in the Shahpur region of Thane district, where when the school authorities found out that there was some blood stain in the ladies' washroom, of course, instead of clearing it out, they started thinking or wondering on where it came from. And it is after that they started visiting all the classes from class 5th.
Okay, I believe the audio line with Anuj needs to be checked. Okay, I believe Anuj is back with us. Go ahead, Anuj.
So the school authorities, after finding blood stain in the washroom of the school, carried out this really weird drive of visiting every class from class 6 to class 10, trying to understand how many girls were menstruating, and then they were questioned on whether any of them were menstruating, especially in the last 1 week or so, because the stains were found in the school, and they were even stripped off by some members of the school authority to get on who exactly did it and where exactly was it done in the school. These to the parents by these women students. These were 14 to 15-year-old students who reported this back to them. And as soon as the parents got to know about this, they were enraged. They approached the school authority, and now they are demanding a very strong action against the principal. We are yet to know what exactly are the details about this entire serious incident that took place. How long did it go on for, and who all from the school was involved. But the parents primarily want to know who ordered such a shameful act in the school.
Indeed, I'm going to leave it there, Anuj. Action must be taken against this principal, and sooner than later. I'm going to leave it there. Anuj, thanks much for bringing us up to speed with that shocker of an incident coming to light from Thane. Shifting focus now To Arunachal Pradesh Chief Minister Pema Khandu, who has reignited the debate over the border with China. The Chief Minister has said that his state shares a 1,200-kilometer long border with Tibet, asserting that it is not with China. In fact, Pema Khandu has said that again, time and again, that his state borders Tibet and not China. And he said that China forcibly occupied Tibet in 1950 and maintains that his state originally shared a boundary with Tibet. Let's quickly play out that soundbite of the Arunachal Chief Minister.
इनफैक्ट इंडिया से कोई भी स्टेट डायरेक्टली चाइना से बॉर्डर शेयर नहीं करता है. वी शेयर बॉर्डर विद टिबेट ओनली. ठीक है, 1950 में चाइना लोग वहाँ आके टिबेट को ज़बरदस्ती कब्जा किया, वो बात अलग है. सो तो ऑफिशियली यस, टिबेट अभी चाइना का अंडर में है, दैट कांट बी रूल आउट. बट ओरिजिनली वी शेयर बॉर्डर विद टिबेट. और अरुणाचल में वी शेयर 3 इंटरनेशनल बाउंड्रीज विद भूटान अप्रोक्सीमेटली 150 किलोमीटर्स, और टिबेट के साथ में करीबन 1200 किलोमीटर्स, विच इज़ वन ऑफ द लॉन्गेस्ट इन द कंट्री. और ईस्टर्न साइड में म्यांमार करीबन 550 किलोमीटर्स के आसपास.
Okay, now I'm going to shift focus to Bengaluru, where another horrifying incident has come to light. Husband has killed his wife by strangling her and then trampled her to death by stepping on her neck. The couple hails from Srinivaspura, and both of them had completed their bachelor's in engineering and were working in Bengaluru. Let's now get in Deepak Bopanna, my colleague, to know more about this case. Deepak, it's a horrifying incident that has come to light. Walk us through what really happened. What is it that we know so far?
Yes, absolutely shocking incident once again coming to the fore. We've seen some brutal crimes in the recent past, especially coming to the fore from Bengaluru. This is yet another one. A couple hailing from Srinivasapura. Padmaja is the wife who's been murdered by the husband Harish here. It's being said that the husband strangled her, trampled her to death by placing his leg on her neck. This was all because of a fight that happened. Initially it was verbal, then turned physical. After which she was taken to the hospital, and the hospital officials informing the police that that there is something that is suspicious. The police reaching the house, speaking to the neighbors, and then while questioning the children, that's when they've got a hint that a husband is involved. After questioning him, of course, he's confessed to the crime. Now both of them well educated. He was out of a job very recently, had managed to get one. There were some differences between the couple, but leading to this sort of a brutal crime once again has sent shockwaves in the city.
I'm going to leave it there. Deepak Bopanna, my colleague, giving us the very latest as far as that brutal crime coming to light from Bengaluru. Now turning attention to Patna, where Rahul Gandhi was in Patna for a rally ahead of Bihar elections, but shocking incident came to light where Pappu Yadav was not allowed to board Rahul Gandhi's vehicle. Such treatment with Pappu Yadav hasn't gone unnoticed. He was not even allowed to get inside the vehicle that was used in Rahul Gandhi's protest march. Kanhaiya Kumar was also made to get down. Those are visuals that you can see on your screens as far as politics in Patna, that is speaking ahead of the state elections. All right, viewers, with that, it's a wrap on this edition. Thanks so much for watching. We slip into a break, come back on the other side, talk more the big story that we are tracking, which is the Slapgate show that will be done by my colleague Radhika Ramaswamy. Stay for that.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Crashes in Rajasthan, both pilots dead in the aircraft crash. 3 Jaguar crashes have taken place in the last 3 months. NDTV's non-stop coverage on Sena Slapgate. NDTV coverage pushes Maharashtra Chief Minister to act. Mega NDTV impact. Chief Minister condemns MLA behavior. MLA's conduct does not send the right message, says the Chief Minister. After Chief Minister, his deputy slams MLA Gaikwad. Shinde says do not support MLA's behavior. Eknath Shinde says we are all accountable to the people. Sena MLA punches canteen staffer over food. Hours after assault, the food police lands at the canteen, but no action on Neta, but scrutiny on the canteen staff.
Some say sport is a matter of life and death. The truth is, it is far more serious than that. Sport is about ecstasy and agony, about pain and suffering, about joy and much more. Some say there's no one better to tell these stories. So here I am. Join me, Boria Majumdar, on India's #1 news network.
Vanakkam Tamil Nadu.
Now the battle for Tamil Nadu 2026 is open now.
After Chief Minister Stalin rolls up his sleeves and Vijay steps in as a star challenger.
This is a mass gathering, not for cash.
Meanwhile, a former Chief Minister, Edapadi Palanisamy, begins his fight back.
The big comeback campaign by EPS has well and truly begun.
These are all the ultimate players, and this is going to be the ultimate test.
An Indian nurse faces execution in Yemen in just 7 days, and her desperate family in Kerala is pleading for last-minute help. Nimisha Priya from Kerala was convicted of murdering a Yemeni man in 2018. She allegedly injected him with sedatives during a fight over her passport, but the dose proved fatal.
Joined by Advocate Deepa Joseph, the lawyer for Nimisha Priya. Deepa Joseph, welcome to NDTV. My first question to you is, and this is a very obvious question, is there any legal recourse left for Nimisha at the moment?
Yeah, after the Supreme Court order from Yemen, the only remaining option to save Nimisha Priya from execution in Yemen is the family of the deceased, Talal Abdul Mahdi, to accept the blood money under Yemeni law. This is now the sole remedy available.
Okay. Has there been any sort of communication with the Yemeni government or judiciary regarding a possible pardon in this particular case?
Actually, we had one team, and we formed Save Nimisha Priya Action Committee, and one Samuel Jerome Bhaskar, he is the social worker as well as the power of attorney holder. He is handling and he is leading for the negotiation and all. And the central government has already appointed one lawyer. He is there for Nimisha Priya, and he is the leading part of the negotiation process.
You spoke about the blood money negotiations. If you could tell us what is the current status of these negotiations, if you have that information.
Now the negotiation situation and the procedures are over.
Okay.
Actually, pre-negotiation and the negotiation process, we had spent $48,000 from Save Nimisha Priya Action Council. We collected the money out of the crowdfund and all, and we had sent that money for the negotiation process. Now the negotiation is completed, and we offered $1 million.
Okay.
And still the family is not accepted, and we are waiting and we are hoping and we are praying. If the family is accepting, then we can save her life.
The bridge collapse in Gujarat's Vadodara district has resulted in a tragic loss of life. As per latest reports, 10 people have died and 6 others were injured. The bridge, which connects the Anand and Vadodara districts, gave way during peak morning traffic hours, resulting in fatalities and injuries when the bridge had multiple vehicles plunged into the water. 4 vehicles, including 2 trucks, a Bolero SUV and a pickup van, were crossing the bridge when it suddenly crumbled. The 43-year-old bridge collapse has raised concerns about infrastructure safety and maintenance. It's a shocking incident that's come to light from Kambira village, bridge on the Mahisagar river connecting Vadodara and Anand that collapsed.
यहाँ पर जो वाहन गिरे उसकी हमें डिटेल्स मिली है, उसमें 2 ट्रक्स है, एक पिकअप वाहन है, एक इसमें इको था, एक ऑटो रिक्शा था। इतना वाहन अंदर गिरे हैं। 2 व्हीकल ऐसे थे कि ब्रिज पर लिंगरिंग थे, उनको तुरंत ही बाहर निकाला था। कुछ लोग अपने आप वहां से बाहर निकल गए थे, तो बाइक वाले 3 सवार थे, वो तुरंत ही बाहर निकल गए थे। वो अपने उनका बचाव हो गया है। अभी कोऑर्डिनेटेड एफर्ट से रेस्क्यू में जो सबसे पहले अगर कोई ह्यूमन बॉडी है उसको बाहर निकालना है। अगर कोई वहाँ पर लाइफ हम सेव करते हैं तो उस दिशा में कोशिश हमारी जारी है। सेकंड प्रायोरिटी उसके बाद जो व्हीकल्स है उसको हम बाहर निकालेंगे। ट्रैफिक डाइवर्ट ऑलरेडी कर दिया है और बाकी यहाँ पर जो ट्रैफिक जाम हुआ है उसको भी हम वहाँ पर धीरे धीरे क्लियर करने की प्रोसेस भी हमने शुरू कर दिया।
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
बदलाव की इच्छा रखने वाले लोग, उनको ये तय करना है कि वो जनसुराज जैसे नए विकल्प को चुनते हैं कि फिर पिटे पिटाए अपनी पुरानी व्यवस्था में जाना चाहते हैं।
मैं चिराग पासवान पूरी तरीके से बिहार विधानसभा का चुनाव लड़ने के लिए तैयार हूँ और तत्पर।
कि जैसे जी मुख्यमंत्री बने हैं, हमारी पूरी सपोर्ट है उनको। हम किंग मेकर की भूमिका में रहना चाहते हैं।
ये लोग घर से बाहर नहीं निकल पाते थे।
प्रधानमंत्री जी को बताना चाहिए कि इनका जो बिहार में जो सरकार है, 50% जो नीतीश जी की मंत्रिमंडल में जो लोग बैठे वो परिवारवादी लोग हैं। वो अपने आप को भी परिवारवादी बोले।
जंगल राज लाने वाले मौका देख रहे हैं, अपने पुराने कारनामे करने का मौका ढूंढ रहे हैं।
A 36-hour non-stop flight by a small pack of B-2s. A lot of other aircraft were also involved, we know that. But let's talk about the B-2.
And IAF Jaguar crashes in Rajasthan's Churu. Both pilots are dead in the aircraft crash. Remember, 3 Jaguar have crashed in the last 3 months. A court of inquiry has been constituted. NDTV's relentless coverage has prompted the Maharashtra Chief Minister as well as the Deputy Chief Minister to break their silence over the Maha Slapgate. The Chief Minister says that MLA's conduct does not send the right message. And after the Chief Minister, his deputy slams MLA Gaikwad. Eknath Shinde says that he does not support the MLA's behavior and that we are all accountable to the people. The Sena MLA, remember, punched a canteen staffer over food quality. Hours after the assault, the FDA was at the canteen. While there was no action on the Neta and there is no action on the Neta yet, but the canteen staff is now under the scrutiny.
10 people have lost their lives in a bridge collapse in Gujarat. The vehicles fell into the river post the bridge collapsed. NIA files supplementary charge sheet against 2611 mastermind Tehebur Hussain Rana. NIA court extends Tehebur's judicial custody. Karnataka Game of Thrones shifts to Delhi. DK Shivkumar seeks time to meet Rahul Gandhi. The Karnataka Chief Minister and DK Shivkumar in the meanwhile met with the Defence Minister. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I am Osama Shah. 3 parties, 1 playbook. Public beatdowns and private arrogance. This is when lawmakers turn into lawbreakers, when violence is excused and not condemned. Who speaks for the voiceless? That's the question. There has been no remorse shown by the Sena leader. There has been no shame, just raw street power that has been unleashed on the helpless. This is not what you call leadership. This is what you call legalized thuggery. Now, NDTV's relentless coverage, it has prompted the Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis and the Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde to break their silence. The Chief Minister, he has strongly condemned the Shiv Sena MLA Sanjay Gaikwad's behavior. The Chief Minister has said this conduct does not send the right message. While the Deputy Chief Minister, he says that we are representatives of the people and we have responsibility. Now, this after public pressure and NDTV's spotlight, it has led to this political accountability. But the big question still remains. Will the Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Minister take concrete actions against the Sena MLA? I'm joined by Radhika Ramaswamy, who's there at that canteen where this entire incident took place. Radhika, over to you.
A shocking and disturbing pattern of political aggression is being witnessed in the state of Maharashtra. VVIP thuggery and a culture of impunity is what we are seeing. In fact, the recent incident involves an MLA, Sanjay Gaikwad, who went ahead and beat up a person, a poor canteen worker, because he was not served good quality food. In fact, the video has been going viral where we can see the man being bashed, thrashed, punched, kicked and abused by this politician, Shinde Sena MLA Gaikwad. Now, of course, Gaikwad comes out and justifies his action. He says that he does not regret what he did. Of course, NDTV has been running this campaign. I'm at the same spot where this unfortunate incident unfolded last night. We've been seeking answers from those in power. And finally, Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister have reacted. They have said that they condemn this act. However, no concrete disciplinary action has been taken against this MLA. So therefore, today we ask the question, where does the buck really stop? What drives this culture of impunity among these politicians? And why don't they fear law and order in this country? So therefore, we will go across to our team of reporters who are giving us every angle of this story, and we continue to do this campaign. But before that, let's listen in to some of the political reactions. CM, Deputy CM condemning this incident, and UBT Sena also hitting back. Let's take a look.
यातनं सगळ्या आमदारांबद्दल लोकांमध्ये भावना चुकीची जाते. आपण कुठेतरी सत्तेचा गैरवापर करतो किंवा आपण सगळे आमदार म्हणून आपलं कंडक्ट योग्य नाही, अशा प्रकारचं लोकांमध्ये या संदर्भातली भावना जाते. आणि म्हणून निश्चितपणे मला असं वाटतं की अतिशय गंभीर बाब आहे. आपण आणि माननीय अध्यक्ष या दोघांनी याचा कॉग्निझन्स घ्यावा आणि या संदर्भात काय पुढील कारवाई करायची ते आपण करावी.
आमदार संजय गायकवाड यांनी आमदार निवासमधील निकृष्ट दर्जाच्या जेवणाबद्दल तक्रार केली नाही, तर त्यांना स्वतःच त्याचा अनुभव आला आणि जेवल्यानंतर त्यांना जेवताना त्यांना वांती उल्टी झाली, उल्टी हो गया उनको वोमिट, तो वोमिटिंग हो गया और इसलिए उन्होंने गुस्से में आकर वो मारपीट की है. उसका मैं समर्थन नहीं करूँगा और हम लोक प्रतिनिधि है, विधायक है, तो हमारी जिम्मेदारी है कानूनी कार्रवाई के लिए हमारे पास अधिकार है. तो अगर जिधर गलत होता है उसके ऊपर कानूनी कार्रवाई हो सकती है, लेकिन मारपीट करना ये उचित नहीं है. और संजय गायकवाड़ को मैं निश्चित रूप से इसके बारे में ज़रूर उसको मैंने कहा भी है कि ऐसा करना उचित नहीं है।
मेरे पार्टी का है, मेरे पार्टी का नहीं हो सकता। जानबूझकर ये सारी चीजें चल रही है, एक बड़ी साजिश है, इसके पीछे एक षड्यंत्र मुझे नजर आ रहा है, क्योंकि एसएनसी का तो दावा था कि वो चीफ मिनिस्टर बने, नहीं बनाया गया, तो उनको तो बेरहमी से वो इंतजार करते हैं।
We have both Anuj and Sujata joining us on the story. Anuj, to you first. You've been speaking to leaders from the assemblies, many of them condemning this act, no doubt about it. They are denouncing what has happened. But the fact remains that despite Chief Minister and Deputy CM's assurance, no disciplinary action against this man, Gaikwad, no action whatsoever. They've only been saying that they do not support this violent form of behavior on his part. So, but you know, people are casually going around beating up people despite all kinds of promises and assurances given. But take us through all the reactions, especially from the ruling party that you've been getting, and will there be any action? What is the sense you're getting?
Radhika, two things. Firstly, of course, everyone has been condemning the violence, but many of them are doing it on a surface level, and this includes the opposition members as well. We just heard Uddhav Thackeray speak about it, and you know, it's very rare for Uddhav Thackeray to not unleash on the other party, especially if it is the Shinde faction, because they have been arch rivals and they are the direct competitors in whichever election they fight. And you know, the opposition parties here have been giving what can also be termed as an easy rope to to the MLA in question and not really ghirawing him over this matter. Yes, questions have been raised by NCP SP, be it Jitendra Awad, questions have been raised by Nana Patole, to whom we spoke to, and of course Uddhav Thackeray as well. But the strength and the tenacity that we see in the opposition when it comes to ghirawing a leader, you know, especially when his act has gone viral and has got no defense for it, that is exactly when such kind of strong reactions are expected, but that hasn't come, one. Secondly, we've seen that a lot of leaders and a lot of members from the ruling parties, especially from BJP and Shiv Sena, have again condemned the act of violence, but have also justified it by saying that the food and the quality of the food wasn't up to the mark. Well, that may or may not be the question at all, but it's the violence and the fact that, you know, the server there was beaten not once but multiple times, not just by the minister but also by the minister's associates. And other than that, the minister just didn't do it in the fit of rage. We saw that when this incident happened yesterday. Today morning we spoke to him. Throughout the day he interacted with the media, but not a single ounce of remorse or guilt was seen on his face. Yes, Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis did address this matter at 1 p.m. in the Vidhan Parishad, and he was in fact the first leader in the government to unequivocally call this out and state that regardless of what your complaints about the food would be, there is a procedure to approach it. But to go and hit around people, especially when you're one of the policy makers, and that too in the government, in the state, such kind of acts are not justified. And after that, a similar suit was followed by Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde. More importantly, Devendra Fadnavis, while addressing this matter, said that the action should be decided by the chairman of Vidhan Parishad and Speaker of Vidhan Sabha, which means that Devendra Fadnavis has in a way pulled himself out of this entire situation, and because the MLA canteen is involved in this, and because an MLA is involved in this while the session is in place, he's put the ball in the court of the chairperson of the of the Maharashtra Assembly, raising larger questions on, is this another attempt by the government to give an easy rope to one of their own MLAs?
Absolutely, Anuj. Of course, verbal assurances being given by the state government, by the political leadership. Opposition is trying to aggressively counter what has happened. But we'll have to see how it plays out in the days to come. Before we go to Sujata, Abhishek, my colleague, spoke to Gaikwad himself, who has completely justified his act. We listen into that, and besides that, he also spoke to several of the eyewitnesses who were present in the hotel, in the canteen where I'm standing at the time, who spoke about what exactly transpired and how they also condemned this incident. Let's listen into all of these reactions.
विधायक है, वो भी रूलिंग पार्टी के विधायक है, इस तरीके से हाथ उठाना कितना जायज़ लगता है आपको?
मैं विधायक भी हूँ और मैं योद्धा भी हूँ। जब
सब भाषा में समझाने के बाद में कोई समझता नहीं है, तो बाला साहब ठाकरे जी ने हमको भाषा सिखाई भी है, जिसका इस्तेमाल मैंने किया है।
ये वो वीडियो में खास तौर से दिख रहा है आपने घूसों का भी उपयोग किया, झापट का भी उपयोग किया, लात भी मारने की कोशिश की। ऐसे में कंप्लेन कर सकते हैं आप?
मैंने कंप्लेंट किया, 4 बार किया, इसलिए मेरी जान मतलब मेरी सटक गई। मैं जूडो चैंपियन हूँ, मैं जिम्नास्टिक चैंपियन हूँ, मैं कराटे चैंपियन हूँ, मैं कुश्ती चैंपियन हूँ, तलवारबाजी, दापट्टा, कुश्ती का सब मैं चैंपियन हूँ, इसलिए मैं कुछ भी यूज कर सकता हूँ।
सर आप विधायक हैं, आपको लोग देखते हैं, आपसे लोग इंस्पायर होते हैं। ऐसे अगर आप देखें इस तरीके के कृत्य करेंगे तो लोग भी प्रवुक्त हो जाएंगे, कहीं वहाँ भी हिंसा होगी, क्योंकि एक तरीका होता है सर।
जब प्रशासन काम करता नहीं है, बार बार कंप्लेंट करने के बाद भी, तो जनता क्या करेगी? वो तो कायदा हाथ में लेगी ना। अब एक आमदार कंप्लेंट करता है और उसके अगर कोई दखल लेता नहीं है, उसमें अगर कार्रवाई करता नहीं है, तो ये एक आमदार क्या करेगा? खुद की जान देगा? बार बार बोलेगा नहीं अभी इतना तुमने सड़ा हुआ दिया, कल कीड़े पड़े हुआ खाना हमको खिला, ऐसा बोलेगा आमदार? मैं इतना गांधीवादी नहीं हूँ मैं।
आखिरकार जिस तरीके से वीडियो वायरल हुआ है, प्रश्न उपस्थित हो रहे हैं, तो कहीं ना कहीं एक विधायक होने के नाते एक मॉरल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी बनती है। आपको थोड़ा भी मलाल है कि इस तरीके से नहीं होता? या
कोई मलाल नहीं है, मुझे कोई मलाल नहीं है, मुझे कोई ये विषय में ऐसा महसूस नहीं होता है कि मैंने कोई गलत किया है।
अच्छा, इसकी आप कहाँ इसको उठाएंगे, क्योंकि ये बहुत गंभीर विषय भी है?
अभी हम विधानसभा में अध्यक्ष महोदय जी से पॉइंट ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन में बात रखने का प्रयास करेंगे। कनेक्टिंग मिनिस्टर जो है हमारे भुजबल साहब, उनको भी हम बताएंगे, और फूड एंड ड्रग्स को भी हम कंप्लीट करने का
शिवसेना स्टाइल की जो आपने बात की है वो हमने देखा, लेकिन इस समय जो वातावरण है पूरे महाराष्ट्र में, खास करके मुंबई में, वो स्टाइल मनसे और उभाटागढ़ भी करते हुए नजर आ रहा है सड़कों पर। कैसे देखते हो उसे?
तो उनके बारे में मैं कुछ बोलना नहीं चाहूँगा। वो ये जो महाराष्ट्र में चल रहा है, ये महाराष्ट्र के हित का नहीं है।
हम इस वक्त उसी होटल में है, हमारे साथ होटल का स्टाफ है। जिस तरीके से योगेश जी के साथ हुआ, आपके साथ भी हो सकता है। कितना जायज़ लगता है इस तरीके से? अगर कुछ चीज़ खराब है उसका एक तरीका होता है, लेकिन क्या कहेंगे?
आके करो, हाँ बराबर है, कर सकते हैं। अभी अब मंत्री आके उसके साथ 20-25 आदमी जो रहते हैं, आके एक आदमी को मारना, गरीब आदमी को मारना, ये कौन सा तरीका है? ये कौन सा तरीका है? अभी वो कायदे कानून है, वो खराब है, वो करो, ये करो, कानून कायदे कानून, वो छोड़ के मारा मारी। मंत्री बनते क्या मारा मारी करने के लिए बनते?
लेकिन आपने एक महत्वपूर्ण बात बताई कि उनके साथ 10-15 लोग थे जो मिल के मार रहे थे, ऐसा कुछ हुआ था क्या?
बराबर है, वो लोग ही आदमी था ना, वो लोग ही आदमी था, वो लोग ही मारा। पहला वो मंत्री ने वो काली बनीन में था, वो मारा, मारने के बाद दूसरा 2-3 आदमी मारा।
मंत्री नहीं, वो विधायक है सर, विधायक मतलब एमएलए है।
एमएलए क्या मालूम, भगवान जानते एमएलए क्या है।
लेकिन कितना जायज़ लगता है इस तरीके से? कभी आप भी हो सकते हो, ये भाई भी हो सकते हैं, जो आप मेहनत से काम करते हो, कुछ अगर तकलीफ है तो उसकी बताना चाहिए कि इस तरीके से मारना चाहिए।
अरे मारा मारी नहीं करना चाहिए, जो चीज़ खराब है आके बोलना चाहिए, ये खराब है, ये करो, वो करो करके उसको सजा देना चाहिए। वो छोड़ के मारा मारी, ऐसा होता है क्या मारा मारी?
आप लोग जितने लोग हैं काम कर रहे हैं, दिन रात मेहनत करते हैं, रोजी रोटी के लिए काम करते हैं, और इस तरीके का अगर हादसा हो जाता है तो सही है कि गलत है? ये
गलत है, एकदम गलत है,
गलत है, बिल्कुल गलत है,
बहुत गलत है।
आप भी हो सकते थे, आपको भी मारा जा सकता है।
मारा जा सकता था, अंगुली उठाया जा सकता था मेरे पे। मैं अन्ना को बचाया, मेरे पे हाथ उठा रहा था और मारने के लिए मेरे को हाँ मेरे को बोला।
नहीं, कल जब ये हुआ आप थे क्या?
हाँ थे, मैं था, मैं अन्ना को पकड़ के उठाया, ठीक है, बोलता तू मत बोले तो तेरे को मारूंगा मैं।
And what is unfortunate is that this is not an isolated incident. We've seen MNS goons targeting poor people in the name of Marathi language. We've called them out as well, but no concrete action there either. Let's go straight across to Sujata. Sujata, of course, this man, Sanjay Gaikwad, doesn't want to apologize. He has absolutely no regret or remorse. Now, you know, we've been covering this canteen since this morning, and you've been here as well. What is very shocking and laughable is that FDA is here to examine food quality, and instead of taking action against this individual, they're more bothered about the food quality. So the priority here is certainly mixed up as far as the administration is concerned.
Well, absolutely, and we also heard some of these leaders who spoke about the quality of the food not being appropriate, because of which Sanjay Gaikwad was on this position that he could hit the worker. Now we know that Sanjay Gaikwad he completely refused to apologize, called himself a warrior, and stated that this was the Shiv Sena style. Now this inflammatory behavior has not been new, because because we know that he represents the Buldhana constituency, and it was he himself back in September 2024 who stated that he would reward a person with 11 lakh rupees if they go on to chop the head of our leader Rahul Gandhi and get it. So such controversial statements and actions is a regular activity for the leader, and this time it was him doing something which was condemnable, which is being condemned by the government itself, but yet he says that what he's done is warrior worthy and that he's got no regret, and if the food served to him is not of good quality, such action should have been done, which he did. So justification from his end is clearly he's non-apologetic, and he's clearly right is what he thinks. And at this point it is though the Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Minister who did condemn and distance themselves from this incident, yet the FDO officials, they reached the canteen, they inspected the food, and while we were there they were sitting after the entire inspection. The FDO inspectors were present there. While we tried speaking to them, they say that Mr. Navekar, who the commissioner of the FDA, is going to put out a statement on this entire inspection being done. But what was it that was really inspected? Because we know for a matter that it was Sanjay Gaikwad who also stated in his statement that there have been multiple complaints earlier as well, and they have ensured that the complaints were brought out, yet no actions being taken, and the dal and rice that were offered to him was completely and very poorly stale. So was it really a regular thing that is happening at the canteen is also the second side of the coin that is being inspected. But at this point it is the government who should be more concerned about the behavior of the MLA, because we know that repercussions since the last few days has been ongoing in the city of Mumbai and Maharashtra because of the MNS carrying out such activities of violence in the state, and now a leader, a lawmaker from the ruling party doing so somewhere really raises concern of where this could really lead to, because the opposition though has been criticizing it, but they also say that if the lawmaker themselves take the law into their hands, how is it that the opposition or any other faction would not do so? So there are multiple things to this, and how do they react to this, and why is suo motu cognizance not taken yet on the leader is also something to look after, because inflammatory behavior by the leader is not new, that we have been noticing by his end in the last few days or months to be called so.
Absolutely. Let's go back to Anuj. Anuj, as Sujata had been pointing out, this man is not new to controversies. But if we were to look at, once again, the political reactions bit of it, we've been seeing a pattern of VVIP, thuggery, hooliganism happening. We've been covering extensively of MNS hooliganism, how they had been going around beating up people in the name of Marathi language. But what's the stand of opposition at this point? As far as MNS was concerned, opposition was really backing MNS to an extent, although they kept saying that, one shouldn't take law into their hands and so on. But in this case, is opposition aggressively seeking action, or is it just lip service or just casually denouncing this entire incident?
When it comes to endorsing or practicing violence as a political tool, it is nothing new in Maharashtra. It has been used since time immemorial, ever since the creation of the state. And the position of the parties has always changed according to convenience and according to which end of the, which extreme end of either being the victim or the perpetrator they are at. And that's how the positions change, which is why no single party in Maharashtra has stayed loyal either with the victim or has stayed loyal against the perpetrator in its history. And even in this episode, we can see a similar thing. One extremely funny thing that I'd like to point out is when Abhishek was interviewing, this individual, Sanjay Gaikwad, in the morning, and, when he's trying to ask whether there's any sort of remorse or guilt, of course, Sanjay Gaikwad goes, on a spree of saying about how the problem was with the servers, the problem was with the people who were giving food, and not really with him, kind of acting out violently. But the moment the acts of UBT and MNS were brought out, that is where he drew the line and talked about how, certain acts of violence are wrong and the others are not. not. Similarly, when we spoke to UBT MLC Anil Parab just a while back, in fact, he was the one who had posed this question to Devendra Fadnavis when the proceedings were going on in Vidhan Parishad. He condemned the violence. He talked about constitutionality. He talked about how this does not support the ethics of a politician or of an MLA. But when questioned about the support that the UBT is extending to MNS over the violence in Mira Bhayandar, that is where he brought the garb of linguistic pride and how, for one's own mother language, everything in a way is forgiven. So these double standards, the state is not new to them. But an important point of concern here, especially, from the government is, does it question the stronghold of Devendra Fadnavis? Devendra Fadnavis, for the longest time, has been considered to be a leader who has a very strong hold over his leaders or over his ministers. While that has been true, especially as far as BJP is concerned, a similar kind of pattern is not seen when it comes to the allies. We saw how even after months and months of struggle and public protests and civic society protests against Dhananjay Munde, a minister from the NCP AP party, it is only when some really heinous pictures were out was Fadnavis forced to set him go off from his cabinet. Similarly, we are seeing that when it comes to Fadnavis acting against Eknath Shinde's MLAs, things look a little different. So it might be a small independent issue, but does this shed light on the larger equation between the Mahayuti party is the bigger question.
Absolutely, valid points there being raised by Anuj. Sujata, if I may come to you. Now, be it Gaikwad or be it any of those MNS goons, they have just one thing to say, that they do not regret. They will continue their fight. They will continue, acting against people who insult them and so on. Of course, the nature of insult, so-called insult, is different. One in the name of Marathi language, another because of poor quality of food. But the commonality here is that these people are influential, powerful. They know they have the backing of political leadership. So when you spoke to some of those MNS goons or the Sena leaders, what's the sense you got? Where are they getting, this kind of confidence and this fearlessness from?
Well, absolutely, Radhika. And the most unfortunate part in this entire incident is that these episodes that are happening, the accused in the matter of, per se, the person who's responsible to be doing such activities, they've got no regret. Now, talking about the MNS incident that had happened, we spoke not only to Reshma Tapase, who was the state vice president, but also, other leaders of the MNS, and they're of the view that if something like this repeats, then such activities would be carried out, and they would ensure that the person learns the language through violence, if not in a good manner. Now, this is a direct threat that is being issued on national television by these leaders, like we saw in the morning, being done by Mr. Gaikwad, who clearly says, and he even, gives us a list of the sports that he knows and how can he utilize it in such situations. And instead, he could have dealt this with peace and also, informing the canteen that something of such sort has happened and stale food should not be provided to the people or the customers who are coming in to eat. Now, we know that this is MNS who has been praising itself for such activities that they do, and they call it the MNS style. Now, soon after, we were just going through and covering the MNS style. Now, there's a new Shiv Sena style that has emerged, and this is again resorting to violence. So, will it be tomorrow the BJP coming up or any other political party coming up and stating it as their style, and what could it be? This thought makes it even more dangerous. Now, we know that the government truly condemned what happened in Mira Road. They allowed the MNS to carry out a protest, yet violence was not welcomed in Maharashtra is what the leaders say. But at this point, now that we know, like Anuj mentioned, that they're all being giving statements on surface level, trying to be cautious with the statements that they give, because of course this is concerning a leader from their own political party. How do they take it up is something very serious, because if this would have been something from the opposition, we clearly know that there would be actions being initiated and immediately there would be a FIR in the matter. But again, considering the video evidence that is currently present with across platforms, and why is the suo motu cognizance not been taken in the matter? Why is it that the FIR has not been registered? Because a poor worker was assaulted, he was thrashed, and today he's been asked to not attend his service and be at home and not come in the public eye again. So is it through any of the pressure that it has been done, or what is the entire matter behind the picture is something to uncrust. And at this point, it is Mr. Gaikwad still having no guilt about what he did, and he goes on to say that if these stale food are being provided in the canteen, he knows how to deal with such people in Shiv Sena style. Over to you.
All right. Thank you, Sujata, for giving us those extensive details on the story. Thanks to Anuj as well. And as Sujata had been pointing out, surface-level statements being given by politicians there. Let's listen in to some of those reactions.
सेना यूबीटी के अनिल परब साहब है। आपने ये मुद्दा जो है, जो आज पूरे देश में इसके बारे में बात की जा रही है, वो असेंबली में उठाया। चीफ मिनिस्टर के रिस्पॉन्स से आप कितने खुश हो?
मैंने चीफ मिनिस्टर को बोला है कि एथिक्स नाम की कोई चीज़ होती है। एमएलए ने कैसा रहना चाहिए, कैसा बिहेव करना चाहिए। आज जिस तरह से दादागिरी चल रही है, जिस तरह से मार रहे, इस तरह की दादागिरी ये मुख्यमंत्री सहेंगे क्या? अब देखना है मुख्यमंत्री क्या कार्रवाई करते हैं।
सर, इसमें यूबीटी सेना का भी मतलब जो हम देख रहे हैं कि सपोर्ट उन्होंने एमएनएस को एक तरीके से दिया था, जो भी मेरा महेंद्र में इशू हुआ, तो क्या सारी सेना एक तरीके से इस वायलेंस को एंडोर्स करती है?
वायलेंस को एंडोर्स नहीं कर रही है, लेकिन मेरे राज्य में मेरे भाषा को कोई गलत तरीके से दबा रहा है तो उसका जवाब तो देना ही पड़ेगा।
फाइनली सर बताइए कि कितना भरोसा है आपको स्पीकर पे, चेयरपर्सन पे, चीफ मिनिस्टर पे कि इस मामले में
ना अधिवेशन चल रहा है, अधिवेशन में देखेंगे क्या होता है।
हमारे साथ बीजेपी के सीनियर नेता सुधीर मुनगंटीवार है। सर, एक वीडियो हर जगह फैला हुआ है, हाँ, आप ही के अलायंस पार्टनर के एक एमएलए मारपीट करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। आपकी पहली रिएक्शन क्या रहेगी उसकी?
नहीं, मैंने जानकारी ली, आमदार निवास में बहुत ही घटिया दर्जे का खाना दिया गया। बार बार विधायक जी ने उस कैंटीन के ओनर को, कॉन्ट्रैक्टर को बार बार बताया, उसके बाद भी शायद उसने अपने रवैये को सुधारा नहीं। तो शायद कभी कभी उसकी वजह से विधायक जी ने जो गुस्सा है, वो गुस्सा ऐसे तरीके से उसने व्यक्त किया होगा, ऐसा मुझे लगता। मुझे पूरी जानकारी नहीं है, मगर दोनों बातें हमें सोचनी चाहिए कि उन्होंने तो कोई रिपोर्ट नहीं दी जिसने मार खाया। इसका मतलब क्या है? उसको अपनी गलती का एहसास होगा।
रिपोर्ट ना देने का कारण ऐसा भी हो सकता है कि विधायक है, उनको उनसे आगे डर लग रहा होगा, शायद रिलेशन।
महाराष्ट्र में तो हजारों लोग केस करते भैया, क्यों किसको डर रहा है? लोग तो मुख्यमंत्री जी के खिलाफ में केस करते हैं, मुझे नहीं लगता कि डर होगा।
सर, गुस्सा आना लाजमी है, वो बात आपने, आपसे पहले जितेंद्र अवार्ड, उन सब ने यही चीज़ कही कि खाने की क्वालिटी थोड़ी क्वेश्चनेबल है, पर हिंसा किस हद तक जस्टिफाइबल है? क्योंकि वो खुद एक पॉलिसी मेकर है, पूरी देश आज इस चीज़ के बारे में बात करे और महाराष्ट्र का नाम कहीं ना कहीं इस चीज़ की वजह से खराब होते हुए आपको नहीं नजर आ रहा?
नहीं, आपकी बात से मैं सहमत हूँ, मगर इतना गुस्सा भी किसी ने दिखाना नहीं चाहिए। ये भी तो देखना होगा ना। देखो, हम विधायक भी होंगे तो एक आम आदमी है। विधायक होने से कोई हम भगवान ने हमें कोई स्पेशल कैटेगरी में डाल दिया, ऐसा तो होता नहीं है। तो कभी कभी ऐसी घटनाएं जो होती है, इसका हम समर्थन नहीं करते, मगर हमने इस विषय को लेकर सभी ने गंभीरता से सोचना चाहिए। जब कोई विधायक किसी कर्मचारी पे हाथ उठाता है, नहीं उठाना चाहिए, मगर क्यों उठाता है ये भी सोचना चाहिए।
जो संजय गायकवाड़ इसमें जो एमएलए है, उन्होंने कल रात को इंसिडेंट हुआ, आज उन्होंने हमसे बात की, कहीं रिमोर्स, गिल्ट या हल्की सी भी माफ़ी मांगने की उन्होंने कोशिश नहीं की। ठीक है, हम समझ सकते हैं कि खाना शायद बुरा होगा, क्वालिटी बुरी होगी, बट जैसे आपने कहा कि आप समर्थन नहीं कर सकते, कम से कम एमएलए माफ़ी मांग सकते हैं उस गरीब से।
ऐसा है, बहुत ही ज़्यादा गंदा खाना दिया होगा शायद कि वो गुस्सा निकल नहीं रहा होगा। ऐसा होने की संभावना नकार नहीं सकते। बहुत ही गंदा खाना दिया और एक बार, 3 बार, 4 बार, 5 बार कहने के बाद भी दिया, तो ये गुस्सा जो है तो वो निकलता नहीं है कभी कभी।
ओके, थैंक यू सो मच। We have Yogesh Kadam here with us. Mr. Kadam, what would we say to Sanjay Gaikwad? We've seen that his video has gone viral of hitting a canteen worker.
I think the due complaint should have been filed. He did not have to take the law in his hand. Thank you.
That was Yogesh Kadam, Minister of State Home Department, in a rush to attend the assembly right now, made it very clear that a due complaint should have been filed and violence should have been avoided. गायकवाड़ का वीडियो सामने आया, उसके ऊपर आपका पहला रिएक्शन क्या रहेगा?
उसके ऊपर एक्शन होना चाहिए। ऐसे गरीबों को मारने का अधिकार नहीं है किसी को, और कानून हाथ में लेने का अधिकार नहीं है।
सर, अभी भी उन्होंने कोई माफ़ी नहीं मांगी है इस चीज़ के बारे में। उन्होंने कहा है कि क्योंकि खाना अच्छा नहीं था इसलिए एक्शन लिया गया। तो ये आता है,
अक्षर कानून हाथ में लेके नहीं किया जा सकता ना।
और सर, क्या ये दिखाता है कि जो गवर्नमेंट है वो अपने खुद के आमदार या एमएलएज के खिलाफ एक तरीके से सॉफ्ट स्टांस रख रहा है? क्योंकि जब एमएनएस या फिर जो बाहर वायलेंस हुआ उसके ऊपर तो वो काफ़ी क्लियरली
सरकार प्रायोजित है, जो महाराष्ट्र में हिंदी मराठी का जो झगड़ा शुरू किया गया, ये सरकार प्रायोजित है।
सर, आपकी इमीडिएट डिमांड क्या रहेगी इस संजय गायकवाड़ केस में?
सरकार ने एक्शन लेना चाहिए। कानून हाथ में किसी को लेने का अधिकार नहीं है, कानून सबके लिए समान होता है।
क्या एकनाथ शिंदे जी का भी कर्तव्य बनता है कि जल्द से जल्द इस चीज पे स्टेटमेंट?
सरकार ने ही एक्शन लेना है, कानून किसी को हाथ में लेने का अधिकार नहीं है।
In a related development, MNS workers vandalized toll plaza in Washim. In fact, a bunch of MNS workers went ahead and destroyed several portions of this particular toll booth and plaza. MNS workers have justified this act. Unfortunately, this hooliganism is only continuing. Let's listen in to some of the reactions we have.
कल शाम को वाशिम रूरल पुलिस स्टेशन के जुरिस्डिक्शन में तोंडगांव टोल नाके पे 3 आरोपियों ने वहाँ के टोल मैनेजर से पैसे छीन लिए 5,000 रुपये और साथ ही में वहाँ के टोल की काफ़ी तोड़फोड़ भी की है। इन लोगों ने कुछ दिन पहले टोल मैनेजर से पैसे की डिमांड भी की थी। उनके खिलाफ़ पुलिस स्टेशन में एफआईआर दर्ज की है रेलेवेंट सेक्शंस के अंडर और उन आरोपियों का नाम है गजानन वैरागड़े जो मनसे के वाहतुक शाखा जिलाध्यक्ष है, उमेश टोलमारे जो वाहतुक शहराध्यक्ष है और सीताराम चवड़े। इन तीनों को अरेस्ट करने के लिए अलग अलग टीम्स बनाई गई है और उनका लोकेशन हम रेगुलरली ट्रैक कर रहे हैं। इन पर पुलिस सख्त से सख्त का।
Mumbai citizens are sick and tired of this political high-handedness that we've been witnessing over the last few days. In fact, what they are seeking is concrete action against these political individuals. We have multiple reactions coming in from citizens there condemning whatever has been happening in the state of Maharashtra in the name of language, in the name of food quality. So criticism towards a political thuggery is what citizens are talking about. Let's take a look.
द्वारा जब दाल सही नहीं परोसी गई तो कैंटीन के आदमी की पिटाई कर दी गई, ये आपको कितना सही लगता है? लेकिन पीटना चाहिए ऐसे नहीं, गलत बात है।
गलत बात
मतलब क्या कर सकते हैं
मैम? उसके लिए आर्गुमेंट कर सकते हैं, पैसे बिल के लिए हो सकते हैं, पर मारना पीटना गलत है जी।
मारपीट बहुत ज्यादा होने लग गई है महाराष्ट्र में, आपको ऐसा लगता है?
हाँ मैम, छोटी छोटी बातों पे होते रहती है
वजह पाओ। कई बार ऐसा होता है कि देखिए आपका खाना सही नहीं होता तो आप क्या मारपीट पर उतर जाएंगे सीधा इनके साथ?
नहीं नहीं, ऐसा क्यों? क्योंकि भाई इंसान से ही गलती होता है। हाँ, तो कुछ जिस मिस्टेक रहेगा तो उनको पता है कि भाई ये मिस्टेक है तो उसको सुधार करेंगे।
जैसा व्यवहार किया जाए वैसा, लेकिन अगर सामने वाला शांत है, चुपचाप आपको सॉरी बोल रहा हो,
ऐसा खाने पीने में ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए ना। गड़बड़ी खाने पीने का मामला ये समझाऊंगा उसको 1-2 बार।
एक नेता है शिवसेना के, वो सीधा मारपीट पर उतर गए, कैंटीन वाले को बहुत जोर जोर का मारने लगे
क्या? लेकिन अभी उसके आगे पहले कुछ हुआ होगा ना, अभी क्यों मारा है? अभी कोई नेता किसी के ऊपर हाथ उठा तो कुछ ऐसा कुछ हुआ होगा ना, वो भी तो मालूम होना मुझे ना।
तो ऐसा कभी हुआ है कि कुछ कंप्लेंट आई हो दाल को लेकर?
नहीं, हमारे साथ कंप्लेंट नहीं।
एक नेता है संजय गायकवाड़, उन्होंने क्या किया है कि उनकी दाल खराब थी तो जैसे कैंटीन में काम करने वाले लड़के होते हैं उनसे मारपीट कर ली, बहुत मारा है उन्हें।
अपने इधर खराब दाल सीधा फेंक देते हैं, वेस्ट होता है वो हटा देते हैं।
लेकिन गलत है, जब अगर सपोज कोई आपके पास खराबी आए खाने को लेकर तो आप लोग क्या करते हैं?
उस्ताद को रिएक्शन करेगा, उसको बोलेगा ऐसा क्या क्या कैसा हुआ, उसको समझाते हैं, बताते हैं।
लेकिन मारपीट करना ये सही है?
मेरे को सही नहीं।
We will of course continue tracking this developing story till action is taken against Gaikwad and several other VVIP thugs. This is a developing story and we will be up to speed as far as this NDTV campaign is concerned. With that, we'll slip into a short break. On the other side, Osama will join you.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
जनता के पास सवाल ही सवाल है, जवाब ढूंढने को वो देखती है न्यूज़ और देखती है यहाँ तो सवालों का मायाजाल है। ऊपर से ये अलग फाइट है, कोई पूरा लेफ्ट तो कोई पूरा राइट है। बीच में मुद्दे के साथ कौन है, जनता को जवाब चाहिए। इसीलिए सवालों की परेड नहीं, मैं लाऊंगा खबरों की कचहरी। मैं शुभांकर मिश्रा, मेरे साथ देखिए कचहरी रात 8 बजे सिर्फ एनडीटीवी इंडिया पर।
But I'd like to start this off by asking you, Vishnu, what you think about the whole question of India not having stealth fighters right now.
It's a huge
Everyone's
problem.
trying to sell them to us as well.
It's a huge problem, Shiv. Let's face it, in as much as we love
Welcome back. The big story that we are tracking at this point of time is a shocking story from Thane. Students, they were allegedly forced to strip for what is being called a period check in school, which left them humiliated and traumatized. The outraged parents, they were protesting. They are demanding the principal's arrest and answers from the school staff. An investigation is currently underway. It is being reported that after seeing blood drops in the school bathroom, the school administration took the girl students of class 5th to 10th to the bathroom and got it checked. An absolutely shocking story coming from Thane in Maharashtra. These students, they were allegedly forced to strip for period check in school. And the parents, they are protesting, and these are the visuals that you can see on your screen. These are visuals from Shahpur in Thane. The outraged parents, they are protesting. There is also police presence in the school. At the moment, the principal, they are demanding the principal's arrest. They are also seeking answers from the school staff. From what we understand at this moment, the investigation is currently underway in this particular case. So the outraged parents, they're protesting in the school. These visuals are from the Shahpur school, R.S. Damani school in Shahpur in Thane. As I mentioned, it is being reported that after seeing blood drops in the school bathroom, the school administration took these girl students to the bathroom and got it checked. In fact, I'm currently joined by my colleague Anuj Raite on the phone line live, in fact, to get us more on this. Anuj, this is an absolutely, horrific story that is coming from Shahpur in Thane. Take us through what exactly transpired.
Osama rightly put, this is an extremely horrific story that we are getting. Where in a very reputed school in Thane of
All right, we'll try and get Anuj back online. In fact, shifting our focus to our other big story that we are tracking at this point of time. This is coming from Himachal Pradesh. 85 people have died due to heavy rain and cloudburst in Himachal Pradesh. 35 people are still missing and around 130 are still injured. On the other hand, from what we believe, the weather department, Himachal Pradesh has received 34% more rain than normal in the monsoon season last month, and this has broken the record of the last 12 years. The rains have just begun. The monsoon season, in fact, has just begun, and if the situation remains the same in the coming days, then the problems may increase.
अभी तक क्या राहत का पैकेज का आपने ऐलान किया है, क्योंकि बहुत सारे लोग लापता हैं, मारे भी गए हैं, उनको किस तरीके का कितना मुआवजा उनको दिया जाएगा?
जिसका घर पूर्ण रूप से नष्ट होगा उसको हम 7 लाख रुपया देंगे। हाँ। और जो हमारा आंशिक रूप से होगा उसको 1 लाख रुपया देंगे। हाँ। और जिसकी शॉप्स बह गई है उसकी शॉप के हिसाब से उसको पैसा देंगे। अभी आने वाले समय में कैबिनेट में इस हफ्ता राहत पैकेज को मंजूर करवाया जाएगा।
सर, अभी तक हिमाचल में कितना लॉस हुआ है, कितनी मौतें हुई हैं सर, उसका अगर आकलन आप लोगों ने किया हो तो?
देखिए, अभी हिमाचल में तो तकरीबन 78 के करीब जब से ये आपदा आई है, पूरे प्रदेश में 78 के करीब मौत हुई है और मैं ये कह सकता हूँ कि 800 करोड़ रुपए का नुकसान हुआ है। नुकसान कई ऐसे क्षेत्र है जहाँ पीने की पानी की योजनाएं बह गई है, जहाँ बिजली के खंभे उखड़ गए हैं, जहाँ मकान सड़कें पूरी तरह बह गई है। और ये देखने वाली बात है, तकरीबन हमने यहाँ दिन रात मशीनें लगाकर, पहले शुरू में हमने कम थी मशीन्स क्योंकि मशीन जाने के लिए रास्ता नहीं था, आज भी यहाँ 50 मशीनें लगाकर इस रोड को खिलाने की दिशा में हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं।
लेकिन सर बीजेपी का लगातार आरोप है कि आप यहाँ पर आए नहीं और राज्य सरकार के काम यहाँ पर सर दिख नहीं रहे हैं, इस तरीके का बीजेपी आरोप लगा रही है।
मुझे एक चीज़ बताइए, ये जो सड़कें खुलवाई है किसने खुलवाई? ये बीजेपी के आरोपों ने नहीं खुलवाई, ये सरकार ने खुलवाई। और ये जो राशन यहाँ पहुँचा, जो लंगर लगा, ये बीजेपी की राजनीति के नहीं है, ये सरकार खुलवा रही है। पीने की पानी की योजनाओं को शुरू कौन करवा रहा है? वो तो सिर्फ सोशल मीडिया में आकर पिक्चर खिंचवाना चाहते हैं, वास्तविक रूप में हम सेवा कर रहे हैं।
All right, breaking news coming in at this point. The Financial Action Task Force, that is the FATF, has revealed a shocking report on terror financing, highlighting the misuse of e-commerce platforms and online payment services by the terrorist groups. According to this report, the 2019 Pulwama attack bomb materials were procured through Amazon and PayPal, and it was used to fund terror activities. The FATF report has revealed that terrorists exploited Amazon and PayPal to fund terror strikes in India. In fact, the use of e-commerce platforms in the procurement of materials for a terrorist attack in India is what is being highlighted by the FATF. In fact, my colleague Mohammad Ghazali joins us to get us more on this. Ghazali, take us through what exactly this report says.
See, this particular report highlights that how payment gateways or even the websites, e-commerce websites, are not just used for buying or purchasing those ingredients which can trigger terror attacks, but are also being used for financial terror activities. Basically, in one of the instances, the report suggests that how when the Gorakhnath temple attack happened in 2022, one of the accused had made financial transactions on PayPal website, and later his account was suspended by PayPal after the authorities raised alarm over it. In the second instance, it is talking about the Pulwama terror attack, in which our security forces were killed. Even in that particular terrorist strike, a key ingredient to assemble the bomb or the explosive was purchased through one of the e-commerce websites. So, in a bid to check on how these e-commerce websites are being misutilized by the terror groups, the reports highlights that these should be checked in order to curb terror activities through online platforms.
Right, Ghazali, in fact, very quickly, what challenges do the law enforcement agencies face in tracking and preventing such terror financing, especially through these digital platforms now?
See, that opens a wider debate because it also leads to then surveillance and also raises the issue of how the government authorities or the government agencies can track individual transactions over internet through these online portals. Though the government has always been very efficient, the security agencies keep an eye on fraudulent transactions, suspicious transactions, but it's still, those actors, non-state actors who are backing terror activities, or even in some cases, some state actors who are backing terror activities do utilize or sort of misuse the platform for pushing terror money.
All right, Mohammad Ghazali, thank you very much for getting us all those details. Shifting our focus to Bengaluru, where another horrifying case of murder has come to light. A husband has killed his wife by strangling her and trampling her to death by stepping on her neck. This couple hails from Srinivaspura. Both of them, they had completed their bachelor's in engineering and they were working in Bengaluru. The couple, they frequently had quarrels at night, and in fact, last night, a fight broke out, the verbal argument, it then turned physical, and this person, Harish, he is said to have beaten her and then strangled her. My colleague Deepak Bopanna joins us to get us more on this. Deepak, take us through exactly what happened.
it's a shocking case, and we've seen multiple of them in the recent past coming to the fore from Bengaluru. One has to really look into what happened here to find out the reason, and the police are doing exactly that, because while the woman was taken to the hospital, the doctors are the ones who have informed the police that there is something wrong. The police visit the house, they visit the neighbors, they speak to the children. The young children are the ones who have actually opened up and said that, their parents were fighting and the father was beating, the mother. After questioning him, he's confessed. They've realized that, they've had an argument. Initially, it was verbal in nature, then turning physical. He's beaten her up and then strangled her, placed his leg on her neck, and eventually, of course, she succumbed. Now, both of them, of course, very well educated, have done their bachelor's in engineering is what we are learning. They were employed. He had recently lost his job. There was a little bit of duress in the relationship in the recent past, but, leading to such a shocking crime is something that nobody within the family or the neighbors expected. The police, of course, continue to investigate the matter to try and ascertain what exactly went wrong for him to take this extreme step.
All right. Deepak Bopanna, thank you very much for getting us all those details. The Gambhira Bridge collapse in Gujarat's Vadodara district has resulted in a tragic loss of 10 lives. According to the latest reports, 10 people have lost their lives, 6 others they have been injured. The bridge, which connects the Anand and Vadodara districts, it gave way during peak morning traffic hours, resulting in fatalities and injuries when the this bridge collapsed. In fact, multiple vehicles they plunged into water. 4 vehicles, including 2 trucks, a Bolero SUV and a pickup van, were crossing the bridge when this bridge suddenly crumbled. The 43-year-old bridge's collapse has raised concerns about infrastructure safety and maintenance.
यहाँ पर जो वाहन गिरे उसकी हमें डिटेल्स मिली है, उसमें 2 ट्रक्स है, एक पिकअप वाहन है, एक इसमें इको था, एक ऑटो रिक्शा था। इतना वाहन अंदर गिरे हैं। 2 व्हीकल ऐसे थे कि ब्रिज पर लिंगरिंग थे, उनको तुरंत ही बाहर निकाला था। कुछ लोग अपने आप वहां से बाहर निकल गए थे, तो बाइक वाले 3 सवार थे, वो तुरंत ही बाहर निकल गए थे। वो अपने उनका बचाव हो गया है। अभी कोऑर्डिनेटेड एफर्ट से रेस्क्यू में जो सबसे पहले अगर कोई ह्यूमन बॉडी है उसको बाहर निकालना है। अगर कोई वहाँ पर लाइफ हम सेव करते हैं तो उस दिशा में कोशिश हमारी जारी है। सेकंड प्रायोरिटी उसके बाद जो व्हीकल्स है उसको हम बाहर निकालेंगे। ट्रैफिक डाइवर्ट ऑलरेडी कर दिया है और बाकी यहाँ पर जो ट्रैफिक जाम हुआ है उसको भी हम वहाँ पर धीरे धीरे क्लियर करने की प्रोसेस भी हमने शुरू कर दिया।
अभी टोटल तो पेशेंट तो 5 आए थे, 5 रेफर हुए हैं। अभी तक हमारे पास 8 और 2 10 बॉडी आई है।
A Jaguar trainer aircraft crashed in Churu in Rajasthan. The Indian Air Force has confirmed that both the pilots have lost their lives. A court of inquiry has been constituted. The cause of the crash is not known yet. Remember, 3 Jaguar have crashed in the last 3 months. In fact, the IAF has issued a statement on the Jaguar crash. It says an IAF Jaguar trainer aircraft met with an accident during a routine training mission and crashed near Churu in Rajasthan. Both pilots sustained fatal injuries in this accident. No damage to any civil property has been reported. The IAF deeply regrets the loss of lives and stands firmly with the bereaved families in this time of grief. A court of inquiry has been constituted to ascertain the cause of this accident. Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, he met Defence Minister Rajnath Singh in Delhi today and discussed organising an aerial display during the Mysuru Dashara festival. They also held talks regarding allotting Defence Department land in Bengaluru for the Defence Corridor and various development work. The Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar, Minister K.J. George, Bhairathi Suresh, Industries Minister M.B. Patil and Delhi Representative Jay Chandra, they were also present at this meeting. And Arunachal Pradesh Chief Minister Pema Khandu has reignited the debate over the border with China. The Chief Minister has said his state shares a 1,200-kilometer long border with Tibet, asserting that it was not with China. Khandu said that while China forcibly occupied Tibet in 1950, he maintains that his state originally shared a boundary with Tibet. Listen in.
In fact, India से कोई भी state directly China से border share नहीं करता है. We share border with Tibet only. ठीक है, 1950 में China लोग वहाँ आके Tibet को ज़बरदस्ती कब्जा किया, वो बात अलग है. So, तो officially yes, Tibet अभी चाइना का अंडर में है, that can't be ruled out. But originally we share border with Tibet. और अरुणाचल में we share 3 international boundaries with Bhutan approximately 150 kilometers. और तिब्बत के साथ में करीबन 1200 kilometers, which is one of the longest in the country. और ईस्टर्न साइड में म्यांमार करीबन 550 किलोमीटर के आसपास.
We'll slip into a very short break, but coming up on the other side is Nationwide at 6 with my colleague Ankit Tyagi.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi posts on his social media X post on his visit to Namibia. He says that the Indian community in Namibia is extremely optimistic about closer India-Namibia friendship, and this reflected in the special welcome in Windhoek. I'm extremely proud of our diaspora, particularly the manner in which they have retained a connect with their culture and traditions.
Pressure on the Indian Air Force to get fighters. Forget about stealth aircraft. The Indian government has made it clear that we're going to bet on the AMCA, which is India's own fighter. But getting these 4.5 generation fighters like the Rafale, which you've already sunk an enormous amount of money into, even the Indian Navy has signed on for them recently, and there are still these delays. But with this announcement, Vishnu, and that's my next question now, I'm wondering whether this means that things are much clearer as far as the MRFA, or we still can't jump the gun on that. I know as far as Indian procurement is concerned, nothing is over until it's over, right? Nothing is over until it's over, especially when the Rafale is theoretically competing against American fighters like the F-15 Eagle II. Yeah. You've got Putin's Sukhoi 35s. You've got the Typhoon theoretically as well. So it ain't over until it's over, and I completely agree with you on that. But by putting out this partnership, and this is not an MOU, this is an agreement which I am assuming is going to fructify into a joint venture.
Yeah. 2028
is when the first fuselages will roll out. Which again, I'm assuming means that work begins now. 2028 is 2 years away. That's like more than just a foot in the door.
No, I would suggest that they are leading in this competition. Yeah. All the Indian Air Force officers that we speak to, and they couch this language carefully, so I'm going to be responsible in how I report this. They say that they've had an exceptional experience with the Rafale. The Rafale is the aircraft of choice for them, but they will go through this process. It is a legal process. It goes down to pricing, tendering, terms, capability of the aircraft, relevance, weapon systems, integration with Indian weapons, and all of that, and then a decision will be taken. Now, we had that same language which was stated in 2018, 2019, same language.
We've heard this before.
2025, nothing has changed, right? However, we've got 26 naval Rafales as well. We will be acquiring them from a few years down the road as a special arrangement. We're getting them starting out in 2028, maybe a handful of them. But India wants 140, and the French would jump at that. Any defense manufacturer in the world would jump at that. Yeah. If our requirement is that, look,
you can't let go of that.
We need it now, or we are finally waking up to the fact that we need it as soon as possible. Then they will all set up, or certainly the French have already acted, and they're setting up this facility. And the Tatas are, and the French are working with them.
बदलाव की इच्छा रखने वाले लोग, उनको ये तय करना है कि वो जनसुराज जैसे नए विकल्प को चुनते हैं कि फिर पिटे पिटाए अपनी पुरानी व्यवस्था में जाना चाहते हैं।
मैं चिराग पासवान पूरी तरीके से बिहार विधानसभा का चुनाव लड़ने के लिए तैयार हूँ और
कि जैसे जी मुख्यमंत्री बने हैं, हमारी पूरी सपोर्ट है उनको। हम किंग मेकर की भूमिका में रहना चाहते हैं।
ये लोग घर से बाहर नहीं निकल पाते।
प्रधानमंत्री जी को बताना चाहिए कि इनका जो बिहार में जो सरकार है, 50% जो नीतीश जी की मंत्रिमंडल में जो लोग बैठे हैं वो परिवारवादी लोग हैं। वो अपने आप को भी परिवारवादी बोले।
जंगल राज लाने वाले मौका देख रहे हैं, अपने पुराने कारनामे करने का मौका ढूंढ रहे हैं।
Hello, good evening and welcome to Nationwide at 6 on NDTV. I am Ankit Tyagi. An action-packed hour lined up for you. And when I say action-packed, literally there is no giving in as far as the Senas are concerned. Literally taking their name, as a military and still creating a lot of ruckus in Maharashtra. We'll speak about the troika of Maharashtra, the Shiv Sena, MNS, Shiv Sena, both factions. They know only one language. They have been cut from the same cloth, and that's what they are displaying to the people of Maharashtra. We'll then shift our focus to Battle of Bihar, where the opposition hits the road against the Election Commission, the SIR drive, in fact, the crosshairs of the opposition, important issues being raised there. We'll talk about that as well. And then we'll also speak about the bridge to death. Seriously, it's literally throwing people to their death. It's an absolute collapse of accountability. This story coming in from Vadodara in Gujarat, and also, in fact, demolishes any claims of any model in the state of Gujarat with the way things are happening there. And it's not the only state. We'll talk about that in detail. Let's start with our top story this evening at this moment. The importance of these 5 visuals. They tell you the story of how similar in gundagardi, in hooliganism, and taking law in their own hand are the 3 Senas. The Maharashtra Navnirman Sena, Shiv Sena Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray, and Shiv Sena, the Shinde faction. All of them are cut from the same cloth. They only speak the language of violence, and that is exactly what has been displayed in all these incidents. And Sena MLA, Shiv Sena Shinde, ruling party there, beating up a man because he did not like the quality of the food, even if the food was the worst. Is this how you behave? Is this the example that you set, being a lawmaker? Then, of course, MNS at it again. This is extortion, MNS style, vandalizing a toll booth. And just a few days back, we've been continuously on NDTV putting focus on the gundagardi, the hooliganism of the MNS workers, where one half-naked, drunk MNS brat, in fact, goes on and unloads on a woman completely, with his abusive language and threats. On the other hand, if you thought Sena UBT was any different, a former MP, in his office, people are brought in, slapped, threatened. The former MP Saab, because he is from the political party Shiv Sena, Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray, sits there, chills, and it all started with this language chauvinism which was being pushed down people's throat literally by slapping a shopkeeper in Mumbai. And that is exactly why I'm saying this is a Panchanama. All these political parties, no matter what they say, they are absolutely zero difference in them. They are all the same. Let's start, first of all, with our top focus this evening. This man is an MLA, ruling party MLA. A ruling party MLA, Mr. Gaikwad, was in the MLA's hostel, ordered food, did not like it, and this is what he does. Comes back with the packet, asks for the waiter, starts slapping him. That was the first slap, one more slap, a punch, and then he pushes him away. This was an MLA, drunk on par at 2 levels. A, he belongs to the Shiv Sena Shinde faction. He is an Amdar, the member of Legislative Assembly of Maharashtra, elected member. And his party is a partner in the government. He thought he will teach people lesson, his style. He will go and beat people, his rowdies stand around him, where all of them egging, beating up the people, and all that they did. But this man, the problem was that he did not like the quality of the food, even if the food was the most worst food that was served to the MLA. So what? Who are you to slap people? You could have gone, complained to the police. This was in the MLA's hostel. Complain to the government. Get the contractor changed. But you think that you are above law, and that is why you can come out. In fact, the MLA, when confronted by NDTV, said that he did nothing wrong. And he knows he'll get away because he is Amdar, MLA, a man with power. Listen in.
विधायक है, वो भी रूलिंग पार्टी के विधायक है, इस तरीके से हाथ उठाना कितना जायज लगता है आपको?
मैं विधायक भी हूँ और मैं योद्धा भी हूँ। जब सब भाषा में समझाने के बाद में कोई समझता नहीं है तो बाला साहब ठाकरे जी ने हमको भाषा सिखाई भी है, जिसका इस्तेमाल मैंने किया है।
वो वीडियो में खास तौर से दिख रहा है आपने घूसों का भी उपयोग किया, झापट का भी उपयोग किया, लात भी मारने की कोशिश की। ऐसे में सर कंप्लेन कर सकते हैं आप?
मैंने कंप्लेंट किया, 4 बार किया, इसलिए मेरी जान मतलब मेरी सटक गई। मैं जूडो चैंपियन हूँ, मैं जिम्नास्टिक चैंपियन हूँ, मैं कराटे चैंपियन हूँ, मैं कुश्ती चैंपियन हूँ, तलवारबाजी, दांडपट्टा, कुश्ती का सब मैं चैंपियन हूँ, इसलिए मैं कुछ भी यूज़ कर सकता हूँ।
सर आप विधायक हैं, आपको लोग देखते हैं, आपसे लोग इंस्पायर होते हैं। ऐसे अगर आप देखें इस तरीके के कृत्य करेंगे तो लोग भी प्रोवोक्ट हो जाएंगे, कहीं वहाँ भी हिंसा होगी, क्योंकि एक तरीका होता है सर।
जब प्रशासन काम करता नहीं है, बार बार कंप्लेंट करने के बाद भी, तो जनता क्या करेगी? वो तो कायदा हाथ में लेगी ना। अब एक आमदार कंप्लेंट करता है और उसके अगर कोई दखल लेता नहीं है, उसमें अगर कार्रवाई करता नहीं है, तो ये एक आमदार क्या करेगा? खुद की जान देगा? बार बार बोलेगा नहीं अभी इतना तुमने सड़ा हुआ दिया, कल कीड़े पड़े हुआ खाना हमको खिला, ऐसा बोलेगा आमदार? मैं इतना गांधीवादी नहीं हूँ मैं।
आखिरकार जिस तरीके से वीडियो वायरल हुआ है, प्रश्न उपस्थित हो रहे हैं, तो कहीं ना कहीं एक विधायक होने के नाते एक मॉरल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी बनती है। आपको थोड़ा भी मलाल है कि इस तरीके से नहीं होता? या
कोई मलाल नहीं है, मुझे कोई मलाल नहीं है, मुझे कोई ये विषय में ऐसा महसूस नहीं होता है कि मैंने कोई गलत किया है।
अच्छा, इसकी आप कहाँ इसको उठाएंगे, क्योंकि ये बहुत गंभीर विषय भी है।
अभी हम विधानसभा में अध्यक्ष महोदय जी से पॉइंट ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन में बात रखने का प्रयास करेंगे। कनेक्टिंग मिनिस्टर जो है हमारे भुजबल साहब, उनको भी हम बताएंगे और फूड एंड ड्रग्स को भी हम कंप्लीट करने का
शिवसेना स्टाइल की जो आपने बात की है वो हमने देखा, लेकिन इस समय जो वातावरण है पूरे महाराष्ट्र में, खास करके मुंबई में, वो स्टाइल मनसे और उभाटागढ़ भी करते हुए नजर आ रहा है सड़कों पर। कैसे देखते हो उसे?
तो उनके बारे में मैं कुछ बोलना नहीं चाहूँगा। वो ये जो महाराष्ट्र में चल रहा है, ये महाराष्ट्र के हित का नहीं है।
I'm a judo champion. I'm a champion in various martial arts. And hence I will use it on a hapless worker in a canteen. This man says that if his complaints are not listened to, people will take law in their own hands. So should the chief minister and the home minister also, because Mr. Fadnavis is also the home minister, should the deputy chief minister to whose party he belongs to, should they shut the police department? And Mr. Amdar, the judo champion, should be given the charge of solving all the problems in Maharashtra by taking the law in his own hand. Why shouldn't he be booked, and he should be by now, in fact, behind bars? That's the big question. Just because you're an MLA of a ruling party, you can get away with whatever you want, saying whatever you want, doing exactly what you want. It has become a big political issue. Let's listen in.
यातनं सगळ्या आमदारांबद्दल लोकांमध्ये भावना चुकीची जाते. आपण कुठेतरी सत्तेचा गैरवापर करतो किंवा आपण सगळे आमदार म्हणून आपलं कंडक्ट योग्य नाही, अशा प्रकारचं लोकांमध्ये या संदर्भातली भावना जाते. आणि म्हणून निश्चितपणे मला असं वाटतं की अतिशय गंभीर बाब आहे. आपण आणि माननीय अध्यक्ष या दोघांनी याचा कॉग्निझन्स घ्यावा आणि या संदर्भात काय पुढील कारवाई करायची ते आपण करावी.
आमदार संजय गायकवाड यांनी आमदार निवासमधील निकृष्ट दर्जाचं जेवणाबद्दल तक्रार केली नाही, तर त्यांना स्वतःच त्याचा अनुभव आला आणि जेवल्यानंतर त्यांना जेवतानाच त्यांना उल्टी झाली, उल्टी हो गया उनको, वोमिट, तो वोमिटिंग हो गया और इसलिए उन्होंने गुस्से में आकर वो मारपीट की है. उसका मैं समर्थन नहीं करूँगा और हम लोक प्रतिनिधि है, विधायक है, तो हमारी जिम्मेदारी है कानूनी कार्रवाई के लिए हमारे पास अधिकार है. तो अगर जिधर गलत होता है उसके ऊपर कानूनी कार्रवाई हो सकती है, लेकिन मारपीट करना ये उचित नहीं है। और संजय गायकवाड़ को मैं निश्चित रूप से इसके बारे में ज़रूर उसको मैंने कहा भी है कि ऐसा करना उचित नहीं है।
मैंने कहा है ऐसा करना ठीक नहीं है, but when will the action be taken? It seems like there is in fact a race going on between MNS and the Shiv Senas, both factions, to try and outdo each other in who can portray more hooliganism, who can act as a bigger gunda, mawali, a goon, a thug. In Maharashtra, their MLAs, their workers are in a race as far as the state is concerned. Just take a look at these visuals. If you thought, there will be a day, today at least, one day where MNS would be out of the picture in their extortionism, gundagardi, hooliganism, well, you thought it wrong. This is a toll plaza where the MNS workers and chaos erupted at this toll plaza in Maharashtra's Washim, when Maharashtra Navnirman Sena, MNS, their workers went on a rampage and damaged several booths. A viral video of the destruction shows a couple of workers breaking glass panes at the toll plaza. According to the party district president, Raju Patil Kidse, the road after the toll plaza was not ready to be used, but the booth was already functioning and taking toll from the people. I can understand the grouse, but does that mean that tomorrow if I am passing through this toll plaza, I should take out a bat and start bashing up the people there, hitting out at the window panes, breaking it all? Should all of us in this country start following the MNS fashion? Then what is the rule of law? Where does this stop? Why isn't strict action being taken against these senas? Because one after another, incidents do come in, and all we see is the politicians, the people in power, making excuses. And that is exactly why I say all of them have been cut from the same cloth. They only understand the language of violence. And this is the example that they are setting up for people across the country. If something doesn't work, take the law in your own hand and say, this is our style. MNS ka style hai Shiv Sena, Shinde ka style hai Shiv Sena, UBT ka style hai. And let's, in fact, at this moment, let's listen into what the police had to say on this incident.
कल शाम को वाशिम रूरल पुलिस स्टेशन के जुरिस्डिक्शन में तोनगांव टोल नाके पे 3 आरोपियों ने वहाँ के टोल मैनेजर से पैसे छीन लिए 5,000 रुपये, और साथ ही में वहाँ के टोल की काफ़ी तोड़फोड़ भी की है। इन लोगों ने कुछ दिन पहले टोल मैनेजर से पैसे की डिमांड भी की थी। उनके खिलाफ पुलिस स्टेशन में एफआईआर दर्ज की है रेलेवेंट सेक्शंस के अंडर, और उन आरोपियों का नाम है गजानन वैरागड़े जो मनसे के वाहतुक शाखा जिलाध्यक्ष है, उमेश टोलमारे जो वाहतुक शहराध्यक्ष है, और सीताराम चवड़े। इन तीनों को अरेस्ट करने के लिए अलग अलग टीम्स बनाई गई है और उनका लोकेशन हम रेगुलरली ट्रैक कर रहे हैं। इन पर पुलिस सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई करेगी।
There is, as I said, a competitive thuggery which is going on in Maharashtra, and it is being called our own style. And I just want to, rate examples, because when this happened, when MNS does something, Shiv Sena, the Shinde faction comes out and condemns them, BJP condemns them, but when their own do something, nobody speaks about it. 5 instances recently. Let's just roll it back. Just roll it back and go to the first one. Let's just, we'll once again roll it back, and we'll start with this slap, which all started with the MNS workers assaulting a shopkeeper for not speaking the Marathi language. Marathi and Maharashtra top priority, and taking the law is also a bigger priority. Thuggery number 2, drunk son of an MNS leader goes out and abuses a woman. Nobody says anything to him. Thuggery number 3, Sena UBT leader slaps people gets them in his office, gets them beaten up, asks them to apologize. Number 4, Shiv Sena MLA now going across, beating up people in the canteen because the dal which was served to him, he did not like it. And number 5, if I can very quickly go across and tell you, is the incident that we just spoke about, the MNS people vandalizing the poll booth. Do you think that if you or I, for any grievance, if we did something like this, you and I would be allowed to, in fact, come and give interviews and speak in the language that these people have been? But that's the big question. And for how long people of Maharashtra in this country should be, should bear the witness with the witness of such people? How long should we be burdened by such public representatives? That's the big question, because the country is fed up of such people. The people of Maharashtra, on whose name all these acts are conducted, are also fed up. And it's not something that I'm making up. Listen in, ladies and gentlemen. We spoke to people of Maharashtra. The very Marathi pride and the Marathi manus that these people claim to be representing are absolutely fed up of this gundagardi. This is where India speaks on NDTV. Take a look.
विधायक द्वारा जब दाल सही नहीं परोसी गई तो कैंटीन के आदमी की पिटाई कर दी गई, ये आपको कितना सही लगता है? लेकिन पीटना चाहिए ऐसे? नहीं, गलत बात है। गलत बात। मतलब क्या कर सकते हैं?
मैम उसके लिए आर्गुमेंट कर सकते हैं, पैसे बिल के लिए हो सकते हैं, पर मारना पीटना गलत है जी।
मारपीट बहुत ज्यादा होने लग गई है महाराष्ट्र में, आपको ऐसा लगता है?
हाँ मैम, छोटी छोटी बातों पे होते रहती है।
मजा पाओ। कई बार ऐसा होता है कि देखिए आपका खाना सही नहीं होता, तो आप क्या मारपीट पर उतर जाएंगे सीधा इनके साथ?
नहीं नहीं, ऐसा क्यों? क्योंकि भाई इंसान से ही गलती होता है। हाँ, तो कुछ जिस मिस्टेक रहेगा तो उनको बताएंगे भाई ये मिस्टेक है, तो उसको सुधार करेंगे।
जैसा व्यवहार किया जाए वैसा, लेकिन अगर सामने वाला शांत है, चुपचाप आपको सॉरी बोल रहा हो,
ऐसा खाने पीने में ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए ना, गड़बड़ी खाने पीने का मामला ये समझाऊंगा उसको एक दो बार।
एक नेता है शिवसेना के, वो सीधा मारपीट पर उतर गए, कैंटीन वाले को बहुत जोर जोर का मारने लगे।
क्या, लेकिन अभी उसके आगे पहले कुछ हुआ होगा ना, अभी क्यों मारा है? अभी कोई नेता किसी के ऊपर हाथ उठाए तो कुछ ऐसा कुछ हुआ होगा ना, वो भी तो मालूम होना मुझे ना आप लोगों को।
तो ऐसा कभी हुआ है कि कुछ कंप्लेंट आई हो दाल को लेकर?
नहीं, हमारे साथ कंप्लेंट नहीं।
एक नेता है संजय गायकवाड़, उन्होंने क्या किया है कि उनकी दाल खराब थी, तो जैसे कैंटीन में काम करने वाले लड़के होते हैं उनसे मारपीट कर ली, बहुत मारा है उन्हें।
अपने इधर खराब दाल सीधा फेंक देते हैं, वेस्ट होता है वो हटा देते हैं।
लेकिन गलत है, जब अगर सपोज कोई आपके पास खराबी आए खाने को लेकर, तो आप लोग क्या करते हैं?
उस्ताद को रिएक्शन करेगा, उसको बोलेगा ऐसा क्या क्या कैसा हुआ, उसको समझाते हैं, बताते हैं।
लेकिन मारपीट करना ये सही है?
मेरे को सही नहीं।
People are fed up of the violence in their name, in the name of their language, pride, so and so forth. And a message should be sent across to these leaders. We are waiting for the government of Maharashtra, the police of Maharashtra, to act, to at least get the courage and act against this MLA and all these so-called political workers, which are goons basically, masquerading as political workers. Strict action needs to be taken against them. If that doesn't happen, the people of Maharashtra will not forgive the police and the government for failing them. I want to very quickly at this moment take a break and come back with another important story that matters to all of us. You and I could have been on this very bridge in Vadodara, driving to our home, to our destinations, when suddenly it broke and people lost their life. 10 people have died. Where is the accountability? We are coming back with this story. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
That's huge. That is a biggie. It's out there.
गोल्ड ग्लास क्लियर ग्लास, कार हो या नियर, सब कुछ दिखे क्लियर।
Some say sport is a matter of life and death. The truth is, it is far more serious than that. Sport is about ecstasy and agony, about pain and suffering, about joy and much more. Some say there's no one better to tell these stories. So here I am. Join me, Boria Majumdar, on India's #1 news network.
जनता के पास सवाल ही सवाल है। जवाब ढूंढने को वो देखती है न्यूज़ और देखती है यहाँ तो सवालों का मायाजाल है। ऊपर से ये अलग फाइट है, कोई पूरा लेफ्ट तो कोई पूरा राइट है। बीच में मुद्दे के साथ कौन है, जनता को जवाब चाहिए। इसीलिए सवालों की परेड नहीं, मैं लाऊंगा खबरों की कचहरी। मैं शुभांकर मिश्रा, मेरे साथ देखिए कचहरी रात 8 बजे सिर्फ NDTV इंडिया पर।
Vanakkam Tamil Nadu.
Now the battle for Tamil Nadu 2026 is open now.
After Chief Minister Stalin rolls up his sleeves and Vijay steps in as a star challenger.
This is a mass gathering, not for cash. Meanwhile, a former Chief Minister Edapadi
Welcome back. We pay our taxes. The government says that if you pay your taxes, you are contributing to the development of this country. Infrastructure of this country has been built on the money that you and I contribute to the government in terms of income tax, other taxes, GST, so on and so forth. What do we get in return? A bridge of debt. Exactly what has happened in Vadodara. And this is just the latest example of the crumbling infrastructure with zero accountability that we see in this country. A nexus of corrupt babus, contractors, those who are only looking to fill their own pockets at the cost of our lives, at the cost of lives of the Aam Aadmi. This happened in Gujarat today. Supposedly a state which has superior infrastructure. This bridge was made in 1985, collapsed in 2005. In just 20 years, there will be still some infrastructure which the British made in this country, left it more than 100 years, is still surviving. But in just 20 years, a bridge in Vadodara collapsed, resulting in the death of 10 people. I can't even imagine. Look at this picture, this truck, this tanker hanging, perilously as far as this bridge is concerned. It just is heartbreaking. It angers me when I report these stories. In just 20 years, this is the quality of construction. Is this what we deserve? The Gambhira Bridge collapse in Gujarat's Vadodara district has resulted in a tragic loss of life. The latest figure put 10 dead and 6 others injured because of this collapse. This bridge connects Anand to Vadodara district, and in fact, this gave way peak morning traffic hours, resulting in fatalities and injuries when there were multiple vehicles which were on the bridge. As soon as it broke, they plunged into the water, into the sea. Hundreds of feet, right as far as the sea is concerned. From the bridge, they just flew hundreds of feet and then hit the riverbed. 4 vehicles, including 2 trucks, a Bolero SUV, a pickup van, were crossing the bridge when it suddenly crumbled. In just 20 years, and this is not the first time complaint was made against this bridge. Earlier this year, in April itself, there were reports, complaints, repeated complaints which were made as far as the crumbling infrastructure of this bridge is concerned. There were cracks in this bridge which were seen by the people, photographed, reported by the local media, sent to the local administration. Now, who is responsible for this callous attitude? Shouldn't there be a case of murder that should be registered against the babus who not only failed to check this bridge, but after repeated complaints did nothing, didn't even move their thumb. And the result is tonight, 10 families have lost their loved ones. My colleagues were in mourning at the accident site. They have sent us this report. Take a look.
ब्रिज है जो इसकी जो स्थिति है कि पूरा सा उसका जो एक भाग है वो पूरा सा गिर चुका है और उसमें जो एक ट्रक भी सवार थी वो ट्रक भी अभी गिर चुके हैं। यहाँ से मैं कैमरामैन को भी बोलूंगा थोड़ा जूम करके दिखाए कि अभी उसमें जहाँ पे वो ट्रक को निकालने की कयावत हत्यार अभी चल रही है। उसके साथ साथ में यहाँ पे दो और साधन भी दिखाई दे रहा है। उसमें से एक जो साधन है जो दिखाई दे रहा है उसमें से एक जो रिक्शा है और एक बोलेरो ट्रक है और इको गाड़ी है, 3 है और एक 2 व्हीलर भी था। वो सब कुछ यहाँ से ही गिरा हुआ था। और अब जो घटना हुई है उन घटना में 10 लोगों की मौत की पुष्टि हो गई है। लेकिन अभी एसडीआरएफ की टीम, एनडीआरएफ की टीम है वो यहाँ पे मौजूद है और सभी जो बचाव कामगिरी है अभी वो चल रही है। अभी तो सबको जो लोग फंसे हुए थे उन लोगों को, जो इजाग्रस्त लोग थे, घायल लोग थे, उन लोगों को अस्पताल शिफ्ट कर दिया है। 5 लोगों को अस्पताल में अभी सयाजी हॉस्पिटल में शिफ्ट कर दिया गया है और दूसरे जो मृतक है उसको यहाँ की जो पादरा की सीएससी सेंटर है वहाँ पे पोस्टमार्टम के लिए आगे की कार्यवाही अभी चल रही है। लेकिन जो अभी वाहन जो है उसमें जहाँ पे मैं आपको दिखा दूं कि जहाँ पे जो वाहन जो फंसे हुए हैं, जो ऊपर से पुल से चल रहे थे और पुल टूटने से वो वाहन जब नदी में गिरे तो वाहन जो फंसे हुए वो वाहन अभी निकालने की कयावत हाथ दे रहे हो और अभी भी पूरी समग्र टीम यहाँ पे मौजूद है। आज ये जो ब्रिज टूटने की वजह से 10 लोगों की मौत हुई है। आपको ग्राउंड से अभी जो स्थिति है, अभी क्या चल रहा है वो हमने दिखाया है। बस सतत अपडेट के लिए एनडीटीवी के साथ जुड़े रहे। कैमरामैन के साथ मैं हूं मना निंगू, एनडीटीवी बड़ोदरा।
And, the public anger is also for the fact that this is not, an incident which has suddenly happened or an incident out of the blue. A series of such incidents of crumbling infrastructure, and then we keep talking about world-class infra of this country. 2 bridge tragedies within just 1 month. On June 16th, Pune bridge collapsed, which resulted in the death of 4 people. 32-year-old pedestrian bridge at a popular tourist spot was declared unsafe for use, but tourists were allowed to crowd that, and it resulted in the collapse of that bridge. People died. India has a long history of such bridges, of the apathy of the administration. India's bridges to death in 2019 and 2024, the government data says 42 bridges collapsed. Between 2012 and 2024, 21 bridges, 6 under construction, collapsed. This is the government data. Now imagine, ladies and gentlemen, all of us, is this what we pay our taxes for? And who's responsible for this? Why is accountability not fixed? And that is the reason why we are subjected to such shabby, absolutely in shambles infrastructure. This is where we spoke to the people of India today. India speaks on NDTV. Take a look at what the public has to say about this.
Actually, the concern is loss of life. See, accident happens, but loss of life, I think it is not acceptable to anyone. We are paying taxes. We are expecting some good things to come back, but losing life means it's beyond our imagination.
Again, poor infrastructure, corruption, poor quality of raw material, tender gets passed with bribe. So these are the things which should, must put a check on. Nobody is taking care of that. People are losing lives. I mean, had it been some leader, then they get a pinch of it. But people are just like they're treating bhed bakris. So we are common man, and I don't think so. Government again will put something on this side, which I haven't observed it yet.
तो सरकार को क्या देखना चाहिए, ध्यान देना चाहिए. आदमी ठेकेदारों को तो क्या लोग कर देते हैं, बस उनको तो पेमेंट हो जाती है, सरकार कोई ध्यान देता नहीं है. सरकार को कायदे में क्या है, एक बार चेक करना चाहिए. सड़कें जैसी बनी है, बनने के बाद में उनको चेक करना चाहिए, भाई कितना मटेरियल डाला है उन लोगों ने, पूरा चेक करना चाहिए. मैम
जब मंत्री बड़ी बड़ी अपनी नेम प्लेट लगाता है कि भैया ये सड़क का उद्घाटन फलाने मंत्री के द्वारा किया गया, इतनी तारीख को किया गया, तो जब वहाँ घटना होती है तो एफआईआर भी उस मंत्री के खिलाफ ही होनी चाहिए. क्यों? क्योंकि जब आप सड़क बनवाने की जिम्मेदारी लेते हैं तो सड़क दुर्घटना होती है, उसकी जिम्मेदारी भी आपको लेनी चाहिए.
such kind of things should never ever happen, because the technology has gone up, the technology is fantastic now. I don't know why we are not having such kind of controls now. So ensure that all controls are in place, and people who can do things should only be given such kind of contracts, and no such disaster should ever happen again in our country, because human life is very, 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 very premium and precious.
This bridge collapse is the collapse of the people's trust in the government. This bridge collapse is the collapse of the accountability of the authorities. And that's the big question. Till when should India, and till what time, till how many years, and in which year will we have accountability when it comes to this kind of quality that is served to us in the name of infrastructure? Quick break at this moment. On the other side, we'll shift focus to some political news. The battleground Bihar heats up. Rahul Gandhi, Tejasvi Yadav and their allies took on the Election Commission and the BJP on the special intensive revision drive which is going on in Bihar. I'll get you all the details after a short break. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
तू ही तो है जिसकी सच्चाई वाली क्लैरिटी की वजह से मैं आज यहाँ हूँ।
गोल्ड प्लस सिल्वॉक्सी मिरर्स, ऐसी क्लैरिटी कि आपको सिर्फ सच नजर आए, चाहे कितने भी साल बीत जाएं।
कहना इस दीवार पे इतने इश्तहार चिपके हैं कि कोई दरार नजर नहीं आती। मैं उन लोगों में से जो कहता हूँ सारे इश्तहार फाड़ के फेंको, पहले दरार को एड्रेस करो।
ये दरार इसलिए क्योंकि कुछ लेफ्ट कुछ राइट, पर हम उन मुद्दों में आपके साथ जिनसे आपकी फाइट है। डिजिटल से देश समझा, अब टीवी पर समाधान लाना है। आइए मेरे साथ खबरों की कचहरी में सिर्फ NDTV पर।
बदलाव की इच्छा रखने वाले लोग, उनको ये तय करना है कि वो जनसुराज जैसे नए विकल्प को चुनते हैं कि फिर पीटे पिटाए अपनी पुरानी व्यवस्था में जाना चाहते हैं।
मैं चिराग पासवान पूरी तरीके से बिहार विधानसभा का चुनाव लड़ने के लिए तैयार हूँ।
तेजस्वी जी मुख्यमंत्री बने हैं, हमारी पूरी सपोर्ट है उनको। हम किंग मेकर की भूमिका में रहना चाहते हैं।
कि लोग घर से बाहर नहीं निकल पाते।
प्रधानमंत्री जी को बताना चाहिए कि इनका जो बिहार में जो सरकार है 50% जो नीतीश जी की मंत्रिमंडल में जो लोग बैठे वो परिवारवादी लोग हैं। वो अपने आप को भी परिवारवादी बोले।
जंगल राज लाने वाले मौका देख रहे हैं, अपने पुराने कारनामे करने का मौका ढूंढ रहे हैं।
A 36-hour non-stop flight by a small pack of B-2s. A lot of other aircraft were also involved, we know that. But let's talk about the B-2 flight itself. They took off from Missouri. 36 hours later, they landed back without once landing.
Yeah.
They delivered their bombs 18 hours later over Iran and then came back. How was this possible? Because the Department of Defense
में वोटर बढ़े वहां पर बीजेपी जीती। जैसे महाराष्ट्र का चुनाव चोरी किया गया था, वैसे ही बिहार का चोरी करने की कोशिश की जाएगी।
पूरे बिहार के लोगों में नाराजगी है इलेक्शन कमीशन को लेके। खास तौर पे इलेक्शन कमीशन जो है अब एक पॉलिटिकल पार्टी का प्रकोष्ठ बन करके रह गया है।
The Battle of Bihar is heating up and the opposition was out today in full strength. Leading the charge was Rahul Gandhi along with Tejaswi Yadav, Dipankar Bhattacharya and the other leaders of the India Gathbandhan on this massive rally against the Election Commission's special intensive revision drive which is being conducted in Bihar. This is being seen as a political drive. This is being seen as something that could, at least the charge of these political parties of the opposition is help the BJP in the upcoming elections. Now this has become, remember, a big issue in Bihar, a state which is grappling with a law and order situation at this moment which is a big election issue. So is education, jobs and others, but on top of the agenda of the opposition party was the SIR drive against which a massive Bihar Bandh and this entire agitation was called in by the opposition parties. It has led to the war of words between the BJP and the opposition. Let's listen in to what happened today and the reaction coming in from this very rally.
जिन जिन कंस्टिट्यूएंसीज में वोटर बढ़े वहां पर बीजेपी जीती। सारे के सारे वोट जो नए वोट आए वो सारे के सारे बीजेपी को गए। आज तक महाराष्ट्र की वोटर लिस्ट हमें नहीं मिली। वीडियोग्राफी का कानून बदल दिया क्योंकि वो सच्चाई छुपाना चाहते हैं। महाराष्ट्र का चुनाव चोरी किया गया था और जैसे महाराष्ट्र का चुनाव चोरी किया गया था वैसे ही बिहार का चुनाव चोरी करने की कोशिश की जा रही है। इलेक्शन कमिश्नर बीजेपी और आरएसएस जैसे बात कर रहे हैं, वो भूल गए हैं कि वो किसी राजनीतिक पार्टी के नहीं है।
पूरे बिहार के